Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyan slowly approached the group. The men seemed to have spotted them as well. One of them shouted a command, and 9 people put on their old tattered shirt properly. With one man as the lead, the 9 people walked towards the duo in a neat formation. They were very serious and their formation was neat and orderly. This was how army soldiers received guests. Only 9 people came forward, while the rest did not bat their eyelids as they continued doing their work. The 9 people stopped in front of them. The leader was a man who seemed about 40 years old. He had a stubbed chin and an obvious scar on his face. He rapped one fist with his other hand and greeted the duo. "May I ask if Mr. and Miss are here to pay respect to Marshal Jun in the mountain?" "Yes," Jun Moxie said nicely. "Uncle, may we trouble you to help lead the way?" Jun Moxie realized that these people were his father's loyal soldiers. They had been here for a decade just to guard Jun Wuhui's tomb. He felt that he had to treat the man in front of him with great respect, simply because of his unmovable loyalty and determination. If this was not a good man, there would be no good man in this world. Even though he had memories from his previous life, where he met great characters as well, it was still extremely previous to meet such good people in this life. Jun Moxie's respect was sincere and deep-rooted. Jun Moxie calling him uncle made the man confused. These men all went through wars and a lot of events. They were street-smart and thus extremely sensitive. He turned and exchanged look with a few others. Although he looked less alarmed after turning back, he still asked, "Well, I don't think you need to address me so respectfully. I am but an uncultured man. May I know which family are you from?" "I am Jun Moxie." Jun Moxie took a deep breath. As he said his name, he felt a tad of sadness in his heart, as if at that moment, his entire soul had become one with this body. "Jun Wuhui's son, Jun Moxie. You said you are Jun Moxie? Really?" The uncle, Wang Meng's face changed drastically. He took a few steps backwards and his look at Jun Moxie changed. It was an expression that was very hard to decipher. There was a mixture of different emotions in his eyes: respect, anger, happiness and even motivation. His lips trembled as he said, "We welcome the 3rd son of the family, but, did you bring the family heirloom?" Jun Moxie looked away and he removed a jade pendant that was tied to his belt. He passed the pendant to Wang Meng. It was a green jade pendant. There was a small blood orchid symbol on top and a gold word Jun written under the flower. There was also a sentence engraved at the back: "Live righteously, never fall to the dark side **. Which is the meaning of Moxie. This was the symbol unique to the Jun family, and this pendant was the proof of Jun Moxie's identity. As he holds the heirloom of the Jun family, the uncle's hands began to tremble and tears welled up in his eyes. "It's been so long. Jun. This word has left us for a decade. A good 10 years and now it is finally back to us again." Even though Jun Zhantian was a healthy old man, he was getting old. So in these few years, he had only been here twice. Jun Wuyi was paralyzed and his wrongdoings made him too shameful to show up to visit his dead brother's grave. He could only send his housekeepers here for a few times every year. Jun family's pendant. The descendants' pendant. This man in front of him was the only son of their marshal. Suddenly, Wang Meng cried and knelt down. His voice was trembling as he said, "Wang Meng hereby welcome 3rd master. God had been kind, you finally grew up and become more understanding. If Marshal knew, he would be proud." It was as if Jun Moxie visiting his blood-related father's grave was an unbelievable and rare miracle. "Wang Meng uncle, please don't do that. Moxie is in no position to have you like this." Jun Moxie got a shock. He immediately tried to help Wang Meng get up. Many feelings welled up inside him, and his eyes, too, were turning red. Since a few years ago, words had got out that Jun Moxie was irresponsible and obnoxious. The rumor that he had amazing skills only managed to spread in recent times, but people in the rural areas had yet to know about this, and they still thought of him as the useless boy. However, the fact that his visit had such a big impact on his father's soldiers made Jun Moxie really nostalgic and sad. Son paying respect to dead father, this was such a natural thing. But now that he was there, Wang Meng was so excited and impressed. It was obvious that their expectations for him were really low. This also showed how low of a person Jun Moxie was before. With his face wet with tear, he turned back and shouted, "Everyone assemble. Great news, Jun Third Master is visiting our marshal. His third son. Everyone gather at once, come welcome him." The crowd started boiling, all the people threw their shovel and ran towards them without shirts. Everyone was super hyped up, one of the older men were running and crying, "Finally you are here, the marshal must have waited for you to visit him for very long. The gods finally answered our prayer and his son is visiting him. This must be one wish fulfilled for our marshal." As much as Jun Moxie was a calm and composed person, he could not help it but tear up. Their sincere happiness was making Jun Moxie feel guilty. They crowded around Jun Moxie and Mei Yan Shui. Everyone's expression was the same, pure happiness. After they got over their excitement, they started chatting non-stop with the duo. "Third Master is indeed the son of our marshal, look at these eyes, just as wise as that of marshals. No, I think the mouth is the part that looks most like marshal." This was exactly how Marshall would gently purse his lips together, with a little cruel but determined vibe. He was dead serious and would look like this every time he gave a command. There was once I lifted my head discreetly as he was giving us command, and I got a shock when I saw his serious face. "Your eyes are all failing you. Look at his eyebrows, typical sword-shaped brows." Back when Marshall defeated Sword Soul Zhao, as he gave the main command, his eyebrow was raised like this. I felt that we were bound to win at that moment. As they chatted on and on, somehow their voice gradually got softer as it faded to silence. It was all reduced to the same mumbling, "You really look like Marshall." Slowly, all of them had teary eyes. Suddenly, one of them started bawling. He sounded extremely sad as he stuttered, "I feel like I just met Marshall again. Your face. I will see it in my dreams every day. Finally I feel like I just met Marshall himself again today. Why didn't you come earlier, Marshall, and we have all been waiting for your arrival." With this man to start crying out loud, all the others too pursed their lips and clenched their jaws. They were all trying hard to stop their tears from flowing, but they all failed in the end as their tears fell non-stop. The face they had been dreaming of for a decade. Sadly, the person was no longer Marshall himself. He's the son of Marshall. As for Marshall, seems like we will never see him again. Tears were raining down. These manly people were all bawling their hearts out. Who says real men don't cry? They just have not been at their saddest times. True and sincere men would cry their emotions when they were at their saddest state. This strong emotion even got to Mei Yan Shui. The pretty lady turned to the side, but she could not hide her sadness. This was the first time Jun Moxie saw other people's tears, and he tried really hard to console everyone. With this, everyone finally stopped crying and were all wiping their face in embarrassment, as if they just did something shameful. In an attempt to change the subject, Wang Meng wiped off his tears and gave a weak smile and said, "Third Master, who is this miss?" With this question, everyone's eyes fell on the beautiful girl who was together with Third Master, and got excited. Could she be? "Uncles, this lady here is my wife, her surname is Mei." "Haha, today's trip was also for father and for you all to get to meet her. How do you all find her?" Jun Moxie smiled and introduced Mei Shuiyan. "Really?" Wang Meng jumped in joy and laughed, "You have such a pretty and nice lady as your wife. If Marshall was to know, he would be really happy." Everyone was smiling from ear to ear and looking at Mei Shuiyan with a doting look. They seemed like it was their own son who got married. With so many eyes on her, the confident venerable Mei also became shy and blushed profusely. Her heart was racing non-stop. "Come on brothers, move aside. I have to hurry and bring third master and wife to meet Marshall now. Marshall must have waited for very long. It's been a decade since Marshall last saw his son. Him being here with his wife is great news for all of us, said Wang Meng, with his face flushed in excitement and his arms raised. Even though Jun Moxie already passed on 10 years ago, when this bunch of soldiers brought up his name, they still used words such as meet instead of paying respect to him. Those words were not for them, they were meant for people that were not close to their hearts. To them, their marshal would never die. He was still alive. The camp tent and the flag, everything reminded them of him. Jun Moxie. This is so that Grandmaster will not worry. Big brother Wang Meng needs to take care of the third son and his wife. Hurry, go up. Otherwise, once he gets angry, the brothers would beat you up together, the masses shouted. The people who were scattered all over the place a moment ago, within moments, already lined up neatly into 2 rows. Then, they observed Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyan slowly pass through them. In their eyes, they were all looking at their own children. Jun Moxie waved as he walked past. After he walked a long distance, he turned around and realized that close to 100 of them were still admiring his silhouette, not moving. It's as though they were looking at their most respected, most admired person from then, the White Robe Army generals. Jun Moxie's heart softened. He took a deep breath, trying to contain his emotions. But it turned out to be so touching that he could not hold back his tears anymore. Tears started dripping down his face. Wang Meng followed by his side, face full of happiness, as though he had done something really noble. Throughout the walk, he introduced Jun Moxie to every single person. Even the scars on his face seemed overjoyed as well. My son, look over here, I led the soldiers over to Tianguanling then. This place is the very place the first moment I got down the horse. There were a few stones lying around here. Then, I stood on the biggest rock, turned around and saw my brother's teams walking over majestically. At that time, I was only a small trooper in a small team. I followed my leader by his side, and to this day, I could still clearly remember what my leader said at that point in time. Here, is a good location for a camp. Wang Meng finished his last sentence. He stabilized his voice, as though trying to imitate how Jun Moxie said with his strong and affirming voice. His looked serious. Jun Moxie looked towards his direction and could see a big rock lying on the ground, square and flat. The many edges and corners around it had actually rounded off. These guards must have polished it all the while for the past 10 years, to the point where this ordinary rock had unknowingly completed its polishing process. When I came here then, Grandmaster seemed to have a heavy heart. He once stood atop that stone wall over there for a very long time, with a long face. He did not say a single word. Only after some long time, that he spoke. He made a poem. His brothers then carved on the stone wall. Wang Meng's eyes became to turn red. For I a barbarian, even though I do not know what the poem meant, but for every single day that I walk past here, I would read it once. Jun Moxie slowly stepped forward, before coming to the stone wall. There were 4 rows of words carved on the surface. The characters were the same as those at the foot of the mountain. The smoke spreads across the flag. Thousands of cavalry army. When the battlefield finally becomes. No longer any men will ever turn sorrow. My father, had actually got tired of killing long ago. Jun Moxie looked at the stone wall silently. He could not help but recall his third uncle Jun Wuyi's story that he told him. It was Jun Wuyi's "No men will be sorrow." When the knife soldiers recognize the desert, no longer any men will ever turn sorrow. These 2 phrases fully expressed Jun Wuyi's stature as a gold of soldiers, white robe general. Buried inside his heart was his hate for war, and also his blessings for his brothers. The terrain was getting steeper and steeper. They climbed the mountain step by step. After walking about halfway through, the road on the mountainside got even narrower. At the very most, only 4 or 5 people could walk side by side. One side was like a knife-cut cliff, cutting straight into the sky, the other side was not a very high cliff, and below that side of the cliff was clear white snow, smooth as a mirror. A flat plain field. Below us is a big lake, but it is covered with heavy snow now. When it is summer, it is sparkling and beautiful. Wang Meng had some proud self-introductions. I could remember the time where we were stationed here. After 3 days Grandmaster came here and admired the lake for almost half a day. He drew his saber and carved the poem on that stone wall. Jun Moxie had already noticed that there was another smoother surface on the cliff in front of it. There were a number of lines carved on the surface, and they were full of words, but naturally brought about a similar emotion. Long hated the person that I am. Who owns the gardens in my dreams? Why solve the problem of the mountains? Row amidst the 5 lakes. After reading these 4 lines, it seemed as though he had seen a 100-war general wearing a robe, looking at the lake in front of them indefinitely. He seemed to plan to retire, and even looked forward to living a peaceful and happy life after retiring. Jun Moxie took a deep breath of cold air, suddenly a burst of anger poured into his heart. Father had actually long hated this life full of war, fighting for power, and already had plans to retire. He would never have threatened the emperor's position. But Jianxiang was still afraid of his great skills adorned in that gold robe. Welly afraid of exposing themselves to threat and inviting self-destruction, they used despicable means to harm him. Jun Moxie suddenly felt an inexplicable anger. In front of us is the Grandmaster's saint. Wang Meng was leading the way. He went to inspect 7 to 8 sentry posts, and the moment the sentry veterans heard that the Grandmaster's son was coming to worship them, they were touched to tears. After finally climbing up the mountainside, this was the real Tian Guanling. In front of Jun Moxie was a magnificent military camp. The sound of the wind blowing had a tinge of urgency in it. Jun Wuhui's flag stood tall and fluttered in the wind. The bright red flag was like a burning cloud dancing in the air. He was someone who was full of desire and greed in the world. 8 military battalions surrounded the saint at every corner, on the lookout for each other, akin to stars revolving around the moon. They tightly secured and protected the saint. Troops of soldiers clad in bright armor were patrolling the area vigilantly, walking back and forth. As one group went past, another would come over. The patrol teams were coming and going, there was no gap at all. At this moment, a person dressed in general costume walked out of the saint. He had thick eyebrows and was more than 7 feet tall. He was exceptionally tall and sturdy, that wherever he stood, it would seem as though a tower stood there. He realized that the general was looking over, shouting, "Wang Meng. I allowed you to lead your men to clear the snow off the roads, yet you're goofing off and actually returned. Are you guilty or not?" Wang Meng got a shock. He arranged his feet in a proper manner, and shouted, reporting to General Wu, "The Grandmaster's 3rd son is here to worship the Grandmaster. I was just doing my duty, and not deliberately disregarding my soldier duties." The Grandmaster's 3rd son. Jun Moxie. General Wu's face suddenly changed. His vision turned towards Jun Moxie, squinting his eyes. Jun Moxie had already known that Wu Yongjun was father's guard, and was, in fact, a brave, tiger-like general. The moment he saw him, he was utterly impressed. But as he was about to go forward to pay his respects, Wu Yongjun suddenly glared at him and angrily said, "So you're Jun Moxie? Why have you only come now? Where have you gone to these years?" General Wu unexpectedly gave him a reprimand, along with a series of scoldings. Afterwards, Wu Yongjun's eyes suddenly turned red. He squinted his eyes and tried to control his emotions. A few drops of tears leaked out. His voice was still hoarse. He yelled, "You bastard! As Grandmaster's one and only flesh and blood, you did not even come back to worship for a full 10 years. Jun Moxie, you rascal! Grandmaster was alone all these while, so lonely, did you know how much he would have missed you? You this, disappointing thing," he failed to finish his sentence. He could not help but start to whimper. Jun Moxie kept silent and did not say a word. He did not know how to respond to General Wu's berating. Wu Yongjun's loud voice made him extremely embarrassed, a lot of people starting coming out from the surrounding camps to take a look. The moment they heard that it was the Grandmaster's son, they rushed out. The scene started getting messy. "You bastard, hurry go see your father. What are you stoning here for, you unfilial thing?" Wu Yongjun screamed into the skies, but after screaming, he could not help but to rub his eyes. His eyes turned fully red soon after. Something appeared to be stuck inside his throat, clogging it. He snorted a few times and coughed a little, seemingly crying. He separated from the crowd. He covered his face as he ran hurriedly into the saint. Crying sounds could be heard coming from within, similar to the depressing cries of a bull burying itself in the blankets. "Grandmaster, your son has finally come to see you. I have scolded him. But he has still eventually come to see you. He has grown so much like you, so handsome, and even brought a beautiful wife along. I'm sure you would like her." Under everyone's urge, Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyan entered the saint. Everyone stood orderly outside the saint, face filled with sorrow and joy. Their smiles were full of tears, silently watching the saint, giving Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyan some privacy and space. Afterward, they faced the saint and kneeled in an orderly manner. Everyone breathed quietly, "Congratulations, Grandmaster. You have a successor. God bless the Jun family, the descendant is not alone." They were so sincere, it seemed that they were wholeheartedly blessing them. Jun Moxie entered and was immediately shocked. Inside the saint it was just the wartime headquarters, orderly arranged. On each side were 8 chairs, and unsheathed swords were behind the chairs. And in front, was a bookshelf, above, an ivory bucket, inside were 10 military orders neatly arranged. On the table was an achievement record book, and on the other side, a cold sword neatly laid out. One person covered in a white robe was sitting on the seat in front, his body tilted sideways, sitting there. His right hand on the tabletop. His index finger gently curled up, seemingly tapping the tabletop. His left hand was gently raised, placed on his chest. His had a noble expression, his eyes did not appear angry, but rather full of might. There was a wrinkle between his eyebrows, looking as if he was thinking about something, in deep thoughts. There was a kind of depressed feel about it. Everything was as though it was real people. However, looking closely, the one in the middle was a piece of sculpted jade which looked extremely real, with a lot of details. Even the tiniest creases on the clothing were detailedly sculpted and the skin folds on the skin and face were extremely lifelike. It was obvious that the person who sculpted this jade had put in a lot of effort and hard work. Somehow this statue seemed to have a soul. Behind it, there was 3 words on the left, "No hero ever regrets." There was another 4 words on its right, "The world is mine." Right above it was a sign with inscripted words, "All succumb." This was Jun Wuhui, the white gown general. How impressive! Mei Shuiyan unconsciously admired Jun Wuhui's statue with envy, then lowly said, "Moxie, you and your father look exactly alike." "My father? He is also yours." Jun Moxie looked at her for a while, seemed slightly distracted and firmly said, "Shuiyan, come kneel and kowtow to father. In this lifetime, you will definitely be Jun family's daughter-in-law, you can't run away from it. With his son and daughter-in-law both here to share the good news, my father would sure be happy." Mei Shuiyan blushed, shyly yet gladly acknowledged his word and knelt down respectfully beside Jun Moxie. Jun Moxie respectfully lighted 13 joss sticks and quietly whispered, "Dad, it has been a decade since we were separated. Your son has now brought your daughter-in-law to see you. I hope you can see us and feel less troubled. I will take your revenge for you. Whether it is the silver city of wind and snow or the country of Tianxiang, so long as they had hurt you, they will have to pay a painful price. This is my your son, Jun Moxie's promise. In your witness. May the sky and earth be my witness. Each word of his vow was enunciated with determination. At that moment, Jun Moxie's heart felt exceptionally heavy as he kowtowed. Although he may be proud and arrogant, he had sincere respect from the bottom of his heart for this white-gowned general, Jun Hui, as just from the countless tales, he already understood what he was like. Furthermore, the merging of their souls made Jun Moxie clearly feel that Jun Hui was his father. He had never kneeled before anyone since birth, but at that moment, he was more than willing. For such a hero, even if he was not his father, he still deserved a sincere bow. Furthermore, there was an undeniable kinship. Although his soul came from another world, this physical body undeniably had Jun Hui's blood running through. People reincarnate, and at most, he coincidentally brought his memory along during reincarnation. If he had not, would his heart have continued to repel it? That was unimaginable. Just as Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyan kneeled down, strong winds started blowing above Tianguanlin, the countless clouds in the sky started moving aggressively, and the snow on the ground was swept up into the sky, suspended in the air, covering the sky and blurred the surroundings. All the big flags simultaneously blew open, and what was more alarming was that the initial northern wind suddenly weirdly changed to a southern wind. Hence, the flags were blew open facing the north. That was in the direction of Tianxiang's capital. Great leader, suddenly everyone outside neatly kneeled down with tears in their eyes, yelled at the sky until their voices almost tore. Thanks to our great leader, the soul has returned, as they kowtowed and teared. The wind continued to roar in the sky, howling and blowing, as though it was responding to the rest. After a long while, Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyan slowly walked out. Across, everyone's eyes turned and fixed on them, especially their knees and forehead, then everyone laughed in comfort. There was an eye-catching stain on Jun Moxie's knees and fade ashes on his forehead. It was the same for Mei Shuiyan. This was a result of these soldiers' calculative thinking. They were afraid that people might pretend to pay respects to their great leader and not kowtow to him, insulting and disrespecting their great leader, so they scattered some ashes on the ground. Afterwards, this bunch of rough men respectfully yet adorably hugged together. Moxie. You are finally here. Moxie. You are all grown up and have even found a wife. Your uncles here don't have much to offer, so we all prepared a small gift each, hopefully you will like it. Moxie. In the future, come more often, the great leader anticipates to see you. You didn't notice how happy the great leader was until his soul came back. The man who spoke started sobbing before he finished. Why are you crying? It is a happy day that third young master brought his wife to see the great leader. You are such a sissy to cry like you are mourning. Are you even a man? The man was reprimanding others, but his own eyes had turned red too. Sobs. I am happy, sobs. I am really happy. The great leader finally have descendants, and today, we got to see his daughter-in-law. I'm sure he will have grandchildren soon, sobs. I am being happy for the great leader, happy. A man broke out in tears, crying loudly, as he sat on the floor and kowtowed, proclaiming, I miss the days we followed the great leader. Seeing how third young master looks exactly like the great leader, I'm happy yet my heart aches. These simple yet sincere words made everyone quieten down, leaving their tears to roll, leaving traces on their faces. Each of their minds wandered into memories from a long time ago, their eyes emitting vicissitude, as though they returned to the days when they fought alongside Jun Hui in bloody battles in deserts. Jun Moxie stayed in Tianguanlin for a day and a night, and left on the third day's morning. This bunch of welcoming guards made Jun Moxie, such a cold-hearted person, feel warmth. Jun Moxie could feel that these people really treated him well from the bottom of their hearts and treated him as though he was their most doted-on son or nephew, as though they wanted to take out their hearts as a gift for him. This was definitely not an act, such sincerity could not be an act. The two of them slowly made their way down the mountain as countless of others followed behind them to send them off. Their faces were filled with tear trails, but yet, every one were smiling from comfort. Until they walked a distance, then they heard occasional hollers, "Third young master. Come back when you are free. This is also your home. We will wait for you to return, bring your son too. The great leader will miss you too." Mei Shuiyan wiped the corner of her reddened eyes and said nasally, "Who said that only beasts were capable of true emotions? Aren't these people capable too? How adorable, how sincere. Your father is so impressive to have such true brothers even after death." Jun Moxie took a deep breath and sighed, "Yes, it is not easy to achieve this, I may not be able to do it too," as he recollected his conversation with the guards the previous night. Initially, Tianguanlin was a competitive ground for militaries, but since the great leader built pitched camp here, no matter which country's generals come, they will make a detour, and even if they don't, they only came to pay their respects. No one dared to be offensive. "We will never leave here, we will keep protection the great leader. If we leave, the great leader will be lonely. The great leader is used to having thousands of soldiers and horses around him, once it becomes quiet, we are afraid he will no be accustomed to it." When Jun Moxie suggested to help them and their families relocate, Soldier Wu and the rest all said, "We not only want to keep the great leader company forever. Even our sons, our grandsons, they will definitely stay here too. The Wu Hui military flag is our greatest pride. So long this flag is around, everyone will still have a meaning to live, and can find meaning in life. We are self-sufficient. We farm here, contented and enjoying ourselves. We don't need much money. Third young master, it would be better if you take the money with you and use it to do things for the Jun family." Soldier Wu and the rest rejected as Jun Moxie was about to leave some money for them. "Please come back often to take a look, you must treat madam. Third young master. From now on, the Jun family depends on you. Please don't embarrass the great leader. Your father is a hero and good man. You cannot tarnish his lifelong reputation." Jun Moxie unconsciously had walked far off while deep in thoughts. Mei Shuiyan knew that he was feeling down, so she quietly followed him, not saying anything, giving him time to adjust his feelings. After a while, Jun Moxie silently turned around to take a look and realized they were already quite far from Tianguanlin, but based on his eyesight, he noticed that there were still some people standing on the mountain, waving at them. "I will definitely be back. Definitely. I won't let all of your sacrifices down. I will definitely do you guys proud. See you soon," Jun Moxie swore quietly in his heart. When he turned his head back, he was looking a lot better. He and Mei Shuiyan looked at each other, telepathically understood each other, used their leg strength and transformed into two white streams of light. In an instant, they flew across the empty ground and disappeared after turning at a corner. Behind them, Tianguanlin became solemn, quiet and dignified. While traveling, Jun Moxie suddenly frowned and Mei Shuiyan simultaneously looked at him. The both of them immediately understood each other's eyes, there was a strong enemy hidden in front of them. And there was many of them. This was barely 10 miles away from Tianguanlin, but yet, it is a not too big nor too small valley, surrounded by mountains. The two of them stood firm and as usual, Mei Shuiyan spoke first, and coldly said, "Is it friends from the three holy lands? Since you are here, show yourselves. What point is there to keep hiding?" Ha ha ha, a long, clear laughter was heard and a flash of purple ray appeared. Zi Jinghong appeared casually and beside him was a well-dressed Xiao Weicheng. The surroundings was filled with the sound of clothing breaking airflows and 40 to 50 people appeared at the same time, surrounding the two of them in the center. When they were in Tianguanlin, Jun Moxie heard that two oddly dressed men went to pay their respects the past few days and based on their description, he immediately thought of Zi Jinghong and Xiao Weicheng. So he was not surprised when he saw them and in fact, it would be weird if they did not encounter the two of them there. As they did not attack them in Tianguanlin, Jun Moxie was somewhat less upset. However, it was separate from the situation they were in. Venerable Mei, it has been a while since we met, you still look as good, how great is that, Zi Jinghong said as his robe flew in the air while he stood on the snow, in the wind, looking chic. Xiao Wei Cheng. You again. Sure enough, you're still as greedy as ever. Mei Shuiyan's eyes flashed, she said coldly. Xiao Zhongzhu, if we do battle again today and join hands to kill everyone, it seems like we are bound to win today. I wonder if we should have decided how to split the bounty. Xiao Wei Cheng was skeptical. He asked, Venerable Mei has made a huge mistake. Today's meeting at the Great Golden City is invitation only. The person in charge today isn't Xiao Mao, it's someone else. Zi Jinghong laughed. He floated 2 steps in front and responded. Had Venerable Mei probably mistaken something? The 3 Holy Lands took over tens of thousands of years to attain its fame and did it without having any comrades, or maybe he did it with some help of his comrades. Tian Fa's contributions to the heavenly battle is greatly evident. All we have is respect for Venerable Mei, nothing else. And today, it's just a desire to be able to compare our skills with Venerable Mei, to improve our skills and prepare for the heavenly battle that's coming soon. There's no need to be that hostile. Zi Jinghong, I have once despised you. You didn't even bat an eye when you said those words. I have to tell you that I'm utterly impressed. Mei Shuiyan's smile stretched across her face. She's seen some thick-skinned people, but none as thick as those of Zi Jinghong's to lie so blatantly. He even sounded so dignified, as though it was the most appropriate thing to say. Venerable Mei, you've praised too much. If I, Zi Jinghong, a nobody, want to deal with you, there are many good locations to choose to do it. Why did you choose this place? Zi Jinghong pouted. For example, Tian Guanlin. Heh. Wouldn't that make a nice ambushing location? There are 3,000 overguards and their wives and children there too. If we were to kill you there, Venerable Mei would certainly worry. It is my best place to lie in wait to ambush. But I would rather give up than to battle at Tian Guanlin. I believe that I have already given you enough face. Jun Moxie took heavy steps forward and spoke. Zi Jinghong, you too didn't choose to kill me at Tian Guanlin, I'm touched, even though I am standing before my grave, a murderer is ultimately a threat to the human world, but I still have to thank you. But, Zi Jinghong, you have to understand this, that no matter where you decide to attack me, a rival is still a rival. This will never change. You proved you still had some conscience in you by deciding not to kill me at Tian Guanlin. But that doesn't mean you would be merciful with me today. He sneered, Zi Jinghong, a person who hides will conceal what he does not know too. Just ask yourself honestly, even at this point, even if it's at this location, would you still give me mercy? We have already scratched so far beyond the surface. Why are we still playing such pretense acts? Just do it cleanly. Zi Jinghong got serious. He fixated his eyes on Jun Moxie and replied, Jun Moxie, I admit that I really do respect your father, but this does not mean that I would forgive such impudence. You're not qualified at all to say such words to me. I agree. Jun Moxie laughed. Actually, I shouldn't be talking to you about such crap, but you've once climbed the mountain to give respects to my father, and even gave my brothers tons of silvers. To think that such a despicable person like you, would actually have some conscience. Which is why I said what I said, since you failed to appreciate my kindness, why should I waste my time to ridicule myself and my pride? Let's cut straight to the point. In my eyes, the 3 holy cities are not only unqualified. But nothing about it is even good. What's more, Zi Jinghong, you have to understand this. Jun Moxie lifted one finger and gently wavered, ridiculing him. You think too highly of yourself, you're a third master, not the master. So next time when you address yourself, please say, I, third master, and never say, I, master. This would create some misunderstanding. I'm reminding you because I'm feeling good today. Who would know that you may cause some trouble next time because of that misunderstanding? I'm pretty kind, right? Why don't you thank me? Zi Jinghong was fuming, and fire sparked in his eyes. Jun Moxie's sarcasm was too much to handle. Despicable. Jun Moxie, what are you? How dare you say such words to me? Don't think that you're all that big simply because you have some support. How about you kneel before me and admit your mistakes? We can spare your measly life. Or else I would send you to visit your dead father and allow both of you to reunite, a scrawny bald person shouted with a rather piercing voice. His face was a little bruised. It was Go Buhuan who was reporting to Zi Jinghong that day. Go Buhuan glared at Jun Moxie as he said those words. His eyes were flickering between a state of total desire to none at all, as he looked at Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyan. His long tongue unknowingly extended out, making slithering sounds like a snake as he licked his lips. He finished his sentence and looked towards Zi Jinghong as he cupped his fist with his other hand, honoring his respects to him. Third son, I have a personal request which I'd hope you would accept. Go Buhuan, what humble request do you have? Tell me. Zi Jinghong twitched his eyebrows. He was personally rather skeptical of him, but since he was against Jun Moxie as well, he figured that he could take this chance to act like a hero. Especially when Zi Jinghong saw that very sly tongue of his sticking out. Third son also knows this urge of his subordinate. I have been craving for some good food and Venerable Mei is waiting for me to kill him. Who cares about whatever Xian pill that is? I wouldn't dare to expect too much either, but by killing him you would grant my wish. Such smooth skin and tender flesh, it has to be delicious. Go Buhuan spoke seriously. But upon saying this, everyone started giving him weird gazes. Zi Jinghong vomited in a split second, as though he couldn't help but throw up right at his face. However, after thinking about it, this rhetoric was a great opportunity to fight against Venerable Mei. He tried to forcibly resist it and even squeezed out a smile. This request is fine. I have decided. If we can actually kill him, and if you have contributed greatly to the kill, you can have her body. You're such a cannibal to be eating humans. This revenge will not be sweet. The two of them were not exactly very discreet with what their exchange of words. Everyone could hear them very clearly. Mei Shuiyan initially could not understand what was happening, but after looking at Go Buhuan whose drool had already formed a pool on the floor, her face turned white. Even though she was a Xian beast, she had been living honestly all the while. Ever since she was born, she had been eating fruits and vegetables as her diet. How could she have known how to eat human flesh? Upon hearing what Zi Jinghong had said, she was fuming mad. Jun Moxie was seething with anger, she looked towards him. What the f***ck? Where did this human-looking ghost-looking trash come from? Jun Moxie looked towards Go Buhuan, startled. Who didn't tighten his pants? How on earth did you sneak in? Just look at you, bald head, you really look like some trash. There's even a hoop in the middle, no wonder whatever that comes out of your mouth is full of filth. Go Buhuan was stunned. He has yet to understand the chain of scoldings that Jun Moxie was spurting out. He pondered through several times over what Jun Moxie said before he could finally understand it. Those behind who already knew what he meant could not help but laughed. You have to admit, what Jun Moxie exemplified was pretty true. Go Buhuan had a slender figure, his totally bald and round head could reflect light off it. There were some loose strands of hair though, but its condition was not very good, it was somewhat curled. The two of them from very different lands originally were not close to Go Buhuan, it was just a so-so most of the time, but today, Jun Moxie had actually said such words. People there, who were all veterans other than Mei Shuiyan, began to find it interesting, they tried hard to control themselves, but some of them eventually burst out laughing. Only Mei Shuiyan opened up her big eyes to stare suspiciously. She first looked at Jun Moxie, then looked at the crowd of masters opposite them. She could not understand what Jun Moxie was saying and what they were laughing about. Go Bu Huan could not but turned red in the face. He was extremely angry. He opened his eyes wide, and shouted at the top of his lungs, Jun Moxie. How dare you scold me? Scold you? When did I scold you? You're such a weird dude. Jun Moxie was flabbergasted. He touched his head as though he was trying to understand him. He responded, in that case, tell me, how did I scold you? What did I scold you? Did I even spurt out a single filthy word? What are you? People in this world are greedy for money and property, but there are actually people greedy for scoldings. Go Bu Huan stamped with fury, his nose was almost emitting fumes. He shouted. You're still denying that you scolded me? You're actually trying to deny what you said in front of so many people. Jun Moxie. You're such a despicable person. I won't forgive you. Oh silly. I'm so silly, Jun Moxie pulled an innocent and muddled face. Even if you want to kill me you need a reason, right? Even if it's a groundless accusation, you still have to try to prove it, right? You can't just claim that I scolded you with that big mouth of yours. There's something wrong with you. I have seen some people asking for trouble and some courting for death. But it's my first time seeing people like you who want me to scold you. You're still talking rubbish. You clearly said that I was a chicken. Go Bu Huan was through the roof, but as he said it he stopped, he could not finish what he said, he became awkward. Chicken. What part of chicken did I scold you? Ridiculous. Jun Moxie was trying to make some sense. I plead you, please don't cut off your speech. This would turn people into chickens. I mean, turn people curious to death. I want to kill you. Ah, Go Bu Huan spurted out. He pranced onto Jun Moxie with absurd anger. He had fallen for his trap. If he was not careful, he would have scolded his own self. But the situation had turned out this way, and everyone behind was rolling on the floor laughing. The people behind were veterans, how would they not understand what chicken meant? Even though Go Bu Huan was not very good in dealing with people usually, but it was never to the point where he hated anyone so much. But today's incident proved otherwise. People seemed to look at him like how vultures looked at their prey. It was a disgusting feeling that could not be described easily. People no longer wanted to walk beside him, not eat with him, he had to eat alone. Others were eating in the hall, and he had to have his meal in his own room. If Go Bu Huan did not go in by himself, he would have met with disagreements from the ground. This rascal had already suffered a few punches in the past few days and was feeling unhappy about it, especially when he did not know what he did that had completely offended everyone. Fuck, I was forced to eat human flesh back then and did not want to do it either. If not, would you rather I starve to death? But later on, I thought that human flesh really tasted special and was quite delicious, so Who wouldn't eat delicious food? Everyone had their own food preferences, carrot lovers or vegetable lovers, you could not control the taste buds of people. Jun Moxie dodged off and sprinted off. He defended himself as he ran. I did not mean to scold you, but I'm saying the truth. If you don't believe me, you can go back and look into the mirror. You really look like it. Didn't you see that I almost pulled down my pants to see if I had lost my crotch? If that thing suddenly popped out and spouted a stream of empty rhetoric, then I would have lost my face. Luckily it isn't me. Go Bu Huan got too angry that he was shouting hysterically. He was boiling with rage, his anger had reached its peak and was he unable to control. His thin hair was curling up and flowing. This was quite a good representation of him bristling with anger. Although his hair seemed a little thin and slightly curly. This was quite an image. Go Bu Huan was still jumping around and chasing after Jun Moxie, looking like a giant monkey. Jun Moxie was running off in shame. He suddenly looked back and was momentarily shocked and shouted loudly. Wow! With the curls on your hair flowing, you looked even more like it. Can you not be so alike as the image? At the moment, Gobu Huan was obviously mad with anger. He felt that his lungs were exploding and was growling and roaring, screaming and shouting loudly. He was showing his skills recklessly. Making a wrong move by placing both fists wrongly, a fierce wind, like a whirlwind, was blowing in with great intensity towards Jun Moxie. Jun Moxie shouted loudly in panic. With a dodge, he suddenly disappeared. Gobu Huan's eyes reddened as he was madly bombarding, no doubt he was an expert, the level of a supreme. The big pile of snow that surrounded was broken up into snowflakes and even the floor was rolled over. Snowflakes were falling from the sky and soil from the ground was everywhere. His influence was really appalling. At this moment, the top of his head suddenly hurts. He was appalled, and his face went colorless. He quickly leapt forward and when he looked back, he realized Jun Moxie was at his back. Realized that he had turned his head, Jun Moxie shouted. "Oh my God!" And he turned his back and run. How will Gobu Huan be willing to let him off? He weirdly howled as he approached him. As he chased and escaped, it seemed to have returned to when they both had confronted, right at the middle of their original position. Suddenly, Jun Moxie stopped running away. He retreated in order to gain advantage to advance later on. He rushed off and in a split second, he was in front of Gobu Huan. His bodily movements were fast to a maximum. Gobu Huan was rushing and chasing with all his might. But Jun Moxie was in front of him all of a sudden, and he was taken aback momentarily, almost gasping in shock. It was immediate and a surprise. He thought to himself, "You rascal is finding your own death." With his palms together, he gave a sinister laugh. At this time, his legs weakened at a sudden, it seemed like there was a trap at the bottom, a sense of danger. He was instantly shocked. He gathered the energy and sprinted. But as soon as his legs left the floor, Jun Moxie was already targeting his lower part of the body and running towards it. He gave 4 kicks on his lower leg's joints continuously and was even able to seize the opportunity to switch his tactic. With his right toe at his ankle, he tripped him off aggressively. Gobu Huan shouted loudly, and went straight forward, like a wooden pile. The moment before he rushed forward and exhausted his energy, the snow pile on the floor was unusually smooth. It seemed like he was boarding the escalator instantly and was gliding towards his own territory. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, a rascal could not help but burst out laughing, clutching his stomach. He laughed with tears in his eyes, right hand clutching his stomach, left hand wobbled as he pointed at Gobu Huan, who is gliding towards him at high speed. He was laughing so much that he was almost out of breath. The public could not help but to burst out laughing as well. The few commoners who were not on very good terms with Gobu Huan were laughing so hard that they were squatting on the floor and was slamming the floor hard with their hands, causing cramps throughout the body. They did not possess a single look of Supreme Expert's magnanimity. Even leaders such as Zi Jinghong and Xiao Wei-cheng could not help but laughed out loud at such situations. His shoulders shivered and his whole body cramped up. They had lost the composure to be stern and calm. That was because what was happening at the moment, before their very eyes, was too hilarious. Gobu Huan was seen lying flat on the snow-piled floor and gliding towards, making effort to lift up his head. On his bald and shiny head was wool-like thin and curly hair that was neatly flowing. It was not sure why there was an additional red-marked fingerprint on his circle-shaped head. His scalp was originally white, and the handprint was made more obvious. It was like a cinnabar mole that was stuck on top. The public then recalled Jun Moxie's metaphor previously, and they were overwhelmed with joy. This was portrayed even more realistic now. Actually, Jun Moxie had already stamped a fingerprint on his head at a random time and the position was unusually narrow. The fingerprint was done really well. Jun Moxie was shocked when he saw it. Surprise, it was definitely a surprise. The gods can prove that young Master Jun had really not intended it to be. He had wanted to use a little bit more strength to stamp that fingerprint such that the rascal would die from it. He had not known that this fellow was rather instinctive to sense danger and he pounced on him desperately when he sensed something was on his head. Young Master Jun was not able to react in time to launch an attack, and was only able to leave a rather clear and dubious red fingerprint. If the fingerprint was stamped on any other person's head, it would not be such big a matter. It was merely a fingerprint, what else would there be? Since there was a large number of people who had drops from hair. But to be stamped on Gobu Huan's bald head at the moment, this would imply that the drop from the hair was stretched too far and it was up to one's imagination. Inside the depression, on the snow-piled floor, the laughter was filling the air. Those who did not know would not have expected the place to have a life-and-death killing but would have thought a celebration party was being held. How much laughter and joy were there, this show was definitely exciting. Gobu Huan, who did not know the concrete details of what had happened, leapt out from the snow-piled floor, and his face was mad with fury. He had thought that the bunch of people were laughing at his embarrassing fall. His face flushed red with anger and his neck stiffened, defending himself loudly. What are you laughing at? Success and failure are common. Old fellow like me had not yet been defeated, only merely fell due to carelessness. Jun Moxie, come and battle if you have the guts, using the traditional way of, the 300-round battle. As he was saying, he was sticking out his long and thin tongue, a habit of his, and was licking up and down his lips. The laughter from the surrounding was even louder momentarily. Everyone was staring intently at his bald head and was surveying with interest. There were a few who even spread out their legs and glanced at their own crotch without realizing. Their laughter then became even more creepy. From far, there was a shadow of a figure coming towards at high speed. He was soon passing this place from 10 or more miles away but was attracted by the sound of laughter. The person wore a snow-white shirt which was no different from the color of snow, impressively. His body was drifting and in a split second, there was not a single trace left. To conclude based on the speed shown, it may not be that the person was showing off the mastery of yin-yang escape to Jun Moxie. The skill appeared mysterious, appearing and disappearing creepily. It seemed like he was on the left, but he was actually on the right. He was taking care of his front and back and being extremely cautious. Compared to Jun Moxie's martial arts, there was seemingly an air of strangeness. There was a piece of white cloth covering the person's face and his face could not be seen. But merely judging based on his hair color, he could be around 40 to 50 years old. Hearing the unexpected laughter, the person quickly turned around and stopped in the air for a split, almost 1/10 of a second and disappeared. The next moment he appeared, he had already went ahead 10 or more miles into the air, lying behind a piece of rock at a corner high up, without any sound. Just like a large and light piece of snowflake, he was stuck on the big piece of rock without any sound and blended with it. There were experts from the 3 holy lands below, 50 to 60 of them, not a single one of them was a loafer. But among the many experts, no one could detect that there was an additional passerby in the wild jungle. Although no one from the 3 holy lands could detect, that did not mean that there was really no one who was aware. At least there were 2 of them who were sharp to realize the odd situation, Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyan. After Jun Moxie was besieged by the army from the 2 big holy lands, he had long ago, quick to launch the exquisite Hongjun Pagoda's knowledge. The exquisite Hongjun Pagoda's knowledge was really strong and detailed. Within such wide and vast land, many things have been witnessed and seen. If there was any living being we had left out, even any corners that had just seen a fallen piece of snowflakes, a cockroach that had just scurried by, it could be felt and seen clearly. This had already surpassed any type of superhuman capabilities, and it was not a matter of one's level of capability. And Mei Shuiyan had already attained the level of practice as a venerable personally and had divinely viewed herself as a sensitive superhero. Even more so that just before the big battle, she had already used all her concentration. Although the person's martial arts skill was extraordinary, with a profound understanding in Xian Gong, but he was still unable to surpass the level of Shui Mei Yen. How did one escape from legendary beauty Mei's wholehearted search? At that moment when they discovered who the person was, Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyan looked at each other and darted a glance, conversing secretly using their own telepathic language. There is someone here. He had a wise ability, but would he be a foe or a friend? Jun Moxie said. This person right here, his ability is definitely not weak, and his martial arts appear to be wise, maybe of a lower level than two of us. At the moment, he is still observing and did not show his face, his intention was not any obvious and was hard to guess. There may be a possibility that it is an ambush set by the three holy lands. Shui Mei Yen was giving a serious consideration about it. I do not think so. If it was really an ambush by the three holy lands, how could they only send one person? And even more so when he was here, he chose to be invisible and hide in concealment. Looking from this way, this seems rather interesting. Jun Moxie's eyes were filled with a strange joy. So, I would say that the person was not a friend, but neither a foe. Shui Mei Yan's eyes lit. Play by ear. The person right here, his ability is not weak, and his martial arts skill was wittingly extraordinary. If it was at the most critical moment, might as well drag the rascal down for a few rounds of fretting though muddy water. You have to know there are less than a handful who have such a level of martial arts skills in this world. Jun Moxie had an evil laughter and Mei Shui Yen cannot help but to roll her eyes at him. At somewhere a distance away, behind a rock, that person quietly looked out. When he looked down, he stared hard. Looking from his veil, his mouth formed an unexpectedly round shape. Then, he was even more meticulous as he curved in and went back to hiding, his forehead was already trickling with beads of sweat. He could only feel his mind drifting away, he was almost dizzy. What the hell? He was actually an expert from the group who belongs to the three lands. And was among the many who trained with the army. My God! Could it be possible that he is an old master that is setting an ambush here? Who did old master had a feud with? Why are the rascals from Great Golden City all looking for old master like mad men? After they found him, there would be a big battle ahead. They seemed like they had a death feud with old master, comparable to seeking a revenge for killing a father or stealing a wife. What on earth is happening? Someone for God's sake please explain to me. Which deserted world was old master hidden in? When will this finish? Is this intended to trick him to death? If they had really wanted old master to die, then they should have at least let me know why they were doing this. To get pulled out without any clear understanding and then, continuously being on the run and getting chased by killers, scaring to death for a few times every day. This caused old master to wait for winter in order to get into this deserted and deep mountain in desperation, and was actually able to meet so many. Is it easy being me? My God, who had I offended? There was not only Great Golden City, but Fantasy Blood Sea was here too. And there were so many of them. At least 40 and more. Did they had to do this? Could the leader be possibly Zi Jinghong? At this point, this white shirt person was furiously scolding inside. My God! They thought too highly of me. Employing more than 40 people at once, and the lowest level was a supreme expert. Among them there were so many supreme level and above. An old master, myself, even though I was a supreme killer, but I would not be able to fight against so many people. What was the issue here? Or was it that these experts from the three holy lands were idiots? They were so generous with their money that they just gave them away. While old master was on the run, he had already met possibly 100 of them. If old master had not successfully breakthrough recently, and mastered the skills of being on the run, it was afraid that he might be already lying on the floor dead, counting earthworms. Although he was feeling indignant inside, he did not dare to show any traces of emotions on his face. He did not even dare to breathe in loudly. He was extremely vexed internally and had wanted to give a few harsh slaps on his mouth. Chu Li Hun, Chu Li Hun. You rascal was your generation's king of killer at any rate. Having real-world experience, why did you still have the curiosity of a child? Where the people loved to laugh, and cry was none of your rascal's business. You insisted on going forward to take a look. Well, this would be fun and lively. There's a saying that goes, it is easier to go but harder to leave, this was equal to the decision to stay here. If I lay on the floor now, it did not mean that I could fly freely in the air. If there was a slight movement, it would be easily noticeable by the people below. They did not notice it just now as they were laughing. Now that the laughter had ended, their senses would return and grew sharp. Any slight movements would be understood and be seen by them immediately. And after they had realized, he could feel a bitter taste in his mouth. Did I even need to say further? So many experts who would encircle, hunted me down and murdered me. Even if I used my own abilities, with one time leveled up, it would be of no avail. The rest would be able to swallow up, literally, like how they ate salted vegetable, with ease. This white shirt person, was Xian Xian Continent's scapegoat master of the generation. No, wrong. It should be the generation's king of killer, supreme killer Chu Li Hun. Recently, this supreme killer could be said to be very unlucky. When it was shut down, there was legends from the martial arts worlds and these stories were given a big upgrade. In the past, at most he was said to be a supreme killer and appeared to not have actually killed any supremes. But now, it was with solid proof that he was a supreme killer, and it was not just one supreme that he wiped out. What an impressive reputation. Just like how a saying goes, even though one may not be in the martial arts world, but in the martial arts world, words of one's reputation will be spread around. But only that almost no one would have known that this supreme killer's reputation was to become others' scapegoat. It might be said that he was a veritable scapegoat supreme and even a scapegoat venerable. Recently, anything surreptitious that evil lord, Jun Moxie, killer Jun, had done would be all named under Chu Li Hun when no sources could be identified. Regardless if there was a reason or there was not, Chu Li Hun had muddle-headedly helped as a scapegoat, backed by an ounce of energy anyway, and he was having fun. Under unknown circumstances that he was a scapegoat, at this level, Chu Li Hun was considered as the first since olden history. Only that the wrongdoings blamed on him were unable to be explained. Who would listen to the explanation of Supreme Killer? Were they retarded? Even if they did not grow a brain, or a mold had been grown in the brain, they would not be that stupid. So, Chu Li Hun, the rascal, had been terribly unlucky during this period. After a few years of self-seclusion and making successful breakthroughs, he had happily and excitedly ended the period of self-seclusion and was back in the human world with soaring aspirations. He had just wanted to pick up some business deals and was even pondering about looking for a supreme, for real, or any other person, to build a veritable reputation and to boost his glory. And later on, if there were any chances to find a few experts to exchange and learn from them with regards to his new trick. But it would really have to say that Supreme Killer still had some good luck, as his wishes were almost coming true, although they came true in varied ways. An example was that the moment he came out from his period of seclusion, he withdrew the decision to get a few business deals as he still had to boost his prestige. He had directly reached his prime point and was victorious compared to the past. He had even fought a supreme killer and there seemed to have a few supreme levels and above under him. It was a complete attainment of his wishes that had exceeded his expectations and was through a baffling way that he was able to attain them. This was not the end yet. Because he still had another wish. But this wish did not require him to realize himself, as very soon, there would be a number of experts looking to have exchanges with him. And it was a life and death exchange, and in successions. Such a strenuous form of exchange had caused the Supreme Killer himself to moan incessantly. Of course, the almighty Supreme Killer did not know all the reasons behind his glory at all. Chu Li Hun never had once thought that when he came out of the period of self-seclusion and the moment he entered the mortal world, he was instantly caught by the others, and was followed with having a few supreme experts knocking at his door. Such a big battle, Chu Li Hun battled against heavy odds and fled after defeat. He had thought that the matter had rested, if he had muddle-headedly lost his advantage then he would just let it be, since they were from the great golden city. An independent killer like myself would not dare to offend them. How would he know that not only did the matter had not ended, but it was just the start to a nightmare? The exchange had been upgraded, and it was no longer a one-to-one duo, but was a direct mass attack on a weak. After a few rounds of battle continuously, Chu Li Hun had noticed something was wrong. What was actually happening? At the start, he was still able to manage with ease since he had just made a few breakthroughs, and he felt even more familiar as he battled more. But he had to flee directly when the number of Supreme Expert increased from 2 to 4. And later on, it got beyond his measure as there were 8 of them employed to encircle and to kill him off. This was not just excessive but ruthless. They employed experts that are above the level of Supreme, and not just one of them. The heaven. The earth. Why was my life so torturous? Who had I offended? My goodness, I did not even dig into the great golden city's graves. Chu Li Hun counted once all the evil deeds that he had done and was really puzzled. Whose ancestors did I offend such that they did not want to spare my life? At this time, Gobu Huan was so angry that he was already unable to catch his breath in the battle. He had finally understood why the public was laughing. When he turned his back, he pointed at Jun Moxie with his wobbly finger, almost seemed like a male duck whose feet was being stepped on and was grabbed by the throat. He was in deep sorrow, his heart was aching as he spoke. Jun Moxie, you despicable rascal, old master, I, and you, one of us shall not live. Jun Moxie twitched his mouth, definitely both of us cannot coexist. Weren't you lying on the ground just now? How do you stand? You think that you are standing straight just by straightening your neck? Let me tell you, this is too far-fetched. You are still missing your chest and your stomach. Never feel too good about yourself. Your kind of game is not needed in the field. Even if you have the heart, you still need someone to tolerate you, and this isn't possible. He pondered about it carefully, thinking it through, and spoke in a definite tone. It is definitely impossible with person. Even if it is with an elephant, I'm afraid it is not possible. You're mighty, you are too overbearing. Gobu Huan was so mad that his mouth was wide open and was not able to speak for a long time. But his long tongue was hanging off his mouth like a hanging corpse, bloody corpse that was hanging and swaying. He was panting heavily. Zi Jinghong coughed loudly for a few times, looking at the public with a stern eye. What he meant was, all to stop laughing at him, he is our own. The public then was forced to stop laughing. There were a few who held on a strange face but tried their best to control, and there were others who, eventually, could not control and chuckled. They quickly used their hands to cover their mouth, but was met with Zi Jinghong's cold stern gaze, shot through like a bolt of electricity. The few of them quickly put on a stern look, silently cursing in their hearts. What were you staring at? Were you really that serious? Weren't you laughing with joy just now? Only the magistrate was free to burn the house, but the commoners were forbidden to even light a lamp. If you chose not to laugh, then you went as far as to forbid us to laugh as well. You were really taking bureaucracy seriously. Turning to look at Jun Moxie, Zi Jinghong spoke in a stern manner. Jun Moxie, we treat each other as foe. But for the people on my side, which of them are not well-known and reputable figures? Your unrestrained insult is too much to handle. And to say that Gobu Huan is your senior. Too much. Senior. Jun Moxie opened his mouth wide. Please speak clearly, who is the one that was overmuch? And he, a senior? Is this how a senior act, chasing after me and beating me all over? Does that mean that I should not hide and fight back? Zi Jinghong, if this is what you meant, so should I stand obediently to allow your subordinate to kill me in order to not count as overmuch? Jun Moxie, you. You obviously know that that is not what I meant. How could you confuse the right and the wrong? Zi Jinghong was raging with fury. This rascal was being unreasonable, sharp with his words, and was really hard to handle. How did I confuse the right and the wrong? Isn't what I just said the truth? Then you speak, what do you actually mean? I retreat a million steps back, and let me say this, at most I only took advantage to escape. Do you even think that I can defeat him? Jun Moxie reasoned out, you allow me, an immature being who is less than 20, to battle with a weird being who is 100 years old or more, and you actually said that I am too much? Zi Jinghong, how did you even dare to put this into words? I really felt sad for you. What a person you are, having such thick skin isn't a good thing. Does someone become unformidable when he is not ashamed of himself? Zi Jinghong was angry to the point that his lungs felt like bursting and bellowed. He had no doubt lost his magnanimity as a senior by laying his hands on you. But what intentions do you harbor when you humiliated and caused him to be a laughingstock? How did I humiliate him? Jun Moxie was infuriated, and he stood up. So ultimately, who is the one who humiliated him? Zi Jinghong, regarding this matter, you have to explain it to me clearly. It was how he looked. Could you blame it on me? I had only merely spoken the truth. Could it be that you disagree? The person who truly humiliated him. You have to ask his dad and his mom. They had bad genes, do you understand that? How could you blame me? Could it be that you think I am his dad? Jun Moxie spat. Fuck, if I had such a son, my God, would have stuck him on the wall directly, and never would I bring him out and humiliate myself. Look at how he looks, he was born a tortoise brain. How will this affect the appearance of the city? Even if he participates in heavenly battle, the people from the other race will be proud of themselves when they see him. Compared to him, they actually look handsome and dashing. Looking ugly is not his fault, but when he gains attention, it will be his fault. You say, is this reasonable? Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Zi Jinghong let out a bellow and shouted, kill. Go. Everyone go. Surround him and kill. Zi Jinghong finally understood that there was no way to win against this brat in a quarrel. He did not want to be infuriated to death. It's definitely not worth it. Following his command, the 30 experts from the illusionary Blood Sea and the 13 from the Supreme Golden City launched forward together. The head of the Supreme Golden City, Xiao Weicheng, had not spoken a single word apart from his introduction. He stared at Mei Shuiyan with absolute hatred even when everyone else was laughing. This woman. If not for her, he would not have let 15 of his brothers die in silence and 2 of them get dismembered by her. He did not even dare to stop her from leaving with her unlawful partner. This was the biggest disgrace of Xiao Weicheng's life. The biggest humiliation. One that was really difficult to avenge. If he could not kill Mei Shuiyan, it would remain to haunt him for life. Xiao Weicheng was crystal clear about this. Therefore, he did not speak at all so that he could muster his power to deliver a striking blow when it was time. I will kill that witch. Mei Shuiyan is now surrounded and have no way of escaping. I will kill her first, and it will be Chu Chi-hun's turn next. Supreme Assassin. I wonder if he is dead by now. Half of a month had passed since he spread out the information. His men only said that they had fought with Chu Chi-hun a few times, but he had gotten away every time. This enraged Xiao Weicheng, but also kept him hopeful at the same time. He wished that Chu Chi-hun could live longer so that he could kill that Supreme Assassin by himself. That would be magnificent. Jun Moxie. You little brat. Big bastard. How dare you make fun of me? Now it's time for you to pay with your life. Go Bu Huan roared as he dived at Jun Moxie. His hideous facial expression said everything about his hatred towards Jun Moxie. It did not matter anymore that Jun Moxie was obviously supported by a very strong master who he was not supposed to offend. I must kill this little brat. Jun Moxie had already stomped upon his dignity and turned him into the biggest joke in the 3 Holy Lands. The reputation he spent so many years building up was completely destroyed today. But it was all his own fault after all. If he had not said that he wanted to eat Mei Shuiyan's meat, Jun Moxie would not have teased him so badly. There was only himself to blame if the root cause was taken into account. The battle immediately ignited. Mei Shuiyan engaged up front as she propelled herself forward like a gust of wind with her swords. When faced with pressure from all sides, it was always best to attack preemptively on one side. This would reduce the pressure from the other three sides by leaving them to pounce upon emptiness. Her exceptional combat experience and loss of interest in showing mercy made her decisive in her actions. Jun Moxie's body also shook around as if he would advance behind Mei Shuiyan. However, his true intentions were to pull back, which was revealed by a sudden back flip that gave him a rapid retreat. Go Buhuan charged forward like a giant turtle surfing through the waves with his bald head, hideous face, and throbbing veins. He held a pair of odd-shaped weapons in both of his hands. It was too curved to be a sword or a saber. The sharp tip was almost pointing backwards towards the handle. It was a hook one. Go Buhuan's hook too. Jun Moxie dodged like a fish as he continued to taunt. Go Buhuan, with your tongue outside all the time like that, I have to say no one is as dedicated as you at being a dog. And you're even using a hook as a weapon and have an indent 3 on your bald head. You sure have a befitting name. Go Buhuan did not respond. He reached for Jun Moxie with his hook as if he wanted to tear Jun Moxie's body apart. Jun Moxie yelped as his body was hooked up and could no longer escape. Go Buhuan was pleased as he pulled back the hook with full force and shouted, "Die! You wicked little brat!" As he mustered all his strength, Go Buhuan suddenly realized that whatever he hooked was simply thin air. The ground below him was softening as he hit with full blast off target. Although he was clueless as to what would happen, he was already prepared given his experience from their previous engagement. Go Buhuan pulled himself out of the original spot and continued to pursue Jun Moxie. Jun Moxie appeared to be on the losing end as he dodged and escaped passively. The pair soon went out of sight as they turned to the back of a large boulder. Mei Shuiyan wielded her sword unpredictably, gradually forcing the 6 experts surrounding her back. The majority were yet to be engaged in this battle. They were observing the action at a distance, ready to join in at any time. Zi Jinghong was a very prudent man. He would not allow much casualty within his man. Therefore he grouped the men into 7 groups, each with 5 from the illusionary Blood Sea and 13 from the Supreme Golden City. Each group would only deal with a few blows from the opponent and would immediately back off regardless the outcome while the next group engaged. And this cycle would continue on. Those who were at the side focused on recovering to prepare for the next round of combat and preventing Mei Shuiyan from escaping. Granted, it was the most effective strategy against Mei Shuiyan. Tire her out. As long as she could not break through the surrounding circle, she would have to deal with the many experts. No matter how powerful and skillful she was, she would eventually be defeated. They could even afford to keep this battle till next year because all the experts would have the chance to rest. On the other hand, there was none for Mei Shuiyan. Attention! Simply stop her from recovering her strength and keep yourself safe. Everything will be fine as long as we don't make mistakes, Zi Jinghong ordered in a serious manner. Although he did not direct this instruction to Xiao Weicheng, it was obvious. The biggest risk factor was Xiao Weicheng's urge to avenge. If Xiao Weicheng was overly audacious in his attempt to fight Mei Shuiyan, he might be able to deal some damage, but would definitely cause her to use her ultimate techniques. Her ultimate techniques were known to cause widespread destruction and a lot of commotion. If that was to take place, she would be able to break free as long as she was not killed. So it was best to slowly drain her like this. Anyway, I am very patient. Zi Jinghong had much confidence in his strategy. However, this decision was prompted by her battle with elusive World of Immortals, where all 29 of their experts were slaughtered by her. This left a profound impression in Zi Jinghong. Furthermore, he also noticed just now that she unbelievably seemed to not have been hurt at all. That was why he chose a conservative strategy. Even if Mei Shuiyan had the best cultivation in history, they would still have the chance to retreat. After all, they had declared that this battle was simply a friendly match. Nevertheless, dealing with this sort of endless attack best revealed one's real skills. With a few more cycles, Zi Jinghong would be able to accurately gauge that her skills were not far from making history. By then, they would have to intensify their blows if they wanted to continue occupying her. This was a breathtaking scene for Chu Chi-hong, who was still behind the big boulder on the hill. How intense! I wonder how many times I can witness this sort of action in my lifetime. Chu Chi-hun was amazed by the formidable strength of this woman with goddess-like beauty. She was not slightly disadvantaged in this fight against 2 above supreme experts and 4 supreme experts simultaneously. In fact, she was gaining an upper hand. How can there be such powerful woman who is so beautiful? Chu Chi-hun was astonished. Being able to deal with the forces from the 3 holy lands was enough for him to admire, because he definitely would not dare to. At the same time, Chu Chi-hong felt relieved. So they were not after me. Fuck. They really frightened me. I am really becoming a timid little brat this few days. But having witnessed this is beneficial for my own skills if I reflect on my enlightenments. Although he was still careful with his breathing so that he would not be revealed, he still paid great attention to this rare battling scene. He discovered this trip with increasing in worth as he was further enlightened by what he was seeing. In the battlefield, Mei Shuiyan was still as perfectly composed and elegant as she always had been. It was already the 3rd group on the side of the 2 holy lands. These experts were indeed good. They made sure that their weapons did not come into contact with Mei Shuiyan's sword, as they knew it was exceptionally sharp and hard. They rotated around her like merry-go-round as blows were exchanged. Mei Shuiyan was not panting at all. She was not anxious and did not change her strategy despite clearly knowing the opponent's intentions. She was waiting for Jun Moxie's action, as there must be a reason for him to lure Go but Huan away. She would not leave even if these guys forced her to, as long as Jun Moxie was not back. She made many breakthroughs recently, so there really was no such thing as being trapped by these guys. She could leave whenever she wished. The battle continued to yield no results. The trajectory of her sword suddenly changed to one that resembled wind, which was lively and shapeless. It now appeared quick with more uncertainty. Hurricanes, gentle breezes, freezing winter gusts, and depressing autumn wind. It resembled all of this. As she brandished her sword in this ingenious manner, she seemed to be clearly conveying the idea that her new movements carried a different intention. This set of movements was unfamiliar to the 6 of them. They immediately panicked and their formation was disturbed. Zi Jinghong frowned and ordered, "The next group." The 6 people pulled out their blades and went on the offensive once again. Throwing themselves into the sparring ring, they slid past the previous 6. Each person's objective was very clear. Just when the person that had attacked began to withdraw, the next person would follow up with their attack. It was a seamless coordination, not leaving any chances for the enemy to stir havoc and create confusion. The first group that had retreated speedily assimilated themselves with the crowd as they tried to catch their breaths. Only after they had taken a few gasps, they began to break out in cold sweat. To deal with a high-rank venerable like Mei Shuiyan, how could one dare drop his guard? Even though it was only sparring with her from the start to the very end, they still felt an enormous amount of pressure. And it was very tense, because even if it was just sparring, as long as they showed a single opening, Mei Shuiyan could still take them down in a moment and break free. By now, Mei Shuiyan's wind-like sword technique no longer appeared as shocking because the new group had seen it played out once and gained basic understanding of it. So, even though they did not really understand the full extent of it, they still had an idea of how to counter it, and it showed in their battle. However, her technique changed again unexpectedly. This change caught them by an even bigger surprise. The trajectories became longer and formed a denser continuum. It now resembled the misty spring rain that continued without stopping. The 6 facing her felt as if there was a unique warmth to spring rushing into them. The tips of their hairs seemed to be covered in moisture. The 6 of them were obviously unprepared for this sudden, peculiar change. With their 100+ years of experience in combat, the situation did not become chaotic despite their initial shock. They slowly overcame the temporary disadvantage with either their experience or brute force. Nevertheless, Mei Shuiyan again changed her technique. The sword now resembled a summer downpour. It was like large raindrops falling from the sky, accompanied by strong gusts. The six of them simultaneously felt like they were in the midst of an ocean. The raindrops joined to form threads of water that shot down continually from the sky. The six were immediately thrown off guard as three of them were hurt. One of them could not even lift his shoulder anymore because it was pierced through by Mei Shuiyan's sword. He would not have survived if the other five did not come to his rescue. Next group. Zi Jinghong now had a really solemn face. Mei Shuiyan had already used around 6 different ingenious sword techniques until now. It was a mystery where she had learned it from. They had not heard of any news that Tianfa Forest's mystical beasts were so adept with weapons. For the past 10,000 years, the rumors they heard only revolved around the almighty Tianfa Heaven's Sword. What is happening? It's really strange. Another group came forward again, but the group that stepped down this time found itself in a much more pitiful state. The next 6 were initially able to defend themselves well as they thought they had already had a grasp on Mei Shuiyan's techniques. They could never be more wrong as the sword technique switched yet again. This round, it resembled the depressing and lonely autumn rain with its falling leaves and the sad wind. The whole battlefield was instantly engulfed by desolation. This 6 had already formed a plan earlier and were very confident of themselves. But once they began exchanging blows, they realized that things were developing in a way far from what they had planned. Exchanging blows with a high rank required absolute precision. A minuscule deviation resulted in the difference between life and death. Not to mention that they had made many mistakes at this moment. The 6 only felt that the world around them was in a state of a reclusion, with endless murderous intent. Only the next moment, they had already landed themselves in a situation that was far worse off than the 6-man team before them. No one had ever seen or heard of this sort of technique before. If they were merely facing an ingenious sword technique, it would be easier to handle. After all, they were supremes and were not only experienced, but also physically strong. If an ordinary Sky Xian warrior was to slash at them, they would not even be hurt even if they simply stood there defenseless. The biggest problem was that the person they were facing was Venerable Mei. This was a huge problem. Not only was their Xian cultivation way behind that of Mei Shuiyan's, she was also using a divine weapon. How tragic they were. The abilities of superior supremes were already beyond belief, but against Venerable Mei who also held a divine sword, they were nothing more than just tofu. Not to mention her blade, even if she was using an ordinary blade, one would definitely not dare to take her blow with his physical body. On top of all those was such a bizarre fighting style, giving them an even a harder time to handle. Seeing that the situation was not in his favor, Zi Jinghong hollered, "Next group." Xiao Weiqing roared in response as he led his men headfirst into a direct attack. At this moment, it had already turned into a situation where 12 people were working together to fight against Mei Shuiyan so that they could hold their ground and not lose immediately. But as more people joined the fray, the sparring ring naturally expanded and Zi Jinghong, who was watching from the side, naturally felt his unease gradually well up. Facing the combined attack of 12 elite warriors, the stress on Mei Shuiyan was suddenly intensified, and the pressure more than doubled. Mei Shuiyan laughed coldly without a single trace of fear on her face. A stream of reflections from blades showered down as if it were the autumn rain. Xiao Weiqing roared angrily, refusing to retreat from the battle. Instead, he rushed in head first and the blade sliced through his skin, creating 2 cuts. Even though it was not very deep, but fresh blood spurted out from his wounds. Xiao Weiqing, who sat on one of the 3-pearl throne in the Great Golden City and had abilities ranked in the top 3 among the experts present, was surprisingly hurt immediately during the first exchange of blows, even when they had 12 men against the opponent. This was truly shocking. But Xiao Weiqing's injury did pay. For this round of attacks, he single-handedly held off more than half of the power from Mei Shuiyan's attack alone. For the rest of his team, the pressure lifted off of them was enormous. And with that moment, they were also free from the suppression of her sword techniques, and managed to close in on her. Mei Xueyan was emotionless. Suddenly, she leaped into the sky using an enemy's sword tip as the launching pad. For that supreme warrior, he intended to take that chance to injure his opponent, but he sensed an enormous but gentle power emitting from the blade, its incoming momentum as destructive as lightning and as unstoppable as tidal surge. With a loud bang, it passed through the body of the blade and his forearm as it pierced through the vein, going straight for the heart. Wah! It was as if a 10,000-pound hammer had landed a heavy blow on his chest, and his face immediately turned an ashen white. Staggering back a few steps, before he could stop his own momentum, a fresh mouthful of blood gushed out from his lips as he fell to the ground, losing all his combat abilities. With a leap, Zi Jinghong picked up that injured elite as he quickly retreated. When he turned back to look at the battleground, the situation was already greatly altered. Aside from Mei Xueyan taking down her enemy by stepping on his blade, she also leapt into the sky, wielding her sword with perfect control. All of a sudden, the entire weather seemed to have changed into a freezing, chilling winter from the feeling of autumn before. In the previous moment, the solemnity of autumn was apparent, but right now, in this moment, it had already become a freezing winter. The freezing cold winter gale blew continuously as miles of snowflakes began to fall. Her long blade was like snow and frost, gliding gently. The cold gale shrieked loudly as if it were crying ghosts and shrieking deities. And once again, her fighting style began to change. Xiao Weiqing yelled loudly as he glared madly. His long, white hair had loosened up and became disheveled. Spots of blood were evident all over his body. His attack stance was the most aggressive, but he was also the person who was most heavily injured. This set of ingenious sword technique that Mei Xueyan had just displayed originated from Jun Moxie. In the past few days, Jun Moxie taught her the set of sword technique he had learned in his past life. It was an attack sequence designed to kill with thousands of variations embedded. Even Jun Moxie, who had chanced upon this technique in his past life, had to spend an entire 3 months to learn it. Unexpectedly, Mei Xueyan was naturally gifted. With only less than 10 days, she had already mastered this entire sequence. This made Jun Moxie drop his jaw in shock, to the extent that he nearly dislocated it. Damn, this girl probably has an IQ much higher than mine in my past life. This set of techniques depicted the alternation of the seasons, spring winds turning into rain, the blazing heat of summer, the solemnity of autumn winds, and the snowy cold winters. The vivid change in seasons was embedded within this sequence, and so it was named, Four-Season Ultimate Blade. Even though they called it a single sequence, the individual styles representing each season contained several variations as if they were different sequences. Although Mei Xueyan was naturally more gifted than others, with the short time she spent training, her techniques were still not of completely maturity. Therefore, as Zi Jinghong ordered such mediocre attacks, she decided to use this technique as practice while waiting for Jun Moxie. Unexpectedly, the result was great beyond belief. So, Mei Xueyan decided to try out the sequence in order. Throughout the entire battle, Mei Xueyan realized the beauty of this sequence. The complexity of the blade sequence was a real threat in battle, how terrifying it was. Mei Xueyan did expect that it would be original and different, but she had not known the extent of its peculiarity. The Four-Season Ultimate Blade was naturally incomparable to the Tian Fa Heaven's sword based on their destructive power. But its flexibility, detailedness, complexity, and beauty was far beyond that of the Tian Fa Heaven's sword. Especially when she used her different states of mind to draw the essence of the sequences, she would be enlightened in different ways. Mei Xueyan suddenly realized that when she used this sequence against her enemies, her mental state improved as the style depictions changed. This unexpected effect left her delighted with joy. Over this period, she had been using Jun Moxie's magical pills to improve her fighting abilities by leaps and bounds. Her training speed was also much faster than before. But as a professional swords master, while she was celebrating her fast progress, she was also secretly worried that if she single-mindedly chased after improving her fighting abilities, she would neglect advancing her own mental state, which would have adverse effects. One had to know, for one's xian cultivation to advance, there needed to be an appropriate mental state to support it. If only her physical abilities improved and not her mental state, then it would be as though she were holding on to a huge bucket of explosives. If she were at the brink of a breakthrough without the correct mental state, she would be haunted down by her emotional devils. That was why training one's mental state was crucial. The acquisition of this ingenious sword technique was unexpectedly helpful for her lacking mental state. Even though Jun Moxie had learnt this set of technique in his past life, he did not have such a deep understanding of it. He was the assassin of the century and had to be fast, accurate, and brutal in his moves, so he rarely used this overcomplicated technique to deal with his enemies. Mei Shuiyan was actually feeling more refreshed as the battle progressed. The immense pressure coming onto her from all directions was motivating her to draw out her potential. She was even like Xi Jinghong, hoping that this cycle of fights would continue for a longer time, so that she could develop a deeper understanding. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. If Xi Jinghong knew that the infallible, safest and most effective plan that he'd painstakingly thought up was simply being treated as a sharpening stone for his opponent, one truly wonders what level of depression he would sink into. As for Mei Shuiyan, the only thing she was still worried about was what Jun Moxie was doing by luring that detestable Gobu Huan away. The battle on Mei Shuiyan's side was extremely intense, but the battle on Jun Moxie's side had already concluded. At his best, Gobu Huan was merely at the supreme realm level of strength. With the current abilities of the young master Jun, how could he have a good time? On the other side, Jun Moxie coldly placed his long sword against Gobu Huan's neck as he stared at the wretched-looking spirit Xian expert. "Kneel down for this daddy, you abominable piece of sh*t. Gobu Huan's eyes blazed with rage as he spat a mouthful of saliva towards Jun Moxie. "You're the piece of sh*t, you damned brat. Kill me if you want to, but you want me to kneel before you? You're dreaming. Human scum, it appears that you're scum all the way to the bones. This daddy insists on making you kneel." Jun Moxie laughed cruelly and swiftly kicked out twice. Gobu Huan screamed wretchedly as both his knees were shattered. His legs collapsed under him as he fell into a kneeling position. A sharp pain shot up his body as soon as his shattered knees touched the ground. Gobu Huan's eyes turned upwards, as though he was about to faint from the shock. Jun Moxie sent a stream of spirit energy into Gobu Huan's head, keeping him awake. He would not allow this fellow to lose consciousness, so that he could enjoy the endless torment with a clear mind. Gobu Huan had endured a myriad of techniques at Jun Moxie's hands all along the way during the chase. One moment, he'd fall into a deep pit, then he was suddenly covered in a layer of snow. After that, he was frozen like an icicle, only to be then burned like a torch. He already suffered unspeakably long ago. Jun Moxie had not even wasted much effort to capture this tortoise-headed fellow alive. "Gobu Huan, you like to eat human flesh a lot, don't you?" Jun Moxie lowered his voice and questioned. This was the real reason for his anger. This son of ab*tch trash actually wants to eat my little Shuiyan. How gutsy. If I don't torture this human scum properly, how can I vent the anger in my heart? Gobu Huan's words had infuriated him, and drawn out his sadistic killing intent. From that moment, he decided. I do not want to just kill this bastard. I want him to die with the utmost agony. I want him to suffer unspeakable torment before he dies. So what if I do? Jun Moxie, this daddy can tell you right now that I do not just want to eat your tender flesh. Wait for this daddy will eat your entire Jun family's flesh. Gobu Huan was in so much pain that his entire face had turned yellow. Beads of perspiration the size of beans rolled down the sides of his face. But despite that, he refused to so much as groan. His deep xian qi had already been sealed by Jun Moxie, and he could not explode his core and commit suicide even if he wanted to. Most of his teeth had been shattered by Jun Moxie in a way that wasn't too painful, yet still allowed him to talk. But if he wanted to bite off his own tongue, that was impossible. He was only left with the root of his teeth in his gums. How could he bite off his tongue? Your spirit is tough, as expected of the demeanor of a spirit Xian expert. You're staring death in the face and yet you can still wag your tongue. I respect that. Jun Moxie praised with a sneer. With a quick flick of his hand, Gobu Huan's shirt was torn off with a loud shredding sound, revealing a large patch of skin. Gobu Huan, in this life, there are only two people whom I absolutely detest to the bone. These are the people who must be killed at all cost. The first is Blizzard Silver City's Xiao Han. You should feel very honored, because you are the second. Your greatest mistake is not that you like to eat human flesh. It's that you actually want to eat the flesh of my woman. And you still deemed it as an honorable thing, boasting arrogantly in front of so many people. After being subdued by me, not only are you unrepentant, you actually dared to say that you want to eat the flesh of my entire Jun family. Now, if I don't treat you properly, won't I be letting you down? Jun Moxie laughed coldly. Not to mention that you're also from the illusory Blood Sea, where our factions are already enemies. Even if you're the son of God, I will make sure that you suffer an extreme level of pain before letting you die. Don't worry, I will not end your life with a single stroke. I've decided to grant you a bit more time to enjoy this world. Although my spirit is also rather unyielding. I just happen to really dislike people who act like they're tough bones to break. If I don't make you scream and beg me with your own mouth, my name will cease to be Jun Moxie from now on. Gobu Huan has nothing to say since I've fallen into your trap. It's also naturally a simple task for you to kill me. But if you think that this daddy is going to beg, Jun Moxie, you're dreaming. If you have any capabilities, bring them all out for me to see. If this daddy so much as creases my brow, I will not be counted as a real man. Gobu Huan forcibly endured the pain in his knees and spat through his gritted teeth. A real man. I'm quite interested to see just how many hours a real man like you can hold on for. Jun Moxie waved his hand outwards and with a few quick slashes, several bloody holes appeared on Gobu Huan's chest and back. Gobu Huan grinned uglily, showing his toothless mouth. Jun Moxie, is this all you're capable of? I don't mind telling you, these childish techniques of yours are simply too weak. I'll let you in on something else, this daddy does not only eat the flesh of beauties. No, the flesh of youths are equally delicious. Even the flesh of old fogies, the kind that is so old that you'll have to chew half a day to swallow it, is still acceptable to me. If this daddy manages to escape, Jun Moxie, I'll see to it that your Jun family is gathered together in a cage, and I'll rear them like pigs in a pen for slaughtering. Every few days, I'll drag one out, wash the person clean and eat them raw with wine. Ha ha ha. I heard that throughout his life, Jun Tian has fought in countless wars. It's true that he's old, but I'm sure that his muscles are still very strong. I'll definitely enjoy that. Oh, I also heard that you, little bastard, are quite the perverted silk pants. Your other mistress, that Guan Qin Han, is quite pretty. Don't worry, I'll take good care of her. I'll tear off her flesh bit by bit. But relax, it won't be anything fatal. I won't let her die that quickly until I'm done. I'll listen to her moans very patiently. Ha ha ha. Gobu Huan licked his lips with his completely red tongue, his face twisted like a deranged pervert. His sinister little eyes were squinted slightly as he looked at Jun Moxie. His entire person seemed to have sunk into a state of cruel pleasure as his imagination fueled his perversion. I heard that there's also a Duguxiao Yi, am I right? This daddy definitely has to get a taste of a young lass like that, haha, and if I recall, you have another little girl in your bedroom? What's her name? Who cares, in any case, this daddy here will not let a single one of them off. I'll eat the heart first, then the liver, then As his words reached this point, he suddenly screeched aloud like a rat dropped into boiling oil. You will not have an opportunity like that. In contrast, the life of your family, because of your words today, has become forfeit. Today, as I've promised earlier, I'll let you have fun turning into the piece of *tur. Anticipate it. Jun Moxie scoffed coolly. His face was completely expressionless as he pinched a bit of snow-white salt in his hand, gently scattering it into Go Bu Huan's wounds. Not a single speck of salt was wasted. Go Bu Huan shrieked loudly, his voice shrill and bitter. His body convulsed uncontrollably, and Jun Moxie simply stood to the side, watching him expressionlessly while he sprinkled some salt into the wounds from time to time. Is it comfortable, Go Bu Huan? This is just the first appetizer dish. Go Bu Huan screamed and laughed at the same time. Comfortable. It's 2F** king comfortable. Jun Moxie, you have guts. This method is not bad. If I ever get the chance to catch your Jun family, I will also use salt to season them as I eat them. Then, I will spray some wine on them for a better taste. You god * Ned son of a. You bastard. Ho, what a real man. Alright, the next dish is coming up. Jun Moxie shook his head with a wry smile. It wasn't clear where he got his weapons, but a bottle of chili paste had appeared in his hands. Smiling warmly, he poured the chili paste carefully into the wounds and asked gently, Go Bu Huan, does it feel even more enjoyable now? Go Bu Huan's body stiffened completely as soon as the chili paste entered his wounds. He felt an unstoppable impulse to scream in pain, but the agony gripped his chest, causing him to be unable to utter a single sound. Long, green veins rose from his muscles, as though they wanted to tear out of his skin. His two eyes were open wide, and the pupils contracted and expanded continuously. Although he could still hear Jun Moxie's words, he could only open and close his mouth, unable to form a single word. His entire body had cramped up with pain. As expected of a real man, ah! To think that you can even endure this level of pain without making a sound. Indeed, the endurance level of a supreme rank expert is really not exaggerated. But just eating some plain dishes without any soup is too monotonous, so let me make a nice soup for our Mr. Manly Man to soothe his throat. Jun Moxie clapped his hands in an impressed manner. With a flick of his hand, a large ball of white snow appeared in his hand. Jun Moxie revolved his xian qi quickly, forming the snow into a big bowl. A bunch of incredibly spicy peppers were thrown into the bowl, along with another ball of snow which melted immediately after entering the bowl. Jun Moxie placed one hand under the bowl, and in a short period of time, steam rose upwards as a strong smell of chili and pepper permeated the air. Surprisingly, the bowl of ice did not melt at all. A burst of nose-numbing steam gushed out of the bowl as soon as the top was lifted. Jun Moxie held Go Bu Huan's nose up with one hand, forcing his nostrils open. Then, very carefully and patiently, he poured the entire content of the bowl through his nostrils and into his stomach. Ga! Woo! Go Bu Huan made a strange choking noise as a ball of fire surged through his throat, his windpipes, his lungs and his stomach. In that moment, he understood what the true meaning of burning organs was. Jun Moxie. Kill me. Kill me. Are you convinced? Jun Moxie flung his sleeves and stood over him, his eyes cold and emotionless. Go Bu Huan, I saw that you at least have some endurance. Just admit that you're convinced. Kneel down and kowtow to me, and I will immediately kill you. I will not continue to torture you. You can forget about F***ck. Your Mo-. Go Bu Huan's eyes were dry and cracked with pain, but he still would not relent. Very good, you do have some spine. It seems like my regular set meals are not going to be enough for your appetite. Jun Moxie's body shook and disappeared abruptly. When he reappeared, he held 5, 6 mountain rats by the tail with one hand, in the other hand, he clutched 7, 8 snakes. Each snake was moving lethargically, and it was obvious that they were in the middle of their hibernation when they were dug out by Jun Moxie. Jun Moxie looked at Go Buhuan, a light smile hanging on his face. Go Buhuan, it's still not too late for you to beg for mercy now. If you still continue to be this stubborn, this young master is going to bring you the main dishes. At that time, it'll be too late to repent. Humph. Go Buhuan gritted his teeth and closed his eyes. Huh, what a heroic fellow. I hope that you can keep this courage up till the end. I have high hopes for you, so please don't disappoint me. Jun Moxie chucked the rats and the snakes to the ground. With his Xian Qi hovering over them, these animals did not dare to move at all. Following that, he ripped apart Go Buhuan's pant legs, and with a violent tug of the waistband, the mountain rats were chased into the pants where they squeaked and bit in random places. Go Buhuan raised his head and roared savagely as he felt the rats clawing and running along his skin. His hair was standing on its ends, and sheer terror could be seen in his eyes. All of a sudden, his body stiffened and his throat tightened as a strangled scream imprinted onto his face. A mountain rat had found the open skin and shattered bones on his knees, and had begun to bite and dig into it. The human who ate other humans was being eaten alive by rats today. The elders used to say, that snakes eat rats for half a year, while rats eat snakes for the other half a year. Mountain rats are the bane of the hibernating snakes in the cold winter. Tell me, which part of your body do you think resembles snakes the most? If you really have a snake-like thing in your pants. Ah. You need to be careful. Jun Moxie grinned evilly as he squinted his eyes. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Go Buhuan was bitten until his soul almost flew from his body in pain. Although he was a cruel person and loved to eat the flesh of other humans, when it became his turn to be eaten alive, it was something that his mind could not accept. In addition, after hearing Jun Moxie's words, he could indeed feel a few rats moving about his crotch area. The situation seemed to be exactly as Jun Moxie said, and it was quickly approaching that outcome. In that moment, his face contorted even more uglily, but at this point, his pain had already reached an extreme level. Even if he had the heart to beg for forgiveness, he lacked the strength to do so. The both of us are men, so rest assured, I will not just sit still and watch while they eat your snake. Here, I'll send a few snakes in to kill the rats and save your little snake. Go Buhuan, you need to be thankful. These snakes are supposed to be hibernating, but they've agreed to come out and save you. I'm sure you would want to provide a warm and comfortable dwelling place for them, right? And, I heard that snakes like living in holes. Your body is not only warm, but there's even a cave for them to sleep in. Food and drinks included as well. What an amazing cooperation. It's a win-win. Jun Moxie moved to tear open Go Buhuan's pants again as he dangled the snakes before the latter's face. The snakes' tongues flicked in and out rapidly, and their shiny pointed heads waved energetically in the air. Go Buhuan's body trembled intensely as he finally broke down completely. Suddenly a loud "pu" sound rang out as an abhorrent odor permeated the air. Go Buhuan had actually peed and crapped himself in his fear. Piss and scat ran freely down his legs, forming a disgusting yellowish-brown patch beneath him. At the same time, his voice rose several pitches higher as snot and tears cascaded from his face. Don't. At this point, the way he looked at Jun Moxie was as if he was looking at a grand demon, an extremely evil one who'd killed countless people since time immemorial. There was only fear in his eyes, utter and complete terror. What? Say it clearly. Jun Moxie cupped his ears with one hand and leaned over with annoyance. Please don't do this. Don't. Please. I'm begging you. Just kill me. Go Buhuan clamped his legs together desperately as he cried and struggled. He was already terrified beyond redemption. I'm quite dissatisfied with your attitude. Jun Moxie furrowed his brows with annoyance. I told you just now, I need you to kneel down and kowtow to me before I would consider letting you go. You haven't even kowtowed yet, and you want me to kill you? One must learn to be sincere if they want the help of others. Go Buhuan, who was still twitching in pain, suddenly laughed pitifully as his facial muscles contorted. Gathering all his strength, he forcefully prostrated his body and madly smashed his head repeatedly against the ground as tears flooded out of his eyes. I'm begging you, I'm kowtowing to you. A great man like you has great magnanimity, so please kill me. Kill me, ah 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 ah. Your voice is too soft, I can't hear you, you piece of sh*t. Jun Moxie harumphed coldly with displeasure. Or are you too lazy to even beg for mercy? I'm a piece of sh*t. Please. I beg you, please kill me. Go Buhuan continued bashing his head against the ground with terror as he screamed with all his might. At this point, he could already sense that a few rats were sniffing at his little snake, and were clawing about his crotch area. The mere thought of being eaten alive by rats was so frightening that Go Buhuan was nearly insane from the fear. Not to mention, there was the very real possibility that he might turn into an incomplete man at any moment. Remember this well. If there's a next life, please don't try to act manly in front of me. I detest that kind of stuff. Since this meal was not agreeable with your appetite, let's end it early. Jun Moxie smiled warmly and said as he instantly killed all the rats in Go Buhuan's pants. Following that, blood of yellow flame stabbed swiftly into Go Buhuan's chest. Go Buhuan's body shivered as a relaxed expression came over his face. His eyes were fixed on Jun Moxie unblinkingly as he passed into the afterlife. There were no hatred nor gratitude in his eyes, they only stared blankly, as if he wanted to engrave this face into his soul forever. Perhaps he wanted to remember to never provoke this person in the future, or perhaps he wanted to seek revenge in the next life. Nobody knew. Jun Moxie drew his sword, and as he looked at the still body of the sword, he asked solemnly. Was I too cruel? The sword remained silent, its radiance flowing smoothly along the edges. This is the pugilist, A.B. world. Jun Moxie declared as he looked at Go Buhuan's corpse. Actually, you were wrong, there's no such thing as a so-called real unyielding man in this world. There are many people who can face death calmly. But the methods that could cause one to live a life worse than death are plentiful. When facing an enemy you cannot defeat and have no hope of escaping from, the best course of decision is to kill yourself as quickly as possible. This is my advice to you in your next life. For a person who eats another fellow human, this method of death is still going too easy on you. Perhaps it's because my heart was too soft in the end. I originally wanted to break all your limbs, then I'll help you to stop your bleeding, turning you through and through into a piece of crap. In the last moments of your life, I would feed you your own flesh to sustain your life. Jun Moxie turned around swiftly and left. Quite a bit of time has passed. Shui Yan should have already familiarized herself with that sword technique by now, right? On Mei Shui Yan's side, they'd already rotated through numerous fighters. The battle had become fiercer and fiercer, and nearly everyone found it increasingly difficult to retain their composure. Seeing their teammates bleeding and injured while their opponents remained without casualty was exceptionally unsettling. Who would not be anxious in such a situation? This kind of rotation battle seemed to have little effect against Mei Shui Yan. She remained unflustered and calm, switching between long and short distance attacks. The long sword in her hand weaved like a perfect dome around her, not allowing anything past it. At times, she would be facing the combined techniques of 12 people. But despite that, she was defending and attacking together, with nary a trace of exhaustion to be found. Furthermore, the moment her opponents showed the slightest bit of opening, they would immediately face a lethal attack from her. In just this short period of time, nearly 10 people had received injuries of varying degrees. Even more scary was that the might of her strange sword technique was actually increasing in strength as the battle progressed. Zi Jinghong furrowed his brows lightly. For some reason, something seemed to be off about this entire thing. He watched as Mei Shui Yan's sword flowed like the gentleness of spring, raged with the heat of summer, turned bleak like autumn, and changed into freezing cold like winter. Over and over again. Unexpectedly, there weren't any deviations from the basic paths. She's using us to train her sword technique. F***ck. Zi Jinghong finally understood, and in an instant, his hair flew into the air with rage. His face turned from white to red rapidly, then from red to purple, before finally settling on a dark, reddish purple. Truly, this fellow lived up to his surname, Z. 1. Thinking that he had set the best and most flawless plan, he joined the battle with triumph, but who would have thought that the person would actually turn around and use his plan as an opportunity instead? Looks like if you want to kill this Mei Shuiyan, it would be impossible to do so without paying an equivalent price. Zi Jinghong gritted his teeth and bit down firmly as he suddenly raised his voice, Blood Ocean Unit, Dual Destruction Battle Technique. This command boomed out, as loud as thunder from the 9 heavens. Even Chu Chi-hun who was standing far away and observing the battle could feel the intense killing intent. The illusory Blood Sea experts instantly chorused their obedience. Everyone's faces changed as they jumped out together, only 3 people were left, and with a fierce roar, the 3's swordplay became much more violent and heavy as they attacked savagely, without regard for their own defense. At the same time, their bodies inflated slowly like a balloon. We'll be leaving all our unfinished businesses to you. This one shall make a move first. Brothers, let us meet again in our next life. A fierce cry rang out as a supreme expert leapt into the air. His sword seemed to have morphed into a blinding streak of lightning, which turned into a round pillar flashing with a frosty chill. Purple lightning flashed around as the sword stabbed towards Mei Shuiyan. Man and sword as one, the sword beam charged forward unyieldingly. Everyone could clearly see that in this strike, that Supreme Realm expert's body had expanded abruptly as he moved through the air. Self-detonation. This was no longer just a simple man and sword as one. This was a strike that embodied all of the Supreme Realm expert's life, spirit and strength. It was a suicidal strike that used one's life to attack one's enemy. The most standard art of perishing together. The most terrifying way of perishing together. The 3 people were originally responsible for controlling the opponent, using their lives as the price to restrict Mei Shuiyan's movements. Following that, another person would be the main sword, flying in, man and sword as one, and self-detonating for good measure. The 4 people all worked together seamlessly, trading their lives and self-detonating together at the same time to blast their opponent to death. For supreme ranked experts, self-detonating together. Mei Shuiyan had experienced many battles and naturally also sensed the danger. Not daring to be slow, her long sword swept out like an avalanche, the sword chi erupting with unstoppable momentum. The illusory Blood Sea expert beside her completely disregarded the fact that his self-detonation process was not completed yet, drew out his sword and slashed towards Mei Shuiyan. With a loud hong sound, his sword shattered apart. Without sparing a glance at his broken sword, he directly blasted out an intricate and profound palm strike, directing it upwards, to meet Mei Shuiyan's sword without regard for his own life. Pu. Mei Shuiyan's sword instantly stabbed 33 times into the expert's body, entering through his chest and exiting from his back. But as if he could not even feel the wounds, the expert simply smiled sadly as he delivered his body forward. The blood ocean is invincible. May the Holy Land shine forever. The 2 other experts made the same choice as they threw themselves towards Mei Shuiyan, leaving her no space to dodge. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, but each person seemed as if they'd gone crazy as they cried out loud and charged forward. Right behind them, that dazzling sword light followed swiftly, flashing brightly. There was no space to dodge. Mei Shuiyan roared with rage, and the long sword in her hand abruptly slashed down flagrantly. The tip of her blade trembled intensely as a huge wall of light appeared before her, stretching from the ground to the sky, blindingly dazzling. Tian Fa Heaven's Sword. 2 similarly dazzling sword light then smashed into each other. Boom! 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 3 loud explosions rang out. In an instant, the three experts' bodies turned into a mess of blood and gore which flew around Mei Shuiyan. The force of the explosions was powerful, directly causing this 20 zhang area of land to rise and break apart in the air. A low grunt rang out as Mei Shuiyan appeared from within the dust cloud, rapidly retreating. A section of her white dress had been torn away, and a line of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Her face was also as white as a sheet of paper. This dual perishment attack had caused Mei Shuiyan to suffer heavy injuries as well. At this point, Mei Shuiyan finally understood. Quite obviously, these experts from the illusory Blood Sea had trained in this kamikaze battle style for a long time already. Otherwise, it was impossible for them to have this level of coordination. Why would these experts go and train in this kind of crazy battle style for no good reason? It was naturally planned in advance to deal with her. It turns out that even if the elusive world of immortals had not done anything, the illusory Blood Sea would still have taken action. Mei Shuiyan screamed with rage, her heart filled with extreme pain. At that time, the three holy lands had yet to cast aside all considerations of face, but they had actually all been preparing to deal with her. These were all her battlemates in the war for seizing the heavens. Where was their conscience? What happened to justice? Mei Shuiyan finally saw the truth in Jun Moxie's words now. These people had been determined to deal with Tianfa Forest no matter the consequences. There was no room for any mistakes. Tianfa Forest, in the eyes of the three holy lands, was an even more frightening opponent than the strange races. Mei Shuiyan's shrill scream broke through the air, reverberating around the mountains and valleys. Loud booms rang out seemingly near and far away, like the rumbling thunder. The snow on the tall peaks in the area shuddered and fell, bringing an avalanche with large pieces of rocks and snow. A single shout from Mei Shuiyan had triggered a massive avalanche, one that caused even the sky to change color. A. B. How about pugilist? C. D. Amended. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Mei Shuiyan's killing intent had reached a point of insanity. Since you all are pushing things to this extent, then don't blame me for not being righteous. This venerable shall utterly kill and decimate all of you. There will not be the slightest bit of mercy for you. Did everyone really think that the Lord of Tianfa is someone who doesn't know how to kill? Zi Jinghong, who was watching the scene, remained unmoved, his face without a shred of emotion. He acted as if he could not see or hear the noisy avalanche in his surroundings at all. In that moment, he slammed down his palms and shouted, "Blood ocean mutual perishment, burn the bridges and press forward. Kill!" 3 more figures dashed out, splitting into 3 directions as they charged towards Mei Shuiyan. A short distance away, another person howled and jumped into the air, turning into a streak of lightning with his sword again. If she really took the force of 2 consecutive terrible explosions head-on, even if Mei Shuiyan had heaven-defying capabilities, it was impossible to avoid being severely injured. In an instant, all the remaining experts rushed forward. Zi Jinghong and Xiao Wei Cheng's swords flashed with cruelty and the excitement of vengeance. Although the price was heavy, they would finally be able to kill this Lord of Tianfa. But just in this moment, an unexpected anomaly appeared. An incomprehensible and unimaginably queer anomaly appeared. Another streak of dazzling light appeared in the sky, flashing abruptly and briefly like short-lived lightning. Complete silence followed it. Before anyone could react, the Supreme Realm expert who was suspended in mid-air and storing power suddenly fell from the sky with a savage roar, perfectly dropping back where he was standing a moment ago, among the crowd. An eye-catching bloody wound could be seen on his throat. Someone had actually killed him with a single sword just as his power accumulation had reached a critical point. The person who'd killed him had grasped the timing to an extremely immaculate level, because the expert's energy had accumulated to an extreme point already, and it was on the brink of eruption. But with his life ended so abruptly, the energy instantly went out of control as he fell back down to the ground. With a loud boom, a huge explosion rang out. The self-detonation of a Supreme Realm expert, was it possible for it to be something small? Even with Mei Shuiyan's shocking cultivation level, she still received some injuries from taking one of the explosions head-on, not to mention these people who were far from her level of strength. In addition, the sequence of events had been too strange and unexpected, and no one was prepared to face such a situation. Who would have expected that the kamikaze attack of their own expert would actually be used against them? As a result, tragedy ensued. Utter and terrible tragedy. This situation was as if one fired off a missile, only for it to fall at the highest point in the sky and drop back down on them. Boom! A cacophony of terrible cries. The scene right now, how could it be simply described with just the word terrible? Xiao Weicheng's Supreme Golden City's men had fled far away, and only the remnants of the shockwave hit them. But the position that Zi Jinghong, who was under a heavy protection of escorts, was in was practically at the forefront of the point of impact. In that instant, he was sent flying by the powerful blast. At the same time, another 7, 8 illusory blood sea experts accompanied his acrobatics through the air. Only by revolving their Xian Qi to protect their bodies in midair were they able to avoid sustaining heavy injuries. However, these people's internal organs had all been shocked. Blood flowed faintly from their lips. Although it sounded devastating, this blast was still much weaker than the one that Mei Shuiyan had received from the multiple experts self-detonating together. Even the 3 experts surrounding Mei Shuiyan could not help but fall speechless. F***CK. What's going on? There wasn't such a move in the Blood Ocean Mutual Perishment. Mei Shuiyan's body shook, and with a speed akin to lightning, she escaped from the encirclement of the 3 experts. Who is it? Just who is? Roll out here for this, daddy. Zi Jinghong crawled up to his feet. The first thing he did upon recovering from the shock was to scream aloud in rage. Son of AB*TCH, which bastard is it who lacks morals like so? Hiding around and making this kind of shady and sinister moves, what kind of capability is that? A mocking laughter rang out from somewhere in response, as if it were saying, a shady move that could affect so many supreme-level experts and characters above the supreme level, how enjoyable. Following that, an incorporeal white shadow flashed across the sky with a whooshing sound, disappearing towards the right side. From the looks of it, the shadow had disappeared behind a large boulder. At the same time, Jun Moxie's voice rang out in Mei Shuiyan's ears. Come. Mei Shuiyan's cocked her head slightly and quickly utilized her movement technique. With a quick step, her body morphed into a white shadow, taking advantage of the chaos to shoot towards the huge boulder on the right as well. Coincidentally, the avalanche that Mei Shuiyan had caused earlier had finally arrived with great gusto. The already chaotic scene turned even messier, with countless new elements. Chase. Zi Jinghong and Xiao Weicheng had nearly ruptured their lungs from sheer anger. The 2 covered tens of zhang with each step as they chased after Mei Shuiyan, their faces livid with rage, as if they wanted to devour anyone in their paths alive. Although they had suffered some casualties, their dead and injured were not that heavy. On the other hand, it was an undeniable fact that the Venerable Mei had been injured rather heavily. If they couldn't seize this chance to get rid of this tumor, when she recovers her strength, all of them would be completely finished. As for the Blood Ocean Mutual Perishment maneuver, it could only be used in circumstances where the opponent was not prepared for it. Against an opponent who already knew how to defend against it, it was nothing more than a move that damaged one's own strength. After all, every time it was used, they would lose at least 1 or more Supreme Realm experts. Even if the illusory Blood Sea's foundations were stronger, it was not a loss they could afford to make in the long term. F***CK. Are you serious? The Supreme Realm assassin suddenly felt the hairs on his body standing upright as a chill ran down his spine. The F***CK. Why does it feel like the earth is suddenly collapsing towards me? It can't be so coincidental, right? This is so F***King unreal. Aren't you guys fighting just fine among yourself? I was only enjoying the show, how did this disaster turn to me all of a sudden? At least give me a frickin' heads up first. Seeing a large group of experts suddenly rush in his direction, the king of assassins, Chu Ki-hun's, spirit nearly fled from his body. There was nowhere to hide in this area. As long as someone came over, they would immediately see me. How am I supposed to live? F***ck, although a few experts had died, just the ones that were rushing towards him were enough to kill 8 or 10 of him. At this time, a shady voice sounded out suddenly, just the few of you trash want to catch me, Chu Chi-hun. Do you have that capability? Pooey. This voice practically sounded out right beside Chu Ki-hun, causing him to jump with a start. The voice was so uncannily similar to his that even he thought that he'd said those words. In that moment, he could not help but shiver as all his hairs stood up on its ends. Heavens you're toying me to death. Chu Ki-hun felt his chest constrict, and he nearly fainted on the spot. That voice was like a clear beacon in the dark. All the experts of the 2 holy lands immediately dashed towards his boulder like a pack of crows. My God, my dear mother! Supreme Chu nearly cried as he jumped up. He did not even have time to see who was trying to frame him. In that moment, he morphed into a white shadow as he fled with all his might. After all, escaping was the most important thing right now. Chu Chi-hun's only thought right now was that he was truly dead meat. This daddy had become a scapegoat again. And this time, it was even more ridiculous. With a single stroke, the sins of someone who provoked the 2 holy lands had been passed on to him. This kind of life. There's no way to live it. Great heavens dear earth why is my life so bitter? Chu Chi-hun was like a stray dog fleeing in panic from the butchers, and a fish escaping from the dragnet. At this moment, he was fleeing at an extreme speed, one that caused others to gasp with astonishment. Even Jun Moxie who was hiding nearby could not help but to sigh in amazement. How quick! F***ck your mother. Chu Chi-hun. It's really you, you wretched creature. You cursed son of AB***tch. Black-hearted scum that deserves to be struck by lightning. My supreme golden city/illusory blood sea will not rest until you are dead. Zi Jinghong and Xiao Weiqing instantly burst out with a slew of expletives at the same time. Their tone was as if they wanted to spit out a mouthful of blood. The 2 were so enraged that they could not sit still. Why must a seamless plan that had been intricately laid out by the 2 factions be ruined at the hands of this savage beast? Could this damnable scum be a plague that the heavens had sent to specifically deal with their 3 holy lands? If one looked again, Mei Shuiyan had already disappeared from sight long ago whilst utilizing her unmatched movement technique. With her speed, was it even possible to catch up with her again? Even if she was injured, it was still unlikely to catch her. Besides, this was not a common path used by the Dongfang family. Even the ghosts won't be able to tell which direction she went in. Split up and pursue. That wouldn't be a chase anymore, but sending lambs to the slaughter. Zi Jinghong's eyes had turned completely red from rage. In that moment, his anger soared to the heavens as he declared loudly with a voice akin to thunder. Chu Chi-hun, this seat swears to the heavens and earth that your life is mine. If this seat does not kill you, this seat shall cease to be a man. Xiao Weiqing had also been angered to the point where his hair were standing on its ends. The 2 did not even discuss as they led their own experts to chase like a black cloud after the lone fleeing figure. Chu Chi-hun. I must kill you. At this time, the avalanche had already rumbled through the area. The entire place was stacked high with snow, and snow waves which towered several hundred zhang into the air could be seen with a ghastly snowstorm blowing wildly around it. The scene was as grand as a painting. After a long time, the earth's rumbling finally began to cease. Near the boulder that Chu Chi-hun was originally hiding in, not more than 5 zhang away, 2 heads poked out of the snow behind a large rock and looked around warily. These 2 heads belonged to Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyan. How scary. Jun Moxie stuck out his tongue tentatively, his face filled with lingering fear. His hand was plastered on Mei Shuiyan's jade-like back, and he only removed it now. Large amounts of pure heaven-earth spiritual qi had already temporarily suppressed Mei Shuiyan's injuries. How did you know that that person was Chu Chi Hun? Mei Shuiyan asked with curiosity, her eyes revealing a bit of shock. When I arrived earlier, I saw that you were still practicing your swordsmanship, so I came over to take a better look. Anyway, I noticed that fellow's sword, which was quite unique, the Autumn Dew Invincible Sword. It's very easily recognizable, and Jun Moxie laughed proudly, without a shred of humility. In this world, the only person who possesses that level of stealth and anti-tracking skills, apart from me, is him. There's absolutely no one else who can achieve that level of skill. Trust me, even you are not capable of it. That's true, that person's subterfuge techniques are truly shocking. He was actually able to hide himself so close to the fight, and yet was not discovered by Zi Jinghong and Xiao Weicheng at all. Such a level of hiding skill, if it was spreaded out, will be enough to shock the world. I, too, am ashamed of my skills when compared to him. Mei Shuiyan praised. With all these clues lined up, if that person was not the assassin supreme Chu Chi Hun, who else could it be? Jun Moxie laughed wryly. But, you using him like this, isn't it somewhat immoral? Although that person's movement technique is not bad, and is even comparable to ours, his strength is probably only around the supreme realm, comparable to yours. Mei Shuiyan smiled lightly, her face resembling that of spring flowers blossoming. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Jun Moxie stared blankly into the distance. Relax, he definitely won't die, didn't you see how fast he ran? For an assassin to reach the supreme realm, how could he die so easily? Besides, that fellow can't be considered as a good person. Don't worry about him, let's leave this place first. Your injuries have only been temporarily suppressed by me. When we find a safer place, I'll help you treat it properly. Be more careful next time. A self-detonation attack by Supreme Realm experts is not any joking matter. The two departed casually, happily continuing on their way. Their journey for the next few days was light and leisurely, with nary a sign of their pursuers. The force that the three Holy Lands had sent out this time could be said to be extremely strong in both power and scale. In total, they had 90 experts who stood at the peak of the current generation. With such a terrifying strength, it was sufficient to rend the skies and shake the ground of this world. Yet, they had only suffered losses after losses, paying the lives of their generals and soldiers throughout this mission. The illusory Blood Sea had suffered the least casualty, but they had still lost a total of 6 people. 17 experts from Supreme Golden City had died, while the entire group of 30 from the elusive world of immortals had been completely wiped out, without a single survivor. Of the 90 experts that had set out, only 37 remained. And among these people, 4 of them were crippled in the hands of the Jun family, while another 8 experts had suffered injuries of varying degrees. Even Xiao Weicheng's body was sporting numerous new ugly scars. With their current strength, if they were still adamant about pursuing and killing Mei Shuiyan, it would be equivalent to seeking death. Thus, Zi Jinghong and Xiao Weicheng simultaneously came to the same decision, to switch to another target, the assassin supreme Chu Chi Hun. The Supreme Golden City immediately passed an order, kill Chu Chi Hun at all costs. Illusory Blood Sea was not slow either as they issued a Blood Ocean kill order. As long as Chu Chi Hun was not killed, there would be no rest. When the elusive world of immortals soon received news that all of the people they'd sent out had been completely wiped out, and that Chu Chi Hun was actually heavily involved in that affair, they also grew incredibly incensed. Without bothering to investigate further, a kill order was issued immediately as well. The three Holy Lands was now bounded by a hatred for a common enemy, Chu Chi Hun. In a very short time, Chu Chi Hun's name became infamous throughout the entire Xian continent. There were no competition for the illustriousness of his name, his fame was awe-inspiring and his notoriety towered to the skies. In just a few short days, the name Chu Chi Hun had already become a well-known name throughout every household in the continent. Everyone could not help but to cluck their tongues with shock and admiration. This supreme assassin was simply 2F** King Awesome. 2F** King Splendid. With the might of a single man, this fellow challenged all three holy lands at the same time. Numerous powerful supreme-level experts and even experts above the supreme level of strength had all met their end at the hands of this savage. What a true ferocious individual. This was too crazy. Chu Chi Hun's fame grew with incredible speed, quickly reaching an unprecedented shocking level. All the assassins in history, no matter how glamorous their kill score was, all dimmed in comparison with Chu Chi Hun. Chu Chi Hun could now be considered as an ancestor-level character in the assassin's circle. With a single step, he'd somehow realized his greatest dream, becoming the #1 assassin in history. Surpassing the ancients and amazing the world. For the last 10,000 years, who dared to challenge the three holy lands up front in such a manner? Not to mention provoking all three, just challenging a single one of the holy lands was an extremely unthinkable thing. And now, their compatriot, the mighty Chu Chi Hun, had managed to smack three terrifying beehives with a single swing of his stick. Even if the battle results were not considered, just that level of courage, that level of spirit, was unparalleled in history and will never be broken again in the future. A man needs be like Chu Chi Hun, awe-inspiring and matchless throughout the world. Looking disdainfully upon all, who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him, ancient and modern. An outstanding assassin in a league all of his own. In a short period of time, such a poem had spread through the continent as the common folks eagerly passed on praise of his legendary deeds. Chu Chi Hun's name had become a hot topic among all who sit together and convene. Hey, are there any latest updates? About the supreme assassin? No, but that fellow is truly quite something. To actually have the guts to F*** all three holy lands and the A** at the same time. This courage, this handsomeness. Big brother here is impressed to death. If there's no news, that means that he isn't dead. Even the three holy lands can't do anything about him. The speaker's voice grew hushed all of a sudden. What would you know? Supreme Chu is the #1 assassin in history. The three holy lands are very formidable, but, are they comparable to their ancestors? Indigo blue is extracted from the indigo plant, but it is bluer than the plant it comes from. Chu Chi Hun is a man who'd surpassed his predecessors. Even water is not as cold as Grand Assassin Chu. That's true. When one reaches Chu Chi Hun's level of strength, there's indeed nothing to be fearful about. A truly formidable man. This big brother has never heard of such a savage person actually existing in this world. This is 2F** King satisfying, challenging the three holy lands alone, ah. Just thinking about it is enough to cause this big brother to shiver with agitation. Exactly, Chu Chi Hun truly has guts, he truly has too much guts. How manly. Do you all know why Chu Chi Hun wanted to kill the three holy lands people? A middle-aged man asked in a secretive manner. Why? Hurry up, tell us, everyone grew excited. You guys, you're truly ill-informed. This secret, looks like I'm the only one who knows. After rushing for such a long journey, my tongue is so parched, and I'm almost starving to death, how tiring that person sighed and moaned as he sat down arrogantly. Waiter. Quickly bring me some of your best dishes and wine. If you're slow, this daddy here will wring your neck in two. Give me the most expensive and tasty stuff. With a loud bang, several men slapped the table together and shouted to the waiter, fighting to treat the meal. Seeing that you guys are so sincere, I'll let you in on the secret. The man narrowed his eyes mysteriously and stuck out 2 fingers. There are actually 2 reasons behind this matter. First, Chu Chi Hun had a childhood sweetheart. She was extremely beautiful, but somehow, her beauty was discovered by the people of the illusory Blood Sea. Thus, they sent someone to take a look themselves. With that one look, they were instantly mesmerized. So that's how it is. It's actually a conflict over a beauty, everyone gasped with realization. So they moved and snatched her away. But after bringing her back, everyone realized that there was only one girl, and so many of them, how would they split her among so many people? Even if they had the patience, she might not be able to endure. As a result, a fight broke out. If it was just a fight, it wouldn't be a big deal. But even the Holy Land's Lord had to come out to stop the fight. In the midst of doing that, he happened to glance at that girl. The beauty of the girl was really too moving, enough to stun even the deities. One had to say, that beauty is truly a source of disaster. The man shook his head and sighed. What happened after that? The crowd urged anxiously. After that? She was naturally taken away by that lord and kept for himself. Every night, there would be strange sounds coming from his chambers. The man smiled perversely, his voice low and thin, causing everyone to lean inwards catch his words. The circle of black heads was clustered together like a basket of vegetables in the market, with countless flies sitting on them. Regardless of whether one was a man or a woman, humans were gossipy creatures by nature. Their spirits were also filled with curiosity. But, for some reason, news of this scandal was leaked, and the other two Holy Lands came to know of it as well. The other two lords of the Holy Lands paid the girl a visit out of curiosity. One really has to admit. That girl's beauty was truly too charming. Beauty truly invites troubles, ah. After that, he. What do you all think happened? The man leaned back comfortably on his chair and smiled slyly. They fought? No, they didn't fight. I don't know the details of what went down as well, but the three lords all left happily together, and from what I heard, they had a very good time as well. Things were very calm and peaceful after that. Oh, a chorus of gasps rang out as everyone looked at each other in understanding. Finally, Chu Chi Hun came to know about this matter. Everyone, if something like this happened to your loved ones, what would you do? Is there still a need to ask? I'll take my weapon and hack them all apart. A man can be anything, but he must never be a cowardly turtle. As long as one is a man, there's only one option. At this, the middle-aged man clapped his hands and his face lit up with an excited smile. Isn't that right? Actually, to reach such a point today, it was because Chu Chi Hun had no other options. But one thing that we can conclude is that Chu Chi Hun is truly a valiant man, a real man. That much is without any questions. Right, he's a real man. So, what's the other reason? The other reason, it's actually already quite clear. At Chu Chi Hun's profound level, he'd already surpassed his predecessors, and there will not be any like him in the future. A powerful man like that, how would he be afraid of even the chilly wind atop the tall mountains? You guys won't be able to understand even if I talk about this kind of profound stuff with you. Come, drink. The rest also nodded, their faces filled with satisfaction. So it turns out that the truth behind the scenes is like this. Chu Chi Hun's childhood sweetheart. No matter how one calculates, she should at least be 100-something years old now, right? A wrinkled old woman. Can still be so enchanting? A youngster asked with confusion. Che, you've seen too little of the world and thus think like that. What an ill-informed country bumpkin. The middle-aged man's face turned ugly as he sneered in disdain. Don't you know that a woman matured in years is even more charming? Do you know that? Do you know about youth retaining techniques? Have you heard of it? Eternal youth? Do you even know what that is? There are even techniques to steal young to nourish yin. Understand? How about HM? Do you understand now? Knocked silly by the barrage of words, the youth hurriedly took a step back and nodded like a baby chick pecking grains off the ground. Many thanks to Sir for the teachings. There's more profit from one conversation with an experienced man than from 10 years of reading. Today has been a huge eye-opener for me. All the clutter in my mind has been swept away. Stories like this was just a single version of the legend of Chu Chi Hun. The number of stories circulating the continent was not just limited to this one version, there were at least several hundred different accounts of the story being spread everywhere. Every single one claimed to have logic and proof and was extremely realistic and captivating. Chu Chi Hun had truly taken his place as the most famous character in the continent since ages past till now. His name was well known under the heavens, and everybody knew of his deeds. That poem had even been recorded as one of the classics to be sung for 1,000 years. Of course, at this time, the culprit behind the chaos, young master Jun Moxie, was still completely oblivious to the storms he'd stirred up. The very person who bestowed the infamy and sins to Chu Chi Hun's name was currently pulling a beauty by the hand and traveling leisurely through the deserted snowy forest. There was no way he could know that on the outside, the great name of Supreme Chu had already reached such an exaggerated level. If he knew, this young master Jun would definitely feel very comforted in his heart. Or, perhaps he might become jealous instead. The title of the #1 assassin in the world, how come it's suddenly gone just like that? There was no telling what he would feel. After all, this fellow's brain did not run in a logical manner. There was still 200 li till the Dongfang family. This area could already be considered as the Dongfang family's territory. Finally emerging from a dense forest, Jun Moxie stood atop a tall mountain peak and looked out at the tall mountains before him. In that moment, he could not help but to sigh softly. It truly was not easy for my old grandpa to find a wife in this kind of place back then. I've walked for so many days already, but apart from the noise of birds and beasts, there isn't even any sight of a human's footprint. What do you mean by that? Mei Shuiyan, who was following behind him with a sweet smile, suddenly paused her steps and looked at Jun Moxie with wide, unfriendly eyes. Ah. Heir, F***ck. Jun Moxie only remembered now that he'd unintentionally offended a beauty. This was a heir. Xian beast. **T, this brother needs to add a lock to his mouth. Heir. I meant to say, that apart from us, there isn't anyone else. Jun Moxie wiped the cold sweat from his brows and hurriedly executed the topic-changing grand technique. Shuiyan, actually, I truly adore you too much, so these few days, I've been staying up without rest to write a poem for you. Would you like to listen to it? This is a heartfelt confession of mine. Recite it and let me listen to it. Mei Shuiyan's interest rose. She knew that although this fellow's reputation was one of an uncultured man, he would occasionally utter some beautiful sentences and graceful poems in unexpected moments. Seeing that he'd specially made a poem for her, her curiosity was naturally aroused. This poem is called, If. Jun Moxie cleared his throat as a mysterious smile appeared on his face. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. The name of this poem is, If. Jun Moxie cleared his throat as a mysterious smile appeared on his face. After adjusting his face a little, he gathered his chi into his dantian and began in a solemn voice. Ah! If I were a stalk of wheat, you are the radiant noon sun in the sky. If I were Qingming, you are the river in the painting. If I were a bow, you are the eagle in the sky. If I were a divine sword, you are the sword-wielding heroine in the story. If. So many ifs, and my heart is inside it. His voice was bright and steady, ringing out through the forest. The entire mountain gorge was filled with the echoes, wheat, sun, wheat, sun. Finished with his recitation, Jun Moxie looked expectantly at Mei Shuiyan and said in a sincere voice. Shuiyan, these are my heartfelt feelings. It represents my most genuine intentions, and also my desire. My love is higher than the mountains, and deeper than the seas. Please accept it. Mei Shuiyan furrowed her brows and softly muttered the poem over and over again. The more she recited, the more she could not understand it. Finally, she asked humbly, this poem, what does it mean? You only need to know that this poem contains my hopes for our beautiful future. These sincere feelings of mine can only be represented by the sun in the sky. Jun Moxie said earnestly. A trace of emotion flashed across Mei Shuiyan's face. But in her mind, she was still considering in her mind. The emotions in this poem were deep, but its literary standard appeared to be rather ordinary. Mei Shuiyan was like this: as long as there was anything that she didn't understand, she would always try her best to think about it. But this time, she truly could not understand the poem at all, causing her to feel rather frustrated. After a long time, when she was about to continue asking Jun Moxie, a voice suddenly rang out from a far distance away. "Who is creating a din here?" Following this roar, a person shot over like a shooting star, landing before the two. When the person saw Jun Moxie, his eyes lit up and he laughed in a hearty manner. "Moxie, you brat. You're finally here. I've been anticipating your arrival these few days." This uncle's neck has almost lengthened from waiting. This person was Dongfang Wendao, Jun Moxie's third maternal uncle. Dongfang Wendao's eyes widened slightly when he saw Mei Shuiyan. This is, as he evaluated Mei Shuiyan in his eyes, he could not help but to praise darkly in his heart. This brat actually found another one. And she's actually so beautiful. Your sister's daughter-in-law, my wife, Jun Moxie hurriedly introduced. Third Master Dongfang immediately grew flustered at this as he patted his pockets and sleeves clumsily. "Why didn't you tell me beforehand? I. This uncle didn't even bring any meeting gifts." Mei Shuiyan had truly suffered greatly by following Jun Moxie around. Throughout this journey, as long as it was someone he knew, Jun Moxie would introduce her as his wife, his beloved, his partner. The worst thing was, she could not say anything as these people were either people that were worthy of Jun Moxie's respect, or were people he was close to. But to her, all these people were her juniors, causing her to feel unbearably awful. As time passed, Mei Shuiyan minded less and less. She had already grown used to it, and her skin had also been tempered and grown thicker. There was no helping it. If her skin was not thick enough, she would have died of embarrassment long ago while following him. "What need is there for meeting gifts?" Jun Moxie rejected suavely. "Wouldn't it do to just prepare an extra set of gifts after you return? Shuiyan definitely won't mind. You little brat really don't regard yourself as a stranger. Don't you know that your third uncle is not rich?" Dongfang Wendao's eyebrows shot up in response. Staring at his nephew fiercely, the stalwart man shook his head. "Let's go, your grandmother's eyes are growing long-sighted from longing for you." Jun Moxie nearly tripped and he rolled his eyes wildly. "What? Long-sightedness? All old people get presbyopia when they age, all right. How could it be from longing for me? What kind of nonsense is this?" When Dongfang Wendao said, "We're reaching soon, it's just around the corner," for the 7th time, the group finally arrived at the Dongfang family's gate. This journey had caused Jun Moxie to firmly believe that this uncle of his had a very questionable judgment of distance. From 300 li away, he kept saying, "We're reaching soon, it's just around the corner," but the number of turns they'd made from the time they started following him was over 100. The Dongfang family before Jun Moxie was so shocking that even he could not help but to open his mouth slightly. A mountain valley stretched out before him. In the valley, the surrounding area was actually filled with multiple patches of fields. In the middle was a large house with a courtyard with red walls and green tiles. The place did not exude the glamour of a large family. Instead, it looked more like a calm, ordinary village. The only thing was that this extremely ordinary-looking village had a monolithic wall with numerous families within it. A wide, spacious expanse of land could be seen in the middle. The ground was paved with densely packed stones. With the passing of so many years, the stone ground had already turned into a black auburn color, without any edges. 9 people stood before the gate, waiting. A rosewood chair was set in the middle of the courtyard, and a thin, old lady was sitting atop it. Her hair was as white as snow, and even her eyebrows were of the same white color. Although she looked well advanced in years, her spirit appeared to be exceptionally good. Her face was kindly and approachable, and only from the sharp gleam in her eyes could one see the valiant fire of one that had swept through the pugilist world in years past. Her face was wreathed in smiles upon seeing Jun Moxie, and her eyes uncontrollably grew wet as they glistened with tears. "This is your maternal grandmother," Dongfang Wendao introduced in a gruff voice. Back then, she was an expert in making herself look youthful. Even at 70, 80 years old, she could still maintain the looks of a 30, 40 years old middle-aged woman. But when your mother was sent back in such a tragic state, her hair turned white in the span of a single night, and her looks degenerated by the day until this. AI. Dongfang Wendao's tone was heavy, and Jun Moxie also felt his heart ache as he listened to him. At this time, he also remembered what Grandpa Jun Xie said about old Madame Dongfang. "That maternal grandmother of yours is not a simple character, she's an existence akin to an old fox. That old woman is clearly 70, 80 years old, but she only looks like someone in her early 30s. She looks exactly like your mother, and they look more like sisters than mother and daughter. She was a most unusual and individual beauty of her generation, and her demeanor is graceful and rich, obviously the appearance of one from a noble family." Jun Wue had also solemnly told him before, "Moxie, you must take extra care to be more respectful to your maternal grandmother when you see her. Although she may look very young, her mind is entirely different from her appearance. The Dongfang old madam is the wisest woman your third uncle has ever seen in my life." But when he recalled how his grandpa and third uncle had warned him before, he felt even more heartache, a heartache born of pity. Jun Zhantian and Jun Wuyi's impression of this old woman was still stuck 10 years in the past. The Dongfang madam, his own grandmother, had actually aged to such an extent in such a short period of time ever since she brought her daughter back. Wrinkled skin and white hair, old and unsteady. How depressed must one be mentally to deteriorate to such a state? Although her daughter had married out and borne children of her own, in the heart of the old madam, she was still the little girl with pigtails, running around happily at her heels. The shock of seeing her daughter in a state of brokenness, her spirit shattered and her heart rent, deep in a coma, living a life worse than death. The motherly heart of old Madame Dongfang could not help but to break as well. With her daughter in that state, what use was there in upkeeping vain images at this time? It was more important to first and foremost, be a mother. With her heart burdened and her spirit worn, her hair turned white overnight. These 10 years, she'd been battling thousands of troubles which shackled her, and powerful external enemies which threatened her family. Now that her heart and spirit were both weary, how was it possible to not age? At her side, was second master Dongfang Wenjian and eldest master Dongfang Wenqing standing on her left and right. Several youngsters stood behind her, looking over curiously. 3 women of dignified bearing stood behind her, silently watching Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyan. As long as the old madam did not open her mouth yet, they did not dare to make a single sound. Wen Xian's son. Moxie. Jun Moxie. Old Madame Dongfang stood up shakily and looked at the young handsome man before her. In that moment, she seemed to have seen the shadow of her daughter. It was as if her daughter was skipping towards her in a lively way as she used to do. But in that instant, she remembered that her beloved daughter was unconscious, her life and death indeterminable. Uncontrollably, her eyes grew red and tears quivered behind her eyelids. Gritting her teeth, the frail old woman took 2 steps forward, sending her white hair fluttering in the wind. Her voice was somewhat shaky as she beckoned to Jun Moxie, "Come. Come closer, let your grandmother take a good look. My dear grandson, what took you so long?" Jun Moxie's steps also unknowingly grew heavy as an indescribable sour feeling surged through his chest. Forcing a smile onto his face, he walked up slowly and knelt down on one knee and lifted his head to look at this old woman who, for the sake of her family, stayed strong and firm. His heart was only filled with respect and kinship, and an indescribable sourness. Back then, when Jun Wuhui was killed, Dongfang Wenxian collapsed upon hearing the news, falling into a coma. Old Madame Dongfang had charged out with great fury, commencing a grand slaughter on the continent. The Dongfang family's assassins spread their wings, taking the entire Xian continent by force and washing it with blood. Back then, Jun Mou and Jun Mo Chao's bizarre deaths were also avenged by the Dongfang family. Blood flowed for tens of thousands of li, and even the Tianxiang imperial palace was littered with heads. All of these things had been done by this frail old woman before his eyes. For the sake of her daughter, she did not hesitate to use the strength of a single Dongfang family to take on the entire world as her enemy. What kind of spirit is this? Even if I must slaughter all living creatures under the heavens, I must have my vengeance. What kind of deep-seated hatred is this? And all that was simply for the sake of her daughter, for the sake of that love. But it was also because of this reason that the Dongfang family was surrounded by an alliance of three supreme forces and driven into an impasse. The heroine of a generation and an unsurpassed beauty was thus forced to give up, swearing several oaths, and carrying her regrets and pain to retire from the pugilist world. Her vengeance had yet to be fulfilled, and the blood she sought had not been paid in full, yet she was forced to return with broken weapons. From then on, she moved to a desolate mountainous village, never to return again. Day and night, she watched as her daughter suffered unspeakable pain. She was helpless to do anything about her daughter's sufferings, for a mother with such deep love for her daughter, how could she endure such torment? The collapse of the snow-covered Sword Peak and the driving out of all Xian beasts from Tianfa. For 10 years, she passed her time in this desolate place. How could the old woman's heart bear such misery? These kind of harsh conditions, how long would it take for them to be fulfilled? If the oaths could not be fulfilled, wouldn't the proud Dongfang family all grow old and die in these desolate lands? For the sake of a single daughter, the entire family clan was being pulled down. Even if she didn't have any regrets in her actions, it would still be difficult to face the rest of the family. What kind of pressure was this? The stress and worry constantly weighed on the heart of the old madam. 2 tasks. If she had not agreed to these conditions back then, the Dongfang family would have been wiped out, with no chance of ever rising up again. Left with no other choice, she'd agreed to the tasks. But in exchange, they'd only obtained the chance to drag out their feeble existence. Jun Moxie suddenly felt like could understand this grandmother of his very well. This seemingly frail old woman was shouldering a huge pressure, one that was too heavy. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. How uncanny. You look exactly like Xian when she was young, truly alike. Old Madame Dongfang placed her wrinkly hands gently on Jun Moxie's face. Her eyes grew moist, and 2 drops of tears finally fell from them. Although her vision of her grandson was now fogged up, she could not bear to take her hands off his face to wipe her eyes. With a light pull, she tugged Jun Moxie into her arms, her body shaking heavily as tears ran down her face onto her grandson's neck. My dear grandson. To not be able to see your mother for so many years. It's been tough on you. Jun Moxie opened his mouth, wanting to comfort this old grandmother of his, but for some reason, his throat seemed to have choked up, and he couldn't say anything at all. A kinship as thick and warm as this was like a spring breeze and gentle drizzle which swept through his heart, letting him know that he was actually not alone in this world. There were still so many people who were concerned about him, cared about him, and protective of him. Family. Blood family. The old madam's eyes were filled with tears, and her long, white hair floated in the wind. In this moment, she was only an old lady hugging the grandson whom she'd not seen for a long time. There were no traces of that sword heroine who swept through the pugilistic world, domineeringly slaughtering all who stood in her path. My darling grandson. Other children your age are still under the protection of their parents, carefully nurtured under their wings. But my poor, obedient grandson actually lost his father at the tender age of 7, and then his mother at the age of 8. Although your mother is still alive, it's as if you had suddenly been orphaned. Just thinking about it causes this old woman's heart to feel like it's being sliced by 1,000 knives. Mother, now that Moxie is here, it is a happy thing. You should open your heart and not dwell on the sad things. Your body should still be your priority, Dongfang Wenqin comforted. Humph, don't bother me. Since my grandson is here, I naturally need to take a good look at him. Growing up beside that old fool Jun Xie, how could he not suffer? That wretched old thing has an explosive temper, scolding and beating whenever he feels like it. Could that kind of place provide a good environment to educate my darling baby grandson? This poor child has definitely endured many hardships these few years. If not for the Dongfang family bloodline in his body, I fear that impenetrably thick-headed old fool would have already led him astray long ago. From the looks of it, this old madam has quite a deep dislike for old Grandpa Jun. The moment she opened her mouth, it was either old fool Jun or wretched old thing. When she was done with her scolding, she seemed much more placated. It's a huge fortune that this child has my Dongfang family's blood. Otherwise, he would have been completely lost long ago. When she received news of Jun Moxie's debauchery ways several years ago, this old madam almost exploded with rage, and very nearly charged out of the mountain to settle scores with Jun Xie. In the heart of the old grandma, her grandson was naturally the most obedient child with no faults. Even if he turned bad, it was because Jun Xie hadn't taught him well. That old thing is just a complete block of wood who only knew how to fight, how would he know how to teach a child? Jun Moxie smiled embarrassingly, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. After a long time, the old madam finally calmed down, taking a handkerchief from a gentlewoman behind her to wipe her tears. Only then, did she turn her eyes to look at Mei Shuiyan. With a bright smile on her face, she asked, Moxie, is this lass my granddaughter-in-law? She looks really pretty and demure, come. Lass, turn around and let grandmother see. Jun Moxie nodded his head rapidly like a chicken pecking rice off the ground. Grandmother has formidable eyesight, this is indeed your grandson's dear wife. Grandmother, take a look and see if you're pleased with her. If you're not pleased with her, I'll go back and give her a good spanking tonight. This sentence from Jun Moxie was immediately returned with a cold stare from Mei Shuiyan. Snorting lightly, she fumed in her heart. Seeing as there are others here, I've left some face for you. Spank me? With just you? It's not even clear who will be spanking who. See if I don't take care of you tonight. Do you really think that it's so easy to take advantage of this woman? Huh, you brat, how can you say that? Wives are meant to be doted upon, how could you hit her? Besides, such a fairy-like girl, are you really able to lay hands on her? The old grandmother smiled as her eyes measured Mei Shuiyan's body carefully. As she did so, she continuously nodded her head, and her eyes squinted together in delight. Moxie, your eyesight is not bad, this lass is not only good-looking, but her front and back are big as well, which is very good for bearing children. You must not lay hands on her. Mei Shuiyan's entire face grew red-hot, and she almost stamped her feet in embarrassment. This lady is the #1 Xian beast king in Tian Fa, even if you're the grandmother of this young thief Jun, how could you actually say that? Jun Moxie smiled and nodded happily. Grandmother is absolutely right, I have absolute confidence in giving birth to a son. There's no problem at all. At the same time, he could not help but to wonder about the state of the Dongfang family. Is their information network really so bad? They actually didn't know that Mei Shuiyan was Venerable Mei. If you have a child, feel free to send him here. Grandmother will teach the child properly and bring him up well for you. Your grandfather is rough and uncouth, how would he know how to look after children? It'll already be a mercy if the child wasn't led astray. You are the prime example, if not for your mother's blood in you, it'd have been really be hard to say how you'll have ended up. If that old thing does anything out of line again, this old granny will go and scold him. Whenever she thought about Jun Moxie's previous debauchery reputation, she would still feel deeply concerned. Ah! Send the child here. Not to mention Grandpa, even he wouldn't be willing to do that. Jun Moxie's face twitched lightly as he looked around him. My God, this place is even more desolated than Tian Fa Forest, the mountains aren't magnificent and the waters are not clear. This is your first aunt, this is your second aunt. This is your third aunt. Come and greet them. The old madam's face was wreathed in smiles as she took out a small, white jade box from her sleeves. The jade box was entirely made from the same piece of jade, and just the value of the box itself was extraordinary. Inside the box was a small phoenix standing proudly. The phoenix's body was vibrant in many colors, and its feathers looked extremely lifelike, as if the phoenix was alive and could spread its wings and fly off at any time. This grandiose rainbow phoenix is actually a complete piece from the heart of a rainbow jade crystal. This crystal was naturally formed with 7 colors, and is completely flawless. Even more amazing was that the heart of this crystal was naturally in the shape of a phoenix. Back then, a famed artisan spent 3 years before finally retrieving it. It's a rare treasure, one of a kind in this world. When it was discovered back then, this thing had caused a great commotion through the world. It was the dream accessory of countless young girls, and a sea of blood had been shed in large-scale fights over it. In the end, it was obtained by me. I've never dared to take it out, but today, I'll gift it to my granddaughter-in-law as a greeting present. It's so perfect, Kiki. The old madam smiled and personally took out the grandiose rainbow phoenix and fixed it onto Mei Shuiyan's silky hair. After adjusting slightly, she nodded with satisfaction. Only a celestial beauty like my granddaughter-in-law can make this grandiose rainbow phoenix look even more gorgeous. The colorful little phoenix jade hair pin glimmered beautifully in Mei Shuiyan's inky black hair, interweaving with 7 different colors in a mystical way, enhancing her beautiful face further and causing her to look like an otherworldly fairy. Mei Shuiyan's face turned beet red as she stammered out a word of thanks. When she saw this grandiose rainbow phoenix the first time, she'd fallen in love with it instantly. Mei Shuiyan was a beast queen of Tian Fa, but she was still a girl at the end of the day. There was no way she could resist the beauty of this phoenix hairpin. Following that, it was the 3 aunts' turn to bring over their meeting gifts. In a short time, the great beauty Mei was hugging several boxes, her face red and shy. However, a hint of joy could be seen on her face. This. I should call him elder cousin, right, Grandma? A lively little boy ran out and beamed at his grandma. The boy was only about 10 years old, and was white and tender, appearing extremely cute. His eyes were jet black, and they glistened as he stared at Jun Moxie. Little brat, go and greet your elder cousin. The old madam smiled and pinched his chubby face as she turned to look at Jun Moxie. This is the youngest of your second uncle's family, Xiao Huai. Elder cousin. The little boy came forward and puffed out his chest. My name is Dongfang Xiaohui, not Dongfang Xiaohui. Actually, I don't really like this name, but on the day that I was born, my mother dreamt of a pagoda tree, so I was named after it. The name Xiaohui was already not very nice, but everyone just likes to call me Xiaohui now. I'm actually not naughty at all, for real. Dongfang Xiaohui. Hello, little cousin Xiaohui. Jun Moxie rubbed his nose and laughed. From the look on this little fellow's face, it was obvious that he was up to some mischief. As expected. Big cousin, look at how many presents you got just on today. I'm even smaller than you. And it's the first time we're meeting, shouldn't you give me a present too? Little rascal Dongfang held his hands out excitedly. That's simple, didn't you say that you're not satisfied with your name just now? This elder cousin shall gift you with a better name, one that's guaranteed to be cool. In the future, whoever hears it just once will definitely be shocked, and unable to forget the name forever. It's the kind of name that speaks of the awesomeness of an unrivaled expert. Jun Moxie chuckled with a glint in his eyes. Ah! What name is it? I happen to want to change my name. But father and mother is against it, elder cousin. If you can help me pick a dashing name, that'll be the best. The little fellow had completely forgotten about the matter of his present, and grew excited. And, Dongfang Xiao Huai, is indeed not very domineering. The pagoda tree is also the ghost among trees too, and has a slightly inauspicious meaning. How about this? Jun Moxie smiled suavely and continued, what do you think of changing your name to Bubai, undefeated? Dongfang Bubai. Dongfang family, forever undefeatable. What do you think? Is it domineering enough? Dongfang Bubai. Fantastic. That name is truly too awesome. The little fellow's face lit up like a Christmas tree. Taking a step back, he jumped up and did 2 somersaults proclaiming loudly, from now onwards, I shall be named Dongfang Bubai. Not bad. However, you need to work hard to not let down this name, undefeatable. On top of that, I've actually thought up a trademark phrase for you to go with the name as well, Jun Moxie continued in a mysterious tone. What phrase? Dongfang Xiao Huai's eyes were red with fervor. In the future, when you roam the pugilistic world, and others ask you for your name, you can say this. Jun Moxie puffed out his chest, placed one leg before the other and raised his head proudly as he proclaimed in a loud and lofty voice, unfailing, as the sun that rises from the east, I am undefeatable. Unfailing as the sun that rises from the east, I am undefeatable. Dongfang Xiao Huai. No, Dongfang Bubai cried out as his mouth formed into a huge O shape. In that moment, his eyes were filled with adoration as he looked at Jun Moxie. Unfailing as the sun that rises from the east, I am undefeatable. This is simply too domineering, too amazing. Wahahaha, wow. Elder cousin, you're simply too talented. I hereby declare, that from now on, you are this Dongfang Xiao, no. You are this Dongfang Bubai's idol. After settling the matter of Dongfang Bubai, Jun Moxie smiled proudly with a sense of achievement. As he observed the faces around him, everyone seemed to have approved. They were obviously very satisfied with the name, Dongfang Bubai, that Jun Moxie had chosen. The mighty Dongfang family should at least have this level of domineering demeanor. Unfailing as the sun that rises from the east, I am undefeatable. For their grandson to receive such a tyrannical name, this was a very large gift for the Dongfang family. Very good. Dongfang Wenqing's eyes lit up as he praised, this phrase is truly extremely domineering, however, this brat Xiao Huai is still not fit enough to bear it. This name shall belong to our entire Dongfang family. Later on, I'll send someone to engrave these words onto a large piece of rock and erect it before the gates of our Dongfang 3 family where it shall stand forever. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. First uncle. That's my slogan. Elder cousin gave it to me. Why can't I use it? The little fellow was so anxious that his face had gone completely red as he jumped up and down. In that moment, his prepubescent voice piped up as he protested strongly. For a little kid like you, it's already not bad to have such a domineering name, this phrase shall naturally be left for our Dongfang family as a clan symbol. Still want to complain? If you keep complaining, you won't even get to keep the name. In the future, we'll hold a contest for all the younger generation members of the family, and only the winner will have the qualifications to be named Dongfang Bubai. Dongfang Wenqing threatened with a cold snort. In an instant, the little brat shut his mouth and went to one side, pouting lightly. Alright, stop creating a din and go inside quickly. Number 3, I told you to prepare a guest room, have you done it yet? There better be a guest room ready, come, let's go to the main hall first and get some tea to soothe the throat. My grandson has traveled a long distance to get here, it must be tiring. But here, you're home now. Go and take a rest first, we'll talk about the other things later. Old Madame Dongfang held Mei Shuiyan's hand tightly and shooed everyone in happily. When he reached the entrance of the main hall, Jun Moxie was shocked, and his jaws dropped slightly. Standing before the entrance was a large group of around 100 girls, all waiting patiently. Come, my obedient Moxie, I'll introduce you. The old madam was obviously a little unhappy as she pointed at the group of girls. These are all your eldest uncles' wives. This is your first uncle's second wife, his third wife, 17th wife, 59th wife. It's not a lot, right? Jun Moxie felt like he'd been struck by lightning as he stood dumbly, staring with his mouth wide open. Too awesome. Too amazing. At first, he'd only heard the numbers, and as the saying went, words are but wind, but seeing is believing. Now that he'd seen with his own eyes, he'd been deeply impacted. This first uncle of his was a little too powerful. 59 wives. The most amazing thing was that the 59th wife seems to be only 1 or 2 years older than him. It was definitely not the trick of some youth-retaining technique either. That look of innocence and tenderness could never be faked. After getting introduced to them one by one, Jun Moxie felt like his legs were growing numb, and his back was beginning to ache. Even his neck felt somewhat stiff. Although he didn't need to raise his head to look at the girls, just the action of nodding was rather effort-consuming. At this point, he could not help but to look over at Dongfang Wenqing with amazement. First uncle, Moxie truly has to hand it to you. You are really made of metal. Dongfang Wenqing's stoic face instantly turned red. Behind him, Dongfang Wenjian and Dongfang Wendao chuckled and smiled at each other in a knowing manner. Number 2, what are you laughing at? The old madam snorted angrily. Come, Moxie, come here, these are your second uncle's wives, this is your second uncle's second wife, his third wife, his 36th wife. Jun Moxie's eyes widened and he sputtered weakly. His first uncle has 59 wives, and his second uncle has also reached number 36. Dear heavens, great earth, my goodness. I thought that my fortune with the ladies was already not bad, but to think that when it's compared to my 2 uncles, it's suddenly like trying to compare a firefly to the moon, and a mustard seed to a mountain. Truly praiseworthy. Looks like I still need to continue working hard. Even if the quantity could not be compared, I must not lose in quality. These are your third uncle's wives, it's a bit less. The old madam's face turned slightly better and her expression softened. There's only 3, but they're actually the most productive of all, consecutively giving this old woman 3 grandsons and 2 granddaughters. Not like your first and second uncle, each of them have a large harem of wives, but not one can lay a single egg. Utterly disappointing things. Jun Moxie finally understood why the old grandma was so angry. So it turns out that his first and second uncle were both completely unproductive and bad shooters. It's no wonder that the old grandma would feel frustrated. Even the girls felt extremely depressed about the situation. Whenever they looked at the little brat Dongfang Xiaohui, their eyes would be filled with envy. His 2 uncles had also lowered their heads in shame. After a long time, the presents the 2 received had already formed into a small hill. Finally, everyone returned, and even Dongfang Xiaohui was forcibly dragged back to his room. Only the old grandma and his 3 uncles were left in the room. At this point, Jun Moxie could finally lose a breath of relief. Somewhat anxious, he hurriedly asked, Grandma, my mum's situation, how is it? The moment this matter was brought up, everyone's expression stiffened. Nobody spoke for a moment, and after a long time, old grandma sighed and sat down slowly, her expression one of great torment. I have been trying to steer away from the topic all this while, to temporarily avoid talking about it. Although I knew that you would eventually ask about it, to this old woman, every moment that I can avoid dwelling on the topic is a moment gained. Jun Moxie's heart sank, and his voice broke slightly. Could it be, Mum has already? You coming here now? It's still in time to see your mother for one last time. The old grandma turned her face around as a tear fell from her wrinkled face. She forcefully adjusted her emotions and continued, actually, it doesn't really make much of a difference whether you see her or not, she cannot hear, or see anything, even to the point of being unable to feel anything. She, completely does not care about anything anymore, not her son, not her own mother. This unfilial daughter, the old grandma's voice choked up again. Dongfang Wenqing and the rest also lowered their heads sadly. In these years, we've already tried our best, inviting countless doctors and procuring countless spirit herbs, all to wake her up. That year, the #1 doctor in the world at that time, Xian Hui Chun, also came and looked at her before. The doctor said that this was a disease of the heart. She already closed the door in her heart tightly. As long as she did not want to wake up, she would remain in a coma till her death. The old grandma shook her head, her eyes filled with tears. Her tone was extremely agitated. She hadn't even considered that by lying there like a dead person, what wouldn't happen to me, her mother. My heart is hovering on the edge of a precipice every single day. 2 of her sons had passed away, and her only remaining son is still young. Yet, she could harden her heart and leave him behind. Neglecting her filial duties toward her own mother and parents-in-law, as her mother, this daughter is the blood of my blood. How can I not think about her every single moment? Could it be? Could it be that without Jun Wuhui in this world, the sky would collapse? Why? Can't she just be a little stronger, a little tougher for the sake of her mother? The old grandma's words were no longer coherent towards the end. Yet, she cried aloud with her hoarse and raspy voice, for the sake of taking this vengeance, our Dongfang family battled through the heavens, commencing a grand slaughter across the continent. Our warriors poured forth, and the souls of the dead surpassed tens of thousands. As the sayings go, killing 1,000 enemies comes with a price of 800 soldiers. How many of our talented followers and disciples went forth valiantly, forever losing their lives on the battlefield? Some of their corpses were left in the wilderness, some did not even have a body remaining. Even the 2 brothers of her deceased father perished together, taking down 6 spirit Xian experts with them. Are these not blood relations too? Are they not our family kin? All of these people, and that endless stream of blood, in her heart, could it be that they still could not amount to a single Jun Wuhui? The old madame's voice was agitated, and her tears flowed freely with her emotions. But this silly girl. This wretched girl, she actually chose this path of no return, turning the sacrifices and efforts of countless people into such a meaningless thing. The old grandma was sobbing so hard that she could hardly articulate her words. On top of that, she still chooses to torment this old bag of bones every single day. When Xian, you question the romantic love in your heart, but why do you not question the filial love in your heart? You are truly worthless, When Xian, 1. Perhaps, in mother's heart. Father is her entire sky, her everything. When father died, her sky collapsed, and her everything disappeared. Jun Moxie muttered in a hoarse voice, when one's feelings reached such a level of deepness. It's already to the point where their life and death are tied to each other. Grandma, you are a woman yourself, so you should be able to understand this feeling too. It's precisely because I understand that it's so painful for me. The old grandma gritted her teeth, tears pouring down her cheeks. What use is there of her lying there? I. Countless times, I've wanted to take a sword and stab down, ending her torment and granting her her wish. But, she's my daughter, my darling daughter. I've raised her from a little girl, holding her close to my heart in fear that she would fall. She is my heart, and my liver. How could I bear to do it? How could I bear to do it? Even just the thought itself brings unbearable pain to my heart. But, if I don't do this, how long must she live in her torment for? How long will she take before she dies of her own heartbreak? Everyone fell silent, not knowing what to say. Dongfang Wenqing and the rest lowered their heads, their eyes red and shimmering with tears. The exquisite treasure tree we've been using to sustain her life has already used up its essence energy, and is slowly wilting now. It's time she left. You've come in time to see her for one last time, and it's still possible to send her on her final journey together. This can be considered as having descendants give the final farewell. The old grandma sat down weakly, her eyes blank and lost. Her white hair floated lonely, and her spirit seemed to have disappeared. It was as if all she was left with were her tears and cries from earlier. Mother. You should know little sister's character well. She had always been extremely stubborn and passionate. You know that better than anyone, so why are you tormenting yourself so? Dongfang Wendao wiped away the tears on his face and continued. Throughout life and death, only loving one person. Mother, little sister's character is exactly like yours. That year, when father passed away early, didn't you also want to leave us behind and follow after him yourself? At that time, little sister was only 3 years old. We all accompanied you day and night, afraid that you might just leave, but even so, you attempted to end your own life on so many occasions. All of us were scared silly back then too. The old grandma sighed a long, forlorn sigh, as if she'd remembered something. A smile that contained a trace of warmth appeared on her aged face. That was different, it was completely different. Your father was a hero of a generation, a mighty man who upheld the heavens and earth. He's the best man in the entire world. As for that brat Jun Wuhui, how can he be compared with your father? Jun Wuhui naturally cannot be compared with father, but in little sister's heart. Brother-in-law Wuhui also meant as much for her as how father was to you. Dongfang Wenjian's tears flowed freely as he lamented. Little sister has suffered enough these few years. Although she's been sleeping constantly, it should be easy to imagine that her heart is ultimately buried in sadness. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Sigh. Do women from the Dongfang family really have to accept such miserable fate? Grandma Dongfang looked up to the skies as she sighed in despair. Girls should not be born to a royal family and should not be married to a hero. Those who had a hero as their husbands. How miserable their lives are, how tiring, how sad. You guys remember. The Dongfang family will not marry its girls to heroes anymore. I'd rather they live a commoner's life that allows them to enjoy their lives to the fullest. What are these shocking and grandly romantic love stories for? These sort of love matters. If we really fall into them, it would often result in the death of tens of millions. Even in the best situation, it would cause the family to sink into obscurity and misery, unable to reverse for generations. Nevertheless, which woman in this world did not want to marry a hero? Who did not wish their husband to be honored and accomplished? Having to choose between a commoner and a hero like Jun Wuhui, which would a woman choose? To be honest, most women with the greatest affection and cordiality would choose to marry a hero and suffer for life than live a dull life as a commoner. How would a breathtaking beauty be willing to marry a commoner? They would rather stay single for life than act against their own will. Just as Mei Shuiyan, who would definitely choose to stay unmarried and age in the forests alone had she did not meet Jun Moxie. She would never marry a random guy. Many beautiful women in history had rough lives for this exact reason. The hall remained silent for a while. Then, Grandma Dongfang waved her hand decadently before speaking lifelessly, "The three of you. Bring Mo Xie to his mother. I will remain here." She then quietly sat down on the chair motionlessly with her head down. Below her drooping head, a small puddle of water was evidently expanding. Those were the tears of an amiable mother. Grandma remained motionless like a statue as everyone left noiselessly. Even as they had gone a long way, Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyan could still hear the ticking sound of tears impacting the floor. Each droplet came from the heart. Mothers cared for the emotions of their children forever. Their hearts beat and bled with the encounters of their children even if they had grown up and had family and their children. How many of us unintentionally hurt our mothers' feelings before? Bless all mothers so that they are no longer sad and will not be. Before their eyes was a small courtyard blessed with serenity. Its walls were much taller and thicker than everywhere else. Behind the walls was a deserted snowy world but enclosed within were greeneries unaccompanied by any snow with plum blossoms flourishing in the cold. Anyone stepping inside would feel a speck of warmth. You see. For 10 years, no matter how heavy the snow, none could make their way to this courtyard. Dongfang Wenqin was not boastful, but solemn. When my little sister always lied there, refusing to wake up, mother produced all our wealth and gathered warm jades from all over the continent regardless of the price. They were buried below. In as short as half a year, our family ran out of money. However, mother did not give up. She knew my little sister loved greens and flowers and said she would get well sooner in this environment. Jun Moxie was shocked. He finally knew why the extreme wealth of the Dongfang family from the past had disappeared. His emotions were uncontrollably stirred up like churning waves. There was a burning sensation within his chest and his nostrils seemed to be blocked by something. He almost broke out into distressing tears. Warm jades. They were priceless treasures. Wearing a piece as big as one's thumb would guarantee a warm winter even with a thin layer of clothes. All these jades the family had bought with great prices were all simply buried here. They were all for the unconscious daughter to sleep better. Although knowing that she might not be able to feel it. A small, peaceful building graced the center of the courtyard. Walking into this courtyard was like entering a painting or a dream. 2 maidservants in white quietly appeared and greeted them. Dongfang Wenqin waved his hand and said, "Don't be over-courteous. They are the son of your mistress and his wife. They are here to see their mother. Do leave for now." The 2 maidservants were shocked as they raised their heads and looked at Jun Moxie. Their eyes glittered in surprise and tears of excitement were evidently rolling down their cheeks. They sobbed as said, "The son. The son of the mistress is finally here. Hope she will be happier." They left unwillingly after they spent a few more moments looking at Jun Moxie through their tearing eyes. "The 2 of them are the maidservants who always served your mother. When she returned here, they continued to serve for 10 whole years," Dongfang Wenqin said softly. Jun Moxie was dazed for a while before saying softly while looking at the leaving maidservants with gratitude, "Thank you." The 2 maidservants were momentarily stunned, but soon recovered and continued with their head down. They did not look back. Trailing behind them were tear marks. Dongfang Wenjian and Dongfang Wendao were careful not to make much noise with their movements and breaths as they stepped into this courtyard. Even Dongfang Wendao, who usually had coarse movements, was very careful. Jun Moxie observed his surroundings. The furnishing of the small building was elegant and exquisite. The furnishing was minimal, but nowhere appeared empty. Everywhere was tidy and the positioning was really deliberate. There was no stench and only the aroma of flowers despite the fact that within it resided a living dead. With profound feelings, Jun Moxie, accompanied by Mei Shuiyan, followed Dongfang Wenqin up the stairs quietly. Dongfang Wendao and Dongfang Wenjian were also agitated, but did not dare to go up lest they disturbed their sister. As they reached the doors of the bedroom, a great rush of warmth could be felt. Dongfang Wenqin sighed and said, "The biggest and most integral piece of jade was made into her bed." Jun Moxie was left dumbfounded. Gently pushing open the door, Dongfang Wenqin said with a low voice which was followed by a sigh, "She is right inside this room." Sigh. Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyan were completely shocked as they peered inside the room. There was nothing except for a bed facing the sun in the southern direction. It was literally a bedroom. A woman covered by a quilt was lying on the bed silently. Her face could not be seen clearly from their position, but it could be discerned that she was sleeping comfortably. Above her chest was a small, fluorescent tree that was as green as emerald. However, there was a sign of the beginning of withering. Occupying the 4 walls were pictures that were arranged nicely. Upon a single glance, Jun Moxie was overwhelmed and his tears dripped down like rain. Jun Hui. All of them were drawings of his father. Drawings of him clad in army uniform, wearing civilian clothes, in white with a sword, in battle, on horseback, smiling, frowning, being angry, in love. From young to old. Each of them looked like the real deal as they were drawn with many details. Each of them was drawn with utmost effort as if they were countless Jun Wuhues. They were standing, sitting, loitering and accompanying his greatest love. From these drawings, one could witness, feel or even experience the whole of Jun Moxie's heroic life. Even his disposition was evident, nothing was left out. Every pair of eyes on these drawings were staring at the small bed and the person on it. It was as if their urge to look at her could never be fulfilled. It was as if these gazes pierced through the underworld and would never shift. When she was just back home 10 years ago, she was still able to move. She persevered for 3 days and nights in her efforts to construct these drawings bit by bit. Nobody could stop her calm madness. Every time she completed one piece, she would look at it for a while and alternated between laughing and crying before hanging it at a certain spot and continued drawing more. We thought once she had drew enough, she would stop. However, when she finished the last piece, she appeared exhausted and only stared at the blank, ignoring everyone else. It was as if Jun Moxie was standing there. Dongfang Wenqing sobbed and continued, that night, she suddenly spoke and everyone was really excited. But after speaking those verses, she shut her eyes and for 10 years. 10 whole years she remained asleep. Jun Moxie looked up to the wall above his mother's head through his tearing eyes. Hanging there was a poem, making that segment of wall the only one free from the drawings. No regrets for life. Nor for all after life. If you have no regrets, then neither do I. How do I feel? Remorseless forever. Heavens or the earth. Life or death. No regrets. Dongfang Wenqing, Jun Moxie's wife and Jun Moxie's mother, was lying there silently, with a sense of gentleness on her face. There even seemed to be a sign of a smile. It must be that in her dreams, Jun Moxie was still there looking at her, accompanying, listening, and respecting. In her dreams, they will live happily ever after. She felt remorseless forever. Although he was gone in reality forever, he would always be in the dreams. That was why she was still happy and satisfied despite being asleep all year round. That was why she refused to wake up, because she would lose him if she did. Losing him once was enough. She did not want to feel the pain of losing him again after experiencing the satisfaction of getting him back. That was why she did not want to wake up. No matter why. The path to her consciousness was tightly shut. Jun Moxie suddenly felt he had never in this life experienced such helplessness like today. He staggered and slowly crashed down onto the floor and his tears were rolling out like fountains. He held his head with both hands and felt chaotic. This affection and love that shocked the world occupied his mind. What is love? It was perfectly illustrated by the silently lying Dongfang Wenqing at this moment. Love is unchanging. Love is not parting until death. Love is not abandoning despite separated by live and death. Love is having no regrets. Fall in love, and that is it. There is nothing in this world that can replace it. Nothing can replace one's partner. And it is forever. Perhaps, in dreams, this love story would continue forever. It would be a perfect world with love deeply attaching couples forever. Women only devote her most authentic affection to one person. Especially for these extremely beautiful women. They were so devoted until it was frightening. But this was true affection and real, forever. Although this might appear to be selfish and cruel to her family, Dongfang Wenqing could not resist anymore. It was not that she did not care for her mother, son, and relatives anymore. But it was that her heart was empty and dead. It could not allow anything to occupy it anymore. She could no longer think. Dongfang Wenqing slowly stepped out of the room with tears hanging in his eyes. Mei Shuiyan was tearing uncontrollably but silently and took Jun Moxie's shoulder as support. Who would not be touched by such authentic love? Especially when Dongfang Wenqing and Jun Moxie both had very sophisticated feelings. Mei Shuiyan suddenly felt that if it was Jun Moxie on those drawings, then lying on that bed right now would definitely be herself. This sort of heartbreaking feeling made her unable to maintain her gracefulness. Jun Moxie and Dongfang Wenqing, a hero and a beauty of the generation. The presence of Jun Moxie and Mei Xueyan did not affect slightly the atmosphere in the room. Dongfang Wen Xian was still smiling slightly, showing her satisfaction, and lying there silently. Jun Wuhui on the drawings were still casting their deeply affectionate, determined and everlasting gaze on Dongfang Wen Xian. The gazes were nuanced for each drawing. Some showed worry for his wife, some showed his doting of his wife's naughty character, some anger for his wife's disobedience, some his gentleness upon seeing his wife's comfortable sleep. Although the flesh of Jun Wuhui was not present, his feelings were creating a furnace in this room. Dongfang Wen Xian's body was still here, but she had an empty heart and her consciousness had drifted out to enjoy her long-lasting life with her husband in thin air and nothingness. Jun Moxie was petrified. As he felt the unwavering love of his parents, he had to face a dilemma. With the immense spiritual aura of the exquisite Hongjun Pagoda, Jun Moxie was sure he could wake his mother up, but, what good would that do? Jun Wuhui was no longer alive. How could his mother bear living a lone life? On the other hand, would it be better for his mother to stay in her dreams to stay by his father forever? Furthermore, her 3 sons were still alive before she lost herself in the dreams. What would happen if she was told that 2 of them had died if she woke up? How would she feel to have lost her husband and 2 sons? Would that not be worse? I was an orphan in my past life. For this life, although my father had passed away, I still have a mother, she was only deep asleep and not dead. Jun Moxie always desired and dreamed of experiencing being hugged by his mother. Would it be warm, sweet or full of the sense of security? Everyone talks about and praises mother's hugs. But I am facing such a dilemma when I really faced her. Is this fate to be lacking of parents' love? I practiced the art of unlocking heaven's fortune and transcended the 3 realms, avoiding reincarnation forever and escaping death, but, for kinship, I just happen to lack love from parents. Does this mean I will never be able to experience it? Mother. Mother. I have looked forward to and desired this moment for 2 lives. I have dreamed about this for 2 lives as I experienced both of them. It popped up more than 1,000 times in my dreams. But I still can't have you with me. Jun Moxie staggered up and approached the bed. He then slowly knelt down and gently laid his head on his mother's right palm. The sadness within was immediately overwhelming. What should I do? Who will tell me? Jun Moxie never experienced such uncertainty, uselessness, and helplessness. As he felt the warmth from his mother's hand, Jun Moxie's body twitched while he wept and could not produce another word. His heart also felt as if it was beating with agony and his tears veiled his sight. He could only ask in his mind, Mother, what should I do? What do you want me to do? Mother. As he called out for his mother, Jun Moxie felt as if the pressure on him was making him explode. His long-held wish and desire, all blended into nothingness at this moment. I am not satisfied. I really don't feel this is correct. I need to fix this. Jun Moxie raised his head and let out a silent bellow. His unstopping tear rolled into his mouth. It was full of bitterness, that could be felt all the way through the heart, and it would continue forever. I feel so bitter. So bitter. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. What should I do? Seeing the satisfied and calm look on his mother's face, Jun Moxie was feeling disconcerted. There's a Xie one in my name. I never denied that I was wicked. I was never a good guy. I was always self-centered, I always do what I want to without hesitation. But then, it's my mother before me. Can I really be so cruel as to drag her out of her sweet dreams simply because I have the selfish desire to reunite with her? How is she going to face the fact that she will be living without her husband and 2 sons? Will she be able to take it? Furthermore, if she sees how her family has fallen into such a pathetic situation, how could she live peacefully? Also, Would she feel guilty and ashamed of herself when she realized that her mother suffered for 10 years and aged overnight because of her? Without the urge to live, how can she be revived? How can I let a woman who has given up lead a painful life that is as good as dead? Can I really be so selfish? Jun Moxie silently questioned himself. The usually decisive Jun Moxie was now facing a dilemma. How could he call himself a son if he did not save her while he could? His conscience did not allow that. And it was obviously not right by anyone's standard. How heartless would he be if he did it? What's wrong with you? As Mei Shuiyan was also sobbing at the scene before her, her sharp senses told her that there was something wrong with Jun Moxie. Jun Moxie shook his head in great dismay. He reached out his shaking hand and held the small, withering tree on his mother. He was shocked the moment he made contact. As the fluorescent light touched his skin, he could clearly feel that he was being re-energized. What a wonderful treasure! With such magical object, it was not surprising that Dongfang Wen Xian could have her life extended for 10 years. As Mei Shuiyan was still puzzled, Jun Moxie closed his eyes and forced out the power of wood from his body with full strength. At this moment, his great sorrow mingled together with the power of the exquisite Hongjun Pagoda and transformed all the spiritual aura into the power of wood. For, my mother. Maybe you really do not want to wake up so that you can fulfill your wish to stay together with father for life. But even if it is a dream, I hope I can enter it and make your sweet dream better. The power of wood. Jun Moxie had been practicing this skill ever since he had acquired it. It was just he had never used it yet. But, what exactly was the power of wood? The power of wood represented the purest essence of plants. With enough of it, one could germinate any sort of strange and magical seeds. With enough of it, one could let a tree instantly grow to the day of its demise or revive a plant that was about to wither. It snatched the creation of the world, gathered the quintessence of the heavens, and transformed spiritual aura of the 5 elements. The power of wood. Too amazing. Exposing his true powers. Revealing his trump card. Right now, Jun Moxie did not worry about any of that. He concentrated fully on creating a comfortable environment for his mother. Mei Shuiyan's confusion became shock and finally amazement. What sort of stupefying change did she witness to make the usually calm Mei Shuiyan so shocked? It was all merely because everything that was happening was too unbelievable. The small, withering magical tree was regaining robustness at an observable speed in Jun Moxie's palms. The fluorescence intensified and the plant glowed more green. The withering leaves and branches slowly changed to light green and then deep green, which finally developed to the extent that it was almost transparent. The whole room had become lively due to the rejuvenation of the small tree and the accompanying green flashes. That was not it. A small bud emerged on the top of the tree suddenly and developed into the small petal of emerald green leaf, and this continued on and on. Mei Shuiyan felt that her collapsing legs could not support herself anymore. She could only slowly sit down with dropping jaws, utter shock, and an inability to make any more sound. Even she had never heard of this sort of power. It was above being a myth. Slowly, the small tree that was only of palm size grew from 5 petals to 15 as it regained its green hue. Its size also grew at a very fast rate to the size of one's head, widening to 3 times of its original. If the previous tree could support Dongfang Wen Xian for 10 years, then this one could for 100. Jun Moxie closed his eyes. Tears continued to ooze from the corners of the eyes, and the body's spiritual power was also delivered unreservedly. There was an upper limit to the power of a man as there was an upper limit to the power of plants. Even if the small tree was magical, it had its limits in loading the essence of heaven and earth. Under the constant perfusion from Jun Moxie, the vitality of the small tree was finally full. Jun Moxie did not dare continue anymore. He was worried that it would be too much for the magical tree to take. He finally stopped, but his eyes remained closed and his expression was one full of devotion. Holding mother's slender hands and gently rubbing them against his face, he felt a tender and delicate touch. His tear continued to roll down, wetting his mother's palm. This is what I want and dream. He did not hesitate to start the work of heaven-making again. He slowly instilled his mother's meridians with the most pure spiritual power in his body, carefully combing any impurities in each meridian of his mother. I'm sorry. Although you wish to sleep, or would rather die to meet my father, but, as a son, I can't let you go, even if you sleep all your life ignoring me and refuse to say a word. I am your child after all. There was a great haziness surrounding the heart of Dongfang when Xian, which was as dense as fog and almost solid. Jun Moxie knew very well that as long as he could clear this fog, his mother would wake up immediately, but Jun Moxie set this matter aside for a while before he making his final decision. If she really woke up, and immediately decided to commit suicide, then all his efforts would be in vain. So, Jun Moxie could only for now adjust his mother's meridians and everything else to the best possible state. As for the heart, he did not dare to touch it. After quite a while, Jun Moxie opened his eyes and looked ahead in perplexity. In that position, a portrait of his father was smiling comfortingly at him. Jun Moxie took a long breath and said to himself in a low voice, "What am I supposed to do? Am I sure? Shui Yan, I can wake my mother up, and restore her body to its best state. But, her heart, I can't do it. Shui Yan, you tell me, what am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do?" As he talked, Jun Moxie was still staring blankly at the warm gaze of his father in the drawing in front of him, as if asking his elusive father for advice. Mei Shui Yan was momentarily speechless. After a long pause, she finally shook her head slowly and said, "I don't know, to be fair, it's a dead knot, standing in the position of a woman, if it's you in the drawing and I'm lying on that bed. I don't want to wake up. I'd rather sleep forever. I would simply want to be accompanied by you in my dreams. Although the world outside is reality, but you would not be present." She smiled sadly and said, Mother had drawn so many portraits of father before she fell asleep to accompany her. This showed that she was obviously determined to sleep forever. She had made up such a perfect world for only father and herself. It would be cruel to force her out. So, she had absolutely sufficient reasons to continue sleeping. After all, that's what she sought for. Maybe we really shouldn't disturb her. If our mother can get what she wants and be happy, isn't it better than anything? Jun Moxie sighed in dismay and said, "I also think so, but if you have the ability to wake her up, but didn't. I'm afraid that's not very right either," Mei Shui Yan said soberly. "Firstly, with her lying down here like this, two big families will continue to suffer. The Dongfang family had already sacrificed so much for mother, and the grandma is suffering day and night, and feeling better dead than alive. There is also the Jun family, trying to avenge father and their sons. On the other hand, it's you. Can you really leave everything as it is? It is also problematic ethically. If you can, wake her up." Suddenly, a depressing voice sounded outside the door. They looked up in surprise and saw Grandma Dongfang standing at the door with tears on her face and trembling. This pathetic mother followed them here after all. The old lady trembled, poked the floor with her crutches heavily. With a loud bang, she repeated, "Wake her up." The remark showed extreme urgency and certainty. Then she came in, tears in her eyes, but also full of great surprise, and fixed her gaze on Jun Moxie. She said word by word, "Moxie, if you have the ability to wake her up, why are you still hesitating? Let her wake up immediately. Immediately. Immediately." Jun Moxie said, still upset, "I also do, Grandma, but what will happen when she wakes up? How is she going to face the brutal world? Even if she can't face it, she still has to. There are always many things in life that you do not want to face, but have to." Although the old lady's eyes were glittering with tears, but she was fierce. Her fervent gaze appeared to be able to melt one's soul. She said heavily, "Moxie, your mother. Have you wondered what kind of identity she has? Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. What identities she has? Jun Moxie shook his head, looking puzzled. My mother had an identity that I did not know of. When she came to this world, she is firstly a daughter. My daughter. Grandma Dongfang stared at Jun Moxie without blinking as more tears rolled down and her white hair danced with the wind. Secondly, she is the younger sister of her 3 brothers. Then she is Jun Wuhui's wife. Next she is your family's daughter-in-law and finally, your mother. First as a daughter, then a wife and finally a mother, or a grandmother. Grandma Dongfang looked up at the sky and sighed depressingly. She only fulfilled her duty as a wife by sleeping here all the time. What about her mother who is in so much agony day and night? Is she not responsible as well? From a young age, her son had a mother who was as good as none. Isn't this her responsibility as well? She still has so many duties in life, how can she remain asleep? The old lady was shouting fiercely when she reached the last sentence. Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyan were really shocked. They suddenly understood. Jun Moxie had worried that his selfish act would hurt his mother, but did not realize that it would be more so if he did not. So many people would be let down. She must wake up. Wake her up, as she must, the old lady said with a low voice. She should not have slept like this 10 years ago. It would even be better if she killed herself then and would not have haunted me and the whole family for so many years. Our relentless effort was all for this day, for her to wake up. If she dares to kill herself, how can she even do that in front of her son, her daughter-in-law, and her heartbroken mother? If she really does so, I will not stop her. Even if she was to die before me, it would be better than now. Till this point, 2 streams of tears finally gushed out uncontrollably. Grandma Dongfang continued while crying, as a woman, I have experienced many things till now, and even situations similar. I understand her. I can empathize with her. But, she have to endure her own suffering. She cannot escape forever. Grief is an integral part of life. As she continued on, her body suddenly trembled vigorously. Although she sounded very cold, her great excitement and anticipation for her daughter to wake up had become evident. She slowly approached the bed and gently touched her daughter's exquisite face. Her words were stern but her actions were gentle, lest interrupting her daughter's sweet dreams. Her gestures and gaze were both so warm and gentle. She carefully removed her daughter's hair from her face and leaned down to touch it with her cheeks. She said softly, there isn't a single ordeal that cannot be overcome. When Xian, I, your mother, will accompany you no matter what. We will manage everything together, you won't be lonely. Alright, Grandma, since you insist, I will prepare to wake her up. Jun Moxie now appeared determined. He was always like this, as long as he had made a decision, he would not regret it. Earlier, he had not made up his mind yet, so he was hesitant. But now, he only needed to consider what happened next. After you wake up, Grandma Dongfang looked at her daughter's face and could not resist covering her face to cry. What awaits will be endless suffering, or even, more tragedy. No more husband, and 2 more sons. Oh my daughter. My Wen Xin. Why is your life so tragic? Every time I think of this, I just feel unbearable pain in my heart. Every time, I would rather you don't wake up. I have a way to let mother recover as fast as possible, Mei Shuiyan said carefully. What is it? Both Jun Moxie and Grandma Dongfang were in ecstasy and asked simultaneously. If Moxie used up all his strength to save mother and then lost his consciousness so that he is almost dead, if so, how will mother react? Mei Shuiyan said slowly. Almost death. Loss of consciousness. Both of them were shocked, but continued to think about it as if they got where she was coming from. Suddenly, Grandma Dongfang clapped her thighs and praised out loud, what a nice plan. In this case, When Xian would devote her time in taking care of her son, and naturally she would leave everything else aside first. She will only have the mood to understand other things once her son is getting better. And by then, all the facts will seem less devastating to her. What a nice plan focused on human psychology. Moxie, your wife isn't bad. The old was after all more experienced. Grandma Dongfang figured out what Mei Shuiyan meant before Jun Moxie did. With his intelligence, Jun Moxie immediately understood as well. He nodded profusely and agreed. Indeed a marvelous plan. Although it is deceptive, but it is actually the best way out for now. Shuiyan, my wonderful wife. I will reward you tonight for coming up with such a nice plan. Mei Shuiyan immediately flushed and complained, Speak properly. Don't be, anyways, I intend for you to be really hurt. If you try to pretend and mother discovers, then the situation might get worse. It will only be effective if you are really hurt. A real injury. The old lady was hesitant. Being able to deceive someone who takes care of him every day for a long time is very difficult. Furthermore, even if mother is not an expert, she is still a Xian Qi practitioner. So, if you try to pretend to be hurt, it might not work. Mei Shuiyan smiled confidently, but being the almighty Moxie, I am sure he will be fine with strange injuries such as impacted inner organs or power failure, as long as he controls himself daily. Grandma Dongfang could not understand what Mei Shuiyan had said, partly because of her unexceptional cultivation and partly due to a lack of understanding of what her grandson was capable of. But Jun Moxie beside her clearly understood. Getting himself injured. That was too easy for him. As long as his soul was not shredded into pieces, what kind of injury could bother him with all the spiritual aura gathered from the heavens and the earth? The control she was referring to was actually for him to hold on to his recovery powers from healing him too quickly. That's a bit too risky, isn't it? Impacted internal organs and power failure. The old lady sucked in some cold air. This is not child's play. If something went wrong, then I would have lost both my daughter and grandson. No. This is too risky, let's try something else. Don't worry, Grandma. Moxie will be fine. Your grandson is really capable. Mei Shuiyan put on a lovely smile. Really? Upon seeing Mei Shuiyan's confidence, Grandma Dongfang looked at Jun Moxie with much less doubt. She put on a more serious face and scrutinized his grandson, but completely failed to notice what level he was on. Moxie, tell me honestly, what's the level of your Xian cultivation? If you are above the sky Xian cultivation, it is still possible, but aren't you too young to be? Asked Grandma Dongfang. Jun Moxie exchanged a smile with Mei Shuiyan and replied, Grandma, you are in the supreme realm now, I suppose. The 7th level of the spirit Xian. The 3rd tier of supreme. Jun Moxie's question contained much confidence. You can tell my cultivation. The old lady was really surprised. She could not tell his cultivation, but he could hers. Does this mean that Jun Moxie had a higher cultivation than her? Yes, my Xian cultivation would be at the 8th level of the spirit Xian and the 4th tier of supreme. Jun Moxie thought for a short while and decided to tell her the truth. If I could improve a bit more, it would be the superior supreme level. Tisk, Grandma Dongfang sucked in more cold air. She stared at her wonderful grandson, and then shook twice before crashing down on the chair. Mei Shuiyan was fast to react. She quickly supported the old lady. The 8th level of spirit Xian. The 4th tier of supreme. The old lady felt that she was either dreaming or that her grandson was exaggerating. She shook her head profusely in great disbelief. How is this possible? Nothing is impossible, Grandma. Don't worry. Moxie indeed has this cultivation. If he were really to fight, ordinary superior supremes would not be able to keep him company. Mei Shuiyan was extremely confident. What Mei Xueyan had said now was clearly quite untrue. With the skills Jun Moxie had now, it would not be unable to keep him company, but would be killed immediately. Those 15 experts from the Supreme Golden City getting assassinated in the snowy meadow, with 5 solid superior supremes, was a good illustration. Even the supreme assassin Chu Chi Hun could not achieve this, even though everyone else thought he had. After all, the top assassin, the venerable assassin of this world was undoubtedly Jun Moxie. Oh, Grandma Dongfang stood up trembling, with the support of the bed. She looked at Mei Xueyan and said, "Young lady, I am very confident in my discerning skills, but I really could not tell the true power of you and Moxie. If Moxie is already a supreme, then what about you?" With her many years of experience, the old lady had already noticed that her granddaughter-in-law was also exceptional. Since she had already started to question, she decided to go all the way. I am actually slightly stronger than him." Mei Xueyan took a long while to choose the suitable words and said with a humble mumble. "Oh my goodness." The old lady's eyes rolled back and fainted. Her body weakened and collapsed. This is a dream. It must be. I must have started dreaming from when they said when Xin can be saved. If it's not a dream, how is it even possible? Someone who has been unconscious for 10 years can be awakened. 2 young adults still in their teen years reaching the 4th level of Supreme and Superior Supreme respectively. 9th level of Spirit Xian, clearly it is already Superior Supreme. That kind of person doesn't even exist in myths. The old madam was happy beyond words. She broke down, but was yet so happy. With such sweet dreams, nothing else really mattered. Underscore 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 underscore. The remote courtyard fell into an unprecedented silence. Outside the courtyard, men of the Dongfang family closely monitored any movement. The 3 brothers of the Dongfang family patrolled back and forth with their sword hilt, as if facing a great enemy. The old lady sat in the middle of the bedroom without blinking. Mei Xueyan, clad in white robe, stood on the top of the small building, looking around with her sword ready. It was an absolutely foolproof precaution. Even if the 3 holy lands were to send all their men, Mei Xueyan could single-handedly hold them off for a while. What's more, they were situated in such secluded location in the first place. In the bedroom, Jun Moxie closed his eyes and grabbed his mother's hand, sending a vast amount of pure spiritual aura into her, driving away the haze in her heart. Jun Moxie did not dare to be too hasty. Not a single bit. He dissolved the haze bit by bit. After all, his mother had not moved for 10 years. Even though her body had been conditioned by herself, she was still weak to a large extent. If he used too much power, he might cause incalculable harm. They had to be exceptionally careful. Jun Moxie was 100% vigilant. No mistakes could be made. The haze at the heart of Dongfang when Xin slowly disappeared. Under the pressure of the infinitely powerful spiritual aura of Jun Moxie, it disappeared directly, leaving no trace. Slowly, only the last small bit was left. If it was originally the size of an apple, then now it was only that of a strawberry. The calm expression on Dongfang when Xin disappeared, replaced with a deep frown. She seemed to be aware that, she was about to be pulled out from her sweet dreams. So she was very unwilling. She still wanted to stay. But the pulling force was immense. So strong that she could not resist. She struggled as hard as she could. The expression on her face became more and more painful, and her head was swaying violently. Grandma Dongfang gently held her daughter's hand. Her face was full of pity, surprise, and concern. At this moment it was too late to stop. But the old lady was suddenly worried. She sort of regretted. If when Xien wakes up, and discovers that her husband and 2 sons are dead, how will she react? What is the most important thing in a woman's life? Her family, her husband, and her kids. 10 years of sweet dreams. All the happiness would disappear instantly. When she woke up, she not only had to face the tragedy of her husband passing away, but also the fact that 2 of her 3 sons had died. How cruel it would be. How miserable. The old lady could hardly imagine what her daughter would look like and how she would react when she woke up. She simply held her daughter's hand tightly and looked at her daughter with pain, struggle, and anxiety. She seemed to have to pass all her strength on to her daughter to help her withstand the endless pain. It was almost done. Even Mei Shuiyan, who was on the rooftop, could clearly detect the pain, the contradiction, and the excitement of Jun Moxie. This was the critical moment. Finally. Dongfang Wen Xien had a big frown. Painfully shaking her head with a facial expression that was full of the great dismay concerning life and death, sweat beads as big as soybeans covered her forehead. They slowly rolled down, and suddenly. Her eyes blinked, and then she cried out sadly, "Wu Hui." Then she suddenly sat up. At the same time, the huge spiritual energy in the meridians of Jun Moxie immediately reversed, bombing his dantian. A mouthful of scarlet blood sprayed out continuously from his mouth. Nevertheless, he continued delivering his spiritual energy. This injury was nothing like the fake they had planned. It was the real deal. And it was a particularly big deal. To make everything as authentic as possible, Jun Moxie decided to really use up all his power. With the explosion within him, his inner organs were badly damaged. He was very close to death. From a secular point of view, as Dongfang Wen Xien woke up, it would be over for Jun Moxie. It would be likely that he would not be getting off a bed for life. This was no exaggeration. But he had to give his all because he cared for his mother so much, and it would be worse if something bad happened to his mother. For my mother, I will do anything. For her, the injury is worth it. No matter how severe. Dongfang Wen Xien only felt that she woke up from a distant dream. She opened her eyes blankly with a still painful expression. She felt that there was still a warm current in her hands. Upon opening her eyes, she saw an old face full of wrinkles, looking at herself with tears. It was a familiar voice, trembling with a cry. Wen Xien, my daughter. My dear daughter, you finally woke up. With her eyes wide open, the Dongfang Wen Xien looked at the face unbelievably. Being the daughter, she recognized that the old lady in front of her was her mother, who had been such a splendid woman. She immediately panicked and cried out, "Mother! How did you become like this? There's nothing wrong with me. Leave me alone. Look after your son first." Alas, poor boy, the old lady burst into tears, and her tears continued to fall. Son! Dongfang Wen Xien looked up, only to see a young, handsome, and familiar face reflected, lying on the quilt covered with her own body. His eyes were closed, and he was pale, like the dead, with blood constantly gushing out from his mouth. He had obviously dropped unconscious. But his smile still suggested a trace of joy. It was his face. This person in front of me is indeed my son. One of his hands is clutching mine. This stream of warmth, it is flowing from this hand. My son woke me up. But, what has happened to him? Why is he like this? Suddenly, Dongfang Wen Xien felt great grief and sorrow. She felt as if her heart and lungs were tearing apart from all her sadness as she eyed her son's pale face and the bloodstain by his mouth. This is Mou. She looked at her son in front of her in bewilderment. Before she fell unconscious, Mou, her eldest son, had been about this age, but, perhaps still a bit older than this person before her. Or is it Mo Cho? She reached out her trembling hand and rolled up Jun Moxie's right sleeve. After looking at it, she shook her head, and said, "Not Mo Cho, nor Mou." Suddenly, she cried out with great sadness, "Is it Moxie?" She stretched out her hand hurriedly and pushed aside the hair of her son. There were 3 red nevi above his ear. The red nevi in this position was not even known to Jun Moxie himself. It was very small, like 3 sesames aligned in a line. This was also a sign that only a mother could find. "It's Moxie. My Moxie." Dongfang Wen Xian began to panic. Instantly she felt a twitching heartache. "Mother. What happened to Moxie? Why is he vomiting so much blood? You are skilled. Save him. What's wrong? Aren't you to blame for that?" The old lady wiped her tears. "You have been sleeping for 10 years. The Dongfang and Jun families have exhausted countless efforts and human resources, and was still unable to wake you up. Moxie, in order to wake you up, has practiced a magical technique since childhood. Now, as he has finally made breakthroughs, he can't wait to save you. But in order to save you, this silly child has exhausted all his strength, triggering the power to recoil back on him. So he is vomiting blood, and life is at stake. You. Wen Xin. Look at your son, you. How can you bear to do this? You. Alas. With a long sigh, the old lady lifted Jun Moxie and let him lean in her arms. She wiped blood stains from his mouth with a soft silk scarf. But in this way, the pale face with great mental distress was completely revealed to Dongfang Wen Xian. "I've been sleeping for 10 years. Dongfang Wen Xian questioned, confused herself, but immediately left the matter behind. She was concerned as she even forgot her own pain, and hastily urged, "Mother. Is Moxie going to be okay? Do something about it. This silly boy, he. Why is he so desperate? Why so desperate? You still dare to ask. It was all for you, his mother. Is it not because he wanted to have a mother to love him? Poor child, he has nothing left except for you. But you are still lying there ignoring him. How painful and concerned would the child be? Have you ever thought about it?" The old lady continued to lament. "You only cared about your tragedy, and refused to wake up from your dreams. But what about this kid? Moxie, he is still lucky. He has grown to this age without any illness or disaster, but he must be, missing you." Dongfang Wen Xian was really distressed. She threw the quilt aside to get out of bed. "Let me look at Moxie, my poor child." She held Jun Moxie tightly in her arms, and suddenly burst into tears. "I've been sleeping for 10 years. Wu Hui has already passed away for 10 years. 10 years. What a long time. I don't know how my 3 children grew up without their mother's care. How are they doing?" The loving nature of a mother filled her heart for a moment, and even the indispensable image of her husband was thrown aside for a while. Dongfang Wenxin did not feel anything strange, but the old lady opened her eyes in disbelief. She could immediately come down and walk normally. Exactly how powerful was Moxie's technique? How badly is he really hurt? By now, the old lady was really becoming worried. Originally I thought it was just a minor injury, but now it looks quite serious. Dongfang Wenqin quietly came in, and deeply sighed. "For these years, younger sister, you," he could not finish his sentence and began sobbing uncontrollably again. "All you know is to care for your son. But you know what? Your own mother, I, aged overnight for your sake," the old lady sighed sadly. "Mother. It's all my fault. I was not filial. I'm sorry. Moxie, my Moxie. I am a bigger disappointment to you," Dongfang when Xian tightly embraced Jun Moxie, bursting into loud a cry. Don't cry anymore. Save the child first, the old lady breathed a sigh of relief and warned loudly. This stage had finally passed. As for the future, that would be a future matter. With a flash of white, Mei Shuiyan quietly appeared in the room. Seeing that Dongfang when Xian had woken up, she was naturally happy. But seeing the fainted Jun Moxie with mouthful of blood, she was heartbroken. With her high level of cultivation, the severity of the injury was apparent at a glance. She lamented in her mind, the serious injury should have been a fake, why were you so desperate? He was obviously dying. Nevertheless, she was fully aware of how important Dongfang when Xian was to Jun Moxie. Perhaps, Jun Moxie's desire for mother's love at that moment was beyond Mei Shuiyan's comprehension. Mother. What a sacred word. As for Jun Moxie, the lack of mother had haunted him for both lives. My mother from my past life, why did she abandon me? Why? Do you know how much I needed you? Even when you hit me and scold me. I still needed you. I lived a heroic past life. No one was not afraid of me. I was the myth and the miracle. But, who truly knew my agony? Until death. I did not know my real family name. I was like an extra in that world. Despite of my greatness, I had no root. I wanted a mother. I desired her love. Who knew how desperate I was for it? Every time I woke up in the wee hours of the night, every day the autumn wind blew, I thought of her, every time I could not sleep, every time it was the union day for everyone else, I was thinking of her. I could only walk my path alone. Did I really want to be cold-blooded and heartless? I also wanted to be hugged by my mother when I cried as I was treated with injustice. I was not in need of the care, but was craving for the love. In this life, my mother is still alive. But she is so far away from me, and is in an endless dreamland. When I recognized my own identity as Jun Moxie, my mother was still asking her heart. But I am your son. And you are, my mother. Jun Moxie really fainted. The moment Dongfang when Xian woke up, he finally allowed himself to faint. To faint in happiness. The sudden appearance of an extremely beautiful girl in white who was so concerned with Jun Moxie made Dongfang when Xian ask, who is this young lady? Young lady? She is your daughter-in-law. She is Moxie's wife, the old madam said, half scolding. When Xian, you are already a mother-in-law. Maybe soon you will have a grandson. Daughter-in-law. Moxie's wife. Dongfang when Xian was surprised. She scrutinized Mei Shuiyan and finally smiled in satisfaction, what's your name? Mei Shuiyan immediately flushed like a red plum blossom. She replied softly, Mei Shuiyan. Moxie's wife, why don't you call me mother? The more Dongfang when Xian looked at Mei Shuiyan, the more satisfied she was. My son really has a good taste, this girl is even prettier than me when I was young. Mother, Mei Shuiyan greeted, with awkwardness and shy happiness. Good daughter, you are so beautiful. You have been more generous to him, because he was always naughty from a young age, Dongfang when Xian smiled comfortably. She tightened her grip on Jun Moxie's arm and exclaimed with tears rolling in her eyes, yeah. I have become a mother-in-law. I will soon have a grandson. If Wu Hui knew about it, wouldn't he be so happy? I should have told him earlier. The old madam sighed in sadness. I will soon have a grandson, Dongfang when Xian frowned suddenly, but it soon broke into a smile. Moxie is the youngest. If he already has a wife. Then Mo Yu and Mo Cho would have gotten one long ago. Shouldn't they already have a lot of kids? Sigh, now I really seem to be an irresponsible mother. Where are the two of them? They didn't come. Don't hurry, the old madam faked a smile. We are at the Dongfang family. It already took Moxie much effort to reach here. I am sure you know that we are living at a very secluded place. Oh, Dongfang Wen Xian slowly sat down. Although she still felt ominous, she did accept it. She smiled and said, "Ah, I have forgotten. We are 17,000 of miles away from Tianxiang City. That's really far. Back then, I also went for a few thousands of miles before I met a single person. And that person was Wu Hui. He was carrying one of his soldiers with a few other men to find a doctor. The soldier had been bitten by a snake. They were lucky that they met me that day." She continued faintly, "Later did I know that the soldier was one of his close guards. It was blazing hot that day, so they sweat a lot and they really stunk, but Jun Wu Hui still sucked the poison from the soldier's wound every hour to sustain his life. That was why they made it all the way to where they met me, or else the soldier would have been long dead. I was really touched back then. How admirable a general he was if he did that for his soldiers." Dongfang Wen Xian's eyes revealed her sadness, but her smile was full of inexplicable gentleness, as if she was re-experiencing the past. Although Dongfang Wen Xian had been sleeping for 10 years, her thoughts remained unchanged during all those years. She had no idea that in those 10 years, much had changed, especially for the people around her. For her, all she had were still painful memories, which were still so intense. The old madam sighed and opened her mouth to speak. But she did not know how to comfort her daughter. She stood up and said, half blamingly, "Take care of your son first. He almost lost his life saving you. We will talk about the rest after he has recovered." Dongfang Wen Xian was pulled back to reality. She looked at her son lovingly. It was a familiar face, similar to the one that had taught her love. But of course, it was much younger. She gently bent down and touched Jun Moxie's face with hers. Then she said softly, "My dear son. Wu Hui's son. I must help Moxie recover. My third son. My third son." The old madam let out a sigh in her mind. She signaled at a few guys in the room, and Dongfang Wen Qing and a few others exited unwillingly. The old madam stood up last and said, "When Moxie has recovered, Dongfang Wen Xian, you unfilial daughter, you better apologize to me properly. For so many years, you," sigh, she left after the long sigh. Now only Dongfang Wen Xian, Mei Shuiyan, and Jun Moxie remained in the room. Within the body of the unconscious Jun Moxie must be unbearable pain. But in his mother's lap, all that was on his face was happiness. Jun Moxie felt like he was living in paradise for the next few days. Dongfang Wen Xian took care of him with almost no rest. Even at night, she would build a small bed beside her son to sleep. She fed him every meal, which was initially awkward for Jun Moxie, but she insisted. He quickly gave in, soon starting to enjoy the endless care from his mother in her lap. As he smelled the nice and familiar scent of his mother and felt the joy of reunion, it was the first time he really knew happiness and dependency in his 2 lives. How great was it to have a mother! Cozy, comfortable, joyous, it was as if no adjectives in this word could even slightly describe the satisfaction of this moment. I, Jun Moxie. I, Moxie. I, the evil monarch, finally have a mother. I am finally someone that can enjoy mother's love. Jun Moxie was inexplicably excited. For these days, he talked to his mother every day. He talked about all those years' experiences, how he had misbehaved, and how he was totally spoiled, how he made people angry. It seemed that nothing, even the most ridiculous, could not be said. He would then enjoy the scolding and the gentle reprimanding from his mother. Then he would listen to his mother about how he had always been naughty when young, even when he was still in his mother's belly. Then she would talk about how she met his father, and how they began to know each other, fall in love and so on. Jun Moxie would always listen quietly. Mei Shuiyan would also sit at the side and listen with a smile. Strangely, Dongfang Wen Xian never talked about anything sad. She only picked the happy moments. Even her two other sons were seldom mentioned. The first time she mentioned them, Jun Moxie skillfully changed the topic. She was at first stunned, but stopped mentioning them afterwards. Although her grief and sorrow could still be seen in her face and eyes, but she never revealed it in front of her son. She cared for him to the most detailed extent. She would even take care of a single hair on Jun Moxie's head. It was as if she wanted to give all the absent mother's love to Moxie in a single day. She was devoted to her son. Jun Moxie even thought, how wonderful would it be if this can continue forever. He was reluctant to leave this experience behind. The people from the Dongfang family would visit every day. But, they quickly left every time, and even the old madam was not an exception. They were afraid to see the grief and doubt in Dongfang Wen Xian's eyes. Even the old madam could not tell her the truth. Every time, they would leave Dongfang Wen Xian by the door still pondering. And the concern and the ominous feeling only grew as she pondered on. The immense pressure and the great grief of his mother was still felt by Jun Moxie. Although she tried very hard to cover them, he could still detect them. So, Jun Moxie finally decided to unveil the truth. It was better to let out the truth than for everyone to keep it. The pain would soon be washed away by an outburst of tears, and it would be much better than having his mother depressed every day. Of course, what really encouraged him to do so was what Mei Shuiyan had said unintentionally when his mother was not around. She said that she could not bear seeing their mother suffer like this and how good it would be if the dead could be revived. Jun Moxie was moved. After hearing Mei Shuiyan's words, Jun Moxie's eyes flashed and he instantly decided, to lie. Yes, lie. He would fabricate a well-intentioned lie after telling his mother everything. He would say that he came into the tutelage of a powerful saint, and learned numerous powerful techniques. However, his current cultivation was too shallow, and was not enough to go against the heavens and raise a person from the dead. However, he would forge ahead vigorously to increase his strength and revive father. This way, his poor mother would have a strand of beautiful hope, and so continue to live on strongly. Although this was a huge lie, but, it was much better than losing hope completely. Although he was lying, this deceit, how much love must he have to bear to utter it? Although it was a lie, it was a sincere gesture from a son to his mother. As long as there was hope, the future would not be dark anymore. As for the matters of the future, he would think about it in the future, but for now, he would take things one step at a time. If she continued on like this, she might relapse into her deep depression again. The matters of the future, who can say for certain what would happen? Outside the door, Dongfang Wen Xian carried a bowl of bird's nest in her hand and walked in. Seeing Jun Moxie half lying on the pillow and staring blankly at the wall, she chided lightly, "You little brat, your injuries are still not healed, what are you moving around for? Quick, lie down properly, what were you thinking of that caused you to become so entranced?" Jun Moxie smiled, not replying immediately. Instead, he looked seriously at Dongfang Wen Xian in the eye and furrowed his brows slightly. "Mother, I want to tell you something, can you believe me? It might sound a little ludicrous, but, I hope that you can believe me." "Believe? Whatever my son says, I will believe it. No matter how ludicrous it is, I will choose to believe it." Dongfang Wen Xian smiled warmly and said as she scooped a spoonful of bird's nest porridge, blew on it lightly, and tested the temperature with her own tongue before bringing it to her son's mouth. "Come, open your mouth, eat more, and recover quickly, it's not hot at all, ah." Jun Moxie smiled bitterly as he looked at his mother taking care of him like a 3-year-old child. But that kind of feeling, was strangely, not awkward at all, instead, it felt intoxicating, really intoxicating. "Mother, I'll show you something nice first, watch carefully." Jun Moxie swallowed the spoonful of porridge and excitedly stretched out his right hand. A small seed sat in the middle of his palm. "Isn't that a flower seed? What's nice to see about it, could it be a rare seed?" Dongfang Wen Xian smiled and narrowed her eyes. It's just a very normal flower seed, but watch carefully. Jun Moxie smiled mysteriously as he quickly urged the power of wood in his body. Following that, an extremely amazing transformation happened, causing Dongfang Wen Xian to open her mouth wide with shock, almost dropping the delicate bowl of porridge in her hand. The black-colored little seed in Jun Moxie's palm writhed and green roots grew out from it. Following that, thin shoots slowly extended, almost as if they were being tugged at by the wind, rapidly growing with a speed visible to the naked eye. Stalk, roots, branches, leaves, slowly, it grew into a 3 chi tall flower plant. Its stalk was only as thick as a thumb. The miracle had yet to conclude, and the transformation was not yet finished. A bud grew out of the top of the plant, and slowly expanded to a pink flower, slowly growing, and blossoming. In the time it took for a pot of tea to boil, 9 resplendent roses appeared in Jun Moxie's hand, filling the room with the sweet fragrance of roses. This, what's going on? Is it a magic trick? Dongfang Wen Xian's mouth were wide open and her eyes grew round like a little child at a carnival. Seeing the fully grown rose plant sitting in her son's hand, her tongue was tied with shock. Magic tricks are just that, tricks done with props, but this is a real flower, mother. Smell it, is it fragrant? Jun Moxie smiled proudly and offered the flowers to his mother. In that moment, he was like a little kid who'd found a toy and wanted to show it off to his mother. Is it real? But how is it possible? Dongfang Wen Xian was extremely shocked, and she finally could not bear it as she reached her hand out, touched the roses, raised them to her nose, and sniffed it. She could clearly smell that these flowers were definitely real. In her agitation, she used a bit too much strength on her hand, with a light ah. Her finger had been pricked by the rose's thorn, causing a drop of blood to flow out. So it seems that, this was not a dream. It really wasn't a dream. A miracle like this, was actually real, a miracle like this, had actually taken place in front of her eyes. Mother, this is not an illusion, or a parlor trick, it's real divine magic. When I saved Mother before, and restored the vitality of those dying trees, it was also with this power. Jun Moxie looked seriously at Dongfang Wen Xian. The power of this magic is not limited to just this, my current cultivation is still too shallow, but there are greater miracles for this power, and when I've trained it to a certain level, it's even possible to move the mountains and fill the oceans, grab the stars out of the skies, wither an entire forest in an instant, or turn a desolate desert into a vibrant jungle with a single thought. Of course, it could also restore a person from deathly illnesses, or even raise a normal person's cultivation to the supreme realm in an instant. He looked steadily at Dongfang Wen Xian, and uttered each word clearly. At the highest level, it'll be a simple matter to create bodies of flesh and blood. If I can connect to the spirit world, it's possible to even bring the dead back to life. Dongfang Wen Xian's mind went blank the moment she heard those words. She felt a wave of giddiness smash into her head as her body swayed twice, and the intricate porcelain bowl in her hand slipped out of her relaxed grip. With a loud pa sound, the bowl clattered loudly onto the ground. The sound was so incredibly crisp and loud, as though it was striking a resonance with the impact on her heart. Following that, Dongfang Wen Xian's body tottered and she collapsed weakly. On the side, Mei Shuayan hurriedly stretched her hand out and caught her. In just a moment, Dongfang Wen Xian began to wake. The moment she woke up, she reached for the roses before her, caressing them anxiously, as if she'd gone mad. Although she was pricked continuously by the thorns, it was as if she could not feel the pain at all. There was only a fascinated look on her face and tears ran down her cheeks. It was as if the thing in her hand was not a bunch of flowers, but a dream. A dream she could touch with her hands. With Dongfang Wen Xian's intelligence, how could she not understand the meaning behind Jun Moxie's words? She did not dare to believe it, but the miracle was right in front of her eyes. In a few short seconds, an ordinary seed sprouted and bloomed. The miraculous life-giving magic had appeared before her eyes. For such an amazing magic, was there a task too difficult for it? Her son had also said earlier that his current cultivation was too shallow and his mastery of the technique was too weak, but even such a low level of skill was enough to create such a miracle. If it really reached a higher and more profound realm, what would happen? At this time, a flash of green light burst through the room. The strange little tree that was originally on Dongfang when Xian's chest had been placed onto a piece of jade ever since she'd woken up, but at this time, it felt Jun Moxie's release of the power of wood, and suddenly grew restless. It flew through the air, arriving before Jun Moxie and floating around his body in an anxious manner. Jun Moxie stretched out his hand and allowed the tree to land on his palm. With a move of his will, the Hongjun pagoda suddenly opened and with a so sound, the little tree disappeared into his palm. Dongfang when Xian widened her eyes with shock again, this tree was no stranger to her at all. Although the old madam had only brought the tree to her after she'd sunk into unconsciousness, the tree had accompanied her for almost 10 years. It was an important figure in her dreams throughout all those years. It was only because of this little tree that she'd managed to hang on for 10 years. This little tree that had exhausted its essence energy had been revived because of her son, and now, it had willingly flown to his side. This son of hers truly had too many miraculous secrets on him. Or perhaps, anything was possible when it came to him. Jun Moxie could clearly feel that after the little tree entered the Hongjun pagoda, it seemed to have been led by something as it flew directly to the first level. There, Jun Moxie had originally kept the 2 pieces of soul-replenishing jade that he had obtained from the Shao family. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the 2 soul-replenishing jades burst apart, the little tree flew in between the 2 pieces and landed slowly. The 2 pieces of soul-replenishing jade nestled perfectly beside the little tree, with it in the center. In that moment, 3 became 1, turning into a single, inseparable body. Numerous roots extended from the little tree and wrapped around the 2 pieces of soul-replenishing jade. This proceeding had greatly exceeded Jun Moxie's calculations, and no matter how hard he tried, he actually couldn't take them apart. This little tree had ran off in of its own accord, and taken up residence in his Hongjun pagoda. And now, he actually couldn't chase it out. This was the first time that Jun Moxie had encountered such a ridiculous matter. In that moment, he didn't know whether he should be laughing or crying. What should he do now? This was something that grandma had nearly bankrupted the family to obtain. Now, just like that, he'd taken the entire thing away without any idea of what happened. At this time, Dongfang when Xian had also recovered her state of mind. However, her heart was still extremely agitated. Her mouth was raised in a sweet smile, and her eyes glistened with tears as she looked at her son happily. Moxie, son, what did you say? What were you trying to say? The intelligent Dongfang when Xian had already understood her son's intentions long ago, but she still wanted to hear the exact words from his mouth. I said, with time, I might be able to bring father back to life. Jun Moxie said seriously, putting emphasis on every word. However, I need time. I may need quite a lot of time. Hesitating a bit, his brows furrowed deeply as he took a deep breath and continued, even, my 2 elder brothers, can be revived as well. Dongfang when Xian's body shuddered heavily, and her voice cracked. Can also be revived, tears poured out of her eyes and she sat down weakly. So my ominous feeling was real, it's not just Wu Hui, even. Mou. Mo Cho. My children, what happened? What exactly happened? Her heart suddenly constricted with pain, and she grabbed her face with her 2 hands. In the years that I was gone, what happened? Just what happened? Why is it that even? Mother, there's no need to be overly sad. Jun Moxie hardened his expression and said. I've said it just now. I can do it, I must do it. I can bring them all back to life. He sighed heavily and continued, but, the most important thing is still you, mother. You must hang on at all cost. I can help you retain your youth forever, but your heart and mind, you must keep them well. Mother, surely you don't wish to that when father and my 2 elder brothers return, they'll find you in an old and depressed state with wrinkles and sparse hair, right? Or, because of being too depressed, mother becomes like a fragrance diminished and jade perished, passing away in deep sadness. If that happens, everything that this son is doing will become completely meaningless. At the end of the day, this is a magic that goes against the heavens, and it has its own limits. Free, that's already the limit. I will live well. Moxie, don't worry, your mother may be an incompetent mother, but I can still understand your meaning. Dongfang Wen Xin wiped her tears and straightened her back. Not to mention the trace of hope you've given mother today, even if there is no more hope to see your father ever again, mother will not seek death anymore. Mother wants to watch you grow up into a man, watch you dominate the entire world with your strength, watch you and your wife start a family and carry my grandchildren. Mother also wants to watch with my own eyes, how you take revenge for your father. Revenge. My vengeance has yet to be fulfilled, and my hate has yet to be sated. How can I seek death? Dongfang Wen Xin's eyes grew red and deep hatred could be seen on her face. Her eyes seemed to be burning as she gritted her teeth. Your eldest brother and second brother, just how did they die? Jun Moxie closed his eyes lightly and his brows dipped with pain. Blizzard Silver City's Xiao family. Even third uncle Wu Yi was plotted against by them, and nearly ended up permanently crippled. He had to sit in a wheelchair for 10 years. Xiao family. Dongfang Wen Xin spat coldly, killer of my husband, murderer of my children. This hatred. Xiao family. When my injuries are healed, I'm preparing to set out from here, directly for Blizzard Silver City. To collect this debt of blood. The killing intent in Jun Moxie's eyes also blazed like a fire. What's the use of a mere promise? Snow-capped peak, it's time you collapse. Xiao family, it's time you're destroyed. Recover. You'll go after you recover. Dongfang Wen Xin was boiling with hatred a short moment ago, but she suddenly became worried again. Moxie, don't be rash. This matter, you can take your time to plan. You must have absolute preparation. As she advised, her tears suddenly fell again. Moxie, mother now, only has you must not be rash. If anything happens to you too, mother will really have no hopes in life. If vengeance is too risky, mother would rather not have this vengeance. Mother, don't worry, I know my strengths, I'll work hard to protect myself. Moxie sighed and said emotionally, if I don't have absolute confidence, I will definitely not act rashly. Mother only has Moxie, but Moxie also only has mother. Then, I can set my mind at ease. Dongfang Wen Xin nodded lightly, her face flushed with happiness. Moxie, tell mother the truth, your father, can he really be revived? Her voice was filled with uncertainty. She was anxious for the revival of her husband, but at the same time, was worried lest she should lose it. Her heart had already reached the limits of her endurance. I guarantee. If I'm lying to mother in any way, then I'll. Jun Moxie raised his hand, seriously swearing. Dongfang Wen Xin hurriedly placed a hand over his mouth, shaking her head. Don't swear. I'll believe you. I really do. Jun Moxie secretly breathed out a long breath of relief. In the next few days, Jun Moxie's body improved steadily, and Dongfang Wen Xin's mood also stabilized. Even the paintings of Jun Wuhui in the room were taken down one by one and kept away solemnly by her. In her eyes, her grief for Jun Wuhui had already disappeared greatly, and was replaced with longing and hope. Although the lie he told was well-intentioned, Jun Moxie more or less felt somewhat guilty in his heart. But strangely, he felt even more of an unknown happiness. To carry on living with hope in one's heart, even if it's the faintest of hope, is still better than completely losing it all. On this day, in the Dongfang family's main hall, the old madam, the 3 Dongfang brothers, Jun Moxie, Mei Shuiyan, and Dongfang Wen Xian were all sitting together. Dongfang Wen Xian sat beside her son, raising her head to look at him from time to time. A faint smile of doting hung on her face. To her, no matter where her son had been, or how big he'd grown to, he would always be that buck-naked naughty child in her arms. The old madam's temperament had taken an obvious upturn. Her daughter, whom they had given up hope on, had awoken with great health and vitality. The visit from her grandson this time had brought them too many surprises. On top of that, he'd even brought back a beautiful granddaughter-in-law, and such a formidable one at that. These days, the old madam could be seen smiling and laughing happily every day. Her heart's knot had been untangled, and with Jun Moxie using his spirit energy to nourish her body, she felt as if she had grown younger by 10 over years. Even the domineering and fearsome aura that she had in the past had returned. At this time, she was looking through a report sent from the outside world. It was a thick stack of news, and her brows were furrowed, as if she was looking for something. In these years, the Dongfang family had relied completely on such news to maintain their connection to the outside world. Finally, with a dry cough, she pulled out a piece of the report. There are a few things here that are important, everyone pay attention. Although we're no longer a part of the pugilistic world, some of our people will go out from time to time and bring back news for our younger generation in case they stir up any trouble and offend people they should not offend. Dongfang Wenqing and the other 3 brothers all nodded their heads. The old madam looked at Jun Moxie intently. Moxie, you're roaming the pugilistic world, and you must understand that certain people and certain forces must not be provoked at all costs. There is always a sky above a sky, and a man above a man. Do you understand? Jun Moxie looked up blankly, not quite understanding what the grandma was trying to say. But since it was an elderly's advice, he would acknowledge it first. A few days ago, there was a series of large battles. The 3 Holy Lands collectively sent out 90 of the strongest experts of the current era to surround the strongest figure of Tian Fa, the Venerable Mei. But ultimately, their troops were defeated, and they were forced to retreat with heavy losses. The Tian Fa Beast Queen Venerable Mei's strength is indeed shocking. I believe that even the leaders of those 3 Holy Lands are probably only comparable to her at most. When the old madam spoke to hear, Jun Moxie suddenly choked and coughed wildly. Mei Shuiyan also opened her eyes wide, and her entire face flushed red as she lowered her head. Jun Moxie was half suspecting that it couldn't be. That this old grandma of his was purposely teasing them, right? The Venerable Mei that you are talking about was sitting shyly right before you. Everyone is already family now, surely there's no need for such praise. The old madam stared at him sternly and continued, this matter is a huge whirlpool of trouble, remember. If you step into this whirlpool, don't mention the Dongfang family. Even if all the great families of the world gathered together, it would be difficult to avoid being completely annihilated. Mother, is the quarrels between the 3 Holy Lands and Tian Fa Forest really that important? I know about the existence of the 3 Holy Lands, and it's even because of that trip to Tian Fa Forest that time that I found out about them. I've also seen a few high-ranked experts of the 3 Holy Lands. The 3 Holy Lands are naturally formidable, but, to say that they can oppose all the great families of the world combined together, that's a bit too much, isn't it? Dongfang Wenqing asked with some perplexion. Besides, that Venerable Mei seems like a very reasonable person. The last time, at the Tiannan battle, the result was already set and Tian Fa clearly held the advantage. However, they ultimately chose to pull their troops back. It's obvious that they did not wish to fight with humans. They could even be said to be broad-minded and magnanimous. I simply don't understand, why would the forces who all carry the same name of 3 holy and 1 ferocious lands, fight like that? What would you know? Firstly, the strength that you've seen of the 3 holy lands is just the tip of the iceberg. The true strength of those 3 holy lands are far beyond your imagination, and so much more terrifying. Secondly, there is definitely some large factor that caused them to fight like this. A battle of that level is definitely not something that regular Xian cultivators can influence. Those who get too close will die, and those who come in contact with it will have their entire family wiped out. Do not think that the situation looks fine just because you are looking from a distance. Let me tell you, if you encounter something like this, run as far as you can. Keep that pitiable misplaced sense of righteousness of yours away. In a battle like this, your sense of righteousness will be nothing but a joke. An extremely useless and laughable joke. The old madam berated mercilessly. The same goes for the two of you. The old madam's eyes shone coldly as she looked at Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyan as she warned. Although your current strengths are extraordinary, but, matters like the three holy lands trying to kill Venerable Mei, it's better if you stay farther away. Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyan looked at each other and smiled bitterly. If there's a choice, we would of course love to stay away from such troubles, but, we're directly involved in it. How can we stay away? However, just where did they get this information from? How come it only mentioned Venerable Mei, and nothing about Jun Moxie and the Jun family? This intelligence network of theirs is a little too dull, isn't it? Also, the assassin Chu Chi Hun is currently with the Venerable Mei, and is jointly chased by the three holy lands. An order was passed down to resort to every conceivable means to hunt him down and repay the debt of blood. The old madam sighed and continued. That Chu Chi Hun, also known as the Supreme Assassin, is a freak genius of an era. He comes and goes like a ghost, and kills without leaving a trace. But to go up against the three holy lands like this, it's somewhat an overestimation of his ability. So what if he could have an advantage once in a while? With the sturdy foundations the three holy lands have accumulated for tens of thousands of years, how could it be something that just a single Chu Chi Hun could withstand? Rushing in so recklessly, it's just purely gifting them his life. If Chu Chi Hun could hear the old madam's evaluation of him right now, he would definitely bawl with unresignation. Dear heavens, great earth, what kind of idiot son of a tortoise would willingly invite trouble like this? Even I myself am still not sure what is going on. Disaster had simply dropped from the sky onto my head. This daddy has already been pursued for such a long time, but still hasn't figured out the reason for it. Still, since Venerable Mei has already left Tian Fa Forest, following the battle against Tian Nan, half of the conditions that our Dongfang family has been bound with have been fulfilled. The only one remaining now, is to crumble the snow-capped peak, the old madam said in a low voice. The condition of driving the Xian beasts out of Tian Fa Forest has been fulfilled coincidentally, but the snow-capped peaks have stood for tens of thousands of years. How could it be so easy to crumble? That condition is simply too harsh. It might crumble tomorrow. Grandma, you can set your heart at ease. Heaven always opens a door for the kind-hearted. Jun Moxie said confidently. Scram to the side. What would a child understand? This kind of matter, can it be done so simply? Our Dongfang family is not a benevolent family in the first place. If someone gives us a punch, we'll pay him back with 10 swords. Kind-hearted? Just how did Jun Zhantian, that old thing, teach you? The old madam huffed angrily as she lectured in her Dongfang family style. Moxie, your grandmother and your uncle are discussing serious matters. A child like you should not speak out of place. Dongfang Wen Xian chided gently before continuing in an unhappy voice, Mother. Moxie is still young, you're speaking so loudly, what if you scared him? When he grows up. The moment this sentence came out, both Jun Moxie and the old madam looked up stupidly, as if they had been struck by lightning. The old madam gaped wordlessly a few times before hardening her heart and saying, Wen Xian, it's not that mother wants to scold you, but there needs to be a limit to how much you dote on the child. Moxie is still young, but this child's cultivation is already higher than mine. No matter how high his cultivation is, he's still my son. Could it be that he's no longer my son if his cultivation is high? Dongfang Wen Xian continued in an unreasonable manner. Both the old madam and Jun Moxie were left completely speechless. Grandmother, let me look at these reports. Jun Moxie received the stack of documents and pored over them piece by piece. Mei Shuiyan beside him also poked her head over to look with interest. She had the same questions in her heart. As they looked, the two furrowed their brows deeper and deeper. Strange. Too strange. These reports had clearly depicted fight between the three holy lands, even describing the battle in detail. However, there wasn't even a single word about Jun Moxie at all. Just what was going on. The two of them had clearly traveled together, walked side by side with each other, were ambushed together, and escaped from the encirclement together. But here, there was clearly no mention of Jun Moxie at all. How does one explain this? The two looked at each other and saw the same incredulity in the other's eyes. Mei Shuiyan furrowed her brows and thought for a moment before transmitting her voice secretly. The three holy lands have probably removed your name from the reports on purpose in consideration for your master. This matter is highly possible. After all, an ambush like this, if they provoked your master's wrath, even the three holy lands would suffer. As long as they did not mention you, after this period passed, and you returned without harm, the matter would also dissipate into a minor matter. Makes sense. Jun Moxie came to an understanding. With the strength of the three holy lands, it was not a difficult matter to manipulate the news like that. Furthermore, the battle had happened in the middle of nowhere, and there was no one around to see it. Naturally, the news would follow whatever they said happened. Now that Moxie's strength had come into maturity, Shuiyan is also his strongest aid. With such strength, it's not difficult to deal with the Shao family, or even the entire Blizzard Silver City. Yunbi Chen has also not appeared for a long time already. There's not much to fear about Blizzard Silver City now. It's also about time for our Dongfang family prepares to step into the world again. No matter what, the snow-capped peaks must fall. Wen Qing, Wen Jian, Wen Dao, the assassins that the three of you were in charge of training, how are the results? How many have reached the specified benchmark? Dongfang Wen Qing stood up and reported, for the sky-grade assassins, those who currently meet the mark numbers 36. For the earth-grade assassins, 71 have met the standards required. As for the mortal-grade assassins, there are currently 341. That won't do. The strength we can utilize is still too little, too little. It's completely not enough for big missions. Step up the pace and train them. Even if they die from fatigue, you must train them up. Moxie can go towards Blizzard Silver City at any time. We hold an absolute advantage in the Battle of the Kings, but if the strength of our pawns cannot match up, how can that be good? I want at least 50 sky-grade assassins and 100 earth-grade assassins to follow Moxie to take his revenge. The assassins must also not be of our Dongfang family's surname. After all, we haven't fulfilled the oaths yet. The old madam harumphed coldly and gave the order. Even as Dongfang Wen Qing and the others nodded in response, their expressions were somewhat ugly. Jun Moxie's chest grew warm. The reason Grandma was so anxious was for the sake of his revenge. Seeing this, he glanced at Mei Shuiyan and nodded. Mei Shuiyan nodded back in agreement and stood up. She took out a small jade bottle and smiled. Grandma, Shuiyan has a few good items here, perhaps with these, the problems you are facing won't be so difficult anymore. What's that? The old madam asked tentatively. The Dongfang family was currently cut off from the world, and to date, they didn't even know about the Jun family's production of divine pills. Although Dongfang Wen Qing and the others knew about the 10 years Dan, they only mentioned it briefly when they returned and didn't talk about it in detail. Thus, the old madam still didn't know. This is something that Moxie's master refined. This is a 10 years Dan. Each pill can raise a cultivator's Xian Qi by the equivalence of 10 years. There are 2 bottles here, and each bottle contains 100 pills. These 2 bottles contain the bone-tempering pills, which can be used to refine and remodel a person's body. There are similarly 200 pills in total. The Dongfang family can use them to nurture your younger generation's members. Mei Shuiyan smiled and introduced. When she mentioned the few words, Moxie's master, she stumbled a little on her words before continuing. As for these 3 bottles, they are the truly rare divine pills. This is the vitality linkage pill. Regardless of one's foundations, it can forcefully improve the circulation speed of Xian Qi in one's meridians to 3 times faster than before. This is the vitality congregation pill. Consuming one will improve a Xian cultivator's cultivation speed to increase by 3 times. And finally, there's the heaven vitality pill. It can directly improve one's strength by 50 years worth of cultivation. These 3 pills are extremely rare, and there are only 10 of each. They are prepared specially for grandma and the 3 uncles. If you want to give them to others, you must remember that only experts who have exceeded at least the peak of Sky Xian realm can consume them. Otherwise, they would end up self-exploding from the forceful power in the pills. In this period of time, Jun Moxie had refined quite a large number of these pills, and they so happened to be useful now. The pills that Mei Shuiyan took out was actually just a small portion of his collection. With the Dongfang family's current strength, they wouldn't be able to use the pills even if he gave them more. Just this amount he'd taken out was already more than 3 times what they could use. As Mei Shuiyan introduced the pills, the old madam, Dongfang Wenqin, and the rest all sucked in a breath of cold air at the start, and their mouths grew wider and wider towards the end, as if they would never close again. To them, pills like these with such miraculous effects was simply something that had never appeared, even in the legends. However, they were being pulled out one by one like rabbits in a hat before their eyes. Dongfang Wenxian's face was extremely agitated, and her eyes glowed with even more hope. Miracles seemed to abound endlessly around her son. Did that mean that he might really have some kind of divine ability? Could it be that everything that Moxie had told her was true? Although she said that she believed his words, she was still quite skeptical about it deep in her heart. In fact, she'd mostly said that she believed him just to not let him down. After all, a concept of raising someone from the dead was an incredibly unimaginable thing. How could it be taken so lightly? But right now, in this moment, her heart had a bit more confidence in her son. Her hope had truly been ignited. The old madam's face was also incredibly agitated. Taking a deep breath, she shook her head. Moxie, these things are far too valuable. How could we use them? Grandma, you are treating me as an outsider with those words. I, Jun Moxie, am a grandson of the Dongfang family. Everyone here is family. What's there to be polite about? Besides, if we talk about value, in this world, what is valuable than family? Jun Moxie smiled suavely. So, if we must talk about worthiness, it's me who is unworthy of such a great family. I even feel that these pills are too little in value compared to you all. Good. Well said, this sentence is too well said. In this world, what can be more valuable than family? The old granny smiled and sighed. Just with these words, Moxie, I can say that you've truly grown up. Wenxian, you should be proud of your son. He may be young, but he knows even more things than you. You need to follow the example of your son. Dongfang Wenxian's face turned red, and she lowered her head in shame. However, she felt extremely glad in her heart. Because, that's my son. Although mother had scolded her, she was still praising her son. That alone made her even happier than if she was the one being praised. Moxie, do you have any proper plans with regards to Blizzard Silver City? How do you want to carry out the attack? The old grandma kept the jade bottles away carefully and asked with seriousness. Blizzard Silver City? There isn't any plans. Jun Moxie scratched his brows lightly. It's just crumbling the snow-capped peaks, flatten the Silver City, and drag the members of the Shao family out one by one and put them to death. What plans do we need? This is still called no plans. If you had a plan, wouldn't the entire snow mountain be trampled clean by you? Third Uncle Dongfang Wendao said with a shock. He was sucking in the cold air so hard that his teeth hurt. In all things, you must always plan first before taking action. It is better to be safe than sorry. You must not be rash. don't think that just because you are stronger than others, you can step over others easily. An overinflated self-confidence will instead blind yourself. There is always a sky above a sky, and a man above a man. There will always be someone stronger than you. The old grandma advised painstakingly. Grandson understands. I plan to stay here for a few more days, and then leave the Dongfang family and return to the Jun residence to make preparations for attacking Blizzard's Silver City. Jun Moxie promised and said respectfully. Oh. That's good as well. Wen Xian, what about you? The old grandma turned and looked at her daughter. Dongfang Wen Xian fell silent for a moment before saying, I naturally want to follow my son back. I'm still the Jun family's daughter-in-law ultimately. For so many years, I haven't fulfilled my duties to my parents-in-law at all, which is very unfilial. Now that I've woken up, I need to make up for these 10 years of absence, bit by bit. Otherwise, how will I be able to face Wu Hui? How will I face my two poor children? The old madam breathed out a long sigh and raised her face to look into the distance. After a long time, she closed her eyes and said in a forlorn voice, That's good too. She lowered her head and looked at her daughter. Her gaze was filled with tenderness and protectiveness, full of longing and unwillingness. However, she still steeled her voice and said sternly, Dongfang Wen Xian, since you've made your decision, mother will not stop you. However, you must remember this. You are a mother, and you must firstly, not let down your own mother, your in-laws, and heaven and earth. After that will be your son, your daughters-in-law, and your future grandchildren. I don't want to see you being carried back here again in an unconscious state again. Do you understand? Dongfang Wen Xian smiled and her eyes softened. Mother, please don't worry, your daughter has thought things through already, I will never bring shame to the Dongfang family again. If that's the case, good. The old madam closed her eyes and said no more. That afternoon, Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyan took a trip around the Dongfang family training ground, accompanied by the three uncles. He provided many useful training tips to improve the family's training regime. With his experience as the king of assassins and detailed pointers, every word was noted down by Dongfang Wenqing and the rest as if they were precious treasures. They were just short of taking a pen and paper and following behind him, writing down every single word that came out of his mouth. After that, Jun Moxie prepared and wrote out a training plan and passed it to Dongfang Wenqing. This was his own training regime in his previous life, with a few things cut out. Jun Moxie was confident that with the Dongfang family's foundations, if they used this training plan as the base for the future, the day when the family would rise up again in the pugilistic world will be near. The Dongfang family prepared a huge feast that night, and everyone gathered together joyfully. Jun Moxie took the chance to raise his request for the little tree. Even if he didn't want to bring it up, it was impossible. That little fellow has already ran into my body and refuses to come out, what can I do? The old madam agreed very quickly and straightforwardly. We're not too sure what that thing is anyway. In any case, we got it coincidentally, and it only seems to nourish the human body. Apart from that, there doesn't seem to be anything special about it. It's useless for training and cannot raise one's cultivation. It only so happened to be useful for maintaining your mother's life force. If it wasn't of use to your mother, we would have already dumped it a long time ago. If you want it, take it, if you see anything else you like here, take a few more with you. Jun Moxie rolled his eyes speechlessly. With a single look, it would be obvious that the little tree was a heavenly treasure, yet the old madam said that she nearly threw it away. Although he knew that she only said that to make him feel less guilty about taking the tree away, he still felt some indignation for the little tree. That was because he could tell that the old madam really did not care much for the little tree, that much was impossible to fake. Actually, not to mention the old grandma, even Jun Moxie had no idea what this little tree was. But although he didn't recognize it, he was sure of one thing. Something that the Hongjun Pagoda approved of was definitely something good and rarely seen on earth. This was something that definitely would not be wrong. The Dongfang third master sat together with his wives and children, smiling smugly. Dongfang Wenqing and Dongfang Wenjian looked at him enviously, while the numerous wives around them looked away depressedly. When women reached a certain age, how could they endure their inner maternal instinct when they saw other people playing with their children? After settling several of the heavy matters in his mind, Jun Moxie was in an extremely jovial mood today. Seeing his uncles nearby, he sidled up slyly and asked, "First uncle, what's wrong? There's so many ants here, but you haven't managed to pop out any cute cousins for me to play with? Isn't that too much of a waste? You think I don't want to make any? Your grandma hasn't stopped nagging me over this matter." Dongfang Wenqing glared at him huffily, "All these women are too disappointing, what can I do?" Jun Moxie rolled his eyes at this. If one or two wives failed to live up to expectations, that was still possible. But if one wanted to say that, all 59 wives are unable to bear children, then Dongfang Wenqing's luck was a little too terrifying. With this kind of probability, he could go and buy the lottery directly, and he would strike the first prize every single time. Why won't you say that the problem lies with you? Jun Moxie snorted in disdain. With a squint of his eyes, he leaned closer to his first uncle's ears. "I actually have a little bit of knowledge in this area. My third uncle Jun's leg was cured by me, so if first uncle is willing to trust me, I dare to guarantee that next year this time, you'll be hugging a cute baby, or even several cute babies." "Really?" Dongfang Wenqing sat up straight and looked at Jun Moxie, his eyes as wide as a pair of lanterns. His breath grew somewhat heavy as he grabbed his nephew's hand. "You're not lying to me, right?" The people around him jumped lightly in shock at this sight. F***ck. What's this first master doing? How would I lie to you? This is absolutely true. Jun Moxie smiled mysteriously. "Actually, I could tell with a single glance that it's not just you. Second uncle actually has the same problem, right?" Dongfang Wenqing's face grew slightly red as he shifted uncomfortably in his seat. Don't mention it, it's truly a great misfortune in our family. So it turns out that you all weren't well controlled in your youth, ah?" Jun Moxie sighed pretentiously, and his tone grew heavier. "Loose years in one's youth often lead to a lifetime of bitterness. This saying is the same for both men and women. Although people often say that one would have wasted their youth if they didn't indulge themselves, but everything should have a limit." These words were spoken by Dongfang Wenqing to Jun Moxie back in Tiannan, but today, their roles had been reversed. "Damn brat, do you believe that I won't give you a beating?" Dongfang Wenqing roared angrily. At the same time, he stared at the people who were pricking their ears to listen in, scaring them away. "Alright, I'll help you take a detailed look now." Jun Moxie grabbed Dongfang Wenqing's hand and infused a wisp of heaven-earth spiritual qi. Afterward, he sent the pure vitality energy of the power of wood once around his meridians before putting his hands down and solemnly taking out a small jade bottle. "Eat one pill in this bottle every day for half a month. In this half a month, there must be no bedroom activity." Half a month later, Kakik. Jun Moxie revealed a smile that only men knew. But before he could finish up the look with a wink, the jade bottle was snatched away by Dongfang Wenqing and he was wrapped smartly across the forehead. A loud, crisp sound rang out and Dongfang Wenqing roared. "What are you thinking about at such a young age? Harboring all kinds of indecent thoughts and yet able to talk about it with such relish. Looks like your fame as the #1 debauchee in the capital is not undeserved. I'm going to tell your mother and ask her to give you a good lesson." His other hand was like a raccoon that stole a chicken's egg, stuffing the jade bottle into his sleeves with a speed akin to lightning. His voice was loud, and over 100 heads turned around, while 200 over eyes landed onto Jun Moxie's figure. Their eyes all carried a great curiosity, as if they wanted to know just what it was that this little fellow said to make the first master lecture him like that. From the looks of it, it must be an exceptionally indecent thing. Otherwise, why would the first master scold him so loudly in public? Jun Moxie felt extremely incredulous in that moment. This was the first time he'd ever seen such an unappreciative and shameless person. I approached you with good intentions to resolve a huge difficulty in your life, but not only do I not get a word of thanks, in order to cover up your own awkwardness, you pushed me to the front of the stage. If this can be endured, what else cannot be endured? How unbearable. Since it's too intolerable, then there's no need to endure anymore. Jun Moxie's eyes gleamed darkly and he continued in an even more mysterious voice, First Uncle Ah, if you complement the pill taking with some movements and chants, it'll be perfect. Perhaps the next time I come here, your children would have formed into a football team. There are still specific movement and chants to do. Dongfang Wenqing's expression stiffened. He was still feeling glad a moment ago that not only had he finally managed to make this little brat suffer a little, he'd even managed to retain his face successfully. Most importantly, he even managed to gain such a good thing, but who would have thought that before he could even blink, he was immediately splashed with a bucketful of cold water. He'd just pranked the little fellow, and with the vengeful character of Jun Moxie, how could he let himself off? In that moment, he could not help but to be wary. What conditions do you have? State them clearly. Conditions? Jun Moxie shook his head innocently. Could it be that I would have any conditions for an elder? Since you think of me as a base person, I won't bother you with my words. You've hurt me too deeply and saddened my heart. I saw your plight and out of pity and the kindness of my heart, I wanted to help you with your Eric. I was wrong. It was this uncle's fault. This uncle was wrong. Dongfang Wenqing hurriedly covered Jun Moxie's mouth with his large hands, apologizing profusely. Good niece Ah, just what movements and chants is it? Hurry up and tell your uncle. Alright, who asked you to be my uncle? Since we're all family, I'll tell you. Jun Moxie sighed helplessly, as though he'd been wronged greatly. What a good child. Uncle thanks you in advance. Dongfang Wenqing smiled gleefully. Jun Moxie covered his mouth with a hand and cupped it to his uncle's ear as he lowered his voice as much as possible, until it was nearly indiscernible. This movement, needs, in the air, it might be a little tiring, but you must endure yes, hang upside down, yes, yes. Dongfang Wenqing nodded repeatedly, and his brows were knitted solemnly as he tried his best to memorize every word, deathly afraid that missing a single word would spoil everything. As for the chant, listen well, remember carefully, it must be done with the movements, yes yes, it goes like this. 1 2 3 4, 2 2 3 4, yin-yang harmony, qian kun nothingness, change a posture, and then repeat, Jun Moxie taught with a serious face. Dongfang Wenqing memorized with all his might, until sweat appeared on his brows. My age is high, and my memory is not very good luckily it's not very long, and it's quite catchy as well. Jun Moxie finished reciting and Dongfang Wenqing's brows were still tightly knitted together as he mumbled to himself. Jun Moxie smiled lightly and asked, have you memorized it? Dongfang Wenqing stood up with the same serious look and did not say a word as he hurriedly walked out towards the study room. Looks like, a good memory is still no match for the good ink and paper. Although he'd memorized it, there was still a possibility of him forgetting. It was more reliable to just write everything down. Moxie, where did your first uncle go? Dongfang Wenqing sat down and asked suspiciously. Oh, he probably had a little too much to drink, and went to the latrine, Jun Moxie chuckled. After resolving his first uncle's problem, it was Dongfang Wenqing's turn. Dongfang Wenqing was much more honest, directly offering his thanks after receiving the pills. Jun Moxie naturally also did not pass him any nonsensical, paired movement sets and chants. From this, one could see that it was better for people to be more honest. I'll see if you dare to make me look bad again. Although you're my uncle, when it's time to teach you a lesson, there'll still be no mercy. Jun Moxie laughed madly in his heart while his shoulders trembled lightly. Following that, he directly clutched his stomach and laughed aloud in a crazed manner. Pa! A chicken bone suddenly flew across the table, smacking firmly against his head, causing Jun Moxie to raise his head with shock. Dongfang old grandma's face was entirely red as she looked at him angrily, cursing aloud. Little rascal. What are you laughing to yourself about? Nothing. Jun Moxie rubbed his head in an aggrieved manner and sat back down. The old grandma looked at him coldly and suddenly with a loud poo sound, the mouthful of wine in her mouth spurted out, and she coughed violently. Her entire face had gone red, and she scolded both angrily and helplessly. You little brat, you're too mischievous. It seems like the old grandma had heard everything. Actually, only 2 people had heard the entirety of his shenanigans. Mei Shuiyan and the old grandma. The two's cultivation was the highest, but Mei Shuiyan was an innocent virgin and didn't understand the meaning behind his words. But the old grandma was an experienced woman, cough cough. Hee hee. Jun Moxie scratched his head and smiled sheepishly before lowering his head hurriedly to eat. In that moment, he looked exceptionally obedient. Mother, what's wrong? Dongfang Wen Xian looked at her mother with confusion. She had been sitting right beside her and had been sprayed with a mouthful of wine. That rascal of a boy. You need to educate him properly. After you all return, remember to watch him closer, this brat is too mischievous. When it's time to beat him, do not spare the rod. Beat him with all your might, the boy can handle it. The old grandma took a deep breath and stabilized herself. However, she still seemed a little out of breath. She had indeed heard those words, but that kind of matter, there's no way to chide him. How was she supposed to scold the boy about this kind of matter? This grandson of hers was indeed a little too overboard. Moxie is so obedient, how is he naughty? Dongfang Wen Xian pouted lightly and continued with some heartache. I'm not willing to beat the child. I still remember that when he was mischievous as a kid, I slapped him on the buttocks once. Because of that, I cried for a few days with heartache. Hearing this, the old grandma directly rolled her eyes and fell speechless. This matter, until a long time in the future, on a certain day. Dongfang Wen Jian saw his elder brother in the garden facing the rising sun and twisting his waist left and right in an exaggerated manner. Perplexed, he walked over and asked, Big brother, what are you doing? I'm training my hip strength. Dongfang Wenqing did not even lift his head and said. Little brother, how many have you impregnated on your side? These 2 brothers were practically fellow sufferers, brothers in the same boat. There was naturally nothing that they wouldn't talk about with each other. Cough, cough, I have 5 pregnant already. Big brother, I heard you have quite a few on your side. Mothers spoilt with happiness these days. Moxie's pills are really amazing, Dongfang Wenjian rubbed his nose and said with some embarrassment. However, his words could not conceal his excitement. Indeed, I have 7 little ones on the way now. Huh, Dongfang Wenqing laughed proudly, followed by a long sigh, Moxie, that brat, the methods he gave are good, but it's really a little too tiring. Although the women aren't very heavy, but there's still 100-something gene, and it's an hour every time too. We also need to keep doing the chants throughout, it's really tiring. It's not like I only have one AI, there's so many wives, but no matter what, it's still worth it. Dongfang Wenqing swiveled his hips energetically, round after round, his eyes filled with a little admiration as he looked at Dongfang Wenjian. Second brother, you're a few years younger than your older brother, looks like you're indeed more energetic, your waist isn't even aching at all. Tiring? Heavy? Chance? Dongfang Wenjian cocked his head with confusion. Big brother, what are you talking about? Dongfang Wenqing looked at him with annoyance. It's the thing that Moxie said, the secret method to make babies. #%%%, yen yen #yen%, Dongfang Wenjian was completely speechless. What secret method? Isn't it just eating the pills? What? Dongfang Wenqing was in the middle of his exercise when he suddenly stopped. His body froze like a puppet on the ground and his head turned around slowly. Suddenly, His hand shot out and he grabbed Dongfang Wenjian by his shirt and gritted his teeth. Second brother, what did you say? What did you say just now? Dongfang Wenjian jumped in fright as his body was lifted off the ground. His eyes glistened with fear. I didn't say anything. Say it clearly. Dongfang Wenqing seemed like a bomb on the verge of exploding. Say it one more time. Say what? You're still acting dumb in front of me. Damn thing. You better tell me properly now. What did Moxie tell you that time about the method? Dongfang Wenqing lowered his voice and spat the words out through the cracks between his teeth. There's no method. He just gave a few pills. Take a pill every day, and refrain from any bedroom activities for half a month. After that, I was completely cured. Dongfang Wenjian screeched in a wronged manner as his two legs kicked wildly in the air. Big brother, let me down quickly, cough cough. I'm going to choke to death. Pooh. Dongfang Wenjian fell heavily to the ground, rolling and crawling for several zhang as he gasped for breath. Turning around, he saw his elder brother standing completely still, in the exact same position as just now. He was simply standing there without a single movement, like a statue. Heir. Big brother, are you okay? Dongfang Wenjian asked tentatively. Scram. Dongfang Wenqing roared angrily, his voice long and loud, reverberating through the mountains continuously and scaring countless beasts away. Dongfang Wenjian immediately turned tail and fled. After a long time, a blood-curdling scream suddenly rang out from where a little statue stood. Jun Moxie. Ah. You little brat, you bastard thing, you little sissy doll. Ah. If you're not, I must. Following the wretched cries, a series of loud banging sounds rang out, as though someone was thrashing and smashing things crazily. It was only the next day that everyone discovered that the entire garden, not to mention the flowers, trees, and fake mountains, not even a single blade of grass was left on that area. The old madam was currently fiddling with her fingers excitedly, making some mental calculations. In just a few months' time, she would have an extra set of grandchildren to play with. The Dongfang family will no longer have to worry about having a lack of descendants. Endlessly relieved. Hearing the savage roars from the garden, she could not help but roll her eyes with annoyance. How did I give birth to such a dumb son? To think that it took him so long to find out. This son of mine is truly a bit slow. Those lasses are really slow as well. Is it really so difficult to make a few sets of baby clothes? Just thinking about it caused her to beam with happiness as she mumbled to herself. This is really great, the house will be filled with happiness in a short moment. This is all thanks to Moxie. Back to the present, Jun Moxie left immediately on the second day after leaving behind the sacred movement sets and chants, along with Mei Shuiyan and Dongfang Wenxian. After stepping out of the Dongfang family, he began to head home. The thing that Jun Moxie needed to consider now was how to deal with Blizzard Silver City. Now that he was finally out of the desolated lands, he finally saw that the pugilistic world was in a state of complete chaos. Everywhere he walked was filled with great unrest. On the way back, Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyan discovered a large number of people from the three holy lands. Their numbers were much more than the 90 people from the last time. From the looks of it, the revenge of the three holy lands was already unleashed at full force. Not only were they going to deal with Mei Shuiyan, they also needed to deal with Chu Chi-hun. Along the way, discussions about the heroics of Chu Chi-hun and songs about the supreme assassin Chu could be heard. The pugilistic world was bustling with activity and the name Chu Chi-hun was hanging on everyone's mouths. The supreme assassin Chu Chi-hun had become a heroic figure and his image was extremely glorious. He was now a name known by every household and every person on the streets. With each passing day, as long as there was no news of the three holy lands successfully killing Chu Chi-hun, the entire pugilistic world would continue to grow increasingly impressed. Chu Chi-hun, right now, was the undisputed #1 idol for many youths in Xian continent. His name was awe-inspiring, sky-rocking, and earth-shaking. It was like the first sound of thunder on a clear summer's day, rumbling endlessly and filling the entire sky. His fame was further propelled by the folklores, poems, and songs created about him which spread through the continent with great popularity. A man needs be like Chu Chi-hun, awe-inspiring and matchless throughout the world. Looking disdainfully upon all, who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him, ancient or modern. An outstanding assassin in a league all of his own. These were the earliest 3 sentences that had first gained popularity. Later on, some geniuses went ahead and added 4 more sentences to it. Killing his way through the Holy Lands after massacring the mortal world. Slaying supremes after slaughtering his fill of thieves and rascals. Elusive immortals, blood ocean, great golden city. All turn into weeping ghosts under his blade without exceptions. 1. The first time he heard this poem, Jun Moxie was in the middle of a meal at a restaurant. With a loud a half-chewed piece of deep-fried dough cake spurted out of his mouth, drawing a beautiful arc as it flew through the sky. After that, he simply grabbed his stomach and roared with laughter. Dongfang Wen Xin furrowed her brows with displeasure. How could the young master of an upper-class family behave so boorishly in public? But just as she was about to scold her unruly child, she saw the prim and proper daughter-in-law of hers. Mei Shuiyan was also giggling madly before descending into full-scale mad laughter. If not for her demure feminine outer appearance, her image would be even more exaggerated than Jun Moxie's. What's going on? What are you all suddenly laughing about? Dongfang Wen Xin furrowed her brows and asked. Nothing ha ha ha. It's. Ha 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 ha, nothing. Jun Moxie tried to exercise some self-control, but his body shook heavily, and he simply laid flat on the table and lost himself in his laughter. The dishes and cups on the table vibrated and clanged loudly as he laughed. As the main person involved in the matter, how could he not know how Chu Chi-hun's fame came about? It was the effect of being used as a scapegoat over and over again, with the severity of his crimes growing more and more notorious. First, the crime of offending a supreme, then a holy land. At the start, it was only one holy land. Now, it had grown to 3. Even worse, he couldn't even remove the crimes if he wanted to. That was the worst tragedy. To bear so many crimes innocently, if he still didn't get famous, something would be wrong. At this moment, the 3 were traveling as low profile as they could, and they had donned some light disguises to avoid attracting any attention. After all, they had Dongfang Wen Xin with them this time, and they couldn't afford to have any mishaps. This was different from when it was just him and Mei Shuiyan traveling together. If there were any dangers, they could always easily escape. The 3 holy lands were on high alert right now, and they had no choice but to rein in the sharpness of their blade. Dongfang Wen Xin was a mother of 3 and her real age was over 40, with some other factors added in, she should have looked somewhat frail and disheveled by now. But due to her 10-years-long coma and the nourishment of the little tree, her looks actually remained in how they were 10 years ago. Her beauty was largely unchanged, and she even exuded the classy grace of a middle-aged woman. Her gentle eyes and eyebrows added an extra delicate and demure look of a young girl to her face. Although she wasn't an unparalleled beauty of a generation, she was still extremely beautiful and heart-captivating. With her son and daughter-in-law accompanying her, it caused her mood to soar. On top of that, her heart had been reignited with hope, causing her entire person to look much more energetic. If she did not don a disguise, her beauty would instantly draw attention from all directions. How could they hope to maintain a low profile? Mei Shuiyan was a country-toppling beauty, one of a kind under the heavens. If she went out with her original looks, they would probably be hounded by a pack of love-crazed pursuers. Although they were not afraid of this kind of stuff, it would still be upsetting to the mood. Besides, even if they did not bother about the other stuff, the people from the three holy lands would find them and start hunting them down. There was naturally no other option but to proceed cautiously. The group traveled through a small town. Jun Moxie had come through this way before, and at that time, it could be said to have been nearly deserted. There was basically nobody traveling here before. But this time, it was filled with people coming and going and was incredibly bustling. It was as if he had arrived at a different town. It turned out that during this period of time, due to the commotion stirred up by Chu Chi-hun's fame, the entire pugilistic world had become more bold and adventurous. Even this little town was no exception. Numerous people came and went, and it was seething with activity. As they exited the town, the group continued forward for a distance. The snowfall was growing heavier, and Jun Moxie hurriedly led the way into a small inn at the side of the road to temporarily get out of the wind and snow, out of consideration for his mother. This little inn was situated in an extremely out-of-way area. Their business was usually extremely poor, and with the wretched snowy weather as an obstacle, they had even lesser customers. But unexpectedly, the little inn that was on the verge of closing down due to poor business over the past few years was suddenly flocked with customers this year. Fortune rolled in generously. One could see that the appearance of the super idol Chu Chi-hun had directly improved the economy and spurred public spending. Something like this had not happened in the world for several thousand years. The moment news of Chu Chi-hun came out, a lot of those cultivators who were bored till their nuts ached suddenly found themselves with something entertaining to do. Speaking crassly, the people running about and joining in on the hype and gossip were much more dedicated than even the paparazzi on Earth. With such a large snowstorm and in this kind of freezing temperature, even paparazzis would not come out. Gathering news from everywhere and spreading them, rumors emerged in an endless stream, everyone was chasing wind and clutching at shadows, making groundless accusations without regard. They created stories like hot buns out of the steamer, countless different versions of the legend flooded the pugilistic world, with only one element constant in all of them. The main character, Chu Chi-hun. For instance, the generation's greatest assassin, Chu Chi-hun and the Three Holy Lands, the story which must be told. The absolute insider's story behind the Three Holy Lands' pursuit of Chu Chi-hun, it all started because of a chicken's tail feather. The Three Holy Lands rage, the supreme assassin forced to roam the lands lonely as a wanderer, who is the supreme beauty granny dropping tears behind him. The stories grew like a raging fire, spreading from one person to 10 and from 10 to 100, traveling through a myriad of rivers and thousands of hills. The incomparable influence of the great idol Chu Chi-hun had brought all sorts of places, such as restaurants and hotels, into prosperity. Evidently, the power of idols was indeed infinite. Past or present, on Earth or the Xian continent, this was all indisputable truth. Jun Moxie was just sitting there and he had already heard 3 different versions of the story before he could finish his meal. And each version was enough to trigger his unstoppable laughter. It was close to the new year and it was snowing heavily. But nothing could stop people from crowding into this secluded little hotel. With the heavy snow blocking the path out of the mountains, there could only be more guests coming in and sitting around the bonfire. What was most strange was that the 2 owners of this hotel were still looking unsatisfied and even annoyed despite having such prosperous business and so much income. They were not even interested in receiving money. This dubious phenomenon soon caught Jun Moxie's attention. Mei Shuiyan's skill was superb, but she had little social experience, and was thus not very interested in the social interactions of these commoners. Dongfang Wen Xian was also born into a large family and seldom had encounters in the society, so she was even more nonchalant about it. On the other hand, as a supreme killer who had lived 2 lives, Jun Moxie had lots of exposure to this sort of social interaction. He paid attention to even the most detailed things, and the more he did, the more he felt that there was something wrong with this hotel. But with the heavy snow, the hotel was undeniably a good place to stay at. They could even get some dubious, but free intelligence by talking with the guests. So, Jun Moxie decided to stay here for the night and would make further decisions based on the weather next day. After all, Dongfang Wen Xian's cultivation was not of a high level. Even with the assistance of Mei Shuiyan and Jun Moxie, it would still be difficult to travel in such terrible weather conditions. By staying here for one day, they could not only have some rest, but could also gather some information. Even if there was not much important information, the interesting stories were at least quite entertaining. As Jun Moxie pondered, Mei Shuiyan delivered a message right into his ear. The two owners of this hotel are experts. Yes, indeed they are. Also, this hotel is also a bit strange. Jun Moxie held his teacup, and replied without even moving his eyelids. Strange? Where? Mei Shuiyan was a bit surprised. Looking around, this was an ordinary hotel. Except for the expertise of the two owners, nothing was out of place. Even the waiters and the servicemen were as common as they could be. Also, many experts do like to hide in secluded places without interacting with the outside world. So the fact about the two owners could hardly be called strange. First of all, this hotel's location is weird. We traveled for around 100 miles to reach here from the previous town. Although it is short for us, but for commoners, this could take a whole day. The town before us is quite large. If this hotel opened there, they would definitely have a better profit, Jun Moxie analyzed. Right, this place is indeed quite secluded, Mei Shuiyan agreed as she nodded her head. There is a mountain range further away. There's obviously even less people there. But if we say that the two owners just want to leave behind all the troubles of the outside world, then this choice is understandable. I've thought of that as well, but generally, it is an illogical choice. Secondly, what are their intentions in opening up a hotel in such a place? Or rather, what benefits do they even have? If they want to escape from all the annoyance, why not choose to stay in the mountains? Jun Moxie threw out a few questions. Also, why are there so many martial arts practitioners gathered here? When we were here last time, there were no guests at all. From the expression of the two old men, it clearly suggests that this phenomenon only started a few days ago. They look so annoyed. If this happens all year round, I am sure they would have long left. But, apparently they could not become infuriated at the annoyance. The only reason would be that they are afraid of being exposed. But as top experts, what are they afraid of? Jun Moxie carried on. Besides that, with so many men from the three holy lands appearing near here, I can deduce that Chu Chi Hun is near here. Or why will everyone be gathering here in such a bad weather? All these people must have been guided here by information deliberately leaked by the three holy lands. Everything seemed to make sense as Jun Moxie continued with a frown. The three holy lands want to consolidate their authority. For 10,000 years, no one dared to defy and humiliate the three holy lands. Chu Chi Hun did not only do that, but also killed many of their men. So the three holy lands were trying to ameliorate the situation. And the best way is to kill Chu Chi Hun publicly. That's why they deliberately publicized what Chu Chi Hun had done. They want to kill him in front of a large crowd so that they will gain a more indisputable authority and reputation. This is the true intentions of the three holy lands. Jun Moxie said, with a short laugh. But wouldn't this be redundant? At first, only they knew about what had happened. They could have killed Chu Chi Hun silently and there would not be a negative impact to their reputation in the first place, Mei Shuiyan said, puzzled. You've missed the key part. The two of us knew as well. If they hid the truth and we leaked it, then they would be more passive. That's why they decided to actively publicize it to the whole continent, so that they are at least in control. Jun Moxie raised his eyebrows and said. They are really measuring the stature of great men with the yardstick of small men. You are great. Mei Shuiyan rolled her eyes at Jun Moxie and said, if the three holy lands did not publicize by themselves, I am sure you were going to do it. Jun Moxie touched his nose and let out another short laugh. Mei Shuiyan had gained a deep understanding of Jun Moxie's mischief ever since they had gotten together. She was exactly right. If the three holy lands did not react in this manner, Jun Moxie would definitely use Chu Chi Hun again to humiliate them terribly, and even worse, the one in control would be Jun Moxie. So, Jun Moxie was obviously unhappy with this perfect reaction from the three Holy Lands. This was a small hotel. There were a total of 7 tables, and they were now all full. Jun Moxie and his companions were sitting at the innermost table, and were able to see the whole room. But the best seat was originally not theirs. There were 5 men here at first. Jun Moxie simply walked up, gave them 5 silver pellets and poked a hole in an extremely thick saber of one of the 5 men with a finger. He then pointed at the door and the hole. There was no conversation. The 5 fierce-looking, buff men left without any complaint. They even helped them clean the table. This definitely made Jun Moxie receive a big scolding from his mother. But after doing so, the effects were surprisingly good. After seeing this, all the other guests at their tables went on talking as if they hadn't seen it, but they obviously showed more restraint. All of them would rather squeeze at the other tables than share a table with this young guy. Everyone knew that their necks were not as hard as steel. But Jun Moxie was in fact very proud of himself and said, "This is the reality of the world, with wealth and authority you are simply great. I have no authority now, but I have money, and fists. Aren't fists equal to authority? The authority to control life and death. Girls, you better learn it, this is wisdom." Mei Shuiyan rolled her eyes many times and Dongfang Wen Xian was really unsatisfied by what her son had just said. But the two of them could not counter. On the other side, a table a little farther away, there was a guy talking loudly, speaking of that Chu Chi Hun. He suddenly let out a long roar and launched his body to boldly rush into the elusive world of immortals like a hero. He yelled, "Return my wife," as he fought fiercely. Jun Moxie held the cup and listened with relish. He then put on a serious face and analyzed, what a real man. That Chu Chi Hun. He even directly killed his way into the elusive world of immortals. So domineering, so daring, Mei Shuiyan giggled as her body shook. The 2 owners who were sleeping on the counter also raised their heads sleepily. One of them moved his lips as if saying something. The other nodded sympathetically, then dropped his head and continued to take a nap. Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyan could hear clearly. The old man said, "Idiot." No one knew whether it was Jun Moxie or the other man they were referring to. The more Dongfang Wen Xian listened, the stranger it was. She couldn't help asking, "What are you two laughing at? The supreme killer Chu Chi Hun, is that funny? What exactly is it so funny?" Dongfang Wen Xian had heard many things about Chu Chi Hun on the way here. Chu Chi Hun had already enjoyed his fame for more than 60 years. He was a man that could single-handedly face a large family like the Dongfang family. Until now, she still could not get what part of those stories were so entertaining that her son and his wife kept on laughing. Ever since they entered places with many people, Dongfang Wen Xian had stopped calling Jun Moxie by his name. They did not want to be exposed. "There are too many people here, I will tell you what happened another day. When you know what had happened, you will definitely be entertained as well," Jun Moxie said, as he still laughed. Suddenly, the cotton cloth covering the entrance of the hotel was lifted up and snow rushed in with the howling wind. Some of the more agitated guests were just about to blurt out insults before they sat down in fright. 3 people clad in purple entered like ghosts. The color of their robes reflected in the snow, making everything glitter a purple color. It was snowing furiously outside, but they were dry and clean, free of any snow or dust, as if they just came out of a bath. With the iconic purple robe, they were from the illusory Blood Sea. When the 3 men came in, they looked around at everyone's faces. Wherever they looked, people in that direction felt as if they were stripped of clothes and left in the ice and snow. After a round of observing, they finally walked in and stood beside the big fire basin. Then they noticed that there was no empty table. One of them frowned and tapped on the nearest table beside him. He pointed out the door with a finger. It was obvious, "Get out." Coincidentally, the 5 men on this table were the same 5 whom Jun Moxie had asked to leave. How could they have known that they were again asked to leave? But this time, they cleared their table even more quickly and left without a word, disappearing into the snow and the wind. These 3 guys from Illusory Blood Sea were obviously in a terrible mood. No one dared to offend them. The 5 men knew well that they were definitely not worthy arguing with those 3. After all, how many people in this world could be like Chu Chi-hun? The 5 men would rather lose face than lose their lives. The hotel immediately fell silent. Those who were boasting about their stories were especially quiet. They leaned low on the table to eat and dared not to even let out the sound of chewing. They were like obedient primary school students. Wine. Dishes. Serve the good ones. One of the 3 men sat down, with his unhappy face. At the counter, the 2 owners raised their heads, looked at them, and then laid back down at the same time. They sighed again. The waiter quickly served. The purple-robed men began to eat and drink, without speaking. Their expressions did not show too much arrogance, but there was a kind of indifference in it. The bustling hotel became silent in an instant. Everyone kept silent like a cicada in cold weather. With Chu Chi-hun's humiliation, all the men in the 3 holy lands were obviously in bad mood. No one dared to offend them. We don't have Chu Chi-hun's skills, nor his courage. Illusory Blood Sea. How imposing. Jun Moxie let out a laugh. Mei Shuiyan peered at him, warning him to not make a fuss. It was not a good time to do so. It seems that the Chu Chi-hun must be nearby. Jun Moxie delivered his voice straight to Mei Shuiyan. Mei Shuiyan answered in an emotionless manner, if we do meet him, should we help? After all, it's our. Jun Moxie smiled without saying anything. He did not agree nor disagree. It was so quiet that one could hear the sound of snow falling in the vast land outside the door, brushing the ground. The north wind whistled, as it blew back and forth. This small hotel full of people became unexpectedly quiet like a ghost realm. Pa. 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 Outside, there were several loud, high-pitched sounds. It sounded like thin bamboo poles were beating against the hard ice. As it got closer, the exceptionally heavy footsteps and rather rapid breathing were also clearly audible. Closer and closer it came until it finally reached the door. The cloth was again lifted. A stick poked in first before heavily knocking against the floor. With a cough, a man covered in snow moved in with difficulty. It was not until he came in that everyone realized that the man had a broken leg which was hanging there softly. His face was wrinkled and his head was wrapped with thick white cloth, which had a blood stain. The thick, white cloth covered one eye which seemed to be blind. The other eye was full of grief. He also had long and narrow package on his back. Was this tragic man a Xian Qi practitioner? Or how did he make it through the snow? He kept on moving in with difficulty. Everyone stared at him, only seeing that he coughed violently and trembled. The snowflakes fell to his feet, and some ice stuck to him. Several strands of hair from the gap in his hat were frozen to ice. Get me a jar of wine, 10 buns and a plate of beef. He kept on shivering and could not even talk properly. He produced a few pieces of silver from his pocket with his trembling hands. Everyone frowned as he spoke. He sounded awfully like a strangled duck which had not drank for 7 days. He looked left and right, finding no seats. He was not like Jun Moxie and those 3 from the Illusory Blood Sea. Instead, he directly sat down before the fireplace. He warmed his hand with his breath and friction before greeting everyone. Hey, what a cold day. Ever since he stepped in, the 3 men from the Illusory Blood Sea stared at him. They scrutinized him for a while before one laughed and spoke to the man gently. My friend, where are you from? What happened to you? Ah, thank you for asking. I am not lucky and met a bandit in this kind of weather. The lame man wanted to cry but could not produce any tears as he continued, I did a whole year of business. With much effort, I finally saved hundreds of grams of silver. I wanted to go home for the new year. Who would expect that I would meet a bandit at Cock Hill and get robbed? All of my expensive personal belongings were looted. Even the coat for my wife and children were taken. Those hundreds of grams of silver were only left with these few I had just used. Most unreasonable was that when I begged for mercy, the burglar broke one of my legs. I know that the roads are hard to walk. Will I ever get back home alive? Indeed, very unreasonable. The man in purple sighed in sympathy. Robbers are more daring near the new year. They want to have a good start to the new year. But who doesn't, including those who were robbed? Who don't want to have a reunion with his wife and children? Exactly, the lame man clapped his thighs, but felt excruciating pain, his lone eye wincing in pain. How unlawful and conscienceless they are. How does the robber look like? The man in purple asked with care. Tell us so we can be careful. I didn't see clearly, he was in white, as if a snowman coming to life. With a few blows, I was already like this. As I begged for mercy, he broke one of my legs. I didn't see his face even until I woke up. Even if I wanted to call the police, I also couldn't describe to them, till here, the lame man started to cry. The man in purple said kindly, at least you survived. You are already luckier than others, aren't you? The lame man sighed for a long time. Then the wine and steamed beef he wanted came up, and he drank a warm sip of wine. Suddenly he lowered his head sadly, his shoulders trembled, and his waistcoat twitched, as if he were crying. Dongfang Wen Xian sighed and said with a low voice, with a broken leg and ground hard to walk on. My son, with your wealth, do help this kind of poor guy, will you? Jun Moxie had been scrutinizing this lame man. Upon hearing what his mother said, he smiled and said softly, Mum, you are wrong. Rest assured that this lame man is not slightly tragic. There are so many people that are more tragic than him. Mum, watch on. There might be tragic people in this room, but it would definitely not be that lame man. You never know, maybe tomorrow morning, he will miraculously be able to walk again. Mei Shuiyan laughed softly and said, Yes, Moxie is right his time, mother. You see, the three superior supremes from the illusory blood sea did not pay any attention to anyone else in this room except this lame man. With their status, why would they even care about a lame man? Dongfang Wen Xian was shocked, and asked doubtfully, There's something unusual about this lame man? Yes, very unusual. Both Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyan laughed together. With the extremely strong spiritual senses, Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyan had long noticed that the lame man was not ordinary. When he stepped inside, Jun Moxie had smiled and even began to sip his tea. Although he was not 100% sure, but he thought that this lame man should be the supreme assassin Chu Chi Hun. The supreme killer of the day. The one who was at the height of his legend-like fame. Although the three men from the illusory blood sea also detected the unusual side of the lame man with their expert intuition, they were not able to discern who exactly this lame man was, as they had yet to reach Mei Shuiyan's level and did not have as powerful spiritual senses as Jun Moxie. So they began letting down their guard when they had failed to gather much information from the conversation with the lame man. How strong are the two owners? Why can't I tell? Are they stronger than me? Mei Shuiyan asked Jun Moxie. Jun Moxie scratched his head and answered. They are indeed strong, but I think they are above me, but below you. They must be using some special technique that perfectly concealed their breath, so you cannot discover their true power. But they are obviously not from the three holy lands, so. If something unexpected is to happen now, then it must be because of these two old men. Jun Moxie did not know that as they were discussing, the two owners were also talking to each other. One said, Who are these two, the boy and the girl? Any one of them is a dangerous character. The other said, Indeed. If anything unexpected is to happen, then it must be due to those two young people. But, where are they from? I really don't know. The men from the illusory blood sea don't seem like they've realized the true strength of this lame man. Forget it. As long as they do not provoke us, just let them settle it among themselves. It's none of our business. The two owners continued to lie on the counter, pretending sleeping. If the lame man really is Chu Chi Hun, then why did he come here when three men from the illusory blood sea are present? Isn't he putting himself in a dangerous position? He is facing three superior supremes. Even if he is strong, it is still not wise. Mei Shuiyan frowned. There is no ifs. This lame man is definitely Chu Chi Hun. I will swallow this plate if he isn't. His innate craving for blood might not be obvious to you, but is to me. Jun Moxie smiled coldly and slowly continued. I am not at all surprised to see him here. In fact, I think he came here for the three men from the illusory blood sea. Perhaps, the supreme killer is now truly infuriated and wants revenge. True, Mei Shuiyan nodded in agreement. But how is he going to deal with all three of them? With Chu Chi Hun's skills, he would be lucky if he managed to kill even one of them. Well, there are things you can't imagine of, but nothing cannot be achieved. Fighters like you do not understand true assassination techniques. Jun Moxie smiled confidently. Since Chu Chi Hun dared to come, then the fate of the three of them have already been nailed. I just want to know, with the three holy lands forming such strong network of men, how he is going to escape after he finishes his business. You see, if you want to kill the three of them, there is still a price to pay. Anyways, this guy is really bold. He really dares to emerge. Mei Shuiyan gave a smile. Even rabbits will bite if they are threatened. How can Chu Chi Hun not be angry when he is being pursued without reason? He is the supreme killer of the day. How can he bear it? Jun Moxie sympathized. You are the true culprit. And you are still shedding your crocodile tears. If Chu Chi Hun really has the strength to assassinate superior supremes, and later knows that the person who really framed him is you, do you think he will let you go? Even if you are confident that you can handle it, what about other people? Mei Shuiyan looked at him disdainfully. In order to avoid this from happening, be sure that I won't stay out of this matter. Why are you look at me like that? I didn't say I will do anything to Chu Chi Hun. Besides, it's a pity that such a killer should die. It must be a great loss to this world. I meant that I'm going to give him a helping hand. It's a little compensation. So that he can kill these three people as soon as possible, with little injury. I really despise the fashion of those three from the illusory blood sea. Jun Moxie grinned and suddenly stood up. He said like a bully, fuck you, you lame man. Can you not make any sound when eating? I want to puke hearing you. Immediately, a few judging looks were thrown at Jun Moxie. You little brats still want to hurt him when he is already so tragic. The lame man was first stunned. Then he raised his head and shrieked, as if he was about to cry. I have lost everything, and I am half dead. I can't even eat the way I want. What kind of world is this? Is there still justice? His words could be said to be a tearjerker. In conjunction with his extremely bleak image, it was enough to make the world's most cold-blooded people also sympathize with a sigh. Dongfang Wen Xian frowned at her son. Although she was somewhat puzzled, she also knew that her son would never add insult to injury. Perhaps he had his own deep meaning. So she said nothing and watched. Mei Shuiyan gave a silent praise. Although the cultivation of the Dongfang Wen Xian was not high, her calmness, magnanimity, and wisdom were beyond the reach of ordinary people. Mei Shuiyan had been ready to calm her down, but Dongfang Wen Xian unexpectedly did not say a word and only pondered there. This saved them a lot of trouble. Fuck. It's your problem being unlucky. Your injuries can be excuses to disgust me. What a joke. The attitude of Jun Moxie had only gotten worse. His wax-yellow face from the makeup was full of cruelty. He was like an unreasonable rich. He marched forward and kicked the fire basin. A few burning sticks bounced out with sparks. Get lost. So annoying. Fuck, ever since you came in, the place appeared to be like a pig's place. Tell me, how can I eat like this? How? Jun Moxie was twisting his neck and peered at the man sideways. With a hand on his hip, he really was a qualified bully. He spat and continued, get lost, get lost. If not, I will break your other leg together with your third leg. Fuck. You are like a cockroach that only knows how to disgust people. Jun Moxie was right. This lame man was exactly Chu Chi Hun. Lately, Chu Chi Hun had been chased around all over the place. He was not able to hide. It was unbearable. Fuck. If the tiger does not demonstrate its prowess, is he a sick kitten? What if it was the three holy lands? They don't even hear me out. Fuck, is my title fake? Chu Chi Hun could no longer bear it. He knew that if it continued, he would eventually be found and killed. Even if I am to die, I will take a few guys with me. Kill one and it's even, if more, then I am profiting. So, he finally decided to retaliate. A ferocious retaliation from a cold-blooded killer. Upon seeing the three men from the illusory blood sea entering this hotel, he decided to follow. The flame of revenge was growing. But now, Chu Chi Hun was feeling really gloomy. Having finally gotten in and evaded the questioning from the three men, he was getting ready to kill when the three finished their meal and were the least vigilant. But now, there was this crazy little brat. Who even want to dictate how I eat? Fuck. He glared at the youngster but couldn't do anything. I could kill this kind of young bastard with a finger, but now there are three superior supremes behind me. It would be easy to kill him, but if I am exposed, wouldn't it be easy for those three to kill me as well? The usually very clever supreme killer was now moaning in his head. Is this really fate? At such crucial moment, this little brat came out from nowhere. Should I really give up this opportunity? Stop staring at me. Am I too handsome? Even if so, are you even worthy looking? Still staring? Jun Moxie yelled at him like an evil bully. He sticked out his hand, pushed on Chu Chi Hun's shoulder. Chu Chi Hun staggered back and almost fell onto the floor. But Chu Chi Hun was suddenly shocked. This push positioned me to the best spot to attack, and the force twisted my body so it was in the best angle to pull out my sword. Don't tell me. Fuck. Still quite buff, huh? Jun Moxie cried like a madman and gave the lame man a slap. Chu Chi Hun yelped in surprise and stepped back once again. He was now only 3 steps away from the table where the 3 men in purple sat. One of the men frowned and shouted coldly, enough. And at this exact interesting moment, Jun Moxie kicked the abdomen of Chu Chi Hun, sending him rolling, which landed him right below the table of the 3 men. This position was much better than he had initially planned. To a stander-by, this looked like a complete coincidence. But the ingenious collaboration between the 2 strongest assassins was achieved perfectly with great tacit understanding. What the hell? The 2 owners at the counter raised their heads in unison and cried out as their expression changed. One of the men in purple smashed the table and stood up. He was furious. Little bastard. Are you trying to get yourself killed? No manners he was clearly directing it to Jun Moxie. But he could not finish the sentence. Suddenly from below the table, a bright and gentle flash glowed and grew mystically. With a scream, there was only bloodshed. A shadowy figure broke the table and launched into the air. Countless flashes of light like the blinking stars went for the neck and the heads of the 3 men. Jun Moxie's kick gave the 3 superior supremes a death sentence. The Autumn Dew invincible sword. It was like dream and fantasy. Iconic move of the supreme killer. Blood had splashed everywhere below the table. 5 legs were separated from their bodies. Only the man who stood up to scold Jun Moxie reacted faster and was able to save one of his legs. The smell of blood diffused out. It all happened too quickly. It was too shocking. No one knew whether Chu Chi-hun really knew how difficult it would be to live without a leg. But now these three men definitely had first-hand experience. This unexpected occurrence took everyone by surprise. With the collaboration of the two supreme killers, perhaps even venerables would not be able to defend against it. The other two in purple robes at the table were sitting there quietly, just about to enjoy their wine. Their eyes looked at this side with interest as if they were watching a play. The competition between these commoners was really none of their business. How would they expect that something astonishing was about to happen to them? And it was definitely very cruel to them. They were instantaneously disabled. The two of them only felt the emptiness below their knees accompanied by the comforting feeling of blood spraying out. They did not even have enough time to feel pain. And Chu Chi-hun's sword was already coming down at them. The sword wind shot upwards as everything was being smeared into fuzziness by the flashes of the sword. It was like a dream and fantasy above the table, while below was all blood. A sea of blood. This scene actually suited the name of where they came from, the illusory blood sea. It was not just the illusory blood sea in name, but also in reality. With two screams, the two experts who had their legs chopped off smashed the chair they were sitting on as their faces were distorted. Their bodies flew up into the air, and they were faced with the illusory sword flashes of Chu Chi-hun. With their remaining power, they were giving their final blow. Blood was gushing out from everywhere, including their chests, foreheads, and faces. With the sudden assassination, they lost their legs and were cut in many places. They had become very bloody. To retaliate, they were using their full strength, forcing the blood to spray out with more pressure, forming a column of blood. They looked like a bloody Astro Boy to Jun Moxie. The originally cozy hotel had immediately become hell. Blood spilled all the way into the dishes and wine on all the tables. Everyone was petrified. The superior supreme that had previously stood up shook around to balance himself. His face was pale white. With a grief bellow, he produced a cold sword and leaped up, pointing it at Chu Chi-hun. Chu Chi-hun did not make a sound. His autumn dew invincible sword mysteriously appeared and eerily disappeared. His body was also flickering under the sword flashes. Occasionally, he would straighten up his posture, and there would be numerous shadows of him emerging in midair. Jun Moxie finally understood why it was so easy to make this guy a scapegoat. They fought in very similar styles. Chu Chi-hun's style was too similar to the sword techniques derived from the yin and yang escape. Sometimes in front, sometimes at the back, he was everywhere. This dude is really a worthy scapegoat. Jun Moxie watched the fight with great interest. With two clear sounds, the two purple-robed men in the air fell like broken-lined kites, and there was a dazzling, bloody hole in each of their throat. Chu Chi-hun's body also had a few bloodstains, but his facial expression remained the same. The long sword emerged with brilliance from the fuzziness. With a snapping sound, it made contact with the sword that was reaching up toward him. Chu Chi-hun slowly landed on the table, standing with the sword. Blood slid down the autumn dew invincible sword and dripped into a wine bowl, causing ripples. Supreme Killer Chu Chi-hun. What a wicked strategy, said the last man standing, as if he was a madman wanting to devour Chu Chi-hun. Upon the contact, he rolled once in midair before finally standing with difficulty. He had only one leg left after all. His leg was chopped off from the knee, together with a piece of cloth on his robe. Only droplets of blood were oozing out as he used a secret technique to slow down the bleeding. He stood on one leg and looked at Chu Chi-hun with hatred. He was not badly shaken despite the serious injury. Indeed. Now you have lost a leg, do you understand how difficult it will be to walk the future path? Chu Chi-hun's voice changed. It had become cold with a strong killing intention, his eyes were no longer aimless, but were staring sharply at the final superior supreme. Is that all the 3 holy lands have? Han Shan Chang, how dare you pursue me? The 3 holy lands will have to pay the price. And you, will be dead. Dead? Huh, you are just a frog sitting in a well, how can you tell how big the Milky Way is? Now you have exposed your whereabouts, I wonder whether you can still escape. Chu Chi Hun, you are merely an arrogant brat. I will now show you what a true expert is like. If one can achieve the highest level by using only assassination skills, then what is righteousness for? With your dirty tricks, you will be haunted by yourself. Can you withstand it? You will be the dying one. Han Shan Chang laughed as his eyes flashed with anger. My dirty tricks might not make me the strongest, but they are definitely sufficient to kill boastful guys who call themselves righteous. Chu Chi Hun's stares were like blades. Han Shan Chang, your leg is chopped and your veins and meridians already have openings. You have no more chance for self-explosion. I respect that you are a superior supreme, you should just kill yourself. You are definitely not my match now. I will live and die together with my brothers. Since they have died, I have no intention of continuing to live. But before I die, I have to figure out one thing. Suddenly, he turned his head and looked at Jun Moxie fiercely. Who on earth are you? Why do you cooperate with Chu Chi Hun against the 3 holy lands? Do you know what price you're going to pay? Who I am? Jun Moxie looked at the puddles of blood with shock. He suddenly hollered in a panicking manner, murder. Bloody murder. Save me. It's so scary. Call the police, call, this lame man is committing murder. Whoever you are. Whether it was intentional or not, you and your family are dead. Those who do wrong will always pay the price. Han Shan Chang was trembling all over as he was infuriated by Jun Moxie's fake acting. He stared fiercely at the Jun Moxie, then he suddenly turned around, and faced Chu Chi Hun, wielding his sword. Suddenly, he growled loudly, Chu Chi Hun, you are dying with me. The biggest enemy in front of him was still Chu Chi Hun. As for this young man, even if he was really a subordinate of the killer, he was still like an ant, just the ant. As long as he could survive in the end, this young man would have no escape. Han Shan Chang's sudden roaring voice was instilled with his strongest Xian Qi. It was so powerful that he broke a big hole on the roof with a loud bang. The sound waves rolled out and echoed about all the mountain ranges. The snowflakes were pushed back up, and none could fall through the big hole. Chu Chi Hun glared at his enemy coldly. The Autumn Dew invincible sword wielded into a dreamlike colorful trajectory as he said, the people from the 3 holy lands are indeed extraordinary, you were still talking righteously moments ago, but now you are asking for help. Superior supremes also know how to call for help. Are you ashamed by saying that you will live and die together? What a joke. You are really an eye-opener to a evil guy like me. Do you think you can get away now? Before he finished speaking, Chu Chi Hun's body leaned forward as if he was about to charge forward. Han Shan Chang bellowed and pierced with his sword. But as he reached forward, the audaciously charging Chu Chi Hun in front of him vanished into thin air. Simultaneously, an extremely sharp sword wind was approaching his back. Han Shan Chang was also a top expert. He did not panic facing this. With another roar, he accelerated backwards right into the wind without dodging. He filled his back with the most pure Xian Qi and slapped backwards with his hands. He wanted both of them to perish together. Bang! Chu Chi Hun's body flew off the ground and as he spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. This was the most heavy blow that landed on him during this battle. He took advantage of the force from the blow and escaped through the hole on the roof, with his body embraced in the dream-like sword flashes. He then disappeared into the snow. An instant kill and an immediately retreat. That was exactly how a supreme killer should be like. Jun Moxie clearly felt that Chu Chi Hun peered at him with a sharp gaze as he left through the opening. It contained appreciation, anger, curiosity, and some awe. Chu Chi Hun was very sure. The flaming sticks kicked out formed the basin covering his back, the push made him closer to the target, then the slap made him even closer, before the kick made use of all the advantages created by the first three moves. The opponent was made arrogant and indifferent. And that was enough for a top killer to succeed. On top of all that, the last kick made everything look like an accident. And that was why Chu Chi Hun was able to successfully kill three superior supremes with such speed. For simple moves with perfectly matched words that made the young man seem like a perfect bully also gave Chu Chi Hun a perfect trap to assassinate the three. It was all carefully planned and perfectly executed. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. In the last step of the strategy, the target was still dreaming and watching the thing like a show. Their fate was sealed. The control, the subtlety of the psychological gamble, and the ingenuity and adaptability of the layout were amazing. Chu Chi Hun had to admit that he wouldn't have done so well in that position. He must be a godly assassin, killing without trace and without using his own hands. Chu Chi Hun was suddenly quite afraid as he thought about what if this person was an enemy. With this thought, he disappeared into the snow even quicker. Chu Chi Hun was gone like wind. Han Shan Chang then finally slowly fell facing up. Blood shot out from him appeared like an arrow piercing through his chest. His eyes were wide open, his throat gurgled, and he fell to the ground with a bang. His dead, fish-like eyes looked at Jun Moxie and he struggled to ask, "Who are you?" "Me. I am a human." Jun Moxie answered with a shocked expression. "Who, exactly are you?" Han Shan Chang's eyes were bulging out even more as the blood spraying on his chest had slowly foamed. "I am a man," Jun Moxie gave the most honest and accurate answer. "You." Han Shan Chang was so angry with these honest and accurate words that he leaped off the ground before falling down again, dropping dead. WTF. I am not lying. Do I look like a girl? Jun Moxie spread his hands and said innocently. How can this dude have so little tolerance and die from anger? Forget it, he can't even win against a lame man, keeping him alive is a waste of rice and grain. At this moment, the little hotel exploded in screams and all the guests rushed out as if they saw a grenade thrown into a public toilet. They all dashed into the snow and escaped. Jun Moxie laughed and said, "It's done. Let's go." "Wait a minute. Young man, shouldn't you give the two of us some explanation for killing people in our hotel and cause so much destruction?" Behind the counter, the two old men, who had both been in a state of sleep, finally stood up and looked at Jun Moxie. One of them was red-faced and looked more presentable while the other was too skinny and had a pimpled nose. The contrast between them was really funny. They did not even look at the bodies on the ground. It seemed that they had become accustomed to the pungent smell of blood. Both of them looked at Jun Moxie with caution. "Fuck. Are you a blind old man? The murderer, the lame man just flew out like that and you didn't say a word, and now you are questioning me? What does this murder have to do with me? Even if you complain to the gods they won't listen. I've never seen anyone that frames people like this. Do you think I am an easy target? No way." Jun Moxie shouted exaggeratedly. "Don't try to bluff me, young man. If it wasn't for you, Chu Chi Hun wouldn't have dealt with the men from the illusory blood sea so easily." The more handsome old man smiled and said, "Young man, we don't have ill intentions, we are just curious. Who's your teacher? There are not many guys who could nurture such a young hero like you. I am really curious." As he laughed, he looked very strange, as if his whole face had been divided into two halves. Looking carefully, right down the middle of this man's face was a sword mark that had cut the whole face into two halves. It was not obvious when he did not smile, as he had had proper conditioning and a good recovery, but when he smiled, the pink and red muscles started to roll out from the wound, and it was really frightening. "Who's my teacher?" "My teacher is my wife," Jun Moxie said with a smile and pointed at Mei Shuiyan. Mei Shuiyan stood up and slowly walked over. She stared at the red-faced old man and finally said in a low voice, "It turned out to be you too. If you don't laugh at this moment, I really can't see that. Ren Pingsheng and Yi Jiu Kuang. It's amazing that you two have changed a lot, and you've made amazing progress. I believe now, Lei Baoyu and Bukuang Feng are far from your opponents. Congratulations. Who are you, young lady? How did you recognize the two of us?" The red-faced old man and the old man with a bad nose looked at each other. It was not until now that he seemed really surprised. They both lived here in seclusion. Nobody had ever seen through their past identities. How could such a young girl immediately reveal their identity? "You don't have to care about who I am, but I know you definitely can't handle today's matter," Mei Shuiyan said faintly. "I believe that the three holy lands will soon come. You are now strong enough, but if you don't want to cause trouble, you should stay out of the way. I think since you choose to retire here, you are also trying to avoid trouble." The two owners were the supreme and powerful men of the previous generation, and were equally famous as Lei Baoyu and Bukuang Feng. The red-faced man was Ren Pingsheng and the pimple-nosed man was Yi Jiu Kuang. Yi Jiu Kuang's eyes flashed and laughed, "Thank you for your concern. Although we may not be able to provoke the three holy lands, if the three holy lands really want to deal with us, I'm afraid they will have to think twice." The tone of voice was arrogant and compelling. He sounded very confident. Mei Shuiyan was about to go out, but when she heard the words, she suddenly turned around and looked at them with her clear eyes. Suddenly, a rare smile came out. "You are not afraid. Are you now people of the misty illusory manor? Is the entrance near? Yeah, no wonder you can progress so quickly. No wonder you two choose to open a pub in a place where you didn't go before or after the village. I thought you were trying out something different in life. But now I see the real reason. Who the hell you?" Ren Pingsheng and Yi Jiu Kuang were shocked. They shifted in front of Mei Shuiyan and their clothes started to bulge up. It was like facing a very strong enemy. They didn't seem to be hesitant in potentially fighting Mei Shuiyan, should she not give a satisfactory answer. "I am the same as you," Mei Shuiyan said softly after a short pause. "I am from the Tian-Fa cave. Please deliver my words if you go back." "Ah, from Tian-Fa." Ren Pingsheng and Yi Jiu Kuang were relieved. They looked at each other and they both could see the frustration in each other's eyes. "What words? Please say. Over the years, we have put in too much. Guarding the secret sanctuary took us too much effort, the misty illusory manor did not give any instructions at all, and instead set up a mist that only allowed entry but not departure. For us, the loss is too great to make ends meet. Now, the three holy lands are more aggressive, and it seems that they really want to completely destroy Tian-Fa. If you want to keep the balance, first, warn the three holy lands to converge, otherwise, we will not hesitate to go to war. Secondly, get rid of the mist, let us restore the inheritance of the Holy King of Tian-Fa. Mei Shuiyan said softly, "I have been looking for the misty illusory manor for a long time. Are you no longer concerned with the 9 nether secret sanctuary?" When Mei Shuiyan said this, Jun Moxie even heard the heartfelt bitterness in her words. Ren Pingsheng and Yi Jiu Kuang looked at each other and put on a hard look on their faces. "Young lady, what you said is not invalid, but we have no way of influencing it in the first place." "Of course you cannot. So, please just deliver the message. If you do not respond even after the war for seizing the heavens, we will no longer do anything about the secret sanctuary." Mei Shuiyan said coldly and firmly, "The war for seizing the heavens, we, Tian-Fa, have spent thousands of years putting our efforts into it, but now we have come to a bleak situation in which the three holy lands keep on persecuting us. We have also guarded the 9 nether secret sanctuary since the ancient times, and you will send people to us only when it is extremely critical. Later, you even laid a trap like mist." She continued resolute, "Since you don't care about this continent at all, do we, the Xian beasts, care more than you? In the future, whether the aliens occupy the Xian continent or the Nine Nether secret sanctuary breaks free, we are still the same old Tian Fa forest. It's the same for us. Please deliver this message, that's all. Let's go. Mei Shuiyan said to Jun Moxie softly and held Dongfang Wen Xian's hand. Ren Pingsheng and Yi Jiuquang felt really awkward, but they let them pass. At the doors, Mei Shuiyan raised her head to look at the snowstorm. She suddenly stopped and asked slowly, Yunbi Chen is also in the misty illusory manner, isn't he? Actually, no. Yi Jiuquang paused and answered. They have invited him, but Yunbi Chen denied. Mei Shuiyan acknowledged and with a puff, the three disappeared. Staring blankly at the spot they had disappeared from, Ren Pingsheng suddenly gave himself a slap. He said in frustration, curiosity really kills the cat, why did I even ask? It turned out to be Tian Fa Cave. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Yi Jiuquang sighed longly and said, I'm afraid both of us will be punished this time after we report this matter back. Perhaps we might even lose our current positions and get replaced by others. But this is not necessarily a bad thing, we can finally concentrate on improving our cultivation. Ren Pingsheng also sighed in response. Old Quan, the battle back then ended with both sides suffering heavy losses. Feng and you have both entered the elusive world of immortals, while we both entered here by chance and recuperated before joining the illusory manor. How many years have passed since then? Yi Jiuquang stared dazedly at the sheet of snow before him and lamented. How many years has it been? I've already forgotten. Ren Pingsheng stood quietly beside him and watched the falling snow. With a heavy sigh, he continued. Actually, I really miss those days. Although our strength was weak, we were still titled as supremes and placed above millions and millions of people. We roamed the martial world domineeringly for decades, but as our strength grew greater, we somehow felt weaker and more insignificant. Old Quan. Do you think that the stuff they said really exists? Yi Jiuquang laughed coldly. Don't forget, even within the manor right now, there are still a few old monsters. This is already an incontestable truth since a long time ago. The two sighed and sighed as they watched the falling snow. Far away, numerous purple shadows floated through the sky. White robes fluttered, and hemp garments drifted, the people of the three holy lands were rushing through the snowstorm. Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyan stepped on the snow-covered ground, gliding effortlessly through the thick snow. Mei Shuiyan carried Dongfang Wen Xian on her back. Jun Moxie actually wanted to carry his mother on his back, as per his filial duties. However, the job was forcefully snatched away by Mei Shuiyan. You want to be filial, but this daughter-in-law needs to be filial as well. Dongfang Wen Xian, on the other hand, enjoyed the tussle of the two children over her, and as she laid down on her daughter-in-law's back, she felt extremely content. With her daughter-in-law being so gentle and filial, she would definitely be a great helper to Moxie. From what she heard, that brat Moxie already had a few other wives already. This time, she would go back and take a good look at all of them. And she would be using Shuiyan as the benchmark. Along the way, Jun Moxie asked curiously, what is this misty illusory manor? How come I've never heard of it before? Shuiyan, what about the illusory mists in Tian Fa? I've gone in there before, is that the misty illusory manor? Mei Shuiyan fell silent for a long time. Her head lowered as she sped through the snowy land. After a while, she spoke. There's no advantage to you knowing these things. If there's a need, I will tell you everything. But right now, our level is still not enough. Jun Moxie made a sound of acknowledgement and did not ask further. However, his heart was filled with countless questions. Mei Shuiyan had previously said numerous times, the previous lord of Tian Fa and Beast King had met with some kind of accident, and had supposedly entered closed seclusion ever since. Now that I think of it, they must be inside that misty illusory manor. From her words today, they were most likely not in closed-door cultivation. Instead, they should be stuck in the illusory mists. As for the accident, it probably referred to that secret realm. But one had to admit that the tangible mist was truly formidable. His spiritual sense was actually unable to move within the mists. Initially, he thought that it was a natural phenomenon, but as it turns out, it was actually man-made. Jun Moxie was somewhat shocked at this revelation. In this world, there were actually so many things that he did not know and could not understand. As the small group progressed, Jun Moxie suddenly made a "e" sound and stopped. Before them, atop a tree, the entire tree was as white as snow and the sky swirled with a sheet of white. A man dressed in robes the same color as the snow stood atop the tree, staring at the three coldly. His entire body seemed to have merged into the white background, and even if one strained their eyes to look, they would find his figure difficult to distinguish. The only reason they discovered him was because the young Master Jun's instinct was keener than that of normal people. Otherwise, it would be hard to discover the presence of this man. Chu Chi-hun. He was actually waiting here for them. Little rascal, as expected, you were helping me on purpose just now. Chu Chi-hun floated down onto the snowy ground. The puffy white snow did not leave a single trace of his footprints. It was as if Chu Chi-hun's body was completely weightless. Chu Chi-hun's eyes were colder than a wall of ice, a faint chilliness surged from his body as he looked at Jun Moxie. The sentence he spoke seemed as if he'd come to offer his gratitude, but his expression spoke completely otherwise. It was more like he had come looking for trouble. It doesn't count as helping you on purpose, I just don't want you to die so early. Jun Moxie replied blandly as he exerted some strength in his legs and the sled shoes under his foot burst apart with a loud paw sound. Against Chu Chi-hun, it was nothing short of seeking death if his legs were bounded with that clunky thing. The reason? Chu Chi-hun was standing in the snow, but he gave one a feeling of intangibility. It was as if his body had disappeared. But at a closer glance, it materialized again. He was not wearing any disguises, but he seemed like a flower in the fog. No matter how one looked, it was hard to see his true appearance. Reason? Perhaps it's because, in this world, the number of assassins that can catch my eye are too little. If the supreme assassin was to one day fall from the sky, then there would be a lot less things that could interest me in this world. Jun Moxie was speaking in an extremely calm and ordinary tone as well, but when he mentioned the words, supreme assassin, he placed special emphasis on the words, clearly articulating each one. An extremely heavy atmosphere instantly appeared around him as the words formed. It was like a bright, sunny day was suddenly overcast with dark clouds. At this time, he'd completely thrown away his carefree demeanor. Although his face was calm, his words were exceedingly serious. For this lackadaisical young master, this kind of serious attitude was an incredibly rare sight. This rarely seen seriousness actually looked somewhat suave on his face. Mei Shuiyan suddenly felt as if Jun Moxie had changed. In that moment, he seemed to be the same as Chu Chi-hun. The two people stood facing each other, none making the first move. It was like two hungry wolves staring at each other on the prairie. Each of them wanted to swallow the other into their bellies. The two was like a pair of incredibly sharp swords, both hanging in the same room. When they left their scabbards at midnight, they would shrill and vibrate, roaring at each other like dragons and tigers. All this was just a fight over which one of them was the sharpest sword. One was an unmatched sharp weapon, the gleam of its edge blazingly glorious. One was one of a mystical kind of weapon, showing off its edge proudly. Both people carried an extreme confidence in themselves. It was the intense belief that they could kill anyone they wished to under the heavens. That's a pretty good reason. Chu Chi-hun, whose figure was covered in the snowstorm, lowered his head and smiled. After that, he raised his head fiercely and his blade-like pair of eyes stared through the swirling snow, directly landing on Jun Moxie's face. The one who has been making me into a scapegoat and setting me up, it's you, right? That's not entirely true. It's true that I was the person directly involved in this, but this can't be considered as setting you up. Jun Moxie smiled lightly, and continued. I think you should be thanking me instead because I granted your wish to be famous all over the world. An undying legend. As he said this, he lifted his head smugly and his eyes also pierced through the snow storm like a pair of lightning, directly meeting Chu Chi Hun's sharp gaze. Two pairs of eyes stared intently at each other. The two felt their eyes ache at the same time, yet neither was willing to give way and maintained the gaze resolutely. It's a pity that the fame you gave me was not something that I forged myself. Chu Chi Hun stared at Jun Moxie coldly. Furthermore, this road of glory is nothing but a road to death, and a path of no return. If it was you, would you feel grateful? If it was up to you to choose, would you have the guts to do something that grand? Jun Moxie looked back coldly at him. You won't dare. But, I dare to. Not only do I dare to do it, I have already done it, and not just once. Yet, after I finished the deeds, you were the one who were chased like a dog in my stead. That's the difference between you and me. Therefore, I am better than you. So, it's someone of the same profession. However, to say that you're better than me, stronger than me, you don't have the qualifications yet. Chu Chi Hun stared unblinkingly at Jun Moxie's eyes. Your killing intent may be very sharp, but I am the true supreme of the assassin world. Chu Chi Hun was a supreme assassin and was naturally extremely sensitive to Jun Moxie's killing intent as well. The moment Jun Moxie's original character was unleashed, the first thing that he immediately sensed was that this person was a legendary king-level character of the assassins in this world. Like knows like, but two of a trade seldom agree. This was why Jun Moxie had used the words supreme assassin and unleashed his aura. But Chu Chi Hun similarly used the same words to counter. I am the true supreme assassin. The supreme assassin that the world knows, the number one killer, is me, Chu Chi Hun. Not anyone else. And definitely not you. Is that so? But don't you think that your so-called killing intent reeks too much of blood? Jun Moxie slowly took a step forward. With a resounding pang. His right foot landed on the ground. As his right foot landed, Chu Chi Hun, who was tens of zhang in front of him, reacted correspondingly as his left foot took half a step back, then returned again as if he regretted the action. However, the foot had deviated from its original spot. His body turned slightly, showing a bit of his side to Jun Moxie. You don't dare to fight? Jun Moxie's lips curled up slightly. Why are you hiding? Since you said that I've set you up, aren't you going to seek revenge? When I kill, it's always only after receiving silver for it. Even if it's an enemy, it's still the same. Chu Chi Hun narrowed his eyes and said. That is my principle as an assassin. If there's no compensation, I will not take action. Although you've caused me to be pursued by the three holy lands, you've still helped me today. Furthermore, today is not a suitable time for me to exchange blows with you. Firstly, my energy is spent. His eyes swiveled to Mei Shuiyan as he continued coldly. Secondly, I am greatly inhibited, while you have nothing to worry about. Regardless of the reason, at the end of the day, it's a fact that you do not dare to fight. Jun Moxie snorted coldly. So, the title of the supreme assassin, should be mine. And not you. This sentence was like a sharp needle that pierced deep into Chu Chi Hun's heart. Chu Chi Hun gritted his teeth and spat, the so-called supremes in the world is naught but a useless title. But the supreme among killers, that seat does indeed exist. It's something that no one can ascend beyond. The position of king is not something gained with one's mouth, but with the blade and with blood. Jun Moxie's words had directly pulled the killing intent of Chu Chi Hun, who was already on the verge of retreat, back forcefully. In that moment, killing aura rose to the sky, and he did not intend to mask it at all. He did not even stop to consider that his actions would draw his enemies towards him. Yes, the king of killers. All of it was for the sake of that title. Although this was not a very glamorous occupation, but the two had traveled to the peak of it. With two such characters meeting on a narrow path, would it be the number one assassin of modern Earth, the otherworldly evil monarch, who's more powerful, or would it be the supreme assassin of this world who would come out ahead? Jun Moxie had his own arrogance, a pride born of his undefeated streak. Chu Chi Hun had been sitting on the throne of the number one killer of this world for tens of years, and he also had a fierce haughtiness that refused to be insulted. The two were diametrically opposed to each other as soon as they met, simply because of the prickly feeling on their neck when they saw each other. It was as if their position was being greatly threatened by the other. Inside Jun Moxie's body, a kind of blood that had not flowed for a long time was now gushing through his veins. His eyes grew brighter and brighter, and his killing intent grew increasingly dense. Even his bones were emanating an aura of savagery, and a slaughtering began to awake from his spirit. Although I am a killer, at this time, I instead represent the yellow people. Behind me are 1.7 billion brothers and sisters. This daddy will not lose. I am even more undefeatable now. Do you dare to fight? Chu Li Hun's eyes gleamed and he asked coldly. It's time to determine the real king of killers among us. A shocking battle intent suddenly burst out of this supreme assassin's body. In that moment it was not killing intent that burst out of his body, but battle intent. Fight. Fight for the sake of glory. I am not fighting because you want to battle with me, it's because I insist on fighting you. Jun Moxie's back straightened like a fully bent bow suddenly springing back into place. A fierce gleam shone in his eyes, carrying his strong confidence. And the reason for my wish to fight exceeds the importance of this entire world. Ha ha ha, very good. In this life, Chu Chi Hun, always talk with my strength. Although there aren't many people who have beaten me before, it's not a rarity for me to lose. However, in terms of killing intent and killing aura, there's no one that has ever beaten me before. Chu Chi Hun laughed heartily and continued. You are first one. Even if you die in our clash, you can feel reconciled in your death. Unfortunately, the losing side of this battle will definitely not be me. In this world, you are the first person whom I allowed a fair duel. I trust that you will also be the only one in the future. Jun Moxie said calmly. This fight is for the reason that's hidden in my heart. For the glory that's in my heart. For this reason, I will break my exception this once and give you the chance of a fair battle. Give me the chance for a fair battle. Chu Chi Hun was just about to scoff at this remark when he found that he could not laugh at all. That was because he realized that his opponent was not joking. In fact, from this sentence, Chu Chi Hun could feel an unfeigned invisible pressure. Fighting fairly one-on-one, I am the first one. What kind of words were those? What kind of person would utter such words? And what kind of person had never fought fairly before in his entire life? An assassin. And only the most top-tier assassin would live by that code. Only a professional assassin who permanently walks in the shadows, dealing fatal attacks to his targets would be like this. This was also why, when two proud top-tier assassin kings met with drawn blades, they wished least to use schemes and sneak attacks against each other. Because this fight has completely eclipsed simple things like seeking the death of the other. This was a fight for glory, for honor. Right now, Jun Moxie was telling the absolute truth. He had never faced his enemies in a fair fight, regardless of their strengths. With his myriad of methods, he could easily leap across levels and kill his opponents before they could react. As for the so-called fair fights, in Jun Moxie's eyes, that was simply an exceedingly stupid way of fighting. A battle was, in its purest form, simply a struggle between life and death. The losers were eliminated, while the winners would continue to live on. What use was fairness in such a thing? Regardless of what method one used, as long as they killed their opponent, then they won. Only if one managed to survive would one have the qualifications to talk about fairness. But against Chu Chi Hun today, the significance of this battle caused Jun Moxie to make an exception and say the words, fair fight. An upright and face-to-face battle. using my name of a descendant of the dragon, and representing the yellow people. I shall claim my crown as the king of assassins fair and square. Follow me. Since we're having a fair fight, we naturally need to find an appropriate location. Jun Moxie's body rose into the air and he drifted through the snow. His body shot through the swirling snow like a bolt of lightning, and his white robes parted the curtain of snow, flashing through. Chu Chi Hun laughed heartily as a trace of admiration momentarily flashed in his eyes. After that, it turned back into a cold sharp glint again. His body rose up lightly, seemingly illusory and material at the same time. With a light show sound, he shot after Jun Moxie. Shui Yan, is anything wrong with Moxie? Dongfang Wen Xian asked with worry as she laid on Mei Shui Yan's back. Her brows were tightly knitted together, and her face was deep in thought. Why did Moxie turn into another person the moment he saw that supreme assassin? Just now. I nearly couldn't believe that was my son. Just what? Mother, Moxie is quite carefree about everything, except for when it concerns the word assassin. I don't know the reason why either, but he seems to care a lot about it. Mei Shui Yan said with some worry. Then, this fight, wouldn't it be a little dangerous? Let's go over and take a look. Dongfang Wen Xian urged. The fame of the supreme assassin was well known, and just his name alone could trump the entire Dongfang family. How could it be a light matter? And, I will naturally bring mother over to support Moxie. But this fight, I believe that Moxie will definitely not want the help of anybody. I can at least sense this much. Mei Shui Yan reminded carefully. I can also sense that this fight holds great importance for him, as if this was a great dream of his. And this dream has been something that he'd been adamant about for a very long time. Dongfang Wen Xian furrowed her brows deeply and sighed with some heartache. Just what kind of thing happened for a young master of a noble family like Moxie to become like this? Shui Yan. My son must be suffering deeply in his heart, and my heart aches even more for him. Don't worry, Moxie definitely has confidence. Mei Shui Yan sighed lightly, and her slender body rose into the air. Although she was carrying a person on her back, she seemed to be as light as a feather, drifting along with the wind. Behind her, a gentle wind blew all traces of her steps away, completely erasing the fact that a person had been standing there just moments ago. Even when Mei Shui Yan and Dongfang Wen Xian's figures disappeared into the snowstorm, the small wind spiral behind them continued to blow. Although the wind was weak, it blew unabated, before finally bursting apart in mid-air and completely wiping out all the killing and battle intent in the air left behind by the two grand assassins. Jun Moxie took the lead in front, his body disappearing and appearing from view like a ghost. His body flashed tens of zhang forward each time, and his speed was akin to lightning. However, his steps were firm and smooth like flowing water. His feet did not seem to be touching the ground at all. It would only tap lightly against the tree branches or small grass on the ground as he launched himself forward again. His speed was extremely quick, and his movement was erratic. Chu Chi Hun followed closely behind him. With the 7 zhang gap that Jun Moxie had opened up initially, he was unable to close the distance by even an inch. But Jun Moxie was also unable to pull the distance further apart. Chu Chi Hun's movement technique was actually quite similar to Jun Moxie's yin-yang escape art. When moving at high speeds, his body was also disappearing and materializing, like an immaterial ghost as he chased after the illusory figure in front. Although Chu Chi Hun had yet to close the distance with Jun Moxie, the fighting intent in his eyes was growing more intense. At this time, the two assassin kings had already begun their competition, a contest of skill and movement techniques. Only by having such a high level of speed and agility, along with elusive movements, could one kill their targets unexpectedly. Only with a fast enough speed, could one kill before their targets reacted, and then escape the scene. As Chu Chi Hun followed closely behind Jun Moxie, he finally understood why he had become such a good scapegoat for the latter. But even though he knew why it was so, it was impossible for him to clear his name no matter how he tried to explain it. The two's movement techniques were simply too similar. So much so that even he himself felt that if the blame for whatever that fellow committed did not fall onto his head, it would be an extremely illogical affair. It was really too similar. Jun Moxie's techniques were mysterious and difficult to predict, always appearing at places where others would not expect him to. Chu Chi-hun's techniques were also strange and extremely queer. His body also flickered in and out of existence, seemingly disappearing as he wished and appearing suddenly. He left behind multiple afterimages as he moved, causing others to be confused as to where his real body was. The only difference was that Jun Moxie's movement technique carried an indiscernible wispy feel, along with a faint dignified aura. This was something that shouldn't have appeared in an assassin's movement technique. In contrast, Chu Chi-hun's movement technique was more suited to the principles of an assassin. It was strange and elusive, leaving no traces behind as the user shuttled unseen like a ghost, regardless of day or night. There was another huge point of similarity between them, that was, regardless of whether they were soaring through the air or leaping over obstacles, their postures would always adjust instinctively to the most optimal position for attacking and defending. Their hands were placed at the point where they could draw their swords in the fastest time. Their arms and legs could strike out instantly with multiple fatal attacks without losing any momentum. Although they were running at full speed the entire time, the two assassins had been keeping a very close eye on each other's movements. From the very onset, they'd both developed a deep admiration for the other's skill. It was like how one spent great effort to reach the peak of a mountain after climbing past countless people and was just feeling proud of themselves, when they suddenly saw that on a mountain peak opposite them, there was also another person standing proudly there. While there would be a sense of hostility and competition, the two who'd reached the peak would also have a "so I'm not alone" kind of happiness in their hearts. This was a very strange kind of mentality. Truthfully, whether it was Jun Moxie or Chu Chi-hun, the strength that these two held was definitely not the highest in this world. When compared to peak experts, they were definitely inferior by more than one level. However, the vigilance, judgment, calculation, and intuition of these two had truly been honed to an unassailable level. In that moment, a single thought rose in the two's hearts simultaneously: if I win, I must win beautifully. If I lose, I must be utterly convinced with the loss. The dense forest flashed past like a scenery, the grass underfoot passed with a single leap, and the huge stones from the mountains were thrown far behind them. The further they traveled, the more desolate the land became and the more bleak it grew. It was already unclear how far they'd traveled. Under Jun Moxie's lead, three human-shaped figures shot forward like three straight lines through the half-cloud, half-mist snowstorm. Dongfang Wen Xian laid on Mei Shuiyan's back, growing more and more shocked as time passed. This daughter-in-law of hers was truly incredible. Carrying a person on her back, she had ran at least several hundred li. Furthermore, her speed hadn't decreased, and her breath was smooth and relaxed, as if it was effortless. Her speed was actually not any slower than that of the two fellows who were competing with each other. From the looks of it, she still had lots of energy in reserve, and if she wanted to use her true ability, she could easily catch up to those two in front. She laid on her back, watching wide-eyed as the trees and mountains turned into mere shadows which passed beside them. This kind of neck-breaking speed actually did not create a single bit of wind in her face. There was completely no feeling of motion, as if she was sitting peacefully at home. If not for the worry in her heart for her son, she might have really fallen asleep. Looking at the level of Xian cultivation of this daughter-in-law of hers, it had definitely reached a peak, an extremely profound and terrifying level. Compared to her son, she could only be stronger and not weaker. It's really a mystery how this son of hers attained such a level of courting girls, to actually manage to find such a beautiful girl well versed in Xian cultivation, with her character, demeanor, and grace all reaching such a high level and bringing her home. How remarkable. Dongfang Wen Xian still didn't know that she had underestimated her son. This good daughter-in-law of hers was the #1 person of Tian Fa, a leader of the current era, one of the heads of the 3 holy and 1 ferocious lands, an overlord of a generation. If she knew all this, Dongfang Wen Xian would probably faint on the spot. Soon, a large diagonal valley appeared before Jun Moxie. Without any hesitation, he jumped into the valley. Chu Chi Hun followed directly after, his figure dropping down like a snowflake. When he landed, Jun Moxie was already standing before him, his eyes blazing coldly as he watched him. Pretty good speed. Good skills. Both people spoke at the same time. As they were praising the other, a hint of unwillingness could be heard in each other's tone. The two assassins knew in their hearts that this contest of speed had ended in a draw. Jun Moxie, who had the advantage in moving first, had not managed to throw Chu Chi Hun off his tail. The fiercely chasing Chu Chi Hun had also failed to catch up to Jun Moxie. As for their techniques, the two were also well matched. Mei Shuiyan and Dongfang Wen Xian arrived like a puff of smoke, landing several zhang away from the two. As Dongfang Wen Xian had guessed, Mei Shuiyan's movement technique was above this too. It was only because she did not want to disrupt this match of skill that she did not display her abilities to the fullest. Jun Moxie had already made known his stance on this matter. The first match would be a contest of speed and skill. At the same time, he was hinting to Mei Shuiyan that he did not wish for the interference of anyone. Jun Moxie's eyes were as sharp as an eagle's as he smiled lightly. A cold-blooded cruel smile that had never appeared before hung on his handsome face. Chu Chi Hun, let me see your close combat skills. Chu Chi Hun stared calmly back in return. I was about to seek your guidance. Nobody made the first move as they stood opposite each other. But suddenly, as if they had moved at the same time, Chu Chi Hun rushed forward, a pair of iron fists suddenly bursting apart the snowflakes before him, its momentum seemingly unstoppable. Jun Moxie also moved forward to meet him with great speed. The two were like a pair of incoming trains, running into each other headfirst. In the final moment before the two made contact, their figures suddenly flashed strangely. Jun Moxie disappeared first, and at the same time, Chu Chi Hun also disappeared. This fierce battleground was suddenly empty. But in the middle of the field, the sounds of violent punching and kicking could be heard. The snow on the ground flew up without reason. The sounds of the punches and kicks were practically counted by the hundreds per second. But, the bodies of the two people did not appear at all. They were tumbling in the air, formless and untraceable. However, the howling winds that approached the arena was instantly dispersed, and even the snowflakes were smashed apart and sent flying back. A thick snow roof had formed in mid-air above the two. This snow had been stopped from falling and slowly accumulated into a solid wall. Pa! With a loud sound, two white shadows appeared at the same time. With nearly the exact same speed, they blasted through the snow roof. And in the process of their exit, they were still attacking each other crazily. Every strike was aimed at their opponent's vital points. If any of the strikes landed on its mark, the opponent would at the very least turn into a cripple. Jun Moxie slapped out with his palm, wispy and illusory. Halfway, the palm turned into a claw which tore ruthlessly towards Chu Chi Hun's throat. Chu Chi Hun raised his right shoulder, blocking before his throat. His left hand shot out with a speed akin to lightning, punching towards Jun Moxie's temple. Jun Moxie slanted his head, and his leg kicked out 3 times soundlessly. Their targets were Chu Chi Hun's Zhongji, Sanyuan and Dantian, the 3 great acupoints. As long as any one of them landed, Chu Chi Hun would instantly lose his life. At the same time, Jun Moxie's first palm smashed into Chu Chi Hun's elbow. Following that, 3 London sounds rang out, and the two somersaulted through the air and landed firmly on the ground. It turned out that Jun Moxie's 3 kicks just happened to kick into Chu Chi Hun's own 3 sneaky kicks. Chu Chi Hun could not help to sigh with praise in his heart. He had a wealth of experience as an assassin for close to 100 years. After every job, he would always think hard and long about how to improve his techniques and style. Yet, he was still unable to gain any advantage over this kid. The battle was not over yet. In fact, it had only just begun. Jun Moxie had only just stabilized his step when his body swayed and he turned into a gust of wind. Chu Chi-hun snorted coldly. This time, he did not use any movement techniques. Instead, he began to spin rapidly on the spot like a top. His hands and legs were like the arms of the thousand hands guanyin, covering his entire body so rapidly that they looked like numerous layers of blossoming lotus flowers, protecting him and counterattacking with full strength. A turbulent wind was stirred up around Chu Chi-hun, wrapping him in a small tornado. Numerous streams of chi blasted out of the tornado, launching attacks in all directions continuously, including the top and bottom. The tornado drew in all the snow in the area, pulling it in until it became a thick white pillar of snow dragon, dashing madly through the 9 heavens. Peng peng peng. A series of heavy impacts rang out, along with the sounds of loud explosions. Finally, a muffled snort. The snow pillar suddenly disintegrated, and Jun Moxie's body appeared. Chu Chi-hun, who was standing opposite him, took 3 steps back, and his shirt was torn apart. A clear palm print surfaced slowly on his chest, and 2 deafening sounds rang out behind him. 2 palm-shaped pieces of cloth dropped from his robes. Chu Chi-hun grunted coldly, sucked in a breath of air and suddenly roared, "You'll take a strike from me as well." His body rose up and he suddenly disappeared in mid-air. This time, it was Jun Moxie's turn to defend. Jun Moxie did the same thing as Chu Chi-hun earlier. He did not use his movement technique to disappear, and instead began to step around rapidly. His 2 legs constantly changed his position with extremely speed, and his body suddenly rose and fell. When his body rushed up, it reached a height of 10 zhang, but when he landed, it was only the size of a midget. The continuous banging sounded like the wind blowing on lotus leaves and rain beating down on banana leaves. Clustered and endless. Finally, with a light hey sound, Jun Moxie's body suddenly slid out 7 zhang as if he had stepped on a water slide. At the same time, Chu Chi-hun appeared on his original spot, his eyes revealing a trace of disappointment. 2 almost indiscernible sounds rang out lightly. A palm print had appeared on Jun Moxie's left shoulder, and 2 faint pieces of fabric could be seen on his calves. Chu Chi-hun's 2 strongest strikes had forced Jun Moxie to jump 10 zhang into the sky. Because of that, the 2 strikes that were supposed to land on his back was smashed onto his calves. The match of close combat has been lost by me. Chu Chi-hun seemed somewhat depressed. But he lifted his head nevertheless. Although one could see the disappointment in his face, there was no regret in his eyes. His eyes were still blazing with battle intent, but yet, it was still as cold and calm as ice. "You let me win, but this was a narrow victory." Jun Moxie's face was also somewhat ugly. He had used the 8 trigrams swimming body palm, Shaolin dragon subduing hand, 18 arhat hands, and even the tan kick, hung jie, and the long fist style, switching between a total of 37 martial styles, to barely block Chu Chi-hun's storm-like attacks. In the end, both sides received 3 palm strikes each. But Chu Chi-hun had been hit on his front chest, and his back, all fatal positions. Whereas Jun Moxie had been hit on his shoulder and his calves. With a single glance, Jun Moxie had unquestionably taken the advantage, and his victory was obvious. In a real life and death fight, Chu Chi-hun would have died without a doubt, but Jun Moxie would also be heavily injured and maimed. Although being crippled was better off than being dead, it was still not a complete victory. Thus, when Jun Moxie said that it had been a narrow victory, it was truly a sentiment from his heart. Of course, if it was a real life or death battle, as long as Jun Moxie used his yin-yang escape art, or his power of the 5 elements, he could have obtained victory with ease. But this fight concerned the title of the King of Assassins. Therefore, Jun Moxie wanted to rely on his own skills, and beat Chu Chi-hun convincingly. Otherwise, he wouldn't understand why he lost even if he lost, and this proud supreme assassin would never be appeased even in death. Sword. Chu Chi-hun raised his hand, an autumn dew invincible sword appeared in his hand with a dreamy light shining on it. The edge of the blade seemed to be flowing with sharpness, and the entire sky of snow merged with his figure into a perfect dreamlike scenery. Victory or defeat will be decided with this battle. The winner lives, and the loser shall die. Chu Chi Hun said coldly as a keen gleam shone in his eyes. If that's so, you will lose without a doubt. Jun Moxie smiled and stretched out his palm. With a soft clang, a bright, clear, and resonant keen rang out. An unparalleled sword chi rushed upwards into the sky, appearing abruptly in Jun Moxie's hand. The handle of the long sword sat quietly in his hand. The sword's blade was silvery bright and exceptionally brilliant. A faint scarlet light reflected from its surface. The sword's chi flickered erratically, and an inexplicable aura surged from it, dignified and lofty. The target of this aura was unexpectedly, not Chu Chi Hun, but the autumn dew invincible sword in his hand. This situation was like an emperor who went out for a stroll and happened to meet his subordinate official. The arrogance of the emperor was so deep that it radiated from his very bones. Even if he cast a casual glance at someone, that person would feel an invisible pressure. This was a divine sword. Blood of yellow flame. And right now, the aura it was emanating was an innate suppression from an emperor among swords. In the instant that blood of yellow flame was unsheathed, Chu Chi Hun suddenly felt as if the autumn dew invincible sword which had accompanied him his entire life has abruptly lost control with him. Chu Chi Hun's eyes widened with shock. He almost believed that the autumn dew invincible sword was not in his hands anymore. However, the slight weight in his hand told him clearly that he was still grasping onto the autumn dew invincible sword. What was going on? The autumn dew invincible sword was his most loyal and reliable partner. It was also his trademark as the supreme assassin. Chu Chi Hun cherished it as his life, and every time he held it in his hands, there would be an intricate feeling of connection with his blood. It was as if he was the sword. Whenever he thought about killing somebody, he would also feel a bloodlust from the sword. At times, the sword would even form a resonance with his spirit. It was a real merger of man and sword as one, both inseparable from the other. But in this moment, that amazing intricate feeling was suddenly gone, disappeared without a trace. How could this be possible? How could it be like this? Chu Chi Hun could feel his palms sweating heavily. In this moment, Chu Chi Hun had completely lost his confidence in this fight, utterly and completely. Still want to fight? You've already lost. However, you did not lose to me, but to my sword. More accurately, your sword has already submitted to my blood of yellow flame. Jun Moxie had not expected such a situation. Ever since Jun Moxie used the mystical ability of the power of gold to refine the blood of yellow flame, very few precious swords could stand before its proud aura. Along with Jun Moxie's advance in cultivation, the blood of yellow flame's arrogance also rose. At such a critical moment, just when he wanted to have a good fight with Chu Chi Hun, a completely fair fight where he could battle to his heart's content, that fellow actually directly lost before the fight even began. Who would have thought that the moment their blades were drawn that such a huge disparity would form? This was a complete, crushing advantage. The sword rules all the weapons in this world, and its king is the ruler of 10,000 swords. With 10,000 swords in hand, who would dare to not submit? Although Chu Li Hun hadn't lost yet, and even had lots of battle intent that had yet to be released, but, the autumn dew invincible sword in his hand had already lost its will to battle, completely submitting before the blood of yellow flame's royal aura. Under the enormous pressure from the blood of yellow flame, there was basically no way for it to even struggle. It was completely suppressed from the moment the blood of yellow flame revealed its edge. In an instant, all its killing intent disappeared, along with all its battle intent. Right now, autumn dew invincible sword was not even comparable to a common iron sword. How was this fight supposed to continue? Jun Moxie was also dumbstruck, not knowing if he should be laughing or crying. This situation was extremely strange, like two rabbits fighting each other. One rabbit ran off and brought back another rabbit as a helper. It was full of confidence and was laughing in glee, until it saw that its opponent had brought a tiger as a helper. Isn't this plain bullying? Chu Chi-hun tried to rouse his battle intent, even focusing his killing intent crazily to incite his sword to recover its previous state, but his efforts were all in vain. Chu Chi-hun grabbed the sword's hilt so tightly that numerous green veins popped up all over his skin. He remained standing coolly, but he knew that he had already been defeated. Furthermore, he'd lost in the most aggrieved manner, to the point of being completely ridiculous and baffling. Against this kind of terrifying assassin that wouldn't appear even once in 10 million years, not to mention his sword losing control like this, even the tiniest bit of flaw would cause him to lose without a doubt. In a fight between peak killers, to lose was to die, and a certainty of defeat directly meant a guaranteed death. Your sword is undoubtedly a good sword. Jun Moxie smiled and said. Throughout the years, you've killed an incalculable number of people and swept unrivaled through the lands. And your sword has also birthed a spirit from the nourishment of being baptized by the blood of countless people. It has formed a connection with your heart and mind, and even your blood. At this point, it could already be said to be a top-grade divine weapon. However, it is still only a child among top-grade divine weapons. Thus, its innate response upon meeting my sword was to submit for the sake of self-preservation. Chu Chi-hun furrowed his brows and a trace of doubt fleeted across his eyes as he replied coldly, "Oh. However, if you ignite an intent to battle even though you're sure of your death, that kind of intense emotion would definitely stimulate your sword and awaken the connection between you two. This is also the only way to rouse your sword at this moment and continue with the battle. Because although you won't know it, but that sword of yours is very clear about one thing. The moment it clashes against my sword, it will instantly shatter." Jun Moxie smiled lightly and continued, "But if that happened, this battle would have lost its original meaning. If I fought against you with a divine weapon, it will not be determined to have been by skill if I won, and if I lost, I'll still be a laughing stock. Although you have intentions to take my life, I only want to determine a victor among us two. I've said previously that if the supreme assassin perished, this world would instantly become much more boring. Those were my heartfelt sentiments, and it was not spoken lightly. I absolutely have no wish to kill a peerless assassin like you, and I desire even less to destroy a treasured weapon that's developed its own spirit." Jun Moxie lifted his head and looked at Chu Chi-hun. "Chu Chi-hun, why don't we end our match here today?" He shook his head and sighed. "Actually, I am even more unwilling than you to see this competition come to an end like this. In one's life, it's difficult to find a true friend, however, it's even harder to find a worthy opponent. I believe that you can also understand my current feelings." Chu Chi-hun fell silent for a moment and his lips tightened. "You are right, if I were to force things and insist on continuing the fight, that would just be arrogant and death-seeking. The original meaning of the fight would be lost, and I would be delivering my most treasured partner to death as well. But I still wish to take a look at your sword. I want to know just what kind of divine weapon it is, that it could make my autumn dew invincible sword feel frightened before battling, and losing before the fight even began." Chu Chi-hun's request was actually an exceptionally unreasonable request and could even be considered preposterous. A sword that perfected suited an assassin was simply equivalent to a second life to that assassin. How could it be something that others could see as they pleased? The same went for Chu Chi-hun's autumn dew invincible sword. How could it be taken out and shown to others so flippantly? Not to mention that this was Jun Moxie's blood of yellow flame. Honestly, Chu Chi-hun also knew that his request was quite absurd. In fact, even if Jun Moxie rejected him, it would be within his expectations. However, he still looked resolutely at Jun Moxie because he was unconvinced with his loss. Both our strengths are roughly on the same level. Why should it be I who should lose because of the difference in my weapon? Just what was so different about your sword that even the autumn dew invincible sword would submit to it completely, even losing the battle before it was fought? Chu Chi-hun, who had already formed a bond with his autumn dew invincible sword, did not covet Jun Moxie's divine weapon. However, his curiosity had reached an extreme level. Otherwise, he would not have made such a presumptuous request. To this request, Jun Moxie only made a dull sound in his throat in acknowledgement as he lifted the long sword in his hand lightly, brought it to his lips and asked lightly, "This fellow is unconvinced about his loss and wants to look at you. Can he?" His voice was light and gentle, as if he was coaxing a child. The blood of yellow flame quivered and a sharp sword cry rang out. Even Chu Chi Hun who was standing opposite could clearly hear the arrogance and pride. Jun Moxie smiled and beckoned at Chu Chi Hun. "You may take a look, but only by my hand." At this time, Mei Shuiyan and Dongfang Wen Xian had just walked over. When they approached near, Mei Shuiyan and Dongfang Wen Xian's both widened with disbelief as they noticed the same extremely inexplicable scene at the same time. Jun Moxie and Chu Chi Hun, who were still fighting savagely a moment ago, were currently standing together, their heads touching each other's as they stared intently at the sword in Jun Moxie's hand. Chu Chi Hun's face especially was filled with a reverent expression. This was a divine sword, the dream weapon of any Xian cultivator. This was a good sword that was perfect as a companion to accompany a warrior their entire life. But the thing that shocked Mei Shuiyan the most was that Chu Chi Hun had completely not put up the slightest defensive precautions before Jun Moxie. And the blade of blood of yellow flame was pointing directly at him as it rested on Jun Moxie's palm. If Jun Moxie decided to launch a sudden attack, Chu Chi Hun would not have even the slightest chance to escape. A single strike was sure to slice him cleanly into two pieces. How could a person with such low awareness still be the king of assassins from before? And there was Jun Moxie. This fellow was showing off his prized sword with an arrogant expression on his face. His body was similarly wide open, without a single bit of defense. What was wrong with these two fellows? Did they go crazy? Or went dumb? Did their brains get flooded with water in the time that they weren't looking? After a long time, Chu Chi Hun tore his gazes away unwillingly and took a few steps back. That cold aura once again appeared around his body. He raised his head, using his face to receive the falling snowflakes, hoping that it could douse the fire in his heart. A long sigh rang out from his mouth. Such a divine sword actually exists in this world. How amazing! It's truly an eye-opener for me. This match, it is not an injustice for me to lose, it's even less of an injustice for the Autumn Dew Invincible Sword to lose. No, the Autumn Dew Invincible Sword has better judgment than me, it knows when to advance and when to retreat. Jun Moxie laughed happily. In this world, there are still plenty of things that you do not know about. Chu Chi Hun lowered his head and touched his Autumn Dew Invincible Sword lightly as a deep emotion lingered in his eyes. Jun Moxie's blood of yellow flame was undoubtedly a peerless divine weapon under the heavens, and was even an all-conquering peak treasure. Compared to his own sword, it was superior in too many ways. However, Chu Chi Hun still felt that this sword in his hand was the most suitable weapon for him. The Autumn Dew Invincible Sword was the sword that was truly the most important to him. No matter how good others' swords are, this sword has already accompanied me for many ages. An assassin has no kin, only his sword. This sword is my kin. No other divine weapon or peerless immortal weapon could ever replace it. Chu Chi Hun stroked his Autumn Dew Invincible Sword gently. In this moment, he could clearly feel the consoling tone and agitated emotions coming from the sword. Chu Chi Hun's body shook lightly in response. Previously, he had at most some affection for the sword and felt that it was well suited to him, or even that they had some connection by blood. However, he'd never once felt any sort of emotions transmitted from this sword to him. But today, in this moment, he clearly sensed it. This sword was like a human, it had feelings and emotions as well. This amazing feeling caused Chu Chi Hun's heart, which was always as calm as water in a well, to tremble involuntarily for a moment. Since we've already decided to end the fight, I want to ask you about one thing. Jun Moxie kissed his treasured sword and kept it. Today, this little thing has really given this brother too much face. The moment it came out of its sheath, the opponent's sword directly raised the white flag and surrendered. What's called the graceful bearings of a sword emperor? What's called a sovereign ruling all under the heavens? This is. Today was really too awesome. What thing? Chu Chi Hun raised his head and looked blandly at him. After the sword appreciation event passed, the supreme assassin Chu also instantly regained his cold calm. Since you are called the supreme assassin, then, your profession should be a hired killer. The #1 assassin organization in Xian, the Blood Sword Hall, are they your people? Jun Moxie asked in a solemn tone, his eyes turning slightly blood red. Are you looking down on me, or are you speaking overly highly about those bunch of thugs? Could it be that you think that I, Chu Chi Hun, would have any connections with that ragtag bunch? Those people don't even have the qualifications to carry this daddy's shoes. Chu Chi Hun glared unhappily at him. Traveling 1,000 li with just one sword and passing the journey of 10,000 li in closed seclusion. One man one sword, I enjoy my fill of loneliness and slaughter, that is me, Chu Chi Hun. What kind of dog shit is Blood Sword Hall? This daddy don't know them. Then, I can set my mind at ease. I'm glad that they have nothing to do with you, otherwise, even if I admire you more, you will still have to die today. Jun Moxie's heart relaxed and he stated casually. Even if you don't want to kill me, I'm still dead without a doubt this time. I've never once held any hopes that I can walk out alive and return to the pugilist world after this. Chu Chi Hun laughed loudly, his face bitter and unresigned. It's really not easy being your scapegoat. For the sake of killing me, the 3 Holy Lands sent out no less than 300 famed experts. I first hid in the secluded mountains and then among the crowd, but was chased out again and again in quick succession. Their encirclement are closing in, and the final struggle is at hand. Previously, I could claim to be framed by you, but now, I've also killed 3 of the Blood Ocean's superior supreme experts. Both sides are already irreconcilable. Within this 1,000 li of mountain and river, I wonder which location would have a good enough feng shui to bury Chu Chi Hun. As he talked about his own life and death, his face remained unmoved and calm. It was as if this matter did not concern him at all. As a king among assassins of a generation, he had already accepted the possibility of death long ago. Whether it was the death of others, or his own, it was all the same to him. Why don't you hide in the busy cities? It might be difficult to conceal yourself completely in a well-structured large city, but a normal city is not a bad place to hide in. Jun Moxie asked. Am I, Chu Chi Hun, a petty scum on the level of dog thieves and chicken burglars? I am an assassin. I've killed good people and bad people indiscriminately, but I've never caused an innocent person to die for me. Although I've killed people as though they were wheat, those that died because of me all died by my sword or by my hands. Chu Chi Hun's expression remained cold and calm, and his eyes blazed with a unique pride. This is an assassin. If I were to die in the hands of others one day, I would not feel aggrieved. Chu Chi Hun smiled coldly and turned his face skyward. Since I've come out to kill others, I'm already prepared to have my life claimed by others as well. There's not much to say about this kind of thing. You are an assassin too. Could it be that you don't understand this logic? Jun Moxie's eyes lit up. How could he not understand? Just like how Jun Moxie had his own principles which he would never bend, Chu Chi Hun had an arrogance that belonged to him too. Just as Chu Chi Hun had said, the 3 Holy Lands' strength and their lineup this time was extremely strong. Even he and Mei Shuiyan would not have any confidence in a head-on clash with them, and could only hide and dodge, without any chance of retaliation. What could Chu Chi Hun do? The fact that Chu Chi Hun was able to hang on until now was already an incredible feat. Just by relying on assassination techniques, it might be possible to deal with 1 or 2 of his pursuers, but if he was even tied down for a brief moment, hundreds of powerful experts would immediately swarm toward his location. Even if Chu Chi Hun's movement technique was amazing, what use would it be? After all, he couldn't disappear into the Hongjun Pagoda like Jun Moxie, completely removing himself from this world. Take the battle a day ago for example. if not for Jun Moxie lending a helping hand, creating the best position for Chu Chi-hun to take action, there was no way he could kill two powerful experts and cripple one in a single move. If Chu Chi-hun followed his original plan to launch a surprise attack, he would only be able to kill one person at most. He would be exceptionally lucky if he could escape safely after launching his attack and revealing himself. Where would he get the ability to rid himself of three powerful pursuers in one stroke? Before this, I was not willing to simply die. Because I didn't even know who it was that had set me up. Thus, I was determined to stay alive and find out the truth. Chu Chi-hun looked at Jun Moxie with mixed emotions as he continued. Now, this wish is finally fulfilled. To be able to see you before my death, I am appeased. Perhaps you may not be a true killer, but you are definitely the strongest, most peerless assassin I've ever seen in my life. I'll even say that you are stronger than me. Because you are much younger than me. I only hope that you can promise me one thing. Chu Chi-hun gazed solemnly at Jun Moxie and said, I can die, Chu Chi-hun can die. But, the Supreme Assassin cannot perish. The Supreme Assassin, it's not just any other Supreme. Nor is it a title for a Xian cultivation level, it refers to a true Supreme. It's the highest honor in the world of assassins. Chu Chi-hun uttered each word fiercely. I think that you understand the meaning of these words better than I. What if you don't have to die? Or more accurately, what if Chu Chi-hun and the Supreme Assassin both do not die? Jun Moxie looked back at him seriously. If the Supreme Assassin requires the help of others, he would no longer be worthy of being called the Supreme Assassin. Chu Chi-hun rejected flatly. He did not even allow Jun Moxie to finish his words. I do not need your help. And I am even less willing to owe anyone a favor. Even if I were to be only under one man and above millions, I am still unwilling. There is only the clear skies above the Supreme Assassin, nothing else. As for the matter of making me your scapegoat, there's no need to feel like you owe me anything. Because, our movement techniques are simply too similar. If you had risen to fame earlier than me, I would have definitely pushed all my crimes to you as well. In fact, even without going out of the way to set each other up, we will both turn into suspects for the other's actions. Chu Chi-hun laughed carefreely, completely losing all his mind's shackles. Perhaps it is as you've said, we didn't know each other before this. No matter what others say, or whether or not I've set you up, there won't be a shred of guilt in my heart. In critical moments, for the sake of one's own life, there are nothing that a man can't do. There are no grounds on blaming actions done in such circumstances. I've also never felt that there was anything wrong in diverting the attention to you. Jun Moxie's eyes turned sharp as he continued, but do not forget, the victor between us hasn't been determined yet. Who shall claim the title of Supreme Assassin is still not clear. Perhaps there really is only the clear skies above the head of the Supreme Assassin, but Chu Chi-hun, that might not be true for you. If I only inherited the title of the King of Assassins because you were killed by others, that would be a shame for me, not honor. Chu Chi-hun stared at Jun Moxie and snorted, I've already lost to you in the close quarters fight. You can go ahead and claim the title with a peaceful mind. But are you truly willing to give up the title of Supreme Assassin just like this? Although others might not know of the circumstances, but are you truly reconciled to it? Jun Moxie took a step forward and demanded. Even if I'm not willing. What can I do about it? Chu Chi-hun muttered gloomily. At this time, Mei Shuiyan suddenly shouted, Moxie, there are many experts rushing here not far away. It seems like your bat earlier attracted someone's notice. Let's switch to another place to talk. Chu Chi-hun's face turned frigid as he tightened his hands around the hilt of his sword. Since you are not fully reconciled to the loss, why don't we switch a method to determine the victor? Jun Moxie continued lightly, seemingly unaffected by the news. You've heard it as well, the people coming here are all Supremes, or even Superior Supremes, there's a total of 8 of them. Why don't we use these people as targets for our competition? We'll use our strongest assassination techniques as the wager. And see who the honor of Supreme Assassin belongs to. See who kills the most. Chu Chi Hun's eyes lit up. Just the numbers alone is not enough, we will compete on killing speed as well. Jun Moxie's eyes blazed with fighting intent. These people are not just your enemies, but they're enemies that are pursuing you to take your life. You don't want to be killed by them, and I do not want them to live. Chu Chi Hun laughed uproariously, to think that, Chu Chi Hun would meet a kid like you so much to my liking just before my death. This is considered a great happiness in life as well. Fine, we'll use this match to determine who will claim the honor of the title of Supreme Assassin. Chu Chi Hun and Jun Moxie's body disappeared along with the laughter, completely vanishing into the snowstorm. Only the snowflakes could be seen falling softly on the ground. Mei Shuiyan sighed lightly, and with a wave of her hand, a large hole appeared on the snow peak behind her. She and Dongfang Wen Xian hid into the hole, and the entire piece of snow block closed up perfectly again. This skill was something she'd learned from Jun Moxie after they left the Dongfang family earlier. Now, it was proving its usefulness. So. In a brief moment, several figures shot over, landing on the snowy ground. With a few quick steps, they shuttled quickly through the entire area and examined it carefully with complete vigilance. Every corner of the area was properly combed through, until they finally stopped at the place where Chu Chi Hun and Jun Moxie had exchanged blows earlier. A man with a face filled with the vicissitudes of life stood silently as a strange light flashed in his eyes. His limbs were skinny and frail, and he wore hemp garments with a high hat on his head. This was Supreme Golden City's Ma Jiangming. Beside him, there were two more individuals with similar clothing. Three white-robed old men with long beards walked over, stepping lightly over the snowy ground. Their movements were elegant and unrestrained, and their demeanors were calm and unhurried. Long swords hung on their waists like simple ornaments. Further back, there were two purple-robed experts from the illusory Blood Sea. Their purple robes were extremely eye-catching in this piece of white-colored land. There were experts from all three holy lands here. One superior supreme and two supremes from the Supreme Golden City, one superior supreme and two supremes from the elusive world of immortals, and two superior supremes from the illusory Blood Sea. Furthermore, both experts looked the same, they were actually a pair of twins. A battle took place here recently. Ma Jiangming said slowly as a ghostly fire flickered in his eyes. He observed the disorderly ground carefully and occasionally looked around doubtfully. His nose sniffed wildly in the air, and a moment later, his face suddenly distorted hatefully. A woman. There's the smell of a woman. A woman was definitely here a moment ago, could it be? Venerable Mei. The killing intent in this area is exceedingly intense. However, there isn't a single smell of blood, it's too strange. A purple-robed man muttered with a serious expression. His head was lowered to the ground as he searched carefully. For some reason, the air here felt a little strange. Half a beat later, he concluded, two very different but exceedingly strong killing intents were here, intermingled and tainted by each other. From the looks of it, a fight indeed happened here. However, that woman did not participate in the fight. Ma Jiangming, apart from sniffing out girls to murder them, what other use does that dog nose of yours have? After hearing Ma Jiangming's annoying words halfway through his observation, he was naturally very unhappy. Truthfully, the moment he saw that the perverted dog was coming with them here together, the two purple-robed experts were already somewhat unhappy. Why do we have to travel with this low-grade piece of trash? Little Ruan, what's the meaning of this? Ma Jiangming rolled his eyes lazily. This old man likes to rape and murder girls, but what does that have to do with you? You're pointing your finger at me and scolding me for no good reason, what are you trying to say? The two purple-robed men were called Ruan Yin and Ruan Yang, they were blood-related twins. There was only 1 hour's difference between their births. The elders used to give these two a nickname, Yin Yang is not soft. 1. Wan Yang, who was speaking, harumphed coldly, "Ma Jiangming, look at your own disgusting face when you say those words. I can't even be bothered to look at you. What's wrong with this old man's looks? You find it lewd?" Ma Jiangming scowled and retorted in a sharp voice, "Even if this old man is lewd, I'm still not as filthy as your sister. Mind your own *king business." "What did you say?" Ruan Yin and Ruan Yang both turned around at the same time as their hands went to the hilt of their swords. "Ma Jiangming, you need to pay the price for your words today." Seeing this, the leader of the white-robed experts at the side hurriedly went forward and stopped them. "What are you all doing? We're facing a powerful enemy right now. Our three great holy lands have been humiliated greatly. Right now, we are bound by a hatred against a common enemy, and we should be united against the outside adversary. How can we start fighting among ourselves with just a few words? If everyone just hold back on their words a little, wouldn't we have no more troubles?" At the same time, he was sighing gloomily in his heart. Look at the people assigned to this group. Apart from perverts, there were only madmen. No one can accept the other, and it was basically impossible to form a proper team. He had already become the unofficial temporary leader of the ragtag group, but he still could not control these few people at all. How annoying. Bai Wu Xian. Who the hell do you think you are? Do you really think that you're the leader of this group? Mind your own business. As expected, the three all turned around and roared at the white-robed man. Bai Wu Xian's face twitched and he flung his sleeves angrily. Good, 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 go ahead and fight then. Fight until both of your sides are heavily wounded, and don't stop until the other side is dead. And hopefully, when you're done with your fight, that bastard Chu Chi Hun will turn up, and we could let him join in the fun. The three had nearly started fighting many times along the way. Perhaps their zodiac signs were naturally opposed to each other or something, but they never stopped bickering from the start. Ruan Yin snorted coldly and turned around. Apparently, the mention of the supreme assassin Chu Chi Hun still instilled some fear in their hearts. Tilting his head lightly to his younger brother, the two went back to inspecting the ground for other clues. Just at this time, a sudden sound rang out as a sharp aura shot towards his back. Ruan Yin turned around with a speed akin to a bolt of lightning and stretched out his hand before retracting them. His body spun one circle as he held the item in his hand. The object twinkled and sparkled, and felt exceptionally cold to the touch. The moment it was grabbed, it flashed for a moment and melted. This was actually a tiny ice needle. A face filled with ancientness, but the heart is not old, hiding a dagger in a smile mercilessly. Could this be Ma Jiangming's soul-chasing shadowless needle? Ruan Yin was immediately enraged as his body shot backwards. With a schwa sound, a slender sword appeared in his hand. Sword light flashed and hacked towards Ma Jiangming as he roared, "Old bastard surnamed Ma. You're truly despicable. This daddy has been magnanimous and let you off, but you actually still want to sneak attack me." Although Ruan Yang did not know what had happened, seeing his elder brother's outburst, he instantly sensed the rage in his brother's heart. As the saying went, the hearts of brothers are connected. Without even thinking, he drew his sword as well and followed right behind his brother, bellowing like the thunder as he stabbed towards Ma Jiangming. Although Ma Jiangming had been at odds with the two Ruan brothers throughout their journey, he was still someone who could see the big picture. Besides, both sides had their own inhibitions and did not truly break out in a fight. At this time, he was completely unguarded against them, but who would have thought that these two would actually disregard their current situation and directly attack? Caught completely by surprise, Ma Jiangming was nearly torn apart by the two brothers' combined attack. With lightning-quick reflexes, his body flew outwards with a schwa sound. This close shave had caused all the hair on his body to stand on its ends. The cotton robe on his body had been split open, and even his undershirt had been hacked in two, revealing his skinny and bony chest. A line of stark red line could be seen on his chest, evident of him being hurt by the sword chi. With just a few millimeters of difference, his chest and stomach would have been split open. The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became at how close he had been to dying. Ma Jiangming felt as if he'd walked right by the gates of hell, barely missing it. His hair bristled fiercely as his eyes turned red. Wan Yin, Wan Yang, you two were actually so vicious as to attack fatally over a verbal dispute. Do you think that this old man is scared of you? He reached for the hilt at his waist, and a long sword appeared gleaming in his hand. Then, with a flick of his left hand, countless hidden iron needles appeared in his palm. Roaring savagely, the two sides started to fight fiercely. The two Yuan brothers were even more enraged at this point. Do you think that this daddy wouldn't know that it was you throwing sneak attacks at us? You're actually so shameless, but you still dare to argue so innocently. What a hypocrite. Loud clanging sounds rang out as the three began a grand battle. This anomaly, not to mention the people from the elusive world of immortals and by Wu Xie, even Chu Chi Hun who was hiding in the shadows and preparing to attack was shocked speechless. What just happened? It was clearly just a verbal argument, but how did it suddenly become a deadly fight? The group was fighting among itself to the death. Just what was going on? Grand Assassin Chu had borrowed the cover of the snowstorm and sneaked over, preparing to launch his first strike. He had already identified his targets. This Ma Jiangming and the Yuan brothers obviously did not see each eye to eye, so he could use this point to pick them off. But who would have thought that before he could make a move, the three would suddenly start fighting among themselves? And it was clearly not the kind of probing attacks in small fights. This was a true battle where both sides launched their attacks with full force to kill. For experts with cultivations at the superior supreme realm, it wasn't possible for them to be so idiotic, right? Not to mention that there were powerful enemies that could attack them at any time. At these kind of critical moments, the three were actually careless enough to fight among themselves. Chu Chi Hun could not understand their behaviors, especially Ma Jiangming's. Their quarrels had already been broken up with others' advice, and furthermore, he's only one man while the other side had two. Was there a need to go do such a stupid thing? Could it be that this ancient-looking fellow had gotten addicted to looking for trouble? He'd never seen such a retarded superior supreme awe. But what he didn't know was that Ma Jiangming was the one who was the most wronged here. The ice needle that Wan Yin had been hit with had not been shot by Ma Jiangming. It was the work of Jun Moxie who was hiding in the shadows. Ma Jiangming obviously did not know what had happened, and was incredibly enraged at the moment. When he saw the three people quarreling, with young Master Jun's good character, along with his principles of inciting havoc, flame fanning, and adding oil to a fire, how could he miss the chance to make his move? The more you fight among yourself, the better. It'll be the best if it can turn into a life or death hatred, that would be even more enjoyable. Fight, fight, I'll be happier if you both end up killing each other. The two grand assassins laid in wait in the darkness, preparing to strike at any moment. Chu Chi Hun made use of everything in his surroundings, and his strange techniques, hiding himself perfectly. As for Jun Moxie, he directly used the yin-yang escape art and disappeared without a trace. He'd already made his move. And the effects of this move were immediately made apparent. It was absolutely amazing. Ma Jiangming was just one person, and naturally was not a match against the two superior supreme brothers' combined assault. But how would Jun Moxie allow him to lose so easily, dousing this internal fire that he'd managed to start after so much effort? What a great waste that would be. Ah, how unsatisfying. Ah. It'll be such a great pity for his great skills. Ah. Holding a big ball of snow in his hand, numerous ice needles continuously shot out from young Master Jun's hand. The trajectory of these ice needles were extremely strange, and their angles were unpredictable and weird, causing the Yuan brothers to scream and cry with pain in extremely wretched states. Ma Jiangming, who was fighting solo against two, only felt stronger and stronger as the fight progressed. It was like wherever his sword pointed, the Yuan brothers would panic and fall back. With his mood greatly lifted, he could not help but laugh arrogantly. Bai Wu Xian tried to break them up with his words, but it produced no effects. Nobody bothered themselves with this temporary leader. In the end, he could only stand helplessly by and watch the show. Only, he hadn't expected that the three's fight would escalate and grow more and more intense. Especially the Ruan brothers, two superior supreme experts, was actually being suppressed in a 2-versus-1 fight. At critical points, they would always end up suffering a loss. In that moment, their hate for Ma Jiangming had gone deep into their bones. Just for the sake of their face, they could not afford to lose. The two's thighs had already been stabbed an uncountable number of times by ice needles. Although with their Xian cultivation, this bit of damage could not cause them any damage, not even light injuries, but the pain caused by the needles was incredibly tormenting. And if this was not enough, their buttocks were constantly stabbed with ice needles, causing the two to be incredibly incensed. That area may not be life-threatening, but it was incredibly humiliating. This was not killing people, this was simply toying with them. The two brothers' eyes had already turned completely red. At first, they only wanted to teach Ma Jiangming a lesson. But as they fought, their anger could not help but to soar to the skies, eventually reaching a level where they would not rest until the bastard was dead. This relentless killing intent came about because of a very simple matter. Ruan Yang had received an extremely sinister ice needle to his buttocks. The difference was, this ice needle happened to stab into a very important area. It had actually pierced into his chrysanthemum. As everyone knows, that area's flesh was exceptionally tender. It was a place that was completely unprotected by Xian Qi. Thus, the pain was even more unbearable than being cut by a knife. The unlucky Ruan Yang yelped aloud and jumped straight into the air. That area's temperature was also higher than most parts of the body, so before he could do anything about the ice needle, it had already melted inside. The freezing water and blood flowed out together, and in that moment, Second Master Ruan looked as if his menstruation had arrived. On top of that, it looked like the first wave, the heaviest flow of the month. He looked extremely wretched, and his legs felt damp, cold and sticky. Humiliation. This was an unbearable humiliation. Especially, the one who suffered this humiliation, was actually a top-tier expert at the superior supreme realm. Ruan Yang was like an enraged lion with a scorching hot rod poked into its anus. He screamed and roared angrily, and his entire body seemed to have expanded one round. His hair crown burst apart with a loud ping sound, and his hair flowed out like a madman. It was as if all the water in the seabed had suddenly encountered a hurricane. Ma Jiangming, you foul beast, you piece of trash. Come and die for this, daddy, you sneaky bastard. Second Master Ruan roared with rage. His eyes were opened wide crazily, and he focused completely on attacking without bothering with his defenses. This was an all-out attack without regards to consequences. A full crazed attack. It's done. Jun Moxie withdrew himself from the fight happily. Going by the current demeanor of this three, they would definitely not rest until one side was dead. This young master's first step had been accomplished. How is it? This young master's methods are not bad, right? Did you see that? Jun Moxie transmitted his voice arrogantly into Chu Qihun's ears. His voice carried the airs of a supreme war strategist planning the victory of his armies from thousands of li away. In any case, his voice sounded extremely coarse and lewd in this instance. What? You're saying that the three's fight was orchestrated by you? Chu Qihun was stunned for a moment, and very nearly revealed himself. He was hidden expertly behind a withered tree trunk, and he was prepared to attack at any time. As the snow and wind swirled powerfully, no one noticed that a god of death was hidden less than 20 zhang away from them. Naturally. This young master had only employed a small trick, and those three are now biting at each other's necks like rabid dogs. Jun Moxie dragged his tone pretentiously, like an artist that was extremely proud of his work. Just how did you do it? Chu Qihun was incredibly curious. This was not just deploying a few small tricks, it was practically a miracle. Without any trace or sound, he caused them to start fighting among themselves as if they were mortal enemies. The most terrifying thing was that this young master had not even revealed himself yet. If we can use our wits, why use brute force? This young master had always possessed a multitude of methods. This young master had only imitated the way Ma Jiangming uses his concealed weapons, and then threw an ice needle up that second master Ruan's chrysanthemum. And they've started fighting so fiercely, ha ha ha, how thrilling ah, Jun Moxie continued to laugh smugly. Chrysanthemum? What chrysanthemum? Chu Chi Hun was after all, just a native of the Xian continent. How would he understand the intricate usage of these advanced words? His head was cocked to one side as he mumbled in his heart, do chrysanthemums grow on people's bodies? What's the use of poking the chrysanthemum? If everyone was carrying a chrysanthemum, perhaps he should carry a few hundred of them on his person when he goes out next time. It means, the anus, understand? Such a poorly read and innocent person. To think that this young master's dignified self had to be forced to utter such uncivilized words. Jun Moxie shook his head and smiled evilly. However, he still seemed to be in an excellent mood. Don't you think that area's shape is similar to a fully blossomed chrysanthemum flower? Remember this, just use chrysanthemum to refer to that word next time, it shows your cultured mannerism. Chu Chi Hun nearly sputtered aloud, and his expression was rent with mortification. This old man had indeed never once properly observed that area. Besides, why would a grown man go and observe that place for no reason? Wouldn't one have to be bored to the point where their nuts ached to think of such things? Just taking one look at that disgusting area would usually leave one unable to eat for 3 days. Moreover, it was nearly impossible to observe one's own chrysanthemum. It was no wonder that the dignified Ruan Yang would suddenly go crazy in the middle of a fight. So that was the case. No one would enjoy being poked in that area so abruptly ah. This was no longer an issue of pain, it concerns the pride and face of a superior supreme expert. An expert of that level was suddenly poked in the chrysanthemum. Chu Chi Hun suddenly felt that he'd been immensely lucky. If that brat did this to him during that fight earlier, as his thoughts traveled in this direction, this famed supreme assassin instantly felt his own chrysanthemum tightening. Following that, a cold sensation spreaded from his tailbone, up his spine. All the hairs on his body stood up on its ends, and he dared not continue thinking about it. Just the thought itself was already so terrifying, but the second master one had actually received such a gruesome strike. Dear heavens ah, great earth ah, just what kind of person is this brat, to have so many sinister methods up his sleeves? The face of the battle changed drastically in an instant. In just the time to snap one's finger, the fight had turned in a heaven-shocking manner. Ma Jiangming, who didn't know that he had outside help, was still submerged in the awesome feeling of suppressing 2 opponents by himself. Surprisingly, he'd still managed to reserve a few techniques, along with his strength. In that moment, he could not help but to mock his opponents coldly with arrogance. Ha ha ha, as expected of the Yin-Yang soft brothers, the 2 of you indeed do not let this nickname down ah, to think that 2 piles of trash like you also dare to call yourself superior supreme experts. Looks like the illusory blood sea really lacks talent. No wonder Chu Chi Hun was able to kill 3 of your superior supremes with a single stroke, so it turns out that the so-called superior supreme experts of your illusory blood sea are actually only of this level, no wonder, no wonder. As the saying goes, the vengeance that one can see arrives the quickest. As Ruan Yang's rage soared to the heavens, Ma Jiangming suddenly felt the pressure on him rise several times. Without Jun Moxie helping him to control the fight, the 2 Ruan brothers who'd lost their inhibitions was suddenly like a pair of hungry tigers that had been released from the cage. They came roaring angrily, and retaliated with great momentum. Ma Jiangming abruptly fell from an advantageous position where he attacked and defended with ease to a sudden life-and-death spiral of panic. These 3 were basically around the same level of strength. 2 against 1, Ma Jiangming was naturally at a huge disadvantage. On top of that, he had been careless due to the easy time he had been enjoying for a large portion of the fight. Now, one side had suddenly erupted with strength and went so far as to disregard their defense to launch a full offensive, Ma Jiangming had only intended to teach these two brothers a lesson from the start, and his state of heart was incomparable to the Ruan brothers, which ended up in this situation. With a loud ping sound, Ma Jiangming somehow managed to block the two's sword with great effort. However, he received a fierce kick in the clash, causing his body to shoot outwards with a so sound. Ma Jiangming borrowed the momentum to rush upwards into the air, shouting angrily as he escaped. Ruan brothers, could it be that you really want to fight until one of us is dead? This old man has been enduring your nonsensical actions until now, and it's enough. Learn to back off a little, lest things become difficult for our two holy lands. *CK your granny. A bastard like you still wants to be a human. Just go and be a ghost. Ruan Yang roared angrily, not relaxing his stance in the least. He rushed into the snow, and a thick layer of snow swirled up around him. His sword gleamed glaringly, suddenly turning into a long dragon with cold electricity running all over its body. His body and the sword merged into one as he tore through the air, stabbing directly at Ma Jiangming. Ruan Yin, in his worry that something might go wrong, also merged with his sword and rushed upward. There will be no relent until Ma Jiangming is dead. This was already an irreconcilable situation. The scene had changed drastically, far beyond what anyone had expected. A moment ago, Ma Jiangming was in a great advantageous position, but in the next instant, he was suddenly assaulted fiercely by the two's sword technique. A life-or-death strike. Ma Jiangming's entire body's hair was standing up on their ends, and he spat out a mouthful of blood as he roared with rage, *CK your mother. So you two brats are actually really aiming to kill this old man. To think that you're even using the sword and body as one. You really take this old man to be dough to be kneaded. This old man shall use this next attack as his wager as well. Who's going to die is still not certain. His sword danced wildly in the air, and a powerful gust rose up with its momentum. With a powerful wave, a whoosh rang out, blasting across the sky. 10,000 rays of sword rays shot down from the sky. At the same time, his left hand was waving constantly, and countless gleaming pieces of light shot out from his hand, disappearing in a flash. This was Ma Jiangming's true killing technique, and also the reason the Ruan brothers were so certain that it was Ma Jiangming who attacked them, the soul-chasing shadowless needles. The three were like shooting stars impacting the earth as they shot through the air, using their ultimate killing techniques to determine life and death with one strike. The Ruan brothers felt humiliated and enraged, but wasn't Ma Jiangming nursing a bellyful of rage as well? Just how did I offend you all? Wasn't it just a joke that had gone a little bit too far? Are you people so bad at taking jokes? Then how the hell were you able to survive in the martial world for so long? To think that you actually want to kill this old man over a mere sentence. The three were all emanating extremely hateful auras, unwilling to share the same sky with each other as they clashed together. Bai Wu Xian watched on wide-eyed and slack-jawed, as if he were looking at a horror movie that became more frightening as time passed. At the start, both sides were only exchanging blows, attacking and defending carefully. He naturally wasn't worried about them, but in the blink of an eye, it began to turn into a life-or-death battle. This transformation was greatly beyond anyone's expectations, and he could not help but rub his eyes with disbelief. Just as he was about to take action and separate these three forcefully, they actually began to use their ultimate techniques, fusing as one with their swords. This daddy here must have accumulated 8 generations of bad luck to end up as your temporary team leader. With these two groups of people in the same team, it was already a miracle that I haven't been angered to death yet. Damn their sisters, do they really have to choose this particular timing to engage in a life-and-death fight? Where are their demeanors as experts? What happened to seeing the big picture? In that moment, he could not help but to fling his sleeves in rage. Fight then, go ahead and fight. It's better if you all kill off each other, then this daddy can finally have a moment of peace. All you idiots are old bastards over 100 years old, yet you're still so childish. Can't you make things easier for others? Apart from the three who were fighting and Bai Wu Xian, there were still 4 more people standing there, staring dumbly at the 3 experts tearing at each other's throats. Everyone felt their backs grow cold in that moment. The 4 of them were only Supreme Realm experts, and did not have the qualifications to stick their foot into a battle of that level. At this time, another strange event appeared. A frosty light suddenly flashed under the snowy ground, as quick as lightning. It shot into the underbelly of a Supreme Realm expert from the elusive world of immortals almost as soon as it appeared, going straight through the gap under his pants. The strange, tough and surging Jun Xie instantly tore apart its host's 5 viscera and 6 bowels. At the same time, a faint sword light flashed and disappeared, followed by another frosty light. Yet another Supreme Realm expert was cut into 2 from the waist. Following that, the frosty light flashed again, and like a boat moving with the current, it stabbed toward Bai Wuxian's neck. All these had happened in a single breath, smoothly and without stop. Although it took a long time to describe these 3 sword strokes, it had actually all flashed out in almost the same instant. 2 powerful experts fell to the ground, and even the temporary leader of the group Bai Wuxian was facing a deadly threat. At this time, Bai Wuxian was so angry that his chest almost burst open with rage. But all of a sudden, he felt a hair-raising fear in his heart. With the enhanced senses of a superior supreme, he instantly dashed forward without any hesitation, shifting his body forcefully. A sharp pain suddenly appeared behind his head, and a deep gash appeared on his back, stretching from his neck to the top of his head. Even his skull had been chipped off heavily, and his brains had very nearly been scattered from the attack. His blood spurted out like a mist, dyeing the snow-covered ground into a ghastly scarlet. On the other side, an illusory shadow flickered into place, sometimes immaterial, and sometimes wispy. However, the speed of this shadow was like an enraged thunder god. 2 king of assassins, both striking out at the same time. Furthermore, they had both chosen this critical period to make their moves. Seeing that Ma Jiangming had fallen into a dangerous disadvantage, the 2 supreme masters from Supreme Golden City were just about to pull out their swords and lend their support when they felt something flash before their eyes. Before they could raise their guards, one of them suddenly felt a sense of weakness as his body fell down softly. A bloody hole had appeared on his neck. The other expert was immediately stricken with terror as he screamed and tried to hide. However, it was already too late. With a schwa sound, a sword passed from his shoulder all the way to his abdomen. His organs and intestines immediately poured onto the ice-cold snow, emanating hot steam. Bai Wuxian roared with rage, a wretched and violent rage. The other 2 supreme experts behind him who had already received fatal injuries but had yet to react were also gasping with fear. Beside the Supreme Golden City experts, another expert had collapsed to the ground, while the other was crying out in an inhuman tone, looking as his organs spilled out on the ground. His terror had reached an extreme level, and his mind was completely shocked. In that moment, he had not died yet, and he still had some feeling in his body. He could even feel the piercing cold of the snow under his organs. This was a kind of horror that would only be seen in one's dreams. But now, it happened in real life. With the Xian cultivation and experience of these experts, they normally wouldn't have been so easily susceptible to sneak attacks, not to mention being completely incapable of retaliation. But, Ma Jiangming and the Ruan brothers' fight was too intense, and had progressed too quickly to a point where they were suddenly in a life-or-death battle. This matter had attracted everyone's complete attention. Many of them were still busy trying to figure out just what exactly happened for there to be such a large grudge all of a sudden. Precisely at this time, the 2 assassin kings appeared out of nowhere, catching them completely off guard. Forget about retaliating. 2 of the most unlucky fellows did not even know that they had already died. The 3 people in the air also realized the tragedy that had taken place down below. Their hearts were also rent with shock and anxiousness at this point. However, they were unable to stop now. This was the most critical point of their clash, and even if they wanted to stop, it had already passed the point of no return. A loud hong rang out, filling the skies. The all-out attacks of 3 superior supremes exploded together in the air. 3 savage roars sounded, and 3 shadows abruptly flew outward in different directions, coughing out large mouthfuls of blood. The 3 could not avoid suffering heavy injuries. Especially Ma Jiangming, whose injuries were the worst. After all, he was fighting 1 against 2, and the gap in strength was too great. At this moment, the 3 people, Ma Jiangming, Ruan Yin, and Ruan Yang's feelings had reached an indescribably complicated level. Shock, rage, sorrow, pain, disbelief. All kinds of emotions flashed through the 3's faces. For experts of their level who could strut nearly unrivaled through the earth wherever they choose to go, and the long period of cultivation they had endured to reach their level of strength, they had become impassive to most things long ago. As for expressions, no matter what type of expression, it was difficult to find any trace of such a thing on their old faces. But in this moment, their faces were lit up with so many vivid and complicated expressions. It was easy to imagine how rich their expressions were. However, even such intense expressions were still unable to illustrate the current state of their complicated feelings. In fact, in this moment, they had even completely forgotten how to roar and cry. Their brains could not remember the kind of sound that their throats should produce to make clear the pain in their hearts. They allowed their blood to drop freely, turning snowflakes into streaks of scarlet. But, in the eyes of the tree, the scenery was the same. It was as if the world had frozen in time in that instant. Impossible. How could things become like this? The wretched cries of their teammates, the screams of their battle companions, the sight of that wriggling half-dead body on the ground, the blood-drenched snow, and the pile of organs and intestines still emitting heat. Blood flowed freely from the wound on Bai Wu Xian's head, but he did not fall down. In actuality, of the 8 great experts who had arrived in high spirits, only the injured Bai Wu Xian could be considered to have some fighting ability now. Although his wounds were not light, they were not lethal either. But the sharp pain he was enduring was something that even a superior supreme expert found it difficult to handle. The pain on his neck and scalp was secondary, the most critical point was that his skull had been chipped. That kind of pain was already deep into the bone, and sunken into the spirit. Bai Wu Xian roared painfully, using all his strength to bellow as loudly as he could to vent the pain in his mind. At the same time, he was issuing an alert. He did not even turn around to look at who it was that had injured him so heavily. Because he knew very clearly that the moment he turned around, he would forever lose his chance to escape from death. With a loud cry, he instantly became one with his sword, turning into a long streak of rainbow that shot across the snowy ground, carrying a hint of bloody light as he fled with all his might. In that moment, Bai Wu Xian's speed had practically reached the peak level of this world. In just a flash, his figure had already disappeared from the peripheries of everyone. This kind of immense speed that pushed all the potential of the human body to its utmost limit was something that even Mei Shuai-yen would only be able to watch on as the dust from his heels kicked into her face. One with the sword was an immensely powerful killing technique in its own rights. But from ancient times to date, Bai Wu Xian was probably the first and only person who used it for escaping. He could also be counted as having put his name down in the river of history. While Bai Wu Xian's shadow completely disappeared from view, Jun Moxie still had not shown himself. Up in the air, the long and shrill cry still reverberated loudly. In fact, it seemed to be growing louder still. Outside the mountain gorge, the sounds of more whistles rang out in response. The experts of the 3 holy lands had begun to swarm toward this location to provide support. The Ruan brothers and Ma Jiangming had finally landed on the ground. Their fight had been completely real, without even a hint of feigned blows, their bodies were drenched in blood, and their muscles were trembling with shock. However, the moment they realized that they were in mortal danger, the 3 of them hurriedly stood up the moment they landed. Blood flowed from the corners of their mouths, but their bodies were ramrod straight. Chu Chi-hun's body flashed, and in the instant that 3 landed and stood up, several illusory-looking sword rays flashed out. Ruan Yin watched with wide eyes as the sword flowed like light into his chest. Chu Chi-hun's full-strength killing strike. Chu Chi-hun's strike was very well placed and professional. Ruan Yin was not the weakest, nor the one with the heaviest injury, and neither was he the easiest to strike. However, Chu Chi-hun chose him out of all three targets, because he was the exact opposite of those things. Of the three people, Ruan Yin was the only one with some battle power left. He was the one that was injured the least, and although his injuries were not considered light, he was still a powerful superior supreme expert. Ruan Yin had just landed back on the ground and gotten to his feet, he didn't even have the chance to readjust his breath. This precise timing was the best opportunity to end his life. As for the other two, they only had half their lives remaining. As long as Ruan Yin was taken care of first, the other two were basically dead. Thus, Chu Chi-hun completely discarded even the half a breath's time to catch his breath. After killing two people consecutively, he once again merged with his sword and rushed over, stabbing out swiftly. If Chu Chi-hun had allowed Ruan Yin to catch his breath, it wouldn't be so easy to kill him after that. This was the experience and intuition of a supreme assassin. This sword did not leave any inch of mercy. As Chu Chi-hun had calculated, after that intense fight, and the unexpected changes on the ground, Ruan Yin would indeed be unable to avoid this deadly strike. He was barely able to stabilize himself and had not even taken a breath before the snowy sword ray was embedded in his chest. As soon as the sword stabbed into his body, the rampaging sword chi tore unbridled through his body. The immense momentum even sent his body blasting backwards. Ruan Yin did not let down the name of a superior supreme. He knew that he was dead without a doubt, and he roared savagely, his voice reverberating in all directions. His two hands blasted out with all his might, expending every single bit of his strength to deal Chu Chi-hun 4 palm strikes. 4 palm strikes was all he could do. Because in the next instant, his entire body was directly torn apart by Chu Chi-hun's sword chi, turning into blood paste and eternally disappearing from the world. Chu Chi-hun spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The final strikes of a superior supreme expert were not so easy to handle. He tumbled through the air repeatedly, and even Autumn Dew invincible sword flew out of his hand. Ruan Yang's eyes widened and he screamed in a hoarse and desperate voice, "Big brother HH." His body shook abruptly as a bright sword tip stuck out from his chest. His face was twisted with disbelief. "I've been stabbed. How could that be possible?" The bright sword edge gleamed and disappeared without a trace. Ruan Yin roared madly, swinging his fists blindly, hoping to take his assailant to the grave with him. However, his fists only swiped at empty air, carrying the last of his strength away. His body stumbled forward several steps in his madness, and he finally fell onto the ground weakly with unresignation. His two legs turned soft, and he landed on his knees in defeat. His body swayed, and he fell backwards. His head finally touched the ground, and as coincidence would have it, it touched the back of his own foot, causing his body to resemble a drawn bow. His eyes were wide open with rage, as his body turned rigid. His intense rage gave him an intense desire to want to see who it was that had killed him, causing him to die in such a strange but difficult to attain posture. However, he was doomed to be disappointed because at this moment, Jun Moxie was already standing before his next target, Ma Jiangming. Of the three, Ruan Yin was the least injured and first to be killed by Chu Chi-hun. Ruan Yang was the second most able person, and was directly disposed of by Jun Moxie. As for Ma Jiangming, he was the most heavily injured. To fight one against two opponents of the same level of strength as him, it would be strange if he was not grievously wounded. There was no surprise in this. Ma Jiangming struggled to remain standing. From the looks of things, he had been reduced to an extreme level of frailty. It was as if a slightly stronger gust of wind would be able to blow him over. He coughed lightly, and blood froth constantly bubbled from his mouth. His body was filled with tens of serious muscle tears and lacerations. Even his face was covered in ugly scars. At this point, his ancient face, which always seemed to carry a look as if he'd seen through the vicissitudes of life, seemed to have added an extra dosage of that vicissitude today. Jun Moxie. So it's you. Ma Jiangming laughed bitterly. His body shook heavily, and his eyes grew vacant. You've truly surprised this old man. Where's that little lover of yours? Ma Jiangming, stop pretending. Jun Moxie looked at him coldly. Although you've indeed suffered the heaviest injury, that is only in comparison to the Ruan brothers. The true extent of your injury is far from what you're displaying. It's useless to play tricks in front of me. You're lucky. Ma Jiangming's resentful face was purple and appeared even more horrible. If it hadn't been for those two stupid bastards and their sudden craze, how could you have succeeded easily? What a coincidence. It's God's will that I had to join the two bastards. But at least I live longer than them, that's my win. God's will. Huh, I have to admire your stupidity. You don't know how you died, till your death. Do you think you won the brothers? Idiot. Jun Moxie laughed and held up the sword, die. I'm not interested in talking with you. Are you the one who did it? Ma Jiangming suddenly stared at him and his expression gradually turned from surprise to malice. It's you. Die, you little brat. He yelped and suddenly flew up. With a flash of silver in the sky, a flash of violet lightning pierced down. It was quite forceful. Jun Moxie snorted and moved slightly, unexpectedly disappearing. His body appeared again, and he was now behind Ma Jiangming. Jun Moxie pierced backwards. Ma Jiangming's body suddenly jumped up, but it seemed too close to dodge. Although he barely avoided getting a fatal blow on his back, he was stabbed into the crotch by the sword that slid past his legs. Speaking of it, Jun Moxie did not expect this sword fight to be so easy to win. He had already prepared several tactics for later use. He was ready to respond to the situation at any time. Fighting with a superior supreme head-on was difficult even if he was badly hurt. Fighting head-on was different from assassination. But this blow easily castrated Ma Jiangming. Even Jun Moxie was surprised at the success. This injury was unbearable to any man, even if it was a superior supreme. After all, it was the most painful injury a man could get. But the situation suddenly changed. Just as Jun Moxie thought he was going to succeed, Ma Jiangming, who had been hurt at the most crucial spot, suddenly retreated at full speed. It was as if he felt nothing of the sword under his crotch. He seemed to have no pain at all. As he turned around, he gave Jun Moxie a slap on the shoulder, and it was really powerful. Jun Moxie was really surprised. He did not expect Ma Jiangming to still be so strong and fierce even when his most crucial spot was hit. With the blow, his bones seemed to have been dislocated, and he snorted and flew out together with his sword. He suddenly realized that the sword was absolutely clean of any blood stain. His eyes widened in disbelief and could not resist cursing as he was flying backwards. WTF, there's nothing underneath? No man could handle such a blow, unless he was not a man. Ma Jiangming laughed out loud and persecuted with a maddening face, right? There's nothing down there. Never thought of it, right? Ha ha ha. He seemed to be very proud of not having anything underneath as he laughed so loud. Jun Moxie totally could not understand. Chu Chi Han, who was recovering at a distance, let out a dry vomit. So happy to not have anything underneath, and he still called himself a man. No wonder he likes to torture girls to death. What a distorted man. Jun Moxie was angry but could not laugh. No wonder that this kind of guy could still fight back. There was a hot pain on his shoulder, but he still laughed. Damn it, you didn't have it under you. It's rare that you should be so proud. What a fucking talent. At this time, Ma Jiangming had caught up with him and said with a grim smile, what if I don't have it? I was saved because of this. Sure, you have it, but it will be wasted, because you won't be able to use it properly again after today. He fiercely attacked. Swords, silver needles, fists and feet all came storming down with a wave of rage. Jun Moxie laughed and then disappeared into nothingness. It was right in front of Ma Jiangming's stairs, without a trace. Ma Jiangming let out his ultimate technique with a bang. But there was no one there. He could not resist yelping in surprise and turned around with full alert. Suddenly, he felt a pain at his crotch and he immediately jumped straight up, flinging his limbs. He was being kicked by Jun Moxie from below. Under the forceful blow, his already featherweight body really levitated in the air. He did not even have time for a scream, another kick landed at the same spot. In nothingness, Jun Moxie growled, "You don't have huh? You don't have. Don't have. Don't have. Don't have." With all the scolding, Ma Jiangming was being kicked at the same spot repeatedly as his body rose higher and higher in the air. With all the storming kicks, even if Ma Jiangming had something below, there wouldn't be anything by now. It would at least be unrecognizable. Chu Chi Hun was dumbfounded. He sucked in cold air as he witnessed Ma Jiangming rising up like a rocket. Up all the way he went, almost unstoppable. With the continuous thud of kicks, Chu Chi Hun felt his teeth were softening. With this strength, that dude would have been dead by the second kick. But now Jun Moxie had sent out more than 200. The dude without anything underneath was a madman, so was the guy who had something. Crazier than me. Chu Chi Hun concluded. With a zip, Jun Moxie appeared in front of him. He said hastily, "Quick, let's get out of here." The three Holy Lands sent more men. They have in total more than 100, he saw it clearly when he was up there. Many silhouettes zapped across the fields. More than 100. How scary. They could not handle it. Chu Chi Hun was still in shock. He raised his head and saw Ma Jiangming still rising, and looked as small as a bean. He was baffled how Jun Moxie suddenly came down here. Wasn't he still kicking that guy's crotch? Jun Moxie grabbed Chu Chi Hun and hurriedly rushed to the snow cave Mei Shuayan and Dongfang when Xian were hiding. He did not have time to say anything and he used the power of water. Snow, formed from water, was still a form of water. The snow below the four of them suddenly levitated and carried them up on the solid ground. As they stepped onto the solid ground, before Chu Chi Hun could express his amazement, Jun Moxie pushed his palm down and spread his palms. Chu Chi Hun suddenly felt that he began falling down an endless hole. Wow, hold on, what was that? That's so mystical. With a few zaps, some men had arrived at the site of bloodshed the moment the group disappeared. In the distance, there were more men rushing here. There was blood everywhere on the snow. Two halves of a body were being separated really far apart while his arms were still in the crawling position. The ground was covered by slices of flesh scattered everywhere. Ruanyang was still pushing himself up in this awkward manner despite being long dead. There was another guy with all his intestines and organs hanging out of his body. He had obviously suffered great pain before his death. He had struggled much as half of his body was 3 meters away and his intestines were pulled straight and still looked hot. Perhaps, even hell was not so horrendous. Everyone stared blankly at this horrid sight while they felt an immense urge to vomit from their stomachs. But they all looked very angry and wanted revenge. All the men of the 3 Holy Lands had finally gathered. There was almost 150 men. This was only the men nearby. There were more who had not received the notice. Their different clothing looked especially obvious on the snow. Brutal. Chu Chi Hun is really evil to an unbelievable extent. The whole world will not see peace until he is killed. A very old man from the elusive world of immortals looked at the tragedy and said with a long sigh. "You're right, second master. How dare he torture our people like this? If we get to capture him, we will chop him into pieces and grind his bones." It was Zi Jinghong speaking. His face was distorted at the sight of Ruanyang's awkward death. He was infuriated to the extreme. The illusory Blood Sea had already lost 5 superior supremes in their pursuit for Chu Chi Hun. Right now, this very strategic and ruthless third master of the illusory blood sea was watching the gentle-looking old man in front of him with slight fear. It was fear from within. The old man he had called the second master was the leader of the elusive world of immortals this time. Obviously, the elusive world of immortals was also mad. They were badly hurt. Without choice, they sent the man that was just below the master of the elusive world of immortals. This second master, kind-eyed, thick-faced, even seemed to have a slow reaction. His pair of eyes was full of compassion for heaven. He was a typical good man. He looked too good, too honest. He was definitely easily convinced and very caring. So he must be really gullible. This would be the first impression anyone have of him. A gentle and courteous man. He was a classic example of a gullible gentleman. But anyone who knew him knew that he was as poisonous as a rattlesnake. He looked like a gentleman, but he was not. He shed crocodile tears better than crocodiles and was more ruthless than wolves. Bloody gentleman, deadly good guy, these were both his nicknames. His name sounded even nicer, Jun Xie. This name was not only nice, but also funny, yet no one dared to laugh at it. Not even during casual conversations. Because Jun Xie was not even slightly merciful. A mayor offended him 200 years ago. He was surrounded by an army when he approached the mayor. Then he was infuriated, so the city saw bloodshed for 3 days and nights. He slaughtered the whole city single-handedly. That city was small, but still had a population in the 100,000s. There were soldiers, Xian practitioners, officials, and civilians, but Jun Xie did not care at all. He killed everyone. 3 days later, nothing lived in the city, and not even a dog escaped or survived. The most extraordinary thing was that after the killing, he did not hesitate to carry a large vat full of human blood and wrote a few big words on the wall with the blood. The heavens are merciful, so am I kill in the name of the heavens to show its mercy. He even called himself merciful and righteous after killing 100,000s of people. How ridiculous. A normal expert would be shaken by the time he had killed dozens. But Jun Xie did not even wince when he killed so many. And he still thought he did the right thing. How merciful. The whole world was shaken instead. Many experts vowed to take his life, but he was too powerful. In the end, the elusive world of immortals approached him and the master of the elusive world of immortals himself dealt with him. He was said to have gone missing afterwards, but he actually joined the elusive world of immortals and took up such an crucial position. Jun Xie rubbed at this beard and sighed in dismay. Chu Chi Hun is such a monstrous figure. We kill by the will of the heavens, we definitely have to kill such monster for the heavens and for its people. Another middle-aged man with a tall hat and hemp robes came forward. He had an elongated face similar to a horse face. But he actually looked more like a donkey. He also had small and long eyes that looked like 2 bloodthirsty slits. Through these slits, he stared coldly at Jun Xie and said, "Jun, are you trying to pretend to be a gentleman again? Are you going to show your mercy again?" This man was not slightly scared in front of such murderous figure like Jun Xie. Instead he even seemed to be on par with Jun Xie. Jun Xie was not angry either. This was the third master of the Supreme Golden City. He was famed for his cold blood. His name was Du Ju. This was a cool name, and its owner was really a cold blood. He was so to his enemy, but also himself. Legend had that when he was tired practicing, he once pierced his own thighs with his sword to push on. Someone that was so cold to even himself, his way of dealing with others was apparent. Du Ju and Jun Xie were real experts. They were venerables. The merciful venerable Jun Xie and the heartless venerable Du Ju. Whoever met Jun Xie would be shown mercy, whoever met Du Ju marked the dead end of their life. Gentlemen will do whatever they say. So how can you say I am pretending? When the world begs for mercy, we will follow the will of the heavens and give peace back to this world again, Jun Xie said with a sympathetic and solemn voice. With his white hair and beard, he looked very authoritative. But his words sent shivers down everybody's spines. At this moment, there was a sound of wind and a blurry figure came dropping down from the sky like a meteor. It was fast like lightning. Du Ju glared at it and yelled at it. He did not move but levitated up. He went head on, and sent out his palm. Without a wince, he gave that meteor a few palms. And all of them hit the target. The object immediately blew up into pieces. Bravo! Venerable Du is really good. What a nice hand. Many licked his boots. But as Du Ju came down, his face was really red. There was anger, but more gloom. With a thud, a ball-like skull hit the snow meadow and bounced up. It rolled around and finally faced upward. His eyes were open and his skull was skinny. His face looked really old. It's Ma Jiangming. How did he get so high up in the sky that he only came down after so long? The men from the Supreme Golden City exclaimed with great confusion. This guy who was literally dissected by their third master was their ally. But that was all they said, they did not dare to speak any more. Everyone put on an awkward face, because Du Ju looked really depressed. His face seemed to have been pulled even longer and he was coated with killer intentions. It was supposed to be a cool move and it took him a lot of strength. He wanted to show off before his men, but in the end he chopped his own ally into pieces. That was really awkward. Ha ha ha. What a nice palm chop from you, Venerable Du. With a wave of your hand and you chopped him into a dozen pieces. How cool. How heartless. That was really befitting for your name. Jun Xie laughed and said with a serious tone. It was as if he was not slightly sarcastic. Du Ju snorted and held his palm sideways, a silent palm chop went straight at Jun Xie. Jun Xie laughed and wielded his sleeves. The palm chop was directed right into the snow. Jun Xie and Du Ju were both stunned and stared at the snow as if pondering. You lot, go settle those corpses. Bury them well. Jun Xie said, showing a lot of dismay on his face. A few men in white came forward to settle. Everyone, clear all the snow from this valley. Du Ju said coldly. All the snow definitely weighed like a mountain, but Du Ju's orders were irrefutable. It was even put in a way that it sounded like it was an easy job like sweeping dust. 10 experts from the Supreme Golden City came forward and their bodies started to expand. With a holler, they sent out their palms together. The wind they sent out was solid, forming a gigantic shovel and dug out the whole field of snow. Immediately, 100 square meters of ground was cleared. And then another 45 men came and with a large sound, all the snow were being shoveled up and dumped outside of the valley. How did they manage to simply lift and dump all these snow? They must have weighed many tons. Finally, the dirt ground emerged beneath. They literally dug 3 meters deep. Du Ju and Jun Xie put on a cold face and ordered without any facial expression, continue. Of course they could not only let one group do all the work. The elusive world of immortals and the illusory blood sea also rotated to do the job. This group of men, with the weakest being a supreme, was so powerful. With a few rounds, the whole valley was almost cleared. It was an almost impossible job, but in such a short time, it was almost done. At this rate, completely clearing the whole valley would not take much longer. There was a continual thundering noise. It was the noise of throwing all the snow out of the valley. The whole ground below was shaking, as if shaken by what they were doing. With their venerable spirit senses, Du Ju and Jun Xie detected that there was something abnormal below the snow. Or else, how could 7 experts be killed so easily by Chu Chi Hun, who was fleeing so pathetically? It would be possible if they were facing Venerable Mei. But Chu Chi Hun. What could he even do? Even if the 8 experts were fighting each other, Chu Chi Hun would not have a chance. Not a chance at all. Looking at all the snow removal work, Jun Xie said without even turning his head, "Bai Wu Xian. Come here." Bai Wu Xian had a thick layer of bandage on his head. He was still in great pain as he was biting his own lips. His bones were shattered by the sword. Being able to bear the pain until now was already a miracle. Bai Wu Xian quickly came forward and answered exceptionally respectfully, "Yes." "What are your orders, second master?" This second master really had a bad temper. It was even worse than the master himself. The master would only punish them by detaining them. But the second master would show his mercy. Describe what had happened. Don't miss out anything. Even if it's something very weird and unbelievable. Jun Xie said in a low voice. By then, the other two leaders, Zi Jinghong and Du Ju, also came forward to listen to what Bai Wu Xian had to say. All the three Holy Lands suffered greatly from the recent battles, and they really wanted to know what really happened. Both cold blood and cool are Ju in Chinese. His name sounds like really merciful. Bai Wu Xian's headache had intensified to the point where it felt like his head was going to explode. Just standing straight and replying properly was already an extremely difficult task. But with the real grandmasters before him, he did not dare be slow with his words. In that moment, he was forced to completely recount the entire sequence of events again. No detail was left out, and everything was said. Until now, Bai Wu Xian was still extremely angry at Ma Jiangming and the two Ruan brothers. Thus, he naturally clearly depicted the facts honestly. If not for those three idiots suddenly fighting each other for no reason, would this old man be cut across the head by a sword? Just a tiny bit deeper and his brains would have been spilled. Heavens! That would mean forfeiting his old life. Even though he could see Ma Jiangming's head and Wan Yang's corpse lying near his foot, he still could not resolve the hatred in his heart for them. In that moment, he felt extremely tempted to go up and kick that annoying-looking head to vent his anger. As they listened to Bai Wu Xian's tale, Jun Xie, Du Ju, and Zi Jinghong's expressions turned heavy. With regards to the three's sudden conflict, they felt rather confused as well. No matter how one looked at it, the three shouldn't have been so rash. Inspect their corpse properly. Jun Xie commanded coldly. The three walked over to the pile of corpses and stooped over them. Du Ju directly acted in his usual ruthless style. With a light schwa sound, Wan Yang's body was stripped completely naked. Then, he beckoned his hand and began to piece Ma Jiangming's body back together piece by piece, actually managing to restore it completely. This Wan Yang's body has many obvious needle pricks, on his neck, thighs, buttocks, back, everywhere. There's a total of 21. Ma Jiangming is a master of throwing needles. Could this be his handiwork? Apart from that, there's some blood under his crotch. Apparently, this blood came from his back door. He should have been injured there. The area of the injury is extremely strange, as if he had been penetrated by something. From the blood, it's very likely that it was due to some kind of concealed, needle-type weapon. But there are only some iron needles in the area, and they count less than the number of wounds. Furthermore, these needles do not have any trace of blood on them. This is extremely strange. Zi Jinghong naturally wanted to find some excuse to cover the actions of his men. But the more he analyzed, the more he found the matter strange. He directly shook his head and stopped talking toward the end. Just what kind of sneak attack could stab so accurately into a superior supreme expert's backdoor? To this question, he would probably not be able to solve it even if he cracked his brains open to think. There was no chance that the second master Wan would obediently bend over and allow his backdoor to be penetrated, right? That would be too ridiculous. But one really had to hand it to Ma Jiangming's admirable skills. Just that strike alone was truly worthy of the name, soul-chasing shadowless needle. Truly domineering. Du Ju's face darkened as he conducted his own investigation wordlessly. His face was as black as the bottom of a wok. There's no need to look anymore. Ma Jiangming probably played a few tricks and threw some shady needles at the two. Not willing to be humiliated, they retaliated in rage, and the fight evolved into a real life-or-death struggle. It should be that this second Master Wan grew angry after having his backdoor penetrated that he erupted with anger and shame. Thus, the three suddenly would not rest until the other side was dead. As for why there were no traces of the needle's mark, it must be because Ma Jiangming only used ice needles at the start. Jun Xie snorted coldly and gave the verdict. This analysis was actually extremely close to reality. It could be seen that this person's analytical skills were top-notch. The only thing that he was mistaken about was that the ice needles had been wrongfully attributed to Ma Jiangming's head. Zi Jinghong and Du Ju had also arrived at the same conclusion. In that moment, they simply nodded dully. The fact that the perverted Ma Jiangming's famed soul-chasing shadowless needle was able to achieve such an effect was completely within reason, and not all too surprising. However, Ma Jiangming's injuries are the strangest. The real cause of his death was not those sword wounds. Instead, he was forcefully kicked repeatedly on his crotch area, until his 5 viscera and 6 bowels were ruptured, and even his brains were jolted to mush from the shock. Someone should have kicked him in the exact same spot continuously tens of times, launching him into the air. To kick a living person to death, and then continue kicking him into the air, to a height where he only landed after we arrived. Du Ju sucked in a breath of cold air and furrowed his brows as he looked at Ma Jiangming's corpse which he had pieced together. This person's methods were exceptionally cruel, to the point of being horrifying. Damn his granny, this fellow is even more vicious than me. He's simply an unreserved perverted murderer. Du Ju, with our strength, it shouldn't be very difficult to kill Ma Jiangming. But do you have the ability to continuously kick him 100 zhang into the air? Jun Xie looked coldly at him and ridiculed. At least, I don't think I can do that. If you're capable of such a feat, I must congratulate you, you must have broken through the venerable realm. Du Ju instantly understood Jun Xi's meaning. To kick a living person several hundred zhang into the air, the one who did this would have had to ascend with Ma Jiangming all the way through the air, kicking him again and again to send him higher up. Does this world really have a high-level movement technique capable of doing that? Not needing to catch a breath, rest, nor requiring external help, ascending through the air while stepping on nothing and kicking out at the same area repeatedly. Du Ju sucked in a long, cold breath of air as he felt a chill run down his back. All of a sudden, a certain idea hit him. That's not entirely impossible. The Eagle King and Crane King of the Tianfa Forest, as well as those flying-type beast kings should be able to do this. Jun Xi's eyes flashed and he remained silent. Indeed, he hadn't thought of this point. His earlier analysis was all based on his considerations from the angle of Xian techniques. If he looked at it from the perspective of a human, it was basically impossible to understand. But, if it was the work of flying-type beast kings, then everything would seem more reasonable. At the very least, this matter could be explained. Jun Xie stroked his beard thoughtfully and added, could it be that Tianfa was involved in this battle? At this time. Ma Jiangming's body is not complete. There's still a very important part missing. Du Ju suddenly widened his eyes with realization. Since he was kicked into the sky, there should be some marks. Even if it was kicked into mush, the main sack should still be hanging there. How come it's completely gone? Wouldn't he be dead without a complete corpse like that? Although death is a very final thing, one should still be buried with their complete body. Everyone, help me look around for it. Hearing this, the 3-star throne bearer, Xiao Weicheng, cleared his throat sheepishly and stuttered, Third Master, that. Ma Jiangming he doesn't have that thing, originally. Du Ju's face stiffened and turned pale. Then, turning around swiftly, he spat fiercely on the ground. God damned. Just as they were completely immersed in the fight and had even merged as one with their swords. Chu Chi Hun appeared. Bai Wu Xian continued with his story after seeing that the old masters had finished inspecting the corpses. Stop. Jun Xie waved his hand and thought deeply for a moment. After that, he pulled 5 men over and arranged them on the snowy ground. Continue. Were they standing in these positions? Yes. They were standing exactly on those spots. At that time, I felt an abrupt danger behind me and instinctively dodged forward. However, I still received a heavy injury. It was only after I escaped the fatal strike that I found out that the 2 companions behind me were already dead. At the same time, the 2 who were standing over there had also fallen prey to those attacks. One of them was stabbed through the back, while the other was cut open from his shoulder to his torso. Slow down. Ju raised his hand and interrupted him again as he walked over and looked over the injuries of the corpses again. The people from the elusive world of immortals were sneak attacked first, followed by the people from the supreme golden city. In that case, this matter has become illogical. Indeed. Jun Xie nodded and his eyebrows furrowed deeply in thought. Ju's aura rose soundlessly and he suddenly disappeared into the snow and wind. After that, he abruptly appeared beside one of the 5 dummies, who was standing at the perimeter of the group. His hand was angled in a sword-wielding stance as he sliced silently upwards, then to the side. Borrowing the momentum, he slashed down at the place where Wu Xie had been standing at the time, aiming for the back of the head. After that, with a light schwa sound, he appeared at the position where the 2 experts from the Supreme Golden City had died. Finally, he stopped and shook his head. It's impossible. There must be more than one assailant. At the very least, there needs to be 2 to accomplish this. Right, only 2 people striking together can justify this result. Furthermore, the 2 people must both possess the same top-notch assassination skills as Chu Chi-hun. This kind of timing and intricate instincts is extremely difficult to come by. Although our people had been focused on the fight, they should still have the basic alertness of supreme-level experts. Even the slightest bit of movement in their surroundings would not be able to escape them. Thus, this must have been done by at least 2 assassins. And both of them are top-tier assassins. If it was Chu Chi-hun alone, it would be impossible for him to accomplish this no matter what. At this point, Jun Xie turned coldly to look at Wu Xie. Wu Xie, your report was untruthful. To think that you were so greedy for life and afraid of death that you actually dared to flee without even turning around. And now, you're actually telling lies to mislead us. What are your intentions? Wu Xie's face instantly paled and his normally calm face was taken over with panic. Second Master, what is the meaning of those words? I, Wu Xie, have been with the elusive world of immortals for over 100 years. Could it be that Second Master still does not know what kind of person I am? We'll keep the other stuff out of the topic. Right now, I only recognize you as a cowardly wretch who flees in the face of danger, abandoning your brothers to die. On top of that, I see you for who you are now, a liar and a deceitful bastard who seeks to mislead our investigation to cover your own face. Wu Xie, a person like you deserves more than death. Jun Xie looked at him coldly as the killing intent in his eyes intensified. Wu Xie, this seat shall bestow you with mercy just this one time. If you are willing to end your own life, you shall get to die with a whole corpse. Otherwise, if this seat took action personally, the result would not be so pretty. Wu Xie took 2 steps backward rapidly with a schwa sound, distancing himself as he hollered with rage. Second Master, you are placing wrongful charges on an innocent person. What is the reason for this accusation? I had no intention to flee back then as well, but if I had not done so with all my might, or if I had even the slightest hesitation in that moment, I would have undoubtedly fallen under the enemy's blade. Second Master, just stop and think for a moment. From where did you get news of this matter from? Who notified you to the incident here? It was me who rushed back with all my might to bring you this news, and to offer as much of my assistance to the elusive world of immortals. How could I be said to be misleading your investigation? Although he defended himself reasonably, it was a pity that no explanation in the world would have any meaning at this point. Jun Xie carried a benevolent smile on his face as he floated up like a white cloud. He raised his palm and snorted coldly, even if your tongue is as flowery as the lotus from the heavens, it would still be impossible for you to escape death this day. There's no way to absolve yourself from this matter with just words. Are you truly unwilling to take your own life? Bai Wu Xien struggled internally and his expression was marked with sorrow and rage. With a schwa sound, his sword flew out of his sheath and he gritted his teeth. Jun Xie, you're being an unreasonable bully, and this one refuses to submit. I'll like to see if your mercy can really reach me. You actually dare to draw your sword against me? How presumptuous. I've already given you a chance, it was you who abandoned it. Jun Xie smiled sinisterly as he raised his hand. A powerful voice burst out of his throat. Imprisonment. A strange force suddenly burst out of his hand, seemingly intricately linked with the heavens and earth. Bai Wu Xien suddenly found that he was unable to move a single muscle. In fact, he could not even blink his eyes. This was the power of heaven and earth that only venerable level experts could comprehend. Power of heaven and earth, bind for me. This was already drawing on the power of heaven and earth on a small level. For an ability like this, only Mei Shui could counter it. This was the world cage. Bai Wu Xien stood rooted to the ground, completely motionless. He tried his best to struggle and escape, but he completely lacked the strength. He could only look on hopelessly as Jun Xi's palm landed on his head. With a light paw sound, his entire head flattened and his brains flowed out of his ears. His death was extremely sorry to behold. Everyone fell as silent as cicadas in the dead of winter. Du Ju stood quietly to the side, watching coldly as his face flickered with a strange expression. A superior supreme was killed so easily simply because Jun Xie wanted to. There were basically no grounds for face or past relations. Bai Wu Xian's body had barely hit the ground when a chorus of gasps rose out. Jun Xie and Du Ju turned and looked over. A large hole had appeared on the cliff to their left. It was completely black and squarish, the size of a room. It was not clear how deep it went. There's something off, as expected. Jun Xie stroked his long beard as a gleam flashed through his eyes. Let's go, we'll go and take a look. Underground, Chu Chi Hun looked at Jun Moxie as if he'd seen a ghost. You won. The supreme assassin Chu said with a sigh. I'm inferior to you. You're the real king of assassins. Fully deserved. The name supreme assassin will no longer belong to me. Chu Chi Hun's voice was mixed with disappointment, shame, admiration, and respect. Chu Chi Hun had clearly seen everything that had happened, and he understood that he had lost completely. And he'd lost convincingly. On the surface, he had killed 2 supreme masters of the Supreme Golden City and a superior supreme from the illusory Blood Sea. Jun Moxie had also killed 3 and injured 1 by way of sneak attack. As for Ma Jiangming's death at the end, that was not counted into the score. On the surface, Jun Moxie had only gained a small edge over Chu Chi Hun, and the difference between them was very minor. But Chu Chi Hun knew in his heart that he had lost utterly and completely right from the start. Because the setup of this entire scenario had been fully designed by Jun Moxie. All the chances to perform hits on their targets had only appeared because of Jun Moxie's manipulations. Otherwise, such a result would have been nigh impossible. Chu Chi Hun was good at accessing his opportunities, and grasping them. No matter how small the opportunity was, he would grasp them instinctively, using his elusive techniques to deal a deadly strike. For an assassin, this was seemingly sufficient. He had always been proud of his talent at grasping even the tiniest opportunity and timing, and he thought that this was all he needed. But today, he was given a lesson by the youth before him. For an assassin, the best assassin, not only does one need to have a perfect eye for opportunities, one must be able to create an opportunity when there is none. If Chu Chi Hun was by himself, he would find it hard himself to even escape safely after he sneak attacked one of the 8 experts because he would be immediately surrounded by the other 7 and tied down. But Jun Moxie was actually able to create a scenario where they had the opportunity to kill all 8 of the experts, wiping them out. This kind of methods was bordering on miraculous. The difference between their methods was completely impossible to describe with just words. Making use of opportunities was a reactive action, but creating one's own opportunity was a proactive action. Only by creating one's own opportunities could they grasp it best. On the other hand, waiting silently for one's opponents to make a mistake was just akin to waiting every day under a tree, in hopes that a hare would kill itself by crashing into the tree trunk. Chu Chi-hun was sure that even if Ma Jiangming and the Ruan brothers did not have any personal conflicts between them, Jun Moxie would still be capable of using other methods to divert their attention. Or he would make use of any points of disagreement among their group to draw them into fighting each other. He was fully capable of that. But as for himself, he had never thought of things in this way before. Not even once. Not only had he never tried to orchestrate a suitable scenario to act in, this thought had never even crossed his mind before. This was the gap between them. An extremely difficult gap to close. Thank you. Jun Moxie smiled, not bothering with hypocritical pleasantry. Because he could clearly feel that Chu Chi-hun was indeed extremely lacking in this aspect. A king of assassins, a supreme assassin, was not something one could assume just by being good at killing people. There was similarly a vast field of study for this profession. If there was an open opportunity, then the assassin needed to figure out a way to draw out the largest potential in that opportunity. Even if there were no opportunities to exploit, the assassin must be capable of conjuring the best scenario to take action in. This was what a complete assassin needed to be. These kind of ideals similarly applied to any other professions. From the 3 religions and 9 schools of thought, to court officials and even street hawkers, wasn't this the same? Opportunities were something that everybody would encounter every so often. But where there were no opportunities to be found, an opportunity that one crafted with their own hands would sometimes be even more suitable to oneself. Thus, when a person found himself or herself at a dead end in life, the correct action was to carve out a path with his or her own efforts. The more one felt trapped in their life, and the more their roads were sealed, and the greater the chance and motivation to forge a blazing path out. When I escape from here alive, I will release this news to the world. The supreme assassin is no longer Chu Chi-hun. Chu Chi-hun's voice was low and solemn, but it was also filled with pain. Since my skills were inferior, being referred to as the supreme assassin still would be an insult to me. I don't need the acknowledgement of the common people, so there's no need for you to do that. What does it matter if the world acknowledges me or not? Jun Moxie raised his head and smiled lightly. Then, he continued smugly. I only need your acknowledgement, and that's enough for me. As Jun Moxie said this, he felt his heart lighten considerably. He thought consolingly in his heart. This evil monarch did not lose our face. His heart actually felt a little sourness as he thought that. What does it matter if the world acknowledges me? This sentence truly hit to my heart. Chu Chi-hun froze momentarily and began to laugh aloud. Now that this matter was settled, he looked at the party of 3 properly and asked in a serious tone. I haven't properly inquired until now. What are the 3 esteemed masters' names? The 3 of them looked at each other with shock when they heard those words. They'd assumed that Chu Chi-hun was aware of their identity long ago, but who would have thought that this fellow actually did not know them at all? This could only be blamed on Chu Chi-hun's weird nature. This fellow had never properly interacted with anyone his entire life, and did not know to ask others for their names. Before this, the only names he'd committed to his mind were the names of his assassination targets. Chu Chi-hun always thought that nobody under the heavens was worthy of him remembering their names. There naturally weren't anybody who had enough qualifications to be his friend. Nobody was qualified. To this former supreme assassin, this was the first time he'd opened his mouth to ask for someone's name. This was a typical example of an old virgin woman getting onto the marriage sedan chair for the first time. My name is Jun Moxie, this is my mother, Dongfang Wen Xian. This is my wife, surname Mei. I won't be mentioning her full name. Jun Moxie introduced with a smile. At the same time, he took the opportunity to take some advantage again. You are Jun Moxie. And you're from the Dongfang family? Chu Chi-hun gasped aloud in shock as he continued asking. Are you really the wife of the great General Jun Wuhui? Lady Wen Xian of the Dongfang family? This woman is indeed the person you speak of. Dongfang Wen Xian's eyes turned slightly red and she forcefully steadied her emotions. This woman's ignoble life has been a disgrace to her husband's illustrious name, and I have incurred Senior Chu's ridicule. Suddenly hearing her husband's name from the mouth of others caused her to feel a warm familiarity in her heart. In that moment, Dongfang Wen Xian suddenly felt a sourness in her heart, and she could barely compose herself. What are those words, madam? Chu Chi-hun's face turned serious. Although Great General Jun is considered a junior by age, he was a heroic and courageous man, both chivalrous and unyielding. This Chu is a cold-blooded killer, and has never admired anymore. However, Jun Wuhui was the only exception. And the undying love that madam holds for your husband is enough to shock even the heavens. For the sake of your husband, you would rather sleep for an eternity as a testament to your love. That is enough to cause all people to stand in admiration. It's also enough to cause those wealthy lords who war for greed to feel incomparably ashamed of themselves. A heroic couple like you complements and brings out the best in each other. What disgrace is there to speak of? Chu Chi-hun shook his head and sighed longly. Back then, I had the fortune to meet the great General Jun once, but it was because someone had offered a price of 30 million silver for me to assassinate him. I investigated him thoroughly, but the more I found out about him, the more admiration I had for this man. Ultimately, I did not take the hit, and gave up on the transaction. That was also the first time that I turned away from a contract hit in my life. He laughed bitterly and continued, I, Chu Chi-hun, have always been a cold-blooded killer. It didn't matter if one was a loyal minister or a grieving wife, as long as someone was able to afford the silver, I have never once been soft-hearted. But that time, I was completely filled with respect and admiration for Jun Wuhui. I once infiltrated the army camp and watched him for 3 days before deciding to just leave. This woman thanks Senior Chu on behalf of her late husband for your mercy. Dongfang Wen Xian stood up and clasped her hands respectfully. May I know who the person who commissioned you to assassinate my father? Can Senior tell me his name? Jun Moxie furrowed his brows and said. He cared more about this matter. For some reason, every lead he'd obtained in this case had instead led him into an even more complicated web of mysteries. The person who commissioned me back then was the imperial teacher of Yutang Kingdom, Fei Mengchen. Chu Chi-hun hesitated for a moment and said. I did not accept his contract, and so he's not considered my client. It's not really a big deal to reveal his name. Although he'd said it like that, Jun Moxie understood very clearly that for an assassin to reveal any details of an ex-client was the biggest taboo in the industry. Chu Chi-hun might have claimed that this person was not a true client, but he nevertheless owed Chu Chi-hun a great debt of personal favor at this moment. Chu Chi-hun, I was thinking about your movement technique. It seems somewhat strange, Mei Shui-yen, who was sitting quietly at the side, suddenly said as she looked at Chu Chi-hun suspiciously. A faint killing intent surged from her body. Do you know of the war for seizing the heavens? Venerable Mei has great eyesight. How could Chu Chi-hun still not know who this beauty before him was? Back then, when she fought alone against 30+ experts, Chu Chi-hun was hiding nearby watching. Toward her, he naturally did not dare to be slow in his reply. This one's late master had the honor of battling atop the heavenly pillar back then. In the end, he fell from the peaks while bearing heavy injuries, but was lucky enough to survive. However, half of his cultivation had been lost, and parts of his body were crippled. After spending a lot of effort to climb back up and recuperating for a long time, he took me in as a disciple after a lucky encounter. Chu Chi-hun's face carried a slight painful smile as he lowered his head and continued. Although my late master's cultivation was no longer able to advance, he was a master of the life arts and his lifespan was not a worry. Although he was unable to practice Xian cultivation anymore, he developed an interest in the arts of the strange races. Chu Chi-hun sighed deeply and continued. My late master once said that the strange race's greatest threat toward us was their elusive movement techniques. They could hide themselves at will, and it was difficult to differentiate with the naked eye. Countless powerful experts with cultivation superior to them had fallen under their unpredictable stealth techniques. It was the same for my late master as well. In the last few hundred years of his life, he had been studying their unique movement techniques. Your teacher was obviously a wise man. Did he perhaps manage to find out a way to counter them? Mei Shuiyan's eyes lit up as she asked anxiously. TL/N, so many precious life lessons in this. There's no counter. Chu Chi-hun shook his head firmly. My late master spent hundreds of years on this, but it was still impossible to unravel in the end. However, it was not a completely fruitless attempt. As he studied the movement technique of the strange races, he managed to incorporate many of the principles of their techniques into our Xian techniques, finally devising a unique cultivation technique. When paired with the complementary movement techniques, this cultivation technique would produce an effect similar to the strange race's stealth kills technique. The cultivation technique I'm using right now is precisely this. Venerable Mei is right in thinking that this is related to the war for seizing the heavens because this technique was indeed created from the strange race's stealth kills technique. So that's how it is. Mei Shuiyan sighed and calmed her emotions before opening her mouth. Your teacher was truly a respectable senior. His ability was not hidden because of his disability, and he still used his skills to benefit the later generations as much as he could. Just as the few of them were chatting joyfully, a burst of light suddenly flashed across their heads. More than a dozen zhang above the ground, the several tens of zhang of snow was forcefully dug away by someone, revealing the entrance of this man-made cave. The four of them looked up with shock and Chu Chi-hun even stood rapidly with a schwa sound. Relax, relax, they cannot come down here. If they dare to come down, that will be more fun. Jun Moxie snorted coldly. To think that there are a few among the ones who came who have brains this time. How surprising. However, did you really that it would be this simple? Young Master Jun smiled suavely as a milky white mist surged out of his body. Then, he snorted coldly. Sink. Before the shocked gazes of Chu Chi-hun and Dongfang Wen Xin, the ground beneath them suddenly sank downward. This time was very different than the other time. The last time, Jun Moxie was only looking for a hiding place, but his hiding place that was over a dozen zhang beneath the ground was actually discovered, causing Jun Moxie to become angry. This time, he directly traveled downward by several tens of zhang. In that moment, even Chu Chi-hun felt a misconception as if he were dreaming. Mei Shuiyan directly grabbed Dongfang Wen Xin at the beginning of the descent, lifting her feet off the ground to lessen the falling sensation. Before this, Chu Chi-hun had assumed that this hole had been prepared by Jun Moxie. Only now did he realize that this was not the case at all. It was completely created at the last minute. On top of that, Jun Moxie could make the ground sink further if he wished. This kind of power that had seemingly no restrictions was incredibly powerful. Even the former supreme assassin could barely wrap his head around the idea. There was actually such a mystical ability in the world. Was it some kind of supreme power? I'm afraid that the bunch that'll come this time is not ordinary. They're not that easy to handle. There will most likely be a large battle later on. Jun Moxie said to Mei Shuiyan as he controlled their descent. There are two powerful auras on the surface, even compared to you, they're not much inferior. But no matter what happens, you must not make a move. Protecting Mother is your only mission. You can leave everything else to the two of us to settle. Those are venerable level experts. Are the two of you capable of dealing with them? Mei Shuiyan glared at him and pouted. You better not act tough. If I took action, there's at least a higher chance of success. Relax, in this kind of environment, even if a deity came down from the heavens, then one would still die if one came, and two would die if they came in a pair. Jun Moxie narrowed his eyes and snorted. Well said. If you're talking about sneak attacks, apart from the two of us, the third one probably hasn't even come out from his mother's womb yet. Chu Chi-hun laughed aloud, his tone similarly filled with confidence. In the period they were underground, Jun Moxie had used his skills and helped him recover his Xian energy and body to its peak state. Right now, his confidence was also bursting through the roof. In the darkness of the earth, the two assassin kings set out together. But from the surface, there didn't seem to be any movements at all, it was still perfectly calm. What should we do now? Zi Jinghong peered uncertainly into the dark hole. A strange, ghostly draft seemed to be rising out of it. He swallowed nervously and continued. Why don't we directly fill this hole and bury them alive? That would save us a lot of trouble. Lord Z, how do you know if there are no other outlets down there? Or even, a direct path that leads out of this valley? Bury them? This suggestion of yours has truly caused this old man to chuckle a little. Jun Xie laughed coldly as he looked at Zi Jinghong. Zi Jinghong's face turned red and he could not say anything. Send some people down to take a look, 2 groups at a time. The first group will have 3 people in a horn formation, and the second group will be in a circular formation. The 2 groups will stay 5 zhang apart from each other, watching each other. This way, we can ensure our own safety. Du Ju commanded coldly. Jun Xie smiled and nodded. Not bad, Lord Du's suggestion is very good. This way, we can prevent heavy casualties. This time, for the sake of forming the most optimal cooperation, each group should be formed with people from the same faction. Otherwise, if there are any more clown shows like the one Ma Jiangming and the Ruan brothers again, I'll tear all of you apart. Palace Lord Z, what do you think? Zi Jinghong nodded dully as he replied, Second Master's words are reasonable. In that case, we'll have to trouble Second Master to organize the people. Zi Jinghong naturally understood what Du Ju and Jun Xie were planning. These 2 old fellows were hoping to use his illusory blood seas experts as the first batch of cannon fodder. Thus, Zi Jinghong cleverly backed out of the planning group, and directly threw the problem back to Jun Xie. There was no way you could avoid placing a few of your guys into the groups if you're organizing, right? If as the main planner, you only placed other people's experts as the main force, how will you convince the crowd? Very well, this old man has lived for so many years, and has become slightly shameless by now. Jun Xi's eyes flashed as he laughed self-deprecatingly. The Blood Ocean cultivators spend their life in the Blood Ocean mist. They should be more familiar with dark environments compared to the others. I recommend that the first group of 3 should be formed with the experts of the Blood Ocean. Brother Du, do you have a differing opinion? Du Ju rolled his eyes speechlessly and he smiled blandly. Indeed, Brother Jun's words are reasonable. It was an extremely suitable choice for the experts of the Blood Ocean to take the lead in the first group. As for the second group, it was still a proper formation. To this point, our supreme golden city is far inferior to the elusive world of immortals. In that regard, it is better to let the people of the immortal palace take up the job. The rest of us will wait here and assume the responsibility of sentries. Of course, if there's a need for a third batch to go down, our supreme golden city will definitely not shirk our duties. Shameless. Zi Jinghong scolded darkly in his heart. Truly too shameless. These 2 ancient old things are simply plotting against each other, completely ignoring the Blood Ocean faction that they pushed to the front as cannon fodder. From the looks of it, their losses in this period of time had caused the 2 great holy lands to suddenly go into self-preservation mode. After all, any one of these factions' losses were not low. The 3 holy lands had dumped nearly 100 experts into this bottomless hole. Jun Xie was also extremely unhappy in this moment. To think that this Du Ju would deal him a strike while taking advantage of an opportune moment. He had initially planned to leave his own faction to pick the advantages the rest labored, but he had unexpectedly been pushed into the second group. Although they were not the most direct cannon fodder, the risk was not small either. The both of them cursed in their hearts. Damn his grandpa, with the two of us sending our men, would there still be a need for a third group? Du Ju's words about his unshirkable duty was simply just a pile of horse sh*t. Aren't you cursing our forces to be wiped out? Go on. Jun Xie gritted his teeth angrily and ordered. If there are any accidents, send a long whistle to alert us. Zi Jinghong nodded with annoyance and pointed out 3 superior supreme experts from his Blood Ocean group. These 3 had always been close, and their coordination was extremely refined. Furthermore, their Xian cultivation levels were on the higher end even in the Blood Ocean. Although it was dangerous to venture into this dark hole, it was not quite likely that they would be killed easily without even having the chance to retaliate. At the very least, they should be able to hold on until the reinforcements from the elusive world of immortals arrived. Halt every 10 zhang and leave a mark. Make a trail behind you. Du Ju added another command. Under the gazes of the rest, the 3 Blood Ocean experts formed into a triangular formation and jumped into the hole. They stuck close to the walls of the hole as they fell, and their swords gleamed brightly before them. Their other hand was placed before their chest, with a Xian technique ready. They were prepared to either attack or latch onto the walls at any moment. Behind them, 5 white-robed experts from the elusive world of immortals also followed closely, leaping soundlessly into the hole. The group that went down this time was surprisingly composed of all superior supreme experts. The 2 groups all maintained the same movements, falling and latching themselves onto the cave walls with the same timing. Their momentums were nearly identical as they descended carefully. The bottom of the cave. Moxie, the opponent's strength is too great, we cannot go head-to-head against them. Mei Shuiyan furrowed her brows and advised anxiously. Let's leave this place first. For a nobleman to take revenge, 10 years is not too long. I've heard their conversation above. The speaker is the number 2 existence of the elusive world of immortals, Venerable Jun Xie and Supreme Golden City's number 3, the ruthless Venerable, Du Ju. Those 2 are on the same level characters as me. Furthermore, they have over 100 experts with them. Moxie, for the sake of your mother, just bear with it this time and go. I know that you must have other escape methods for sure. Jun Moxie shuddered and he looked viciously at the 8 people who were descending carefully. Gritting his teeth, he finally sighed. Fine. All of you, follow me closely. Jun Moxie waved his hand, and a completely dark hole appeared on the ground. The 4 hurriedly jumped into it, and the hole instantly began to close behind them, soundlessly and without a single trace. Jun Moxie was the last to jump into the hole, and before he did so, a cold glint flashed across his eyes. In the time it took to boil a cup of tea, the 3 experts from the Blood Ocean reached the bottom. The thing that surprised them the most was, how could a place that was so far from the surface be completely devoid of a single drop of water, and was instead completely dry? Furthermore, there was not a single person down here at all. When they raised their heads and looked, the light sky above was only as wide as the mouth of a teapot. By a rough estimate, this hole was at least 50 zhang deep. Wait, there's nobody. How could there be nobody? Where did they go? The few of them searched carefully around the entire area and even smashed the walls. However, it was all solid earth. Apart from that, there were only extremely tough rocks. Not to mention a person, even a rat would have trouble finding a crack to dig its way out. This was simply too strange. The 3 could only look at each other with confusion. Just at this time, Jun Moxie, who had already sunken into the ground, walked to the back and turned his body. A malicious glint flashed in his eyes as he brought his hands together and made a strange hand seal. Suddenly, a fuzzy yellow light rose out of his body. The power of Earth. This daddy may not be able to kill all of you personally, but I can still bury you alive. Just as the 3 blood ocean experts stood around in a daze, the 5 experts from the elusive world of immortals had also come down. One of them immediately asked, "Why is there nobody here? Did you search everywhere thoroughly?" It was obvious that all of them were very shocked. "It's empty. This is extremely strange, how could there be nobody down here?" One of the blood ocean experts scratched his head and wondered aloud. Ever since his cultivation had reached great heights, he had never scratched his head again. But this time, his long-buried habit had resurfaced again. The 8 people knocked and smashed every stone and pebble, but the result of their investigation was the same. This was an empty hole with solid walls of soil and stone surrounding all corners of it. There was definitely no possibility of any hidden tunnels here. The possibility of a tunnel under their feet was even more impossible. The toughness of the ground clearly conveyed this fact. "So it's a wasted trip, We were so worried and fidgety all the way down. To think that there was nothing down here," a person laughed self-mockingly. A hint of relief could be heard in his voice as he continued, "Since there's nothing down here, let's hurry back up. This place is so dark, it's giving me the creeps. Since there's nobody here, what was the point of staying there? This place was 50 zhang below ground level, it wasn't a good place to linger around." Just as everyone was preparing to return, someone jumped and shouted, "Everyone look. My God!" The others were just about to mock this person for shouting so uncouthly when they suddenly jumped and shouted themselves, F***ck. How come there's so much water suddenly? Water gushed out of the ground abruptly like a fountain. The water was extremely cool, and in the blink of an eye, the water had already reached everyone's kneecaps. Just a short moment ago, everyone had observed that the ground beneath their feet was extremely dry, until it suddenly wasn't much different from the clay in an oven. But, how could there be water spouting out so suddenly? Unfortunately, now was not the time to think about the coolness of the water, or consider where the water was coming from. When water gushed out of a deep hole like that, it only meant one thing: this hole was about to collapse soon. This was 50 zhang underground. If the hole collapsed, the 8 people panicked together as they leapt upwards and scaled the walls with a speed as if they were flying. With the strength of these 8, if there weren't any accidents, there would be a large chance of escape. The water wasn't rising that quickly, and it would not catch up with them at this rate. But just at this time, the walls around them began to shake violently. The 8 felt their sights darken as they cried out in their hearts. F***ck. Large portions of soil cascaded down in an instant, with huge rocks intermixed within them. This was 50 zhang underground. The 8 had been climbing with all their might when a loud rumbling sound rang out. In that moment, all light went out in the dark hole. It was as if the walls itself were collapsing on them. A total of 8 superior supreme top-tier experts were buried alive in the hole. Jun Xie and the rest were waiting above for good news. But as they waited, they suddenly felt the ground beneath their feet shake. Du Ju's reaction was the fastest, leaping out of the way before everyone else escaped clear of the hole. At the same time, a loud rumbling sound rang out from the hole as it collapsed inward. Soil and rock from all directions caved inwards, quickly filling the hole up and sealing it. Jun Xie and Zi Jinghong instantly spat and cursed aloud. **T. This was a trap. In that moment, the merciful look that always seemed to hang on Jun Xi's face completely disappeared, causing him to look extremely terrifying. It was as if he was ready to eat someone alive, and his hair flew up as he swore vulgarly. King Dog Chu Chi Hun. Your entire family is comprised of bastards. To think that you would set this kind of sinister trap, **ck your ancestors. A benevolent and kind-looking old man suddenly bursting out with expletives like a common woman screaming in the market. Just what kind of a scene was it? How grand was such a scene? I don't know. But the experts of the 3 great holy lands surely must have their thoughts about it. Everyone looked on timidly like a bunch of cicadas in the dead of winter as this white-bearded old venerable jumped and cursed, his beard flying all over place. The vocabulary of his vulgarities were unimaginably extensive, and even fiercer than a fat woman tripped in front of her own door and had her pants split open. It was impossible for Jun Xie to not rage and not be shocked. In order to prevent any mishaps, he had sent out 5 experts at the peak of the superior supreme realm. Those were experts who were only one step away from reaching the venerable realm, but to think that they were all lost here. The consequences of such a loss were unthinkable. Its severity was something that even he could not withstand. Furthermore, this plan was something that he himself had come up with. He'd made the plan while rejecting Zi Jinghong's fitting proposition. Zi Jinghong was similarly red-faced with anger, and his heart bled at the loss of his 3 experts. However, he was also rejoicing smugly in his heart. *CK his granny. Let's see you try to scheme against this daddy again in the future. Is this result satisfactory? 3 of my men have been buried, but your side lost 5. It's 2 more than my blood ocean, and all of them are peak-level experts. Bloody hell, if 3 of those people buried down there were not my men, this daddy would have secretly ran somewhere to celebrate. Duju's mouth was pursed into a line, and his face twitched slightly. There was even a look in his eyes that hinted at him rejoicing over the misfortunes of others. However, his mouth was uttering words of sympathy. To think that this hole was actually a trap, how truly unexpected. Gentlemen, please be consoled in your grief. After all, the dead cannot be revived. Xian continent is filled with talent, and it's still possible to gather a few more experts. Duju's well-concealed mockery instantly caused Jun Xie and Zi Jinghong to go crazy with anger, almost ascending to the heavens and attaining nirvana from rage. Were these still the words of a human? The people had only been buried alive, they weren't confirmed to be dead, but you're already offering your condolences? Wasn't that simply a plain curse? Men! Uncover this hole for me with the greatest speed possible. Hurry up. Jun Xi's face was trembling with rage as he placed his hands on his hips and hollered. On the other side, Zi Jinghong also hurriedly issued a similar command. Underground, Jun Moxie was sitting with his eyes closed slightly and his hands clasped together. All of a sudden, his arms flew out and numerous waves of muddy yellow light surged out from his body, instantly merging into the soil, spreading far away quickly. Yellow light continued to flood out of his body, unceasingly. I'm going to make the heavens and earth collapse. Finally, Jun Moxie opened his eyes abruptly as his face paled. His eyes blazed fiercely and with a violent shout, an ocean of yellow light flooded out of his body. After that, his body fell weakly to the ground, and he waved his hands anxiously at the rest. Hurry! Leave this place. The farther the better. Chu Chi-hun grabbed his body and dashed into the dark tunnel without hesitation. Mei Shuiyan followed quickly behind and the group disappeared in the blink of an eye. On the surface, just as the 3 holy lands were beginning to try to dig out their comrades, and one of the experts had barely dug out a piece of earth, the ground underneath their feet started to surge and tremor violently. The huge piece of land was moving crazily as if it were dancing in joy. The earthquake this time was much stronger than the earlier one. Even the stones on the ground were jumping high into the sky from the tremor. The crowd only felt the ground beneath their feet turn unstable. Duju raised his head, looked, and his face changed drastically, paling in an instant. Raising his voice, he hollered, *CK me. The mountains are collapsing, how could the mountains fall all of a sudden? Everyone run with a sound like that of arrows leaving the bow, the supreme Golden City experts immediately followed after him. Don't go. The rescue isn't complete yet, no one is allowed to. Jun Xie was so angry that he was on the verge of coughing out blood. But as he turned around, his eyes also grew wide, and the words were stuck in his mouth. The 2 mountain peaks on both sides of the valley were wobbling heavily. First, the snow atop the peaks rumbled and gushed down with the momentum of tens of thousands of horses galloping together. This was an avalanche. But that was not the end. The mountain peaks continued to shake, and suddenly, like a drunk person tipping over, it tilted off the cliff. Two mountain peaks suddenly collapsed together, one on the left, and the other on the right, smashing everything in their paths as they gravitated toward the center. Countless rocks of all sizes accompanied it, their weight crushing and burying everything along the mountainside. The momentum of this landfall was extremely powerful, like a 10,000 zhang dike was suddenly breached. The scene could only be described by the idiom, "MT Tai crashing down." Jun Xie sputtered and gasped as he ran, shouting shrilly all the way. "Hurry up and run." The tone of his voice had turned significantly higher in that moment. The group of around 100 experts fled blindly like birds startled by an eagle. Unfortunately, they had not reacted as quickly as Du Ju, and quite a large number of people were buried in the avalanche, screaming wretchedly. They could only use their Xian Qi to resist the crushing weight of the debris for as long as possible. The land continued to shake, and the mountains fell apart. The commotion carried on for the time it took for a pot of tea to boil. Looking at the valley again from this vantage point, the two mountains on the side were now of the same height, a vast expanse of flat land. The area between the bases of the two mountains was originally a long valley. But now, everything was completely level. Instantaneous changes, oceans turning into mulberry fields. Wasn't this the same? The experts of the three holy lands stood panting raggedly atop the vast plains, their eyes staring blankly with disbelief at the scene before them. Each person only felt a chilly feeling down their backs, and cold sweat continuously spouted from their skin. Their faces were green and their lips were pale, their expressions were devoid of any feeling. This kind of heavenly might, who could possibly stand before it? Under the snow and rocks, faint groans could be heard from time to time, and numerous huge rocks moved slightly. One had to say that these superior supreme experts truly had tough bones. Such a grand landfall was actually unable to smash them to death. Of course, their bodies were decorated with many different colors. Their bodies were filled with green, purple, and red. These kind of decorations were quite different from wedding decorations. Complete silence. All of a sudden. "Rescue them, you bunch of retarded sons of B** cheese. Have you all turned into dummies from shock?" Jun Xie beat his chest with exasperation and raged. If this old man did not say anything, would you all plan to continue standing there and watch them struggle? A bunch of useless trash. F***ck your grannies, as he scolded, his anger rose, and a mouthful of old blood spurted out of his mouth. Both his eyes had also turned blood red. A full 7 days had passed before this area was more or less tidied up. The three holy lands had sent a total of 152 experts here initially, 17 had been crushed by the crumbling mountains, of which 2 had broken their legs. 3 people broke their arms, and the rest all had various injuries of varying degrees. Fortunately, no one lost their lives. This group of old bastards truly had tough bones. Their several hundred years of cultivation really weren't not weak. After everything was done, everyone finally moved to dig up that first hole. In one afternoon's time, they dug down 40 zhang, finally uncovering the 8 people. Those 8 were truly very unlucky. They had been buried alive, and just when they were striving to crawl their way back out, the mountains collapsed on them, and the huge rocks smashed down, battering the ground like giant hammers and compacting the ground even further. The 8 were directly crushed to death, and then suffocated. Afterwards, the 8 could only drink the muddy water to survive. There was oxygen in water. Even the most purest Xian cultivation could not last for 7 days and nights without breathing. When they were dug out, 7 of them each had only 1 breath left and had fallen into a deep coma. Each of them had multiple fractures on his body, and didn't even have the power to roll his eyeballs. The last man was long dead. He was bitten and was missing many mouthful of flesh. Everyone who saw this tragic situation in front of their eyes bowed their heads sadly. It was obvious that the unlucky guy who died first had become the food of the rest. A few days later, these people finally recovered a little. The first thing they did after waking up was to keep vomiting. And since then, they had some psychological issues. It must have been awful to eat their own fellow man. This sort of terrifying experience could not be forgotten forever. However, Jun Moxie exhausted his spiritual power to trigger the landslide. After coming out, he almost relied completely on Chu Chi-hun to carry him along the road. But Chu Chi-hun was still happy about it. When he saw the collapse of the hole, he felt so comfortable, like jumping into a river in midsummer. When he saw the two mountains coming down, he even forgot to feel shocked. He only wanted to sing then, it was too satisfying. Who told you guys to persecute me so desperately? Well, isn't this karma now? Just for this, he would be willing to carry Jun Moxie for life, let alone a few kilometers. More than 10 days had passed and they did not encounter anything else. They could finally make out the shape of the walls surrounding the Tianxiang city. Jun Moxie's spirit energy had recovered, but he stayed on Chu Chi-hun's back and refused to come down. Geez, what if I come down? And he left instantly. But as Chu Chi-hun, he of course did not stay for long. With 2 days staying at the Jun family, he left. He was like a lone wolf that would not stay and rest for too long. He only wanted to drift alone, seeking his own path of thrills. I am always like a plankton without roots. I am used to this sort of lifestyle and don't wish to find a root at all. We are already lucky to have met, perhaps we won't meet ever again. Before he left, Chu Chi-hun had a long conversation with Jun Moxie. We are both real killers, you know, my identity is always a killer, this will never change. I like this kind of life, and I like the feeling of wandering all over the world. I'm not fit to stay in one place, so I will leave. I'm glad to meet you, the king among the killers. Unfortunately, your identity dooms you to be a killer in a real sense. So although your strength can be regarded as the king of killers, there is no dispute, and no one is qualified to disagree, but you have to remember your identity, you are not a killer. I am. So, I'm sorry I have to leave. I know what you want, I have an apprentice, and I'll arrange him to come to you later. I believe you still remember him because he assassinated you. I hope you can forget the past and treat him well. I am not only a killer, I am also a teacher. I don't care about the pursuit of the 3 holy lands, because I am being chased every day. It's just a little bit high profile this time. Maybe this time I can hardly escape the pursuit of the 3 holy places, but hiding away is not my habit. I am the king of killers. Even if I want to die, I should be killed, not die in peace and silence. I would rather splash blood every 5 steps, but never be willing to live for the sake of living. It's my pride, I believe you understand. If I'm lucky enough to survive and feel tired again, I think I'll come and settle down for a few days and start my wandering again. This was Chu Chi-hun's exact words. Jun Moxie could understand, he even felt respect and a bit envious. With a sword in hand, hatred and appreciation is simple, when the deeds are done, wield the sword and is gone. Alone for 1,000 miles. Face the morning breeze with a single sword. Laughing, satisfied in dreams. Bloodthirsty when awake. Swords ready to settle the hatred and appreciation. Life and death is not about sentiments. The soft sentiments fills the edge of the world. And sincerity shines on the seas. I will be a wanderer. Leaving no trace between the heaven and the earth. The cold moon will be the only company. Withering branches blown around by freezing wind. This was the life Jun Moxie wanted to lead. But his identity for this life dictated that he could not be satisfied. Chu Chi-hun was right, although he was the king of the killers, but he was not even a proper killer. An assassin and killer, that was his past life. For this life, he was just Jun Moxie. The contest with Chu Chi-hun proved his worthiness as the king of the killers. But it was nothing else. So Jun Moxie did not try to stop Chu Chi-hun. Or rather, Chu Chi-hun's wandering continued to help Jun Moxie fulfill his dreams. To have someone that had the same dream as him was as good as fulfilling his own. Jun Moxie only gave Chu Chi-hun 3 pills as he left, the Heaven Vitality Pill, the Vitality Congregation Pill, and the Vitality Linkage Pill. Then, he gave Chu Chi-hun 2 bottles of other medication. One for internal damages and the other for external injuries. The former was so strong that even going mad due to improper practicing could be cured. The latter was so magical that it could even bring back the almost dead. Chu Chi-hun was silent for a while after knowing what these medicines could do. There was no signs of happiness and excitement on his face. Instead, it was dismay and struggle. I, Chu Chi-hun, have never owed anybody anything in my life. I have always been really proud of this, and it is the most fundamental reason for my frankness. Your present is too heavy for me to bear, but I know I can't refuse it. I don't want to refuse it. I owe you a lot. At the snowy hotel, I owe you a life. At the valley, I owe you a favor. Thousands of miles of escaping, I owe you again. Now, I owe you so much medicine. I'm really upset. If you have the opportunity, I must return the favor, but favors are the most difficult debt to return. I am afraid I can't return for life. So I never owe it. Chu Chi-hun was gone. He left frankly and nonchalantly, without turning back. Firm and frank. He left his final words behind and he was completely gone. The day you brandish your swords at the Blizzard Silver City, will be the time I arrive there with my sword. These pills will be my reward. Even if you don't see it like this, I do. I don't want to owe anyone, especially you. Jun Moxie remained silent. Just when Chu Chi-hun had left, Mei Shuiyan said she was leaving as well. She said she would return to Tianfa with the Snake Queen and prepare for the great battle. Similarly, when Mei Shuiyan was back, it would be time for them to advance at the Blizzard Silver City. If he was not wrong, the 3 Holy Lands would also participate in the Battle of the Blizzard Silver City. So, Mei Shuiyan would be preparing her army when she returned this time. She brought many pills Jun Moxie gave with her. When she was back, the world will face a new Tianfa. The glorious Tianfa would return. I will not show mercy to anyone who tries to stop me avenging. I will destroy him with absolute strength. Their expedition to the Blizzard Silver City was not only a revenge, it was also to shock the world. Jun Moxie was not only going to kill the Shao family, he was going to collapse the snow-capped mountain. He was determined to shock the whole Xian continent. Avenge the Jun family. Avenge his father and mother. Avenge his uncle. And his brothers. And he will break the Dongfang family's vows. He would use this battle to announce to the world the rise of the Jun family. And the rise of Jun Moxie. And no one could stop him anymore. At that moment, the glorious path of the otherworldly evil monarch would be opened. Mei Shuiyan was not very willing to part. She hugged him softly and left. The Snake Queen Qian Sun's eyes reddened. She did not look back and left. Did she not dare to look back or? Dongfang Wen Xian's return brought back an atmosphere of celebration to the Jun family. When seeing the shamefaced Jun Wuyi again, Dongfang Wen Xian said, "Third brother, you need not be ashamed, nor have too much self-blame. You did nothing wrong, even if it's your fault, brothers are united and you were like one. If this happened to me, then the innocent victims, would be you. And we will also be sad. You only need to think about the whole thing from your elder brother's standpoint to understand what your elder brother meant. You will always be our favorite little brother. If you really feel sorry for your eldest brother, then live with dignity, and live in grace and pride for your eldest brother." Jun Wuyi tried not to cry and went back with reddened eyes. He knelt before Jun Wuhui and Jun Wumeng's memorial for the whole night and all his hair became white. But he was finally relieved. Dongfang Wen Xian was very satisfied with Guan Qinghan and Duge Xiaoyi as well. Guan Qinghan's grit, beauty, and the cold plum-like temperament was really appreciated by Dongfang Wen Xian. She really appreciated her perseverance and pride in Guan Qinghan. It reminded her of her own youth. And Guan Qinghan was really good in music and art. This was a common interest with Dongfang Wen Xian. So they were happy staying together. As for Duge Xiaoyi, Dongfang Wen Xian really adored her from within. It was like having a daughter again. She was so cute and interesting, and never failed to make Dongfang Wen Xian laugh. With the little princess Han Yen Meng from the Silver City who often came to visit, the four ladies really had a good time together and they became more close. Jun Moxie was waiting for Chu Chi-hun's apprentice ever since he left. He was looking forwards to this guy. He only experienced one assassination in this life. It was the quick battle outside the royal palace. Since then, the assassin was never heard of again. There was no messages or signs. He had completely disappeared. Even if Jun Moxie was always concerned about the identity of the assassin, he could not find a head start for the investigations. He turned out to be Chu Chi-hun's apprentice. Thinking of that fellow's body movements and swordsmanship which were extremely good by then, Jun Moxie was sure that with proper development, he could achieve greater heights than even Chu Chi-hun himself. So, Jun Moxie was really anticipating the arrival. In short term, there wasn't anything particular to handle. So the most crucial thing now was to train the Heaven Destroyer and Spirit Devourer. Under the effects of the elixir and pills which were maximized under the exceptionally harsh training of Ing Pu Kong and Feng Wanyun, the 300 men of the Heaven Destroyer and Spirit Devourer had their skills advanced like rockets. Many of them had been promoted to the highest rank of the Earth Xian. Only one step further, they would be able to take the pills made by Jun Moxie again and have another great leap forward. By then, Jun family's power would be formidable. And everything would be ready. Originally, this sort of harsh and punishing training was not a proper path to take despite its miraculous effects in developing the body's potentials. This sort of training was like drinking poison to quench thirst. With their extremely fast improvements, members of the Heaven Destroyer and Spirit Devourer would not be able to beef up any further, and they may even experience sudden death due to the loss of life power within them because of training beyond their limits. However, with the endless prescriptions from Jun Moxie and all the precious ingredients, they did not have to worry about these at all. With all the elixir and some proper treatment, it would take only a few days at most before they could recover from any sort of burnout. When they regain their health, they might even become fitter. Eventually, all the members had become used to this sort of punishing training. This harsh training was the only exception to the peaceful and cozy atmosphere in the Jun family. In the following days, Jun Moxie also tried to relax and enjoy the peace, so that he could remember the unforgettable days in the future. Because by the time the battle started, it would become very difficult to find such peaceful days anymore. All their intelligence came in like the drifting snow outside, all delivering the same message: the whereabouts of the Blood Sword Hall could not be found. The most terrorizing assassin group, the Blood Sword Hall, seemed to have disappeared from this world overnight. No trace could be found. Not a single bit of trace was left. This was really unusual for a terrorist group that had made itself really famous. But it was acceptable for Jun Moxie. With the rise of the Jun family, the opponent, a surely firm figure, would not hesitate to let go of this organization. It would in fact be weirder if traces of the Blood Sword Hall could still be found. These few days, Jun Moxie would climb to the top of towers and stare at the royal palace in the distance. He was sure that the man in the palace knew everything. He overcame many impulses to dash into the palace and use the soul sedating technique to force out the truth from the man. It could be done, but, if it was done like that, it would be too easy for the man. How was his life alone enough to pay for the hatred of the Jun family? There are many things in this world that are worse than dying. I hope you will use the rest of your life to slowly experience it. Exceptionally peaceful days always marked the imminence of a great conflict. One day, wearing light clothes, Jun Moxie gently took the snowy path down to the small courtyard where Guan Qing Han lived alone. The snowy white was without any taint and it looked like everything was wearing white. Jun Moxie was wearing a light green robe, collared with snow-white fox fur which perfectly lined his handsome face. His lips were red and teeth white, his eyebrows were like a sword with a glittering glare. What a beautiful young man. Of course, it would be better if there wasn't the tint of evil on his face. The young Master Jun walked up slowly with soft footsteps. It was like he was being carried by the wind and sitting on the crescent moon, without having to step on the ground with his own feet. The four ladies who were having a little conversation beneath the pavilion were stunned by his approach. Dongfang Wen Xian looked proud. That's my son. How presentable. Dugu Xiaoyi cried out loud and said with a laugh, Moxie, you look so good. Han Yen Meng turned her head and it caught her attention as well. Funnily, she said pretending to be old, sister-in-law, your son really looks good. Her sister Han Yenya was in love with Jun Wuyi, so she happily called Dongfang Wen Xian sister-in-law, just like how Jun Wuyi would. But she was only 17 and it was really a hilarious scene. Only Guan Qing Han was still looking down at a piece of paper with a frown. With a pen in her hand, she was writing something, but now she was staring at the paper, as if pondering and did not even realize Jun Moxie's arrival. Jun Moxie walked up and peered at the paper covered in notes. She was composing. What song is this? Jun Moxie asked. Sister Qing Han was always talking with mother recently and she kept on hearing the love story of mother and father. She was really touched, so decided to compose a piece to commemorate this pure love. It was just completed and she played it once. It sounded so touching, but something sounded wrong, so she is making some changes. Dugu Xiaoyi said smilingly. She was looking especially adorable with her yellow shirt, small outfit, and two small white cotton balls sewn onto her boots. Oh. Let me have a look. Jun Moxie stood there properly and looked. You know about music? The ladies found it rather unbelievable. Just a little, but, Jun Moxie said humbly as he rubbed his nose. He looked at the piece and hummed along. Soon he shook his head, no, this song is too saddening. The love between father and mother was full of heroism. Although they are now parted by life and death, their love would continue forever, unstopped by any obstacles. This is a beautiful love story, not a mundane one. Your piece might be able to touch others, but it hardly shows the admirable pure love. This will not resonate with people and that's its biggest weakness. Guan Qing Han said half stunned, I know that, but as I tried to change it, I simply could not capture the idea behind it, and it only gets worse under my change. Jun Moxie thought for a while, staring at the sky before saying, let me try. And kept the paper before Guan Qing Han before laying out a fresh sheet. Taking the pen from her hand, he stood by the table and closed his eyes to think like an old monk. Dongfang Wen Xian could not resist laughing. She thought her son was trying to show off. Dugu Xiaoyi and Han Yen Meng were also looking at Jun Moxie, waiting for him to fail in showing off. Only Guan Qing Han knew that Jun Moxie really knew about music and did have some expertise. She was serious and anticipated. After a while, Jun Moxie let out a gasp and quickly wrote down the musical symbols for this world which carried the music from another world. He was not stuck in the process and went straight away for completion. Guan Qing Han took the piece and was ecstatic and in disbelief as she hummed for a few seconds. She started to carefully ponder. After some time, she placed a jade flute to her lips as she continued to stare at the piece of paper. The flute started to vibrate slightly and the music began flowing out. The pitch was low, and the music flowed smoothly. The whole piece defined and explained love while showing sadness and helplessness, and the endless desire for such love. It was like a dream. One that people desired, real and even surreal. Jun Moxie closed his eyes and kept beat with his hand on his lap. He was enjoying this piece of music, which was once so familiar to him. The ladies were first surprised but later completely indulged in the notes. Such beautiful melody had made its debut in this world. There was an end to even the best music. As it ended, Guan Qinghan stood there motionlessly and looked at the composer, Jun Moxie, with great surprise. Although she knew that he knew about music, but she did not know that such beautiful music could be produced by him with such ease. That sounds nice. Dugu Xiaoyi opened her eyes and looked like she did not have enough. I have never heard such touching music. How nice it would be if it had lyrics. Jun Moxie smiled and wrote down the lyrics in one shot with the pen and said, let's just call it the Song of No Regrets. But he sighed in melancholy. There wasn't plum blossom melody in 3 variations one in this world. The 4 ladies crowded over and read the lyrics. There is almost always unreasonable and crazy love in this world. But don't say they are too crazy. If not for the freezing cold that goes through your bones. How will the plum blossom become so fragrant? Let me ask, what is love and affection? That thing that lets people vow to be together no matter live or dead. Let us see all the stories in this world. The most captivating would be the one about Wu Hui and Wen Xian. Crazy love, Dugu Xiaoyi sang to the melody as Guan Qinghan continued with the flute. It was a lovely combination. Even as the piece ended, everyone still felt the melody lingering in their ears. Perhaps saying that the music would loiter around the house for 3 days might not even be an exaggeration. Let me ask, what is love and affection, the thing that lets people vow to be together no matter alive or dead? Dongfang Wen Xian suddenly broke into tears and said softly, what is love and affection? What is it? Does it have to be so torturous? Jun Moxie let out a sigh and recited slowly, let me ask, what is love and affection, the thing that lets people vow to be together no matter alive or dead. Back and forth, south and north, together they fly, as they aged in the cycle of summer day and winter night. They are a joyous flock where partings are plights, and among them are crazily affectionate girls and guys. You must be saying, the endless journey through 1,000,000 layers of cloud and past 1,000 snowy mountains, who will it be flying toward alone? 1. Upon hearing this poem, Dongfang Wen Xian was stunned as she continued to feel and ponder the meaning behind it. She stood there blankly before finally turning around and dashing back to her room. Her distressed cry could be heard. You must be saying, the endless journey through 1,000,000 layers of cloud and past 1,000 snowy mountains, who will it be flying toward alone? Wu Hui. Wu Hui, how am I going to face the challenges of this world alone without you? Moxie, do you think anything bad will happen to mother? Guan Qinghan asked Jun Moxie quietly. There was a strong sense of concern in her tone and a slight sense of blame. She was blaming that Jun Moxie should not have mentioned Dongfang Wen Xian's tragedy. Jun Moxie sighed again and said, mother had been suppressing her feelings and trying to pretend to be happy lately. That is very tiring. If she does this for too long, it will be even more problematic. Just let her cry and vent out her sadness and she will be better afterwards. Guan Qinghan and Dugu Xiaoyi nodded in realization. They felt it made sense. Amidst the silence, the flute music emerged again and drifted across the whole settlement, flowing smoothly. It was the Song of No Regrets again, asking what love and compassion was. In the courtyard separated by just a wall, Yi Guhan, another crazily affectionate guy who was looking lonely and weak, was standing below a tree and allowed the snow falling from the branches to land on his head and neck, but he seemed not to have realized. He just listened to the melody, looking blank. His empty left sleeve danced with the freezing breeze. His face looked bitter and his eyes showed all of his dismay. He muttered, what is love and compassion? Xiu Xiu, are you doing well? Dugu Xiaoyi and Guan Qinghan stayed behind to study the piece when Jun Moxie left, but Han Yanmeng followed him. Jun Moxie, my nephew, when are you heading for the Blizzard Silver City? Han Yanmeng asked, puffing her cheeks. The Blizzard Silver City? Why will I want to go there? Jun Moxie looked surprised, it's so far away and so cold there, why will I go? Upon hearing the title, nephew, Jun Moxie felt rather uncomfortable. But his mother and third uncle recognized it, so what could he do? Was he going to get bullied around by this little girl? You! Han Yen Meng was a bit angry. Then what about the Xiao family? Don't you want revenge? Of course I do, but the Xiao family is also your Han family's archenemy, and the hatred is especially deep. Isn't it a higher priority for you and your family instead? Jun Moxie spread his hands and said, but you also know that the Xiao family is very strong, and they have a lot of men. So isn't it natural for your family which is on par with them to deal with them? When you guys are engaged in battle, I will then secretly sneak into the city and free your sister so that she can reunite with my uncle. Isn't that all? What else can I do? But then in that case, won't our city be completely destroyed? The girl was almost crying. She looked at Jun Moxie, biting her lips, and stomped the ground. How can you be so mean? I'm mean. How did you deduce that? Jun Moxie said as if he was treated with injustice. To be mean, I have to be closely related to you, right? But your family and mine aren't really related in the first place. As for my third uncle, I must admit, but when I think about it carefully, I don't feel resigned to do it. Just think about this, my father's, second uncle's and brother's death are all related to the Blizzard Silver City. Even if the Xiao family did it, doesn't your family know as well? You allowed them to do it. How can you say I am mean now? It was really wrong for us to condone the Xiao family before, but right now, don't we have a common enemy? You say you're not resigned to help. Han Yen Meng's eyes sparkled. You must have conditions. If you have conditions, just say, or else how will I know and how can I meet them? Jun Moxie looked quite bitter. Sis, stop beating around. My head has already expanded thrice, if it gets bigger, it will explode. Jun Moxie continued with a bit of unhappiness. I guess you've already planned it all. I will go to the Silver City to kill the Xiao family. Then I will help my uncle get back his wife and help you make peace in the Silver City. From then on, my uncle and aunt will be happy ever after and the Silver City will prosper without any concerns. Everyone's happy, and you've planned it. You are the elder, you've really planned it all too well. But what about me? You all get what you want. What can I get in the end? I don't. My third uncle at least gets a beauty, but I don't even get to touch the hair of a beauty. Would you be willing if it's you? Then. How about I introduce you to some sisters in the Silver City? However, whether you can succeed depends on your ability. How about that? The little girl bit her lip and said with some sort of determination. No. What kind of condition is this? My third uncle married a princess of Silver City. And you want me to be satisfied with some maidservants? This is not fair treatment. Jun Moxie indignantly said. At least she will have roughly the same status, right? If I got a maidservant when my uncle got a princess, how disgraceful would it be to me? Roughly the same status? Han Yen Meng widened her eyes in confusion, but there's no more. How can that be? Jun Moxie frowned and pretended to be unhappy and continued to lure her. There's at least one more person. One more. Who? The girl frowned and thought about it really hard. She sometimes raised her head and sometimes bent it down, as if having a very difficult time thinking. In the end, she even used her fingers to count, and finally said firmly after a long while, I'm certain there's no more. Really? Are you sure? Jun Moxie looked at her unsatisfied. Don't bluff me, this is important to the future of the Silver City. I didn't. If I did, I am a little dog. There's really no more. The little girl pointed at the sky like taking an oath. I promise, if there's really someone else, I will. I will. What will you do? Are you going to kidnap her and send her to me? Jun Moxie said, kept on inducing her words. Sure. If there's really someone like this, I will kidnap her and send her to you. I will do anything for the future of the Silver City. But what if there's no one else? The girl said like she was a heroic figure. Her facial expression showed an immense confidence in what she had bet, and looked at Jun Moxie as if her strategies had worked. She laughed and said, if there isn't, you will have to go help us kill those traitors in the Silver City. Okay. Sure. Promise me, if there's someone else, then you will kidnap her and send her to be my mistress. If there isn't, then I will help your family and will not ask for anything else. Jun Moxie urged seriously and said, that's settled. We take the oath by clapping our hands. There's no repent. Do you dare to have a bet? Of course I dare. The girl was so happy that she started to giggle. No one is more familiar with the Silver City than me. If I said there's no more, then there's no more. Let's do it, quick. She was secretly even happier. Uncle Mu also said that this guy is very cunning. But now he is like a fool. Not only there is no suitable person at all, even if it is true, isn't it still all to our discretion? If we say there isn't any more, then it is simply the truth. Wow, now I've really won something. I will go back and tell Uncle Mu the good news. Being scared that Jun Moxie would repent now, she stuck her meaty palm out before Jun Moxie's face and shook it continually, obviously wanting to confirm this wonderful deal. Although she was telling herself to be calm, but she really could not helping smiling really hard to show her satisfaction. Wahahaha, what a nice deal. As long as there are suitable candidates, you will really get her to be my mistress. You don't regret it? Jun Moxie apparently distrusted Han Yen Meng. This angered Han Yen Meng and she shouted at him with a low voice, if I say so, then so be it. Yes, your mistress. I will be the witness of this matter. There are no mistakes. Yikes, why are you so indecisive? Quickly, clap hands as an oath, clap hands as an oath. No, I have to rethink about it. Jun Moxie just stretched out his hand and suddenly took it back. He looked suspiciously at Han Yen Meng and said, why does it look like a trap? I smell a conspiracy. Besides, if you don't mean what you say, that's a big loss for me. The little girl jumped 3 feet high and went crazy. She said angrily while wielding her hands all over the place. Not keeping my promise. I tell you, I, Han Yen Meng, have never broken a single vow. As a token of honesty, I swear by the supreme reputation of the Blizzard Silver City today. If I can't keep my promise, let me. I will take off my clothes and walk around Tianxiang City. Deal. Jun Moxie was elated. Deal. Han Yen Meng could no longer wait. Clap hands, quick. Come. Pa. 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 Jun Moxie just raised his palm and Han Yen Meng had already hit him 3 times on his palm very quickly. She laughed happily. It was like a cat stealing fish. She winked and raised her eyebrows triumphantly. Ha, the little girl giggled and announced. Let me tell you, game over for you. How can that be? Jun Moxie looked at this girl who had just sold herself in disbelief, and said in certainty, how can I lose? You won't. Hee, but the person you want doesn't even exist. Now, your aunt I will teach you a lesson. The entire thing is under my discretion, you see. If I say there isn't then there isn't even if there is. Do you understand now? The little girl laughed profusely. How can that be? There definitely is a suitable person. How can it be, there isn't even if there is? Aren't there 2 princesses of the Silver City? Jun Moxie hugged his own shoulders and gave a sinister smile. Besides your sister, isn't there still you? My little Aunt Han. Am I wrong? Aren't you a princess as well? Or are you not a girl? You are not a girl. Ah. What did you say? Me? I. Han Yen-meng blurted out but was immediately stunned. She covered her mouth and her arrogant smile faded and was replaced by panic. She missed herself. In fact, she did not even realize she was a suitable person. Miss Han, I'm sure you know who she is now. Then why don't you kidnap her and send her to my room? Jun Moxie said seriously, this is about the supreme reputation of the Silver City, alright? I hope you will quickly do what you have to. I know you can do it. Because Miss Han always keep your promise, right? Han Yen-meng was dumbfounded. Her fingers trembled and her gaze was sliding everywhere. She then finally flushed. She thought for a short while and suddenly hugged her own stomach and said with a painful facial expression. Aya, how did I suddenly get a stomachache? I need to go back to have a rest. Ah, so painful. She left slouching as she finished. Miss Han, it's okay, but don't forget about being my mistress. I will be waiting. Ha ha ha, all tied up, Jun Moxie reminded her loudly from behind. Han Yen-meng pretended to not have heard and was totally gone. Little girl, who told you pretend to be my elder all day long? Is it so easy to be my elder? I must teach you a lesson and you will behave properly. Jun Moxie was feeling very comfortable. How's she going to face me again? Haha. I am being bullied around for a few days and now I've finally returned the favor. Hahaha, Jun Woo-yi emerged amidst the laughter. He was laughing so badly that he was holding his tummy. He raised his thumb and said, nice one, Moxie. You just made her sell herself. That was really hilarious, ha ha ha. Jun Moxie rubbed his nose and laughed. Third uncle, I also had no choice. She's pretended to be my elder for so many days, and she always calls me nephew. How can I bear that? Perhaps now she will behave properly for a few days. Probably not only a few days. Jun Woo-yi laughed out loud, she probably can't face you ever again and doesn't dare to see you anymore. Moxie, don't tell me you are really interested in her. No. Jun Moxie shook his head profusely, leave me alone third uncle. Don't randomly pick girls for me anymore, I have had a lot. Huh, Jun Woo-yi let out two meaningful laugh and warned him, you guys are honestly not suitable. You guys have a generation difference after all. Jun Woo-yi was gone after saying so. I haven't said anything and you're already helping out your little sister-in-law, besides, Yanghua still can marry his teacher, how is the generation difference even important, Jun Moxie murmured, feeling slightly guilty. Suddenly, someone came to notify him. Young master, someone is here looking for you. He said his teacher asked him to come. Let him in. Jun Moxie had become excited. He's finally here. That dude really scared me badly that time, I will see how he actually looked like. Young Master Jun. Appearing in front of Jun Moxie was a skinny teenager who was not very tall. He was roughly 160 centimeters, but seemed to have good coordination. What's your name? You came to assassinate me before. You are Chu Chi-hun's apprentice. Jun Moxie eyed this young man. The young man was slightly uneasy and stared in front, emotionless, with his eyes like those of dead fish, which could not turn at all. Yes. The young man straightened up, and there was no change in his emotions. I'm Ling Ao. Ling Ao. What a name. Jun Moxie smiled faintly. He suddenly bent forward, and his eyes suddenly looked cold, staring straight at Ling Ao with great momentum. It all came down at him without any sign. The murderous intent poured out like tsunami. It was like countless deadly daggers raging through the air. Several guards at the door felt only a slight portion of it and uncontrollably sat on the ground, their faces turning pale instantly. Instantly, a heartfelt shock and horror flashed through Ling Ao's silent eyes. He tried his best to resist Jun Moxie's momentum and tried to fight it, but found that everything was in vain. He had no room to resist. One moment, one single moment. The whole person, the whole body, the whole soul, had been swallowed up. He was shivering all over in cold. "Who ordered you to assassinate me then?" Jun Moxie asked, word by word. He looked up at him coldly and stubbornly, but he had no intention of speaking at all. With a strong bite on the tip of the tongue, he hoped he could hold the last trace of clarity in his thoughts. Blood inevitably flowed down from the corners of my mouth. But Ling Ao found that he still couldn't keep his mind clear. He felt that his consciousness was becoming more and more blurred, as if he would fall into endless darkness at any time. Not bad. Jun Moxie laughed, the murderous intent suddenly disappeared. "Sure enough, you're Chu Chi Hun's apprentice. You didn't learn much from him, but you did learn his stubbornness." "You shouldn't have asked me," he said slowly, gasping with difficulty. "Although I'm here to serve you, it's only by my master's command that I had to come. As a killer, I would never reveal the name of my client, which is the rule. Life and death are no big deal, but the rules are absolutely unbreakable. I won't ask you any more." Jun Moxie smiled coldly. "When you assassinated me, I had many enemies who wanted to kill me, but now, they are no longer worthy of being my opponents. It doesn't matter whether I know it or not. But what I want is your future obedience and loyalty. I can give you what you always wanted but couldn't get, and I can teach you everything that your master can't point out to you. I can also make your cultivation improve by leaps and bounds, but if you can't give me what I want, then even if you're Chu Chi Hun's apprentice, I don't want you. Do you understand?" "Yes." There was sweat on Ling Ao's face. The young man in front of him brought him more pressure than his master Chu Chi Hun did. At the very least, Chu Chi Hun did not have so much murderous intent. As the only apprentice of Chu Chi Hun, he was very clear on this. No wonder Master said that he was only a killer, and there was no doubt in this, but it was also only limited to this. If he came here, he could meet the king of the killers. Is the king of the killers this young man before me? Very well. Bring Bailey Luo Yun, Tian Can, and DK to me in 5 days, Jun Moxie said firmly. If you can do it, I will let you stay and give you everything you want. If you can't, you will have to continue your wandering. He stared at Ling Ao's eyes and said, word for word. Apprentice of Chu Chi Hun, can you do it? Yes, I can. I will accomplish it. Ling Ao knew that this was a test of his abilities. But what Jun Moxie had said really inspired him. If I can't do it, won't I be losing teacher's face? Your movements are fast and are different from you, teacher. Your teacher moves like a ghost, fast and elusive, but you are only fast, purely fast. Why is this so? Jun Moxie asked, looking at him. I don't know. When teacher adopted me and taught me Xian Qi, he had always asked me to be fast. Ling Ao himself was also confused. Oh. Jun Moxie stood up and placed his hand on Ling Ao's shoulder. A trace of mystical spirit energy flowed into Ling Ao's body, blending with Jun Moxie's godly senses. Suddenly, Jun Moxie's eyes sparkled and shouted. Incomparable ligaments. No wonder. Chu Chi Hun really knows this stuff well and taught him in the most suitable way. Bravo! Ling Ao was stunned, he had no idea what Jun Moxie was talking about. Jun Moxie raised his head and waved. Go, remember, 5 days. Yes. Ling Ao turned around and stepped out. Ling Ao's name translates to cold and arrogant. Looking at his silhouette, a long-standing question was finally solved. Ling Ao had been so fast that Jun Moxie could not dodge then, and his speed was above that of a top sky Xian expert when he was only an earth Xian. So that's how it is. The incomparable ligaments. There were 2 ligaments that supported the running motion of Ling Ao instead of just one. He was born special. He was fated to be faster than normal. With ample training, his speed could reach a dumbfounding limit. No wonder Chu Chi Hun trained purely his speed, but despite the correct decision to focus on speed, the way he was trained was not able to develop his full potential. So, although Lang Ao's skills were considerable for now, but there would still be limits. The furthest he could reach would to be on par with his teacher, or perhaps not even so much. But with Jun Moxie's training and his natural gift, he could reach a higher level or even reach the absolute limit. The extreme speed. The only issue now is whether or not you're worthy. Underscore 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 underscore. Mei Shuiyan and Green Hunter rushed through the whole journey. They made it back to the Tianfa forest in only a few days, as they were fast and did not meet any obstacles on the way. Right now, the experts of the three holy lands were still recovering in the mountains, so they wouldn't have a chance to attack them. With Jun Moxie collapsing the mountains on them, they would need a few months of recovery before they could venture again. But when they arrived at the Tianfa forest, Mei Shuiyan was immediately incensed. It almost angered her to death. The Tianfa forest was no longer gloomy. There were ribbons flying everywhere and there were many colorful strips of cloth. Almost every tree in the central region of the Tianfa forest had been decorated by them. They were like rainbows swaying in the sky. The canopy of the most ancient trees had the most vibrant decorations. They had whole pieces of red cloth hanging on them, swaying and rustling in the cold wind. Mei Shuiyan was even more shocked when she saw the forest ground. Every Xian beast with above the 5th level had a red ribbon tied to their waist. As they dashed around the ivy bushes, the ribbons were torn into smaller strips. By contrast, the red ribbons worn by the high-ranking Xian beasts were much more intact. Especially for those who were above 8 or 9 levels, they raised their 2 forepaws, walked with their head and chest held high. The red cloth was secured at their waist. And under the red cloth, their fluffy buttocks swayed around. They all walked about pretentiously and they looked proud. When the Beast Kings, including Big Bear and Long Crane appeared, Mei Shuiyan and Green Hunter were even more stunned. The 6 kings, the bear, the tiger, the crane, the lion, the monkey, and the falcon, all lined up to welcome them back. Each of them looked magnificent and impressive. They were like 6 bridegrooms. The 6 kings were all in red and even had flowers on their head. They walked over, covered in a dazzling red. They were joyous and satisfied. They peeked at Mei Shuiyan before standing there properly and seriously. Did something so worth celebrating happened in Tianfa recently? Mei Shuiyan frowned and looked at the 6 in doubt. She could tell that the 6 had strengthened tremendously. Using humans as a benchmark, they would already be at the top of Superior Supreme. They were only a step away from being a venerable. The improvement was unbelievable but also delighting. Jun Moxie's pills really made a lot of difference. Ahem, boss, having you back is the biggest thing to celebrate, isn't it? Big Bear coughed and said. He looked like he wanted to boast about all his contributions but told himself not to. The resultant expression on his face was quite awkward. He turned his waist and made a polite gesture. Boss, let me lead you to your chateau. Chateau. When did he learn such fancy vocabulary? This really dazed Mei Shuiyan. The Beast Kings were obviously not very well educated. The 6 kings crowded around Mei Shuiyan and brought her to the center of the Tianfa forest. Mei Shuiyan used to live here, beside a river in tranquility. She loved it. Well, it was also where she was molested by some guy last time. But what was before her now again left her astounded, all the trees were chopped and the only ones left were the trees that served as a barrier. Looking inside, they had already begun a large engineering feat, trenches crisscrossing, countless high-level Xian beasts sweating like rain, doing hard work, but their faces were full of excitement and honor despite being so tired that they stuck out their tongues. It seemed so glorious to be able to work hard here. What exactly happened? Mei Shuiyan suddenly turned around and was enraged. She glared at Big Bear and Long Crane and said, "The two of you, explain, or I will turn you back into beasts." Mei Shuiyan's brows were standing and her flaming face was coupled with her cold stare. It was full of killing intent. The 6 beast kings were taken aback at the same time. After a long pause, the Lion King Careless Rock shamelessly started speaking, but with his head down. "Boss, hee. This is for celebration, hee. We are celebrating for you, you are not satisfied. Celebrate for me? What kind of explanation is this? You made my place so messy and you expect me to be satisfied?" Mei Shuiyan kicked this most shameless guy, sending him flying backwards. She turned to Long Crane fiercely. "You say? Sis, it's not so bad, right? Although, some people may not understand, but, we will always support you. I hope you will, courageously embrace your love and happiness." What am I saying? The cranes' pointed mouths opened and closed and uttered all sorts of nonsense. Mei Shuiyan did not understand what they were trying to say in the least. She was even more puzzled now. "Right. Sis, what if you are a Xian beast? We contributed the most to the Xian continent. Why should we care what others say? We do as we wish. Fret not. If anyone says anything bad about it, I will lead our comrades and kill his whole family." The Eagle King Sky Crusher said savagely, moving his hooked nose in indignation. Yes. Embrace your happiness, the other kings agreed. What are you talking about? I'm really confused now. Mei Shuiyan face-bombed and said in frustration. Can someone quick-witted explain to me clearly exactly what is happening? Boss, it's actually like this. The Monkey King did not hesitate to say. We began all the work once we heard about Boss's good news. Wait. Mei Shuiyan finally got it. What? What good news? The Crane King, Lion King, Monkey King, and the Eagle King gave an awkward expression and Big Bear and Earthcracker backed off silently. Boss, don't be too bothered, okay? You won't lose face, the Monkey King consoled. Lose face? What is it about? Mei Shuiyan was steaming. What on Xian are you talking about? Venerable Mei was clearly on the edge of an outburst. It's just about you and your husband. The Monkey King moved his mouth and said softly, then he mustered his courage and continued. Boss, we are very delighted that you can find your love. As for your wedding, we didn't get to attend it, so, we decided to celebrate here for you, and... He pointed at the palace. For example, we prepared this palace for you and your husband. You are married so you will be staying together, and I also asked them to plant the fluffy grass here. Yeah, if you have kids in the future, they won't get hurt if they played there. Married? Kids? Nonsense. Mei Shuiyan's face darkened, it was a sign of imminent danger. She turned and her dart-like gaze shot toward Long Crane, explain properly. Long Crane moved his elongated mouth and finally said carefully after thinking for a while how to put it across, Boss decided to secretly get married and obviously didn't want us to know, but having stayed together for so many years, we are like family, so we felt we must do something. We decided to celebrate here as well when Big Bear and Earthcracker came back with the news. Also, you let Big Bear bring back so much money, we had to spend it or won't it depreciate due to inflation. He laughed twice towards the end and thought his words were suitable. But he saw that Mei Shuiyan's face was getting darker. Later, it was really gloomy. It was as if there could be a flash of lightning any time. Seeing this, Long Crane immediately shut up. He was afraid. Is my expression not clear enough? Big Bear and Earthcracker, the two of you, look what you have done, hee hee hee. Mei Shui-yen was so angry that she even forced out a few laughs. She leaned forward and said gloomily, so I'm married, why don't I even know? Well, that's, Big Bear's and Earthcracker's faces were distorted. They stuttered and could not form a complete sentence. Who did I even get married to? When did I even get married? Huh? Mei Shui-yan's eyes were flaming. She stepped forward and shouted like an explosion. Big Bear! Earthcracker! Look at me! Big Bear shook like he was sieving grains. He put on a very pathetic face and he was so anxious that he didn't know where to put his hands. Stupefied for a moment, Long Crane suddenly jumped up and scolded with a weird voice. Big Bear! You, how dare you bring back fake news? Boss did not get married. And you, and he suddenly let out a bellow. How dare you? You want to get killed? Well, she would get married eventually, Big Bear breathed and tried to defend himself. You bastard. How dare you encourage me into doing such a thing that hurts boss's reputation? What a joke. And you still have your reasons. How dare you refute? Long Crane was very angry. Big Bear only brought back the news, but it was he who mobilized and arranged everything in the Tian Fa forest. How could he not be anxious? Shut up. Mei Shui-yen turned her head and snarled at Long Crane. One more word and I will break your skinny neck. Long Crane trembled and shut up, not daring to make another sound. Boss, your husband told me to do it. Big Bear broke into sobs as he finally could not withstand the pressure anymore. Boss. I am so loyal to you, the sun and the moon knows. Oh. Hee, Mei Shui-yan's veins bulged out. She breathed in and said, Jun Moxie. With this sentence, everyone's expression became awkward. Didn't you deny it? And you talk about Jun Moxie when we mentioned your husband? Why? Yes, Big Bear quickly said, as if he had found his savior. Boss, it's for you, your husband is a good man, you. Mei Shui-yan's chest moved faster as her breathing became rapid. Her face was darkened. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath before suddenly opening her eyes and boomed like thunder. I'm going to bust you guys up, you bastards. Come here, you won't know why the flowers are so red until I beat you up. Having said this, it was obvious that Venerable Mei was completely enraged. In a flash, Mei Shui-yen zoomed out and raised her hand. Pang, bang, boom. Dust was thrown up inside the Tian Fa forest. The group of beast kings were beaten up by Mei Shui-yen. Although they had become stronger, they were still not on par with Mei Shui-yen, and they did not dare to resist. It was their boss after all. The open field the beast kings took great effort to create was not wasted. It became the perfect spot for them to get beaten up. Muscular bodies rolled around like rubber balls. They fell down and were immediately kicked up into the air again. Their cries sounded continuously. They sounded increasingly tragic and loud. Although it appeared very bad, but they were actually relieved. Boss did not hit hard. Not as hard as we'd imagine and as before. This time, although she looked very angry, everyone only received superficial cuts. Yes, merely scratches and cuts. There wouldn't be any serious internal injuries. Boss was very aware of how much strength to use. Although they looked very badly beaten, but in fact, with their thick skin, it was nothing. They weren't even cuts. They just felt pain for a while, and that was all. They get even worse injuries during daily training. But, they had to give this issue a closure. So, the Beast Kings yelped in an even more deplorable manner. They mustered all their strength to cry out in pain. It sounded like they were being tortured. Big Bear's cries were even melodious. He fumbled his limbs in midair and yelled, "Nice kick, sis. My bones are fracturing." Oh. Earthcracker imitated him and made an expression that looked like his hemorrhoids had burst. He clutched his buttock and shouted, "My buttock is breaking into two halves." Everyone was speechless. Stupid guy, whose buttocks aren't made of two halves. Aya. Careless Rock held his head as he was kicked into the air. "Sis, you are so strong. My legs are breaking." Everyone was again speechless. "Why did you hold your head when you said your legs were breaking? Do you even know how to pretend?" Whoop! The Monkey King did numerous backflips and shouted, "Boss, what a kick. I was flipped around so many times by your kick." Ouch! The Beast Kings shouted in unison. The ground looked as if it was cracking and the sun and the moon appeared dull in all the noise they made. Finally, their cries became so joyful. "Boss, mercy." They begged for mercy together, and it sounded very loud. It wasn't like begging for mercy. It was more like a child's play. Mei Shuiyan was undoubtedly very angry when she saw the whole place just now, but there was some shyness deep within her. It was those mood swings of young ladies and it was really inconvenient to show her embarrassment. So she had to pretend to vent her anger and hide her mood with it. Naturally, she did not use much strength. But how could she have imagined that these guys were thick-skinned? They could not even think properly. If they had already detected that she was not really angry, they just had to cooperate and act, and it would soon be over. But these stupid guys did not even know how to pretend. In the end, their cries sounded so joyful. It was like they were not getting beaten, but having a contest of whose voice was louder. Originally there was some fear on their faces and some restraint, now they were grinning, smiling, and winking cheerfully, and making faces with their tongues outstretched. Are they getting beaten or are they celebrating New Year? This time, Mei Shuiyan really lost face. Her face reddened and she was really angry. Her punches and kicks suddenly intensified. "Oh! Ah! Mother! Save me!" A series of hoarse screams rang out again, but it was different this time. Just now everyone could hear that the voice sounded pathetic and was loud, but it did not reveal pain at all. This time, to the contrary, the 6 Beast Kings all bit their lips and teeth and gasped for air. Anyone could tell the pain was from within. And they did not have the mood to shout anymore. It was too painful. Their eyes were full of pain and confusion. What is this? Why the sudden change? Are our passionate performances just now inadequate? It must be that Tiger King's performance is too bad, or that Monkey King's act is too fake. I did a great job, it must be the other's fault. Bang, bang, boom. Heavy punches kept beating their faces. With just a moment, most of the members of the number 1 group representing the top strength of the Tian Fa forest had black and swollen. Long Crane's long mouth was almost fractured. Big Bear turned from Bear King to Panda King. The Tiger King was beaten back to his original form and became a white tiger with smooth hair. He was then grabbed by his tail and thrown up into the air before rammed down. He rolled his eyes and fainted. The tiger had become a sick cat. The Monkey King rolled around in midair like a ball. It wasn't on purpose this time. It was the result of inertia from the blows. He could even hear hums coming from his own head. The Lion King just got up and received numerous punches in his face. He rocked around before collapsing. He had become a pig-head king. Falcon King's hooked nose almost dropped off. The Snake King who was watching laughing just now suddenly paled. She trembled and did not seem to enjoy the show anymore. Gosh! Boss is really angry. Finally, Mei Shuiyan breathed out and landed exceptionally elegantly. She stared at the kings scattered on the floor and said, "How is it? You had fun. Why did you guys stop crying? Didn't you have fun?" "Yes, we had fun. So fun." The Panda King wanted to cry but had no tears and could only nod like a chicken eating corn. You didn't break your bones. So how? Do you dare to mess around again? Mei Shuai-yen blushed in an unnoticeable manner. We don't anymore, the six kings said as they nodded together. The sick cat, King Earthcracker, had climbed out of the crack on the ground and transformed back to his human form. Don't worry, sis, I will shoo them away right now. Immediately. Long Crane shook his dizzy head, walked in a circle before he ordered loudly, you all, get lost. Stop building this stupid palace. Get lost, get lost. Stupid palace. Stop building. Who said we were going to stop? Mei Shuai-yen immediately glared at him and said to him with a blushing face. What are you trying to do? This expression is a modern Chinese slang that talks about beating until the opponent bled. It originated from a song which had a title that translates to, Why are the flowers so red? Ah. What? Long Crane was completely bewildered. He immediately sat down, shook his head, and picked his ears. Did I become stupid after getting busted by boss? Weren't you angry with us because of the palace? Then why are you saying this now? I mean, since it's already like this, it's not possible to restore it. Let's just use it then, do continue building. Mei Shuai-yen also knew that she was not being very rational over this matter. She blushed but said fiercely, why? You still dare to be unwilling? What? Boss blushed. Are we dreaming? Willing. We're very willing. The six kings went haywire as they nodded like they had dementia. Well, then that's all for now. Mei Shuai-yen's expression was a mixture of happiness, shyness, and anger. She turned her eyes before she stomped on the ground. You stupid beasts, follow me. I want to talk to you. With a fragrant wind, she drifted away with a zap. Venerable Mei could feel her cheeks warming up. How awkward. The beast kings looked at each other and were puzzled. What's going on? But they were sure of one thing, they were beaten today for nothing, and they had no room to complain. The Snake King Green Hunter was also in a bad mood. Hurry up and go. What are you still daydreaming about? Do you want to be busted again? Woo, she suddenly burst into tears and was gone with a zap. Why did she cry when she was not beaten? What is this? The six beasts were shocked at the same time. Seriously, what happened today was so dreamlike. They were beaten for no reason and the boss blushed. How could the boss blush? That was not all. Those who were beaten didn't cry while the one who was not beaten cried. What was this? Mei Shuai-yen was sitting in the center. The seven kings below were standing in two lines. They were gasping for air and winced when they touched their wounds occasionally. The youngest king is still in training. Mei Shuai-yen frowned. Yes. The six kings replied simply. Okay. Tell me the number of beasts above level 9. I want detailed numbers. Mei Shuai-yen hummed and said. The bear tribe now has 1764 Xian beasts above level 9, including 824 at level 9, 640 at the middle rank of level 9, and 300 at the top of the level 9, Big Bear answered honestly. The Crane tribe now has 2,169 Xian beasts above level 9, including 1184 at level 9, 740 at the middle rank of level 9, and less than 250 at the top of the level 9, Long Crane said. The Eagle tribe now has more than 4,800 Xian beasts above level 9, including 3,600 at level 9, 1050 at the middle rank of level 9, and only 157 at the top of the level 9. The Eagle King was a bit ashamed. His tribe had the most above level 9s, but the least top ranks. The Tiger tribe now has 700 Xian beasts above level 9, including none at basic rank, 400 at the middle rank of level 9, and 300 at the top of the level 9. Earthcracker said with a grin. The Monkey tribe now has 2,500 Xian beasts above level 9, including 1,400 at level 9, 600 at the middle rank of level 9, and 500 at the top of the level 9. The Monkey King looked bitter. His tribe was the most difficult to manage among all the tribes. He was injured previously and his cultivation ranked down by 1. Many of his subordinates tried to take over and more wanted to overthrow him. It was a great challenge to his authority. If it weren't for Jun Moxie's pills which advanced him to Superior Supreme, a coup would have long happened. I will personally deal with the Monkey tribe later. Mei Shuiyan looked at Monkey King coldly. Useless, how can you be king when you can't even manage your subordinates? Boss, the monkey was frustrated and felt wronged. After he was injured, he felt stronger about the difficulty of cultivation. So he was very merciful to the challengers and was afraid that he would kill them by accident. He showed more mercy when he advanced rapidly, but the monkeys were not grateful and only became more rebellious. You can never achieve great things by being too merciful. Mei Shuiyan snorted coldly and looked at the Lion King. The Lion tribe now has 3,600 Xian beasts above level 9, including 1,700 at level 9, 1,500 at the middle rank of level 9, and 400 at the top of the level 9. The Lion King then grinned before saying, there were 3,605. 5 arrogant bastards tried to challenge me. I tore them apart. The other lions were now more obedient than newborn cubs. Careless Rock smiled proudly. Well done. We must deal heavy punishment during troubled times. If they want to take over, they have to be prepared to pay the price. Mei Shuiyan nodded seriously. The Snake tribe now has 4,300 Xian beasts above level 9, including 3,000 at level 9, 700 at the middle rank of level 9, and 600 at the top of the level 9. Nice. Mei Shuiyan smiled with approval. And lastly, the Panther tribe. Since they lost their king, a new king has not been produced. They are not willing to listen to each other and they have fought many times. More than 10 of them have died from the conflict. Big Bear murmured as he peeked at Mei Shuiyan's reaction. He took over after the Panther King's death. But the Panthers were not obedient and the Bear King was lazy, so the mess now was not a surprise. Tell me more detailed numbers. I don't want to hear this. Mei Shuiyan's eyes were cold. I will teach them a lesson in the afternoon. Upon hearing this, the kings chuckled at the Panther tribe's imminent misfortune. They have 3,900 above level 9, including 2,100 at the basic rank, 1,300 at the middle rank, and 500 at the top rank, Big Bear said. Okay, how about the Peng tribe? How many of them are left since the second brother left? Mei Shuiyan asked. She looked sad. They have 1,100 above level 9, including 500 at the basic rank, 370 at the middle rank and 230 at the top rank. Long Crane said. The Condor tribe of the youngest brother now has 4,600 above level 9, with 2,900 at basic rank, 1,200 at middle rank, and 500 at the top rank. Well done, Long Crane. You did well in managing the Condor tribe. But the Peng tribe, okay, let's leave that for later. Mei Shuiyan frowned and slowly continued, now our top priority is to produce some kings. Produce some kings? The kings were dazed upon hearing this. Kings of Xian beasts can be produced. There had been many shocking things today, but this was almost mystical. In the afternoon, gather all the Xian beasts at the top rank of level 9 who are about to reach the cultivation that allows them to transform. Mei Shuiyan calmly commanded, but there was an indisputable authority within. Boss, did your husband give you many pills? Big Bear asked excitedly, his eyes bright. While speaking, he drooled. He slurped all the saliva back. Coupled with his panda eyes, it was really hilarious. Yes, indeed. We will see a great leap forward. It will no longer be the 3 holy and 1 ferocious lands, instead, it will be the ferocious and 3 holy lands. Mei Shuiyan smiled with anticipation. Second and third brother, how many of them are now about to transform? Long Crane and Big Bear exchanged their information nervously for a while and then said, about 500 have reached the standard ready for transformation. With our careful surveying, the exact number is 489. Boss, I'm sure you know that transforming is the most difficult for us Xian beasts. For every generation, we would have around that same number, but there would only a handful that succeeded in transforming. Most of them would be stuck for life. Long Crane sighed and said, the pills were definitely great. We all improved by at least a rank, and the Lion King and Monkey King even improved by 2 ranks. But I'm sure these sorts of pills are scarce. We can't get hundreds of them in one shot. Should we pick the best and give them the pills to ensure they can transform? Long Crane spoke slowly, and peered at Mei Shuiyan. Although he did not sound optimistic, there was still hope and anticipation. Mei Shuiyan didn't appear optimistic either. She frowned as if worried about something. Long Crane couldn't help feel pessimistic and his words trailed off. I know. When combined, there will be around 1,000 level 9 top-rank Xian beasts. Where can we even find so many pills? Mei Shuiyan said bleakly. Everyone sighed. So, we can only ensure that those who are ready to transform can make it. We will talk about other things the next time. Mei Shuiyan took a big gasp. What? Everyone was dumbfounded. Long Crane opened his mouth so wide that his jaws were almost dislocated. He stuttered, B, boss, what did you say? 500. Xian beasts transform, together. Is there an issue? Mei Shuiyan gave him a strange look. You are not willing. If so, the Crane tribe can withdraw from this exercise. No. Owu, Long Crane suddenly hopped up and roared in a sound unique to the Tiger King. The king's almost though the old crane was going to turn into a tiger. A legendary giant bird. But the king soon understood what Mei Shuiyan meant. They couldn't cheer. Although the strength of Tian Fa will see a great leap after this and reach an unprecedented height, we will owe too much to Jun Moxie. Mei Shuiyan sighed softly. When she mentioned his name, she suddenly felt warmth. What are you saying, sis? You are family, husband and wife, how is there such thing as owing? Earthcracker flattered and said with a laugh, we are a bunch of brothers-in-law, of course, we're going to accept his gifts, right? Yeah. How do we call ourselves brothers-in-law if we don't take what he gave? But we are really a big bunch of brothers-in-law, the Beast Kings laughed joyously. Shut up. Do you want to get beaten again? Mei Shuiyan was embarrassed and furious. The kings were taken aback and quickly shut up. Big Bear. Did you say, he said he would rather, live in the Tian Fa forest? Mei Shuiyan sat there furious for a moment before suddenly stammering as if she had suddenly recalled something. Did he really say that? Sis, what are you talking about? Who is he? Big Bear looked simple and honest as he rubbed his head in confusion, as if he really didn't know. Big Bear. Mei Shuiyan yelled at him. Get here and I will help you loosen your bones. When you feel comfortable, I am sure you will understand. Oh, no thanks, boss. Aren't you referring to your husband? I know. It was as if the thought suddenly struck him. Yes, brother-in-law said exactly that. He, Tiger King can attest to this. We are honest people, we won't boast around. Earthcracker quickly nodded and said, yes, I can attest. Sis, your husband really cares for you. We are so honest, we never boast. The other Beast Kings were contemptuous. Honest? Never boasted? So shameless. Mei Shuiyan blushed even more. She adjusted her breath, and her eyes flashed for a while. She said, let's get back to the serious matters. Jun Moxie is going to advance to the Blizzard Silver City. His action is to warn the world, and to seek revenge. The three holy lands will likely intervene in this matter. Now that we have received so many favors from Jun Moxie, this time, we must do our best to help him achieve this goal. Sister, you can be rest assured. We will give our full support to brother-in-law's action and go through fire and water without hesitation. When it's time, all the Xian beasts of the Tian Fa forest will leave and flatten the snowy mountains. The kings made solemn promises. They beat their own chest to intensify the atmosphere. They began speaking about brother-in-law in a disorderly manner. Mei Shuiyan did not stop them nor refute. She seemed to have accepted them calling Jun Moxie brother-in-law. So for this period of time, we must improve our strength more. Mei Shuiyan's eyes became as cold as ice and snow. From this afternoon onward, we will be in state of heightened security for 7 days to ensure that all the beasts will successfully transform. Then we will form an army with 6,000 flying beasts and 5,000 walking beasts. Arrange the army so we will have all our best beasts. Even if the three holy lands sends all their men, we of Tian Fa will not hesitate to face them head-on. We will shock the world and make history. Mei Shuiyan was truculent as she commanded. Yes. The kings bowed to their orders with a serious face and a fanatical look. 10,000 years and Tian Fa will be great again. Mei Shuiyan was standing upright on the top of an ancient tree, facing the wind. Gazing afar with a leisurely face, she sort of missed Jun Moxie. It's only been a few days, and I'm missing him so badly. I really miss those few days together. We were fighting side by side. The snowy hotel, the intimate interactions, and the romantic conversations. Everything about him emerged before her eyes. Standing there stunned, Mei Shuiyan could suddenly picture Jun Moxie's attractive face, and also recalled what Jun Moxie said before she left. Destroy the Silver City when the flowers blossom in spring. Destroy the Silver City when the flowers blossom in spring. That was the time to launch the attack. It was only 2 months away. He scheduled it on the 2nd of February. It was a tight schedule. So, Mei Shuiyan was trying everything within her means to build the strongest Xian beast army possible to assist in Jun Moxie's brave conquest. And during this period of time, Jun Moxie also spread the news in the Tianxiang city. The whole world was shocked upon its release. Everyone could foresee that as the spring flowers blossomed, the Jun family would lead an army to the Silver City and seek revenge. The Great War was inevitable. For 10 years, a loyal spirit could not rest in peace. 3,000 bloody days and nights. The dragon would raise its head on the 2nd of February. And a great army would flatten the Silver City. Apparently, Jun Moxie wrote this poem after he had some wine. He then smashed a wine cup before shouting with belligerence and smell of wine, 2nd of February, crush the Silver City. Kill the evil Shaos, seek revenge we will. Other might not understand why Jun Moxie scheduled it on the 2nd of February. But he had his reasons. 2nd of February, the dragon raises its head. This was a Chinese idiom. On the 2nd of February, I will represent the Chinese dragon and raise up my head in this other world. From then on, I will look down over the world and roam the skies. I, Jun Moxie, now announce that anyone who has a good relationship with the Silver City should not try to stop me, or I will kill without mercy immediately. Obey me and you prosper, defy me and you die. All over the world, who dares not to comply? Jun Moxie's poem and words spread so fast and so shockingly like thunder. In a few days, the whole Xian continent heard about it. The new year was coming, but the continent was in turmoil everywhere. It wouldn't be a peaceful new year. Some people were so worried that they would lose appetite on New Year's Eve. On the 29th of December, Jun Moxie received a letter from Liu Ran. On it were only a few short sentences. I'm leaving for the Supreme Golden City. It's New Year's Eve tomorrow, but I don't want to celebrate in the Tianxiang city. With you here, I'd feel distressed. Perhaps I will return one day. And we will fight again. That time, I lost before having a proper fight, but the next time, I will put on a good one. P.S. Be careful that the Blood Sword Hall has changed their attire. The signature was, the Li Yuran who is leisurely leaving. Jun Moxie slowly clutched the piece of paper, letting it get crushed as he smiled faintly. He sighed softly. Li Yuran chose to leave on the 29th of December. 1,000 miles away from home on New Year's Eve. Even a wanderer like Jun Moxie had never experienced it. It was difficult to guess how Li Yuran felt at the moment. Nevertheless, Jun Moxie felt desolate for him. Presumably at this moment, he was beginning a long journey, no matter how ruthless or cold-blooded he was, and must have felt a trace of desolation. Although he was born into a wealthy family and had no worries about food and clothing since childhood, he did not necessarily enjoy his life. To the contrary, from childhood to adulthood, all he saw was cruelty, bloodshed, inhumane acts, and power struggles. His life may not be any more peaceful than mine. A son of a well-respected family who had wealth and care eventually chose to leave at a time of reunion. Jun Moxie knew that Li Yuran was showing his determination to stay away from power struggles with this resolute action. At the same time, Li Yuran also secretly disclosed a message to Jun Moxie. Be careful of the Blood Sword Hall who has changed their attire. Indeed, when they changed their clothes, they would no longer be the Blood Sword Hall. They could be ordinary people, honest businessmen, officers, soldiers, or even royal guards. Nevertheless, this piece of intelligence made Jun Moxie owe Li Yuran a favor. Although Jun Moxie was no longer afraid of any other force's raids, the news from Li Yuran hinted to him a possibility he had never thought of. Perhaps, Li Yuran's hidden agenda was still to put in some final efforts for his family. Twice, he forced Jun Moxie to owe him a favor as he quietly left the scene of political struggle. The Li family was now a decadent tiger with no teeth. They were no longer threatening, and this was exactly what Li Yuran wanted to convey. He wanted Jun Moxie to show mercy. This was his true agenda. Although he was cold-blooded, profit-minded, and ruthless, within him, there was still a speck of warmth and kinship. Jun Moxie sighed and shook his head. Without saying a word, he waved his hand and the piece of paper was shredded. He levitated with the wind, and with a burst of air, he was completely gone. In the hall of the inner courtyard, bursts of laughter were audible. The whole Jun family was gathered here and Jun Zhantian was very relieved. Dongfang Wen Xian, Jun Moxie, Jun Wuyi, and Guan Qinghan sat in a circle. Dugu Xiaoyi was also staying at the Jun family and refused to leave no matter what. She made it very clear. What if they don't recognize me as Jun Moxie's woman if I left? I will go home for New Year's Eve, but I will come back at midnight on the New Year. I won't let cooked duck fly away again this time. The Yuran in Li Yuran's name means leisurely. This is a Chinese idiom which means letting someone get away or being ready to do something one always wanted to do, but suddenly lost the chance. But she was not the only one who was staying at the Jun family and refused to leave. The old man Dugu Zongheng, the real master of the Dugu family, also refused to leave. It was really awkward for the Jun family to have him there. After all, he should be the one who was in charge of the whole Dugu family during the New Year period. But the old man had a good reason. All his sons were coming back during the New Year and they would definitely fight and make a mess. He really didn't want to stay at home and get angry at them. Having Dugu Wudi at home was enough. And his concerns were real. When Dugu Wudi came to find their old man, he was badly bruised. Seeing this, the old man took a stick and beat his son out the door. What happened was that when Dugu Wudi's two brothers returned, he, who had endured a year with the old man, wanted to show his authority as the eldest brother and finally negotiate about who would stay at home the next year. At first, the two brothers were still obediently listening to what their elder brother had to say with their heads down. But no one wanted to stay at home for the next year. Dugu Wudi, of course, was not willing. "Oh, you all hide far away and enjoy the leisure, but what about me?" he had said. "Why do I have to endure all this alone? Do I have to be abused for being the eldest?" So he began to scold his brothers loudly and tried to convince them. But they were also firm and simply shook their heads vigorously. Having no better way, Dugu Wudi decided to resort to violence. He tried to beat his brothers up. They were not willing to give in. After all, it was about a whole year of livelihood. So they had a tacit agreement and jointly fought their elder brother. With the three of them fighting, the 7 younger ones outside, of course, were going to help their respective fathers regardless of their usual good relationship. They also held a debate, which soon evolved into an assault. They stopped only when the old madam came out with her walking stick and beat them up. Being tired and angry at the same time, the old madam could not help pant vigorously. She then decided to call the old man back. The whole family was a mess, like they had just left the battlefield. The only person who was still presentable was Dugu Wudi, so he was indisputably chosen. Furthermore, he was marrying a daughter of the Jun family, so wasn't he the best choice in the first place? But when Dugu Wudi came, Dugu Zongheng was immediately enraged. "Look at the Jun family, so peaceful and lovely. And then look at my son, bruised all over on the day before New Year. He's really losing my face." So he went for the sticks without saying anything. He was so fierce that it looked like he wanted to break Dugu Wudi's legs. Dugu Wudi's bruises got new company. He didn't get to stay for a minute before he was beaten away. For a long while, Dugu Zongheng continued to scold under his breath and was really unhappy. Disgrace to the family. Unfilial sons. Disobedient sons. Dugu Xiaoyi comforted him gently and laid on Grandpa's lap to make him happy. And it still took a while before the old man became slightly happier. Mu Shuetong was also at the Jun family and was having a nice conversation with Jun Wuyi. Ever since Jun Moxie announced his plans to the whole continent, Mu Shuetong and Han Yanmeng were relieved. Although they were still concerned about the Silver City, but they knew that now there wouldn't be any more trouble in the Silver City. This was because no matter how stupid the Xiao family was, they would still not create conflict in the Silver City at this point of time. They might even have planned to let the Han family face the Jun family head-on. As for Han Yanmeng, just as she stepped into the hall, Jun Moxie, who had been avoiding her recently, took the initiative to talk to her. He was in fact exceptionally enthusiastic. "Wow! Isn't this Miss Han? You have become more beautiful just in a few days. So, when are you going to tie my mistress up and send her to my room? I am waiting every day. Please, just do it as soon as possible, alright?"